Chapter 881 The Treasure of the Rebellious Demon Clan. Helimus didn't know that at this time. The situation in the capital was quietly changing because of his two incorrect judgments. He just manipulated his demon roar chain, letting it wander around him, while his breathing fluctuated slightly. The slight loss of control of his emotions consumed too much magic power. And with the excessive consumption of magic power, the breath of Helimus has become a little unstable. Specifically, his powerful breath that belongs only to demons is slowly declining. Although the downward trend is not very obvious, Helimus is very clear that the emergence of this trend is a sign that he is about to fall from the current realm. Helimus can only try his best to adjust his breathing and breath to let the magic power in his body flow as soon as possible. Nearly 10,000 years of experience told him how to slow down the speed of this realm decline. However, this feeling still made Helimus uncomfortable, and even a little irritable. It's like this again. It's like this every time. Helimus really rejected this feeling. This feeling of falling from the altar of omnipotence at any time made Helimus crazy countless times. Perhaps, in the eyes of ordinary people, the extreme level is already a rare strong person who can stand at the top of the world. However, as a person who is both a transcendent level and an extreme level, Helimus is very clear about how big the difference between these two levels is. To put it bluntly, there is no comparison between the two. Even if there are extreme level beings like Yulin and Het Yadai, who have unique skills that even the transcendent level cannot ignore, they may be valued by the transcendent level, but they will never pose a threat to the transcendent level. The extreme level is already the pinnacle of life in the world, the real strongest. But this level of existence, even the extraordinary level characters, are still just interesting characters in the eyes of the transcendent level. It may be difficult for others to appreciate the gap between the two, but Helimus can feel the gap very clearly. So, after knowing the power of the transcendent level and possessing the power of the transcendent level, you still have to fall from this powerful state from time to time and become an ant-like existence. How can this feeling not make people crazy? Not to mention in the eyes of a person involved. Even in the eyes of bystanders, this state is extremely annoying. If it were Sheen, he would know how crazy it was for countless book friends in the previous life when they saw the plot in the novel where the protagonist was forcibly weakened due to the needs of the plot. Helimus experienced this feeling personally, and he has experienced it for nearly 10,000 years. He has always lived as a half-demon, a semi-finished product, a defective product, and an incomplete state. This feeling almost drove him crazy. Therefore, he chose to betray the demon clan regardless of everything, develop the evil magic ritual of demon refining ritual regardless of everything, and cultivated a half-body at all costs. The purpose is to make himself complete and become a complete demon. He even attacked those characters who were like his sisters, trying to devour their demon bodies in order to perfect his own demon body. All this is to get rid of this state that made him crazy. It's almost there. It's almost there. When he thought that his plan had come to an end and his long-cherished expectations were about to be achieved, Helimus adjusted his mood. Helimus couldn't help but glance at the dark clouds above. There, like a storm, countless dark clouds and dark fog were changing madly. Two figures, one large and one small, completely disproportionate, were fighting fiercely. One of them was spitting out heroic dragon breath with a roar like a dragon or a demon, and the other was flapping his 12 black wings while releasing terrible evil spirits, causing the dragon breath and evil spirits to collide constantly. It was like the stars in the sky were colliding and exploding. The roar was as deafening as thunder. But because of the distance, it took a period of time to reach Helimus. If it was transmitted to the ground, it would take even longer. If such a collision and fierce battle happened on the ground, I am afraid that the capital would be blown away in minutes. Helimus looked at the huge figure that looked like a dragon or a demon, with fanaticism in his eyes. Very good. That's it. The dragon of demon. Major. After thousands of years of cultivation by the original demon and Helimus's own sacrifice, another half-demon was successfully created. Although it has been fully formed, it is extremely unstable like Helimus. But it is different from Helimus. If Helimus consumes power, his state will decline, and he will fall from the transcendent level to the extreme level. Major is completely the opposite. If it wants to exert its peak state, it must go through a battle that can fully vent its own power. Only by fully venting its power can its state become more and more stable. This physique that is completely opposite to Helimus is exactly what he needs. Only by combining these two opposite physiques can a truly complete demon body be achieved. This is also the reason why Helimus launched this invasion. It is not only to announce his return and success to the world, Nor is it just to avenge those who once disliked him, but also to allow his plan to continue. When Major's power reaches its peak and his state is completely stable, it will be time for us to merge into one. For this reason, Helamis planned this action. As for him, because of his unstable state, he certainly could not satisfy Major's need to vent his power. Only at this time when the three tribes are meeting, there will be multiple combat targets in the capital that can satisfy him. In view of this, Helamis came. He came not only to disrupt the three tribes' meeting, but also for his own interests. Vent it out. Vent it out. When you have vented enough, we will all become perfect. Helamis looked at the huge figure in the clouds that looked like a dragon or a demon, and his heart began to heat up. As for the brave Sheen, in Helamis' eyes, he is already a dead man. He does not need a brave man in his plan. He does not need a brave man in his future. To him, a brave man is just an eyesore. In addition, Sheen had ruined his good deeds. So Helamis only wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not coming to this world. Helamis looked at the big explosion in front of him that had not completely disappeared, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. But soon, Helamis' sneer froze. That's it, accompanied by some subtle sounds. The figure holding the holy sword slowly appeared in the center of the big explosion in front. He glanced at the demon war chain hovering around Helamis, and then looked at himself, who was unharmed. His expression was as weird as it could be. That expression seemed to say that I was not careless. But I didn't dodge. But this sneak attack didn't seem to be very powerful. Helamis could even see a question in his eyes. Are you sure you aimed? It was just such a question. How is it possible? Helamis was speechless when he saw Sheen, who was completely unharmed. He consumed a lot of magic power, and almost fell into a realm. After being amplified by the demonic war chain, the attack he launched did not cause any damage at all? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Helamis could not accept this fact. He was sure that even if the 6 demon sisters came, they would not dare to take the attack just now. The goddess of fate, Lidas, might dare to take such a blow, but she would definitely not be able to take such a blow without any preparation. And what about Sheen? Helamis clearly saw that he did not dodge or make any protection, and was hit directly. In this case, how could he be unharmed? Impossible. Unfortunately, Helamis did not know that his attack did not hit Sheen from beginning to end. Recalling the scene when he just took the blow, Sheen was convinced again. The attack of the demonic war chain really dispersed when it was about to hit me. That's what happened. Why did it happen? Sheen didn't know. Sheen only knew that not only was he sure that the attack of the demonic war chain avoided him, but the demonic war chain also seemed to be sure that there was something on his side. And there was a faint feeling of closeness. Thinking of this, Sheen pondered for a while, and then raised his hand in the direction of Helamis. Come here. He suddenly said this. Helamis was startled at first, and then he was furious. In his opinion, this was clearly a provocation from Sheen. However, the next second, the anger on Helamis' face turned into astonishment, and then turned into panic. Crash! I saw that the demonic war chain that was originally hovering around Helamis suddenly tumbled on its own. They were out of Helamis' control. They seemed to be summoned by their mother, and they felt happy and joyful. Then, the demon war chains flew out one by one, penetrated the space, and gathered around Sheen, like a child returning to the womb, constantly circling and interweaving around Sheen. What? Helamis' face finally changed drastically. He could feel that the demon war chain no longer belonged to him. He had owned it for nearly 10,000 years. This magic weapon, which was as famous as the demon race's transformation pool and the rainbow demon diamond, and was one of the 3 great treasures of the demon race, was made by the demon king himself. At this moment, it left him. The evidence was that the magic connection between him and the demon war chain had been broken. Instead, Sheen's magic was accepted by the demon war chain, and gradually a connection was established. Chapter 882 Give It Back to Me. At this moment, Helamis was stunned. Really stunned. He just stared blankly at the connection between the demonic war chain and Sheen, circling around Sheen like a well-behaved pet. And vaguely, it seemed to be more fluent and powerful than when it was with him. What does this mean? It means that not only was his exclusive magic weapon stolen, but it also exerted greater power in the hands of the opponent. How is it possible? How is it possible? Helamis simply could not accept this fact. The demonic war chain. That is a top treasure among the demons. Even in the entire omnipotent forest, it is a top treasure. It can be said that except for the holy sword exclusive to the brave. There is no treasure in this world that is more advanced than the demonic war chain. Even if it is some miracles left by the supreme god, it is hard to say whether they can surpass the treasures made by the Demon King. After all, even if the Demon King is not as omnipotent and good at making miracles as the supreme god, if he simply makes treasures that can enhance his strength, it will definitely not be inferior to the means of the supreme god. After all, the Demon King is the most powerful existence in this world. Compared with her, the supreme god is inferior. In this case, the power of the demon war chain alone, except that it is not as good as the holy sword of the brave, is really qualified to compete for the reputation of the strongest weapon of omnipotence, and it is with it that Helymus, a half-demon, can make it all the way to the present. Even if he encounters a transcendent existence, he will not expose too many hidden dangers. But now, what did he see? He saw that the demon race's treasure that had been with him for nearly 10,000 years, and should only be used by him, just betrayed so cleanly, defected to the hands of the enemy. Damn it! This time, Helymus really lost his composure. Give it back to me. Helymus burst out his magic power regardless of everything and rushed towards Sheen. Sheen looked at the demonic war chain hovering around him with a strange face, and then looked at Helymus rushing towards him in a rage. For some reason, he wanted to laugh, although he didn't know why this demon treasure would betray him and come directly into his hands, and took the initiative to break the connection with Helymus and recognize himself as the master. But this did not prevent him from gloating. It seems that even your proud treasure doesn't want to continue to follow you. A cowardly half-demon, Sheen said sarcastically. Then let me try how powerful this treasure is. As Sheen said, his mind moved, and the magic power in his body began to rise. The magic power was injected into the demonic war chain, causing it to vibrate frequently as if it was excited. The aura flowing on the demonic war chain became stronger and stronger. The intensity was far stronger than when Helymus used it. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, without Sheen's instructions, the demonic war chain seemed to know what to do, and turned into a series of afterimages and flew out. If the demonic war chain in Helymus's hands was like a python swimming in the air, then in Sheen's hands, it was a series of dark streams of light, and it swept a very long distance in the blink of an eye. Helymus looked at this scene, and his expression could not help but change again. But he gritted his teeth and stretched out his palm filled with magic power towards the chain that was shooting at him. There is no doubt that he intended to snatch the demonic war chain back. Not only because the power of the demonic war chain was good, but also because, without this treasure, it would be extremely difficult for him to fight while trying to stabilize his state. Once the demonic war chain was lost, not only would Helymus' strength plummet, but it would also increase countless risks, causing his realm to fall uncontrollably. He absolutely could not stand this feeling. So, he had to take the demonic war chain back. Unfortunately, facing Helymus' palm filled with magic power, the violently swept demonic war chain seemed to be disgusted and quickly bypassed it, and then returned like a flash of light, wrapping around his wrist. Whoosh! Then, the demonic war chain was pulled tightly, with a whistling sound, and Helymus, who had no time to react, was swung like a lead ball, and thrown fiercely towards a mountain. Bang! Helymus' figure was immediately smashed into the mountain wall, and was buried by countless rubble and rocks under the trembling and shattering of the mountain. The demonic war chain that threw it to the mountain loosened at the last moment, retracted, and then entangled with many chains that came one after another, turning into a storm of chains, spinning at high speed, and blasting straight down at the broken mountain. Boom! With a roar, the earth shook as if it had suffered a heavy blow. The storm of chains kept spinning in the broken mountain, stirring up violent winds and waves, and stirring like a tornado, smashing everything to pieces. In an instant, whether it was huge rocks, cliff fragments, trees rising from the ground, or collapsed mountains, they were all violently destroyed by the demonic war chain. Good guy. Sheen was stunned. Is this demonic war chain so cruel? After all, the person on the other side is your original owner, so it shouldn't be that cruel, right? Has it been abused? Is it usually used to tie up things that shouldn't be tied up? Or is it used for some unspeakable purpose? What kind of hatred is this? Thinking this way, Sheen had no idea that this was what the demonic war chain was supposed to look like. Helymus usually used it mainly to slow down his own consumption to prevent his realm from falling. Therefore, the magic power he provided to the demonic war chain was very small. and it became extremely powerful only after the demonic war chain's own amplification. Such Helimus naturally failed to bring out the full power of the demonic war chain. It's not that he can't do it, but that he can't do it once a large amount of magic power is squandered. His realm will become unstable. In this case, Helimus naturally can't use the demonic war chain with all his strength. In addition, Helimus himself has a strong and overbearing personality. When using the demonic war chain, he relies on his own magic power to control the demonic war chain instead of letting the demonic war chain play freely. Invisibly, he weakened the power of the demonic war chain. As one of the 3 great treasures of the demon clan, the demonic war chain has the effect of communicating with the user's mind. Only when the user's mind is connected, and the user can make the magic war chain fight freely with just one thought, can the real power of the magic war chain be brought into play. The purpose of the Demon King deliberately creating such a magic weapon may also be to allow Helimus to open his mind and not be troubled by his own physique and problems, and then get stuck in a dead end? But Helimus did not do it. He was very active and unswerving in the direction that the Demon King did not want to grow up, and became the appearance that the Demon King did not want to see the most. Although he had the magic war chain for nearly 10,000 years, he still could not really bring out the power of the magic war chain. On the other hand, Xian did not hesitate to use his magic power. The magic power in his body was as vast as the ocean, which was much stronger than that of the demons. He let the magic war chain use it, and it was very natural for the magic war chain to bring out its real power. So, this is what one of the 3 great treasures of the demon race should really look like. Boom! Not long after, under the violent destruction of the demonic war chain, the ground within a radius of several kilometers, with the broken mountain as the center, was shattered and collapsed. Until then, the demonic war chain, which had been exerting its power tirelessly, stopped stirring one by one, retracted into the air, and turned into chains that moved like dragons, wandering around Xian. That look was so well behaved. That look was so obedient. The corners of Xian's mouth twitched. It was worthy of being made by the Demon King himself. With personality. Well, I just don't know if I will be the next one to be beaten like this. This demonic treasure, which beat its former master so fiercely, made Xian a little confused. But why did this guy betray to my side? Xian was still thinking about this question, but he obviously couldn't think of the answer. Could it be that I have enjoyed the treatment of the protagonist's halo? With a kingly aura, no matter whether it is a divine beast or a divine weapon, they will abandon their original masters, who were extremely disgusted, turn around and throw themselves into their arms, and serve them without complaint? Xian is not going to make too many comments, and I don't know if it sensed Xian's thoughts. The magic war chain hovering around him began to turn into black light, and sank into his body. Xian was startled at first, and then his heart moved, and he felt his body, and found the breath of the magic war chain inside his body. Obviously, this demon treasure is determined to follow him. Xian felt it silently, and after finding that he could summon it to fight at any time, he ignored it. I just don't know what's going on with this chain. After entering my body, it seems to be very happy. That feeling is like a child who has returned home and lives with his mother. He is so happy. This reaction puzzled Xian again. After thinking for a while, Xian raised the holy sword in his hand and said something to it seriously. Don't learn to be crazy like this outsider. Okay. Xian's extremely serious warning naturally could not get any response from the holy sword in his hand. At this moment, in the sky, a frantic howl like a dragon or a demon, like the howling of ghosts from H.L., turned into waves of sound, shaking between the heaven and earth. Xian raised his head with force and looked into the air, but the scene that was imprinted in his eyes made his pupils shrink sharply. Chapter 883 The Dragon of Demons. Major. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be silent. After the dragon-like howl, a suppressed silence descended here. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed at some point, allowing a huge figure to suddenly appear. Everyone saw that scene clearly. What is that? Many people were stunned, including Aridia, Jailur, and Jenim, who were fighting. TSK. Above the Bostut family, Yulin, who turned into a black dragon, also watched this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed. The people on the battlefield of the Bostut family had a gloomy face, looking at the behemoth in the air, and their mood was extremely depressed. Of course, Luoshi, who was fighting against countless monsters in front of the Hall of Glory, also saw this scene. Demon larvae? Her expression changed several times, and she looked at the huge black shadow that was both familiar and unfamiliar, and uttered words that she was completely unsure of. The huge monster that appeared from the sky was very similar to the demon larvae. Just as Luoshi said, it had dragon wings on its back, a human upper body, and a centipede lower body. And the aura it exuded was both evil and weird, just like the demon larvae. However, compared with ordinary demon larvae, it was very different. First of all, its size was at least 100 times, or even 1,000 times, larger than that of ordinary demon larvae. Its entire body was extremely huge, covering the sky and the sun. When a pair of dragon wings were spread out, it might even be able to wrap up the entire royal capital. It was so huge that it was unbelievable. Secondly, its dragon wings were black. Its centipede-like lower body was also black, and its human-like upper body was covered with black lines, which increased its evil and weird aura by an unknown number of times. Finally, although it has a human-like upper body, its head is a beast's head. No, that is not a beast's head, but a ghost's head, a demon's head. Ferocious appearance, horrible body shape, terrifying breath, evil atmosphere, darkness, chaos, dead silence, despair. This is a terrible beast that gives people such a feeling. A closer look shows that there are thick chains wrapped around the body of this beast, which bind it tightly. Shion floated below it, like a witness watching the devil fall from the sky. Watching all this, his eyes gradually condensed. Not long after, the terrifying roar once again resounded from the mouth of the beast. Ah! It hurt so much. Ah! The people on the ground who were shocked by the roaring sound waves couldn't help but hold their heads and cover their ears, looking extremely painful. This was true for the apostles and messengers of the original demon. However, despite their pain, they still gave the huge monster a fanatical and worshipful look. The demon dragon. Major, the demon god we are waiting for has arrived. Ah! The apostles and messengers shouted in ecstasy. Damn it! Only people like Roxy and Yulin, who were fighting in the capital, showed ugly expressions, because they could clearly feel the breath of Major. It was a terrifying breath comparable to that of a demon, comparable to that of a god, and could indeed be called the demon dragon and the demon god. Superclass. Undoubtedly a superclass existence. Moreover, this superclass monster seemed to be undergoing some changes. Pa! 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 A cracking sound that made people feel teeth aching came from Major's body. That was the sound of the thick chains wrapped around Major's body and tightly bound him. Everyone, including Sheen, could see that the thick chains were cracking. Then, bang! At a certain moment, the chains broke completely, turned into fragments and disappeared. What is this? Sheen was stunned, because he could feel that as the chains broke, the demonic roar chain in his body seemed to tremble, as if it had suffered some impact and was damaged. After noticing this phenomenon, Sheen understood it almost instantly. So, did Helimus use the demonic roar chain to bind the monster and achieve the purpose of controlling the monster? Yes. Major was bound by the demonic roar chain, because this dragon has neither reason nor consciousness, only pure desire for destruction. This is not the result of the demon refining ritual, but the result of Helimus's deliberate manipulation. After all, his purpose is to devour Major in order to complete his goal of becoming perfect. If Major has reason or consciousness, it is hard to guarantee that after the two merge into one, they will not compete for the dominance of the body, or cause mental problems. In view of this, Major is a pure monster, more violent, frenzied, and uncontrollable than the demon larva. With such an existence, coupled with a power that is not inferior to his own, Helimus naturally has to find ways to control it. Therefore, Helimus wrapped a part of the demon roar chain around Major's body, tightly binding it, in order to control its actions. Now, the demon roar chain has recognized Sheen as its master, abandoned Helimus, and even severely injured Helimus, causing Helimus's life and death to be unknown. This result ultimately led to the release of Major's restraints. In other words, this was the moment when a true doomsday monster descended. The heart-shaking howl came out of its mouth for the countless times, turning into waves of sound, impacting everything in this world. Immediately, the dragon lowered its head and looked down. Its violent gaze instantly fell on Sheen. Sheen felt that all the hairs on his body were blown up. In his heart, a fatal sense of crisis came over him. Boom! The next moment, the dragon in the sky released a scorching breath without hesitation. It was a dragon breath that was enough to evaporate the atmosphere and burn the earth. Compared with this dragon breath, Yulin's dragon breath seemed insignificant. The dragon breath that Yi had used in front of Xin was also not as large and powerful as this one, because he had deliberately restrained himself. The demonic dragon Magel did not hold back or hesitate, following the desire for destruction in his heart, and released his burning breath with all his strength. The breath broke through the clouds and cut through the space, like a torrent of flames falling from the sky. A waterfall of flames pouring down, making Xin's figure as small as an ant in front of it. Xin had no doubt that if this dragon's breath fell on the ground, the king behind him would probably be burned to ashes. Therefore, he could not hide. Boom! Without any hesitation, Xin used his last resort reincarnation destiny. The brilliant flames burned fiercely on his body, causing the magic power in Xin's body to evaporate rapidly, turning into pure power, flowing to his limbs. Xin's power instantly increased tenfold, and the brilliance of the holy sword in his hand also shone like the sun. Slash! With a fierce light flashing in his eyes, Xin raised the holy sword high, gathered all the strength in his body, and slashed out a dazzling sword light. Boom! The dazzling sword light was like a golden moon arc rising into the sky, colliding with the scorching dragon breath falling from the sky. The magic power clashed violently with the magic power, causing the scorching flames and dazzling golden light to splash, illuminating the entire world. At the same time, Xin's figure flashed several times, like a ghost, like a god, and rushed directly into the center of the terrible magic power in the impact. Give and destroy. Xin released the most advanced destruction magic with all his strength, allowing the magic power surging from his whole body to quickly dissolve everything around him. So, before the scorching dragon breath could last for long, it was cut by more than half of its power by the magic of destruction. Puff! The golden sword light immediately cut off the remaining dragon breath, separated the scorching flames, soared into the sky at an astonishing speed, and landed heavily on Magellan. Boom! Before Major could react, the golden sword light had already fallen on him and exploded. The dragon's painful roar finally appeared, which reduced the terrible oppression it brought. The people on the ground were surprised to see this scene. As expected of the master, Yulin's eyes lit up. Good. Luoshi also breathed a sigh of relief. All the people who saw what Xin did were surprised, and the despair in their hearts disappeared instantly. Mr. Xin, standing in the square in front of Bostut's house. The elf girl with the charred Raoul lying at her feet finally saw her sweetheart, showing a look of joy and admiration. On the other hand, the apostles and messengers of original demon were shocked and angry. Brave Xin. He was able to hurt the dragon of magic. Major? How could he be so strong? Many people were unwilling to believe this. Even the demonic dragon Major could not believe that he would be counterattacked so sharply. He roared in anger, and the burning dragon breath in his mouth gathered again. But he forgot that his opponent was not just Xin. Boom! A torrent of evil energy like a tsunami, an avalanche suddenly surged and hit Major heavily, causing Major to howl in pain for the second time. Lilith. Xin immediately cast his eyes in the direction of the torrent of evil energy. There, the little goddess with 12 black wings spread out was like a turbid and dark little sun. The evil energy surged around her, forming a circular shield that protected her firmly inside. She opened her hand, and the evil spirit around her immediately rushed out, wrapping around Major like a heel, as if intending to invade his body and corrode his soul. Major naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death, roaring and struggling. Seeing this, Xin did not hesitate to add insult to injury. With a vast magic power, draw the aurora from the sky. Xin chanted magic. Chapter 884 Change. Destiny. The sky of the capital, before he knew it, had turned into a night sky. In the night sky, stars lit up one after another, turning into a sky full of stars, shining slowly. As if sensing a crisis, Major fought against the evil wave that was surging like a tsunami and was about to drown him, while roaring at the starry night sky. However, as the ruler of this night sky, Xin would not show mercy to this monster. The tears of the sky, the rain of stars, the bright sky, can now shine on the earth. Accept the call. Accommodate and dispatch. Use the sword of glory to punish the world. Descend. Stars. Xin chanted the rather complicated magic spell at a very fast speed, letting the magic power sink into the starry sky like a column of air rising into the sky. Auroras meteoric. The next second, Xin released the stars in the night sky, making them shine one by one. Then, the stars began to fall. Countless meteors streaked across the night sky, carrying fire, forming a gorgeous meteor shower, and fell down. However, the pleasing scene exuded a breath of destruction. Therefore, it was not a beautiful scene, but a disaster, or a natural disaster. Boom! Not long after, the first meteor hit the dragon and exploded, causing the dragon named Major to howl in pain, and also set off a burst of fire and air waves. Boom! 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 Immediately afterwards, meteors hit Major one after another, as if countless bombs exploded on his body, constantly ravaging this behemoth. Major could only resist hysterically, waving his huge hands to smash the incoming meteors, or spitting dragon breath to smash the meteors. But even so, many meteors still hit him, causing him great pain and damage. But this scene, in Sheen's eyes, made him stunned. This is the first time that my Aurora meteor shower has been resisted like this. Right? Looking back on the past, when Sheen launched Aurora meteor shower, the most destructive celestial magic, which time did it not cause the consequences of destroying the world? It can be said that as long as this celestial magic is used, there is no enemy that Sheen cannot solve, including the terrain, burying all enemies under meteorites. This is the normal operation of Aurora meteor shower. Even so, it was because Sheen didn't know how much power he had restrained and how much the range of the meteor shower had been reduced. In other words, Sheen had almost never used Aurora meteor shower at full power. What about this time? Not only did Sheen use all his strength, but he also used the Holy Sword to activate his reincarnation faith, which means he used all his strength, with the Holy Sword raising all skills by 10 levels, plus the tenfold increase of reincarnation fate. If Sheen's Aurora meteor shower fell on the ground, not to mention the capital, more than half of the continent would be razed to the ground. Right? As a result, this time, the Aurora meteor shower, which was used at full strength and even performed beyond its normal level, failed to destroy the opponent in the first place. In this case, Sheen simply didn't give up. With a vast magic power, draw the stars from the sky. The stars are dotted with brilliance, and the flames are numerous, obeying the command of the one who controls the night sky. At this moment, the mystery and trajectory of the gods are displayed. That is light. That is the powerful power of heaven. So, shine, stars. So, descend, light. Sheen chanted the second favorite celestial magic. This time, the brilliant starlight bloomed from Sheen's body, turning the area around Sheen into the night sky. Diffusion starry rays. Sheen released the magic, and the starlight turned into small celestial bodies one by one, appearing around Sheen. Go! Sheen raised the holy sword and pointed at Magellan in the sky. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the celestial bodies suddenly flashed out like streams of light, and in an instant they came around Magellan, forming a more gorgeous star map. Immediately, bands of light were released by small celestial bodies one by one. Bang, bang, bang. The light bands kept hitting Magellan like beams of light, making Magellan's howling like a devil, echoing throughout the night sky. Aurora meteor shower, diffusion star array. The two celestial magics that Sheen used most and were most powerful for him acted on Magellan together, bringing it a painful blow. And Lilith also took the opportunity to add insult to injury. The 12 black wings behind her flapped continuously, and each flap would fan a storm of evil spirits, which blasted out one by one and also hit Magellan. Original demon, the demon dragon that took thousands of years to cultivate. The half of Elimus, a demon-level monster, screamed in agony under the attack of Sheen and Lilith. Good. You fought well. You are worthy of being a hero. Good. Below, the people in the capital saw all this and couldn't help but cheer loudly. Originally, the fall of the capital made many people anxious and even desperate. When Major came, the shock brought by his terrifying figure to people was also imaginable. Even, many people have given up resistance and are ready to accept their fate. But now, the appearance of Sheen, the appearance of the hero, and the situation that he and Lilith joined forces to crush the terrifying monster in all directions, once again injected courage into the hearts of the people in the capital, including those who are familiar with Sheen. The same is true. Puff! Arida started swinging the sword again without knowing when. Coldly and ruthlessly killed a demon larva on the spot, letting the blood splash on her body. But she was indifferent. Keep going. Genome. Yes. Teacher Jailur. Jailur and Genome's loud conversation made the elf girls around them take back their admiring eyes from the sky. and began to inspire their magic one after another, and released powerful magic one after another to the demon army charging in front. The elites of the human forces such as the Guard Knights, the Imperial Knights, and the Orc Priests also shouted and fought back. On the Bostut family side, the battlefield had long been swept clean by Yulin's dragon breath, causing a group of criminal-like strong men to cheer. The Knights of the Bostut family shouted loudly and sang victory, making Vivian, Tear, and Lely smile at each other. Lumia had already happily pounced on the elf girl dressed as a clergyman, and the elf girl also greeted her happily. As for Roxy, she no longer cared. It seems that there is no time to continue to retain strength. The bright gold in Roxy's eyes became more and more intense because of the special situation. Once Roxy uses the power to manipulate fate, her goddess state will become more and more profound, and her power will become stronger and stronger. But when her power reaches its peak, Luoshi will quickly weaken and enter a state of exhaustion, unable to fight again. In order to avoid such a situation, Luoshi has been deliberately controlling the increase of her power, trying to use the power of fate as little as possible, and not letting her goddess transformation become too deep. If possible, Luoshi hopes to solve the current situation under normal circumstances, so as to retain her strength and deal with the next battle. But looking at the endless number of demons and demon larvae rushing towards her, and even the apostles and messengers attacking her regardless of their lives, Luoshi knows that if she does not use the power of transcendence, she may not be able to solve this situation as soon as possible. So, the next second, the sky and the earth changed color. It was as if the whole world was distorted, with Luoshi as the center. The entire space was reversed, inverted, and out of control, and the figures of all the demons and demon larvae rushing towards Luoshi were solidified in it. Disappear. Luoshi raised her eyes, which had completely turned into brilliant gold, and made a declaration like a goddess judging the fate of others. Then, the power of fate acted on this world. All the demons, demon larvae, and even the apostles and messengers disappeared under the power of fate, just as Luoshi literally declared. Like a mirage. Like an illusory dream that never existed. Like an insignificant nightmare. Like dust on the roadside that was not taken care of. Their fate was determined by the successor of the goddess of fate. That is to disappear. So, they completely disappeared from this world, as if they had never existed. This is the most powerful force under the Demon King and the Supreme God. The power of the goddess, who is almost omnipotent. All the people fighting in the capital fell into a state of confusion, as they watched the enemies dissipate like the wind. Huh? Luoshi exhaled, and the gold in her eyes faded away, revealing her originally wine-red eyes, which were full of fatigue. At this time, the aura of Luoshi was also weakening at a very fast speed. Obviously, the large-scale destiny operation just carried out against the enemies of the entire royal capital has brought Luoshi's goddess transformation to its peak. Now, Luoshi is almost in a weak state. Before that, Luoshi gritted her teeth, summoned up all the remaining strength, squeezed out the last bit of magic power, and raised the holy sword in her hand high. Buzz! The magic power gathered on the holy sword again, turning into a huge blade of light, soaring into the sky. Break it! Luoshi shouted and slashed the holy sword in her hand with force. The huge magic blade immediately fell, carrying amazing power, and landed on the glory hall. Puff! The slash of the light blade cut the silver yarn like moonlight in half, and cut it completely. Boom! Almost at the same time, waves of terrifying auras rose up in the glory hall. Feeling those waves of auras, Luoshi couldn't help but laugh. And then she lost all her strength and fell down. Chapter 885. You just disappear here. The terrifying roar of the dragon and the demon has gradually turned into a wailing pain, making the sky of the entire capital depressed by the pain. Under the continuous attack of Sheen's ruthless celestial magic and the evil storm of Lilith, the devil dragon Major, who is like the incarnation of despair, has become scarred and bleeding. Severely injured, Major became more and more furious and frantic. The dragon breath in his mouth has long turned into a raging flame that swept the entire world and the earth, and kept bombarding in all directions, raising the temperature of this world by an unknown number of levels. The high temperature raged in the sky, and the dragon breath kept colliding with meteors, light bands and evil storms. The momentum was no different from the end of the world in people's nightmares. Of course, Sheen and Lilith were also targeted by Major's dragon breath several times, facing the dragon breath attack that came like a torrent of flames and could break through all defenses. Even strong people like Sheen and Lilith did not dare to take it. Therefore, under the sweep of dragon breath. Sheen and Lilith tried to avoid it when they could, and directly resisted it when they could not avoid it. Sheen used the magic of extermination to offset the incoming dragon breath on the spot. Lilith used her huge power to drive the evil spirit, turning the evil spirit into a torrent, directly colliding with the torrent of flames of dragon breath, causing deafening roars and grand explosions. In this situation, the two continued to attack Major and cause damage. It must be said that the huge size of this demon dragon is not for show, but it does have defense and durability that matches that size. At least, up to now, Sheen and Lilith have not been able to take it down, and can only make it injured, which shows how defensive and durable the giant body is. However, the huge body also has unavoidable weaknesses. That is, the movement speed is completely inadequate. Otherwise, Major would never be so passive and take a beating like this. From the beginning to now, he has never avoided the attacks of Sheen and Lilith. He can only use dragon breath to offset them, or use powerful force to offset them. Once he can't offset them, he can only take it hard. After realizing this, regardless of Lilith, Sheen immediately started a guerrilla war to deal with this kind of boss monster with obviously high health and high defense, low movement speed, and slightly larger attack targets. Guerrilla warfare and kite flying are the most effective combat methods. No doubt. The only problem is that this combat method consumes a long time. This is undoubtedly fatal for Sheen, whose combat time has become limited after opening Reincarnation Destiny. Fortunately, after reaching the limit level, Sheen's already amazing magic power has become even more terrifying. To put it bluntly, in terms of the amount of magic power alone, Sheen has reached the pinnacle of omnipotence. Even the 3 goddesses and 6 demons cannot compare to him. Only the hidden supreme god can surpass him. After all, if the almighty goddess of creation said that she didn't have infinite magic power, Sheen herself didn't believe it. But when the supreme god didn't appear, Sheen's magic power was the best in the world. Therefore, even if Reincarnation Destiny was activated to the maximum 10-fold increase, Sheen could now maintain it for nearly an hour. 1 hour. This is barely enough to cope with a fierce battle of the transcendent level. That's right. Just barely. Don't say that for a transcendent level character. 1 hour is enough to fight hundreds or thousands of battles, and kill the enemy tens of thousands of times. That's simply nonsense. At the beginning, when the gods, demons, and humans fought the final battle, the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons fought for an unknown period of time. When in the demon world, Lilith and Carmina also fought for a whole day and night, and almost tore down the entire poison demon territory. After the 3 goddesses of time and space merged, it was still difficult to tell who would win the battle with Carmina. At the level of transcendence, as long as the difference in strength was not too exaggerated, it was common for a battle to last for days and nights. At this level, it was difficult to end a battle like mortals, because of exhaustion of magic power or physical strength. Therefore, normally, the higher the level of the battle, the more likely it is to fall into a state of anxiety, resulting in a delay in the victory or defeat. Because the higher the level, the more difficult it is to deal with the opponent. Even if they are at the level of the goddess of life and the goddess of nature, they can't beat a demon together. But at best they just can't win. And they won't be defeated quickly. Again, no matter what, they are at the same level. Even if there is a gap, they can't do whatever they want. It can be said that even if the goddess of life and the goddess of nature do not join forces, it is easy for the demon to hurt the other party in a single-handed fight. But it is difficult to kill the other party or prevent the other party from escaping. In view of this, at the level of transcendence, it is really difficult for people of the same level to die in a battle. The war between the gods and demons began in ancient times and ended with the death of the demon king 1,000 years ago. None of the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons were in danger of life, and there has been no loss of personnel to date. Even Lilith, who was once attacked by the 3 goddesses, could only be sealed in the end instead of being killed. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to make one side lose in a battle of transcendence. The short 1 hour of Sheen's time does not include the consumption caused by the use of various powerful magic and attack methods. In a battle of transcendence, it is really not too long. However, it is barely enough. In summary, Sheen still has the capital to fight guerrilla warfare and kite-flying tactics. Not to mention that Lilith is assisting him. Finally, with Sheen and Lilith's simultaneous attack, one of Major's dragon wings was blown to pieces, causing him to wail in earnest. Losing a wing, for a monster as huge as Major, there is naturally only one result. That is, falling. Boom! The ground shook violently. Major hit the ground heavily, smashing it, collapsing it, and cracking it, and also raising violent dust waves, which was comparable to a sudden disaster. Whoosh! Sheen was suspended in the air holding the holy sword, looking down at Major, who was smashing into the ground below. And his breathing had become rapid. Whether it was the maintenance of reincarnation destiny, or the use of various powerful magics, it caused excessive consumption of his magic power. Under such circumstances, Sheen was just panting, which was already a very good state. On the other hand, Lilith, after fighting for so long, was not tired at all, and had the energy to fly to Sheen's side and help him along his back. It can be seen that compared with the real super level, Sheen's endurance is still much worse. Major lay on the ground, bleeding all over, dyeing the ground red, but still struggling violently, propping up his body, and using his huge hands to grab a mountain next to him, using the mountain as a support, and howling at Sheen and Lilith in the sky. Obviously, this monster has not admitted defeat. It should be said that it does not know what it means to lose, let alone what it means to die. It is just a monster without reason, consciousness, and only instinctive desire to destroy, which is worse than Lilith, who has not returned yet. For such a thing, it will not stop until it destroys everything in front of it. No! Even if it destroys everything in front of it, it will not stop. It will not even want to rest, sleep, eat, or think about the end of the battle. It will only continue to vent its power to everything around it, constantly destroying, and destroying again, until it dies of exhaustion. Looking at such a Major, Sheen has no mercy or sympathy. Only one conclusion. An existence like you should not stay in this world. Sheen calmed his breath, cheered up, looked directly at Major, and declared so. You will disappear here. After the words fell, the brilliant flames on Sheen's body burned fiercely again, and the holy sword in his hand also burst into a dazzling light. He was ready to let this battle end. No matter what kind of monster it is, or whether it is a half-demon, as long as the holy sword pierces its vitals, it will definitely fall down completely. Sheen firmly believed in this. So, swish, Sheen moved in an instant and appeared in front of Major. There was the location of his heart. Major reacted immediately, roaring, raising his huge palm, and fanning it fiercely in front of him. Instantly, the air was disturbed by the huge palm, bringing a whistling wind and blasting in the direction of Sheen. Unfortunately, boom, a storm of evil energy descended from the sky, blasting on the huge palm that Major fanned out, and bounced it away. Lilith cooperated decisively, and won a chance for Sheen to kill. As if he had expected this result, Sheen raised the holy sword in his hand high up, causing the light on it to rotate. Puff! The next second, Sheen's holy sword sank into Major's chest, piercing through his skin and into his flesh. Clang! Where the holy sword sank, endless holy light shone. The holy light not only shone through Major's body, but also penetrated into his body, reaching the vital point of his heart. The light of purification completely enveloped the dragon. The dragon's roar came to an abrupt end. Its movement stagnated. Its huge body stiffened. There was no expression on its face, only a dull feeling, and its life breath continued to decline, until it disappeared. Chapter 886. Is that so? Transcendent beings are extremely difficult to kill. Even if Major, who can only be classified as a half-demon and not a real demon, is no less powerful than a real demon, he is equally difficult to kill. Earlier, Sheen used powerful celestial magic such as Aurora Meteor Shower and Diffusion Star Array to bombard Major, but Major still had the ability to resist, which is enough to prove this point. However, Major is just an irrational monster after all, and there is no common sense behavior. If it were any other transcendent being, and was beaten like this, they would have to consider retreating anyway, and the possibility of stopping a transcendent being who wants to escape is indeed very low. But Major has no such idea at all. Or in other words, the concept of escape does not exist in its instinct. If it were to fight a general transcendental existence alone, it might be hard to say that it would lose. Unfortunately, it was fighting against Sheen and Lilith, and was besieged by two transcendental beings. Especially one of them was a hero. The hero's holy sword was undoubtedly the only power that could completely stop the demon-level existence and kill the demon-level existence. In this case, Major would not escape or retreat, but would only rush forward. It is conceivable what the end would be. The holy power of the holy sword continued to rage in its body, causing extremely fatal damage to it as a half-demon. Puff! Sheen drew out the holy sword and left Major in a flash. Major's body began to crack under the erosion of the holy power of the holy sword. Paw! 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 Just like a huge statue cracking. Cracks appeared on Major's body. In the crack, the holy light gradually penetrated the body and illuminated the surroundings. Bang! Not long after, the monster as big as a mountain exploded with a sound of breaking. Its body just scattered and was purified by the holy power left by the holy sword. It's over, Sheen thought silently, and the brilliant flames on his body slowly dissipated. Lilith also landed next to Sheen again, holding one of his hands, and the evil spirit on her body gradually subsided. The two watched the death of the magic dragon Magil, until a figure appeared there silently. Sheen and Lilith's faces changed at the same time, and their pupils shrank. Even they did not find or notice anything before the figure appeared. That was natural, because the opponent's unique skill was such an ability. The unique skill Shadow and Form that can completely erase the breath, magic power, figure, and even the traces left in the world of any object, and turn the object into a conceptual state of non-existence. This is the ability of the leader of the original demon, a half-demon, and the younger brother of the 6 great demons. At this moment, the voice of this crazy existence resounded all around. Disappear here? Yes. But your role has not really been played yet. Magic Dragon Major. Become one with me. Helimus roared like a madman. He was covered with scars. His face was covered with blood. His breath was also completely weakened. He was no longer a super-level demon, but only a demon life that had reached the limit level. But he still relied on the ability of Shadow and Form to seize the opportunity he should have. An opportunity to be reborn. Ah! The next moment, Helimus raised his head and roared. A strange suction force suddenly appeared on his body, sucking away the fragments of Major that were being purified by the holy power. Major's fragments were swallowed into his mouth at an astonishing speed and merged into his body. Not good. Sheen finally reacted, dodged, and used instant movement, flashing towards Helimus. Boom! Lilith's body also surged with evil energy again, letting the evil energy spread. Don't get in the way. Helimus was naturally not unprepared. Seeing 2 beings with super-level combat power attacking him, he not only did not stop, but became even more crazy. Along with his madness, countless demons and demon larvae gathered around him quietly without knowing when, and only appeared at this moment. Roar! Ah! The demons rushed toward Sheen violently. Gaw! The demon larvae also roared hysterically, spewing out scorching dragon breath and bombarding in the direction of Lilith. There is no doubt that they have been ambushed here until this moment. So many demons and demon larvae were lurking around, and they were not discovered until this moment. It must be said that even Sheen found it a bit incredible. But this is the power of Shadow and Form. Not only Helimus himself, but also the rest of the people can become the target of his unique skills and completely disappear from this world. Relying on this ability, Helimus and his original demons can survive until now without being picked out by many powerful beings. If it weren't for the ability of Shadow and Form, let alone the demons, the gods who are good at performing miracles have no less than 3 ways to pick them out. For example, Nadura, the goddess of nature, who can transform into nature, become one with nature, and spread her vision to the whole world, peeking into every corner of the world. For example, Anima, the goddess of life, who can sense the breath of life, should be able to find some traces even if it is the breath of the demons that are not created by the gods. Another example is Leda's, the goddess of fate who can manipulate fate and is almost omnipotent. Each of the 3 goddesses has the ability to find the original demon and completely destroy it. But thanks to the unique skill of shadow destruction, Helimus made original demon the most mysterious old demon faction that no one can find, and also let original demon grow and develop for a whole 1,000 years, doing whatever it wants, and finally cultivated a demon dragon, Major, and also cultivated a huge monster army capable of attacking the demon world and the human world. All this is the credit of shadow destruction. Thanks to this, Sheen and Lilith were also caught off guard. For a moment, they were forced back by countless demons and young demons. The attacks of the demons were not bad. Even if Sheen and Lilith took them, they would probably be unscathed. However, the dragon breath of the young demons was more threatening. The dragon breath that could break through all defenses. I believe no one wanted to be hit. TSK, Sheen could only stop. And while he was shocked, he raised the holy sword mercilessly and swung it with a sweeping force, slashing out a huge sword light, cutting in all directions. Puff! 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 Without any suspense, all the demons and young demons that were cut by the sword light were cut in half and turned into corpses, and blood was spilled in the sky. Boom! Lilith also detonated the evil energy in her body, letting it explode in all directions like a burst of water, crushing countless demons and demon larvae that rushed towards her like balloons. The monster army that had quietly ambushed the surroundings with the power of shadow and form was completely destroyed in the hands of Sheen and Lilith before they could even get out of a round. However, their role had already been played. As a sacrifice to delay time, they undoubtedly delayed Sheen and Lilith for a few seconds. And it was during these few seconds that Helamis sucked all the fragments of Major into his stomach. A sense of oppressive silence spread from Helamis' body. All the movement seemed to disappear at this moment. The atmosphere was frozen. The earth began to tremble slightly. Helamis lowered his head and remained silent. The strong aura on his body began to gradually rise, allowing him to recover from his extreme state. Seeing this, Sheen knew. This half-demon finally achieved his goal. Huh. A faint laugh suddenly sounded from Helamis' lowered head. Ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha. The laughter gradually grew louder, carrying unprecedented ecstasy, spreading throughout the world bit by bit. Helamis suddenly raised his head and laughed wildly. Success? Success? Helamis laughed like crazy, as if he had vented out the depression, resentment of nearly 10,000 years. And the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. 10,000 years. I, Helamis, have finally become a complete demon. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Helamis' loud laughter echoed over the wilderness, allowing everyone to clearly hear the joy in it. Boom. The next moment, the aura on Helamis' body climbed to the peak, turning into a frenzied airflow, sweeping away. That was a breath that was not inferior to any demon. That was a more violent force than Helamis in his heyday. After devouring the demon dragon Magil, Helamis not only completed his demon body, but also became much stronger. From today on, I am a demon. Helamis. No one. Don't think about stopping me. No one. Helamis made such a declaration in a very arrogant manner. Sheen watched this scene silently, with a cold light in his eyes. He couldn't stand the arrogant expansion of such a villain. However, just when Sheen was about to take action, the sudden development not only made him stop, but also raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth. In that second, a cold voice sounded. Really? When such a voice sounded and overwhelmed Helamis' laughter, the world suddenly fell silent. Helamis' wild laughter came to an abrupt end. The aura that was expanding on his body was suppressed in an instant. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 6 auras that were not inferior to his suddenly appeared and locked onto him directly. His face changed drastically. Chapter 887. Pay the price for what you did. The boiling blood cooled quickly. The hot heart instantly turned cold. The excitement in his mind faded away at this moment. Helamis froze there, frozen into a statue with a wild laugh, making him look extremely funny. There was no way, at this important moment of his life, the existence that could drag him from heaven to H.L. appeared. They came silently, like lifeless ghosts. They surrounded Helamis without knowing when. Like ruthless valkyries, the extremely terrifying aura on their bodies was firmly locked on Helamis, and slowly rose up, gradually turning into an amazing pressure that was enough to shake the atmosphere, shake the world, and shake everyone's heart. That posture, that breath, all like a nightmare, affected Helamis' nerves. You really did something incredible, brother. The charm and smile of the past disappeared from Xiaofuni's face, and there was only endless coldness. It seems that your plan has succeeded. Are you happy now? Lid rarely lost her composure, and her low voice was filled with unspeakable anger, making the pressure she exuded more and more terrible. You deserve to die. Carmina was even too lazy to talk nonsense, and she enveloped Helamis with a monstrous murderous aura. Bad guy. Milla looked even more angry, and looked a little cute, but the magic fluctuating around her was more terrifying and more gloomy than anyone else. Do you have any last words to say? Aie still hugged her pillow, and the dragon wings behind her spread out, and the eyes that stared at Helamis had turned into a pair of fierce dragon pupils. The last person to speak was the Demon Supreme, who was supported by the demons, and was right opposite Helamis. I don't want to say any more nonsense, Sarah said lightly. You are here. Pay the price for what you did. As Sarah said this, the aura of the 6 demon sisters suddenly exploded, turning into a substantial pressure, suppressing Hellemus. Hellemus felt as if his whole body was squeezed by a terrible force, making his muscles and bones crack and distort his face. The ecstasy on his face was replaced by a gloomy and ugly expression. Why? Hellemus asked in a deep voice. Why did you come out so quickly? Hellemus had long been mentally prepared for the demons to escape, although he prepared a trump card like Demon King Barrier, using the power of the Demon King to imprison the top of the Omnipotency. It was ultimately just the remaining power collected after the Demon King's death, not the Demon King himself. With those powers, it is easy to imprison the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, but it is obviously impossible to imprison them forever. Therefore, Hellemus had expected that the demons could escape. However, according to his estimation, the demons should not escape so quickly. Even if it is just the residual power collected after the death of the Demon King, it is still the power of the Demon King after all. Even those super-level beings have to spend some effort to get rid of the shackles of this power. Considering this, Hellemus was not worried at all that the demons could escape so quickly. However, reality gave him a big slap in the face. At this time, Hellemus still did not expect that the princess, who he ignored, would play a big role. The princess, who he thought was not to be feared, had actually been reborn. The demons naturally would not explain the reason to Hellemus, especially Xiophun, who had just been attacked by Hellemus not long ago, and was plotted against again this time. Plus the troubles that original demon had always caused to the demon clan and the chaos in the world. The new and old hatreds added together made Xiophun no longer as relaxed and calm as before, but became cold and ruthless. Just go to H.L. with your questions. After making such a cold statement, Xiophun moved. Around her enchanting figure, phantoms suddenly appeared one after another. Those phantoms all had extremely powerful auras surging on their bodies, telling everyone present that they were not simple existences. This was also the case. Boom, boom, boom. I saw that the phantoms burst out with magic power one after another, like a burning warrior, rushing towards the direction of Hellemus. Hellemus's face changed slightly, and just as he was about to move, his whole body stagnated, because, behind him, Milu's figure approached silently at some point. Like a ghost, her small hand suddenly stretched out, with a heart-pounding sharpness and bloody smell, stabbing Hellemus's back like a sharp weapon. A huge sense of crisis rose in Hellemus's heart, making him explode without hesitation. Ah! Accompanied by a roar, a wave of magical energy burst out from Hellemus's body, making him seem to become illusory and no longer have a physical body. Puff! Milu's ghost claw pierced Hellemus's back and came out from his chest, but did not bring out a drop of blood. Puff! 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 The phantoms who pounced in front of Hellemus also waved their weapons and slashed Hellemus's body, but they just passed through Hellemus's body. Hellemus seemed to have turned into a mirage, becoming illusory and uncertain, making Milu and Shav's attacks in vain. But the half-entity of the demon larva? After devouring that monster, it has the same ability as that monster? A sarcastic voice came into Hellemus's ears. In that case, how about this move? As soon as the voice fell, Hellemus immediately felt a sharp pain in his body. Hellemus's face changed wildly. He was not unfamiliar with the feeling that his whole body was being eroded, and he didn't know when he was fatally injured. In the past, I don't know how many warriors of the gods and humans were killed by this colorless, tasteless, silent, and deadly poison. Yes, deadly poison. Hellemus found out that he was poisoned at the first time. Even if he turned into a half-entity like the demon larva, and would not easily suffer fatal injuries, Hellemus still needed to breathe. At this moment, the horrible poison invisible to the naked eye invaded his body through breathing, destroying his body at a terrifying speed. Only one person can have such means and such toxicity. Poison demon. Kamina. Only this poison demon who can create toxins at will, and even the transcendent existence can hardly avoid being poisoned, has such means. Cough. Hellemus immediately mobilized the magic power of his whole body, forced the poison in his body to his throat, and spit it out as a mouthful of black blood. He himself also took off without hesitation and immediately left the original place. The place was already filled with invisible poison. Staying there any longer would definitely be a dead end. Of course, even if Hellemus left the place where the poison was spread, it did not mean that he was safe. Boom! Suddenly, A tremor of the atmosphere appeared between the heaven and earth. What? Helimus paused, raised his head suddenly, and looked up. There, a huge hoof as big as a pillar of heaven, like a mountain falling from the sky, stomped towards Helimus fiercely. A roar that could not be easily recognized by the ear shook up. It was not the terrifying howl of dragon and demon like Major, but a very pure roar like that of an ancient beast or an ancient beast. The roar shook the earth, and the mountains collapsed. The ground cracked, and the sound waves were like a typhoon passing through, like a tsunami. If someone was watching from a distance, they would find that a beast that was even bigger, more terrifying, and more hideous than the demon dragon Major suddenly appeared on the earth, raised its mountain-like hoof, and stomped on the tiny ant-like quick-made demon without mercy. Compared with the attacks of other demons, the attacks of beast demons are so simple and unpretentious, but they are the easiest to awaken the fear deep in people's hearts. At least, Helimus didn't think that his newly completed demon body would be safe once it was touched by the pillar-like trampling. He had reason to believe that once he touched the giant hoof, his body would explode into a ball of blood in an instant. Ah! The crisis came again, and Helimus completely lost his previous ecstasy and excitement, and roared hysterically. Behind him, a shadow of a demon dragon appeared. The figure of the demon dragon Major swayed behind him, and he spit out a dragon breath as hot as a torrent of flames at the giant hoof falling from the sky. Boom! The scorching dragon breath fell on the giant hoof, like an erupting volcano, raising layers of fire waves. And in the blast, it pushed Lid's giant hoof away. The erupting Helimus finally got a glimmer of hope from Lid's terrible attack. Just roar! A roar resounded, as if it was angry at what Helimus had done. That was not Lid's roar. That was a dragon's roar. A dragon with a red body, blood-red scales, red eyes, slender body, and broad wings, like a god, appeared beside Helimus. If the strong men who participated in the final battle 1,000 years ago saw that figure and that hideousness, they would definitely recognize it, just because it was recognized as the most brutal existence among the demons. It was an existence that had killed 2 heroes and suppressed 2 goddesses, the origin of the dragon race, the king, mother, and master of all dragons, Dragon Demon AI, after 1,000 years, once again transformed into the body of the brutal Dragon King and reappeared in the world. Boom! The scorching dragon breath was exhaled, instantly submerging Helimus. Helimus' figure was instantly evaporated. Not even a piece of wreckage was left. Chapter 888. He is dead, I said. Killed him? Witnessing the whole process of the demons besieging Helimus, Sheen, who had already put away the holy sword, murmured, although Helimus has become a complete demon, under the siege of the demon sisters, Sheen is not worried that he can make any waves. It is true that the existence of the transcendent level is difficult to kill, but it depends on the situation. Facing the siege of all the demons alone, if Helimus can survive without danger, then Sheen himself does not believe it. Unfortunately, in the transcendent level, Helimus is obviously a first-class person with the ability to escape. I couldn't kill him, and he escaped. The person who said this was not someone else, but the common sister of the demons, the leader of the 6 demon sisters, Sarah. I saw that this demon supreme slowly walked in the void. Sean looked at Sarah like this, and was slightly shocked. There was no way. At this time, Sarah was dragging a bloody arm and a bloody thigh in her hands, which looked extremely scary. Sean saw at a glance that they were the hands and feet of Helimus. The demons gathered around Sarah one by one. Only Lid and Ayi were a step slower. After all, in order to deal with Helimus, Ayi transformed into a dragon for the first time, and Lid finally released the restrictions and transformed into a giant beast in the sky, which made Sean's eyes tremble violently when he saw it. That body size, that domineering and strong posture. Even he felt a little surprised when he saw it. On the contrary, when Sean saw Ayi's dragon form for the first time, he was full of curiosity and surprise. Unexpectedly, this girl turned red after the dragon. It must be said that the blood-red dragon body really gave people a feeling of cruelty and ruthlessness. She had understood a little bit why this girl was regarded as one of the most brutal demons in the past. Feelings, not just the style of doing things. Or is it because this girl's dragon body is so brutal? Well, be careful in the future. Don't make her angry anymore. Xian couldn't help but feel a little scared in his heart. The demons who didn't know Xian's thoughts looked at Sarah, who was dragging his hands and feet. Some were angry. Some were disappointed. Sure enough, He still couldn't kill him? Xiao Funi's tone could not hide the disappointment. It seems that he is getting more and more proficient in using shadow destruction. Lid spoke in a deep voice. Just like before. A coward who only runs away when the situation is not good. Such a guy actually dares to call himself our brother. He is really shameless. Carmina's face was full of coldness. Humph. Milla seemed very angry too. But it was unclear whether she was angry at the other party's actions or at herself for not being able to kill the other party. Only Ai had a blank expression. This girl has been in a very bad mood since she saw Helimus use the dragon's breath. In her opinion, Helimus, a half-demon who is not presentable, chose to cultivate a dragon system, and cultivated a demon dragon. It was simply a provocation and insult to her. Thinking of the fact that the guy had been targeting her since the beginning, trying every means to replace her, and looking at her more than anyone else, Ai had the urge to pinch him to death on the spot. In such a situation, the opponent still used dragon's breath to fight the enemy. No wonder Ai couldn't help but directly transform into the real body of the dragon and evaporate it completely with a full-strength dragon's breath. You know, Ai's dragon's breath was once evaluated as a terrible force that could evaporate even the ocean. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the power of the dragon's breath she used is. If it was Ai's dragon's breath, it is estimated that even the sky beast incarnated by Lid would be in great pain after eating it. Thinking of this, Xian glanced at Lid, who had transformed into a small beast again, and looked at its hoof, which was slightly burnt but not in any serious condition, and was shocked again. She swallowed the dragon breath of a super-level existence that could break through all defenses, but was only burnt a little. It was terrible. No wonder all the demons had opponents thousands of years ago, and only this beast demon was rampant on the battlefield. Except for the 13 heroes. No one could stop her. Even the 13 heroes were unable to do anything to her in the end, and more than half of them were killed, according to the size she just showed. I am afraid that she was targeted by the magicians of the gods and humans on the battlefield thousands of years ago, and was attacked by concentrated fire. Right? But Xian believed that those magics, falling on the giant beast incarnated by Lid, could only tickle her. It is worthy of being regarded as the most dangerous demon like Melu, and the reputation is well deserved. However, compared to these things, Xian was more concerned about Helimus. There is no doubt that the guy escaped, relying on the extraordinary concealment ability of shadow destruction. The guy seemed to be evaporated on the spot by Ai's dragon breath. But in fact, he should have taken advantage of the mirage-like semi-solidity to hide his body and escaped. And looking at the way Sarah dragged him hand and foot, this demon supreme should have been on guard against Helimus's shadow destruction ability. When the sisters besieged Helimus, he had been watching closely by the side. It was not until Helimus was about to escape that the demon supreme suddenly attacked. Right? With Sarah's unique insight, even if she could not see through the use of shadow destruction, she could definitely see through Helimus's psychology during the battle, and then predict his next move, until he used shadow destruction to escape, and immediately took action to stop him. However, Helimus's shadow and form was ultimately superior, and after sacrificing a hand and a foot, he escaped successfully. This is the current situation that Xian could figure out. The demons naturally guessed this situation, so they were more angry than each other. Fortunately, Helimus was 1 foot taller, and as the most recognized brain in the entire Omnipotentinson, Sarah was directly 10 feet taller. I also expected the possibility that the guy would escape successfully, Sarah said lightly. So, long before the battle started, I borrowed the poison from Carmina, and it should be in his body now. Right? Sarah's words made the demon startled at first, and then happy. You poisoned him? Xian also flew over holding Lilith's hand, and was stunned when he heard Sarah's words. Sarah's answer was also very straightforward. In order to avoid accidents, I applied the poison on my hands during the first attack, pierced his abdomen directly, sent it into his body, and then removed one of his hands and 1 foot. Sarah's understated response made Xian's scalp tingle. Good guy. I'm so TM good guy. So, among the 6 demon sisters, the most terrifying one is not someone else, but this eldest sister? Perhaps. If we only compare strength, all the demons will not be inferior to Sarah at all, and they will only suffer more at night. However, the real scary thing about the moon demon is never her strength, but her perfect calculation. Xian has a little understanding. Perhaps, the demons can always suppress the gods and humans on the battlefield, and this demon supreme has made an indelible contribution. It is true that the demons have a natural advantage in strength, which is stronger than the gods and humans. But if they only have strength but don't know how to use it, they will suffer countless losses on the battlefield under the joint attack of the gods, who can perform all kinds of incredible miracles, and the humans, who are good at bursting out in desperate situations and adversity. Right? It is easy to imagine what the outcome would be if one relied on strength and rushed forward without thinking. But the demons have always been able to take advantage, suppressing the gods and humans. Who would believe that there was no smart think tank behind the scenes to fully exert the power of each demon and control all the movements on the battlefield? Therefore, Sheen has reason to believe that the glory of the demons in history is all because of this moon demon. Because of this demon supreme. Including after the death of the demon king. The demons were able to decisively surrender under the threat of the brave Mitra and the supreme god, and strive for the opportunity to survive. All of which were the results of the timely response of the demon supreme. Therefore, the demons will regard this elder sister as a leader and always obey her orders. Therefore, the most capable general around the demon king will be her, not others. This time, Helimus is destined to fail. Is it Kamina's poison? Xiao Funi frowned and asked her sister, "Can you threaten that guy?" No wonder Shafn asked that. Although Kamina's poison is terrible, it is naturally impossible to pose a fatal threat to beings of the same level. The evidence is that Helimus was also poisoned by Kamina in the previous battle, and finally successfully expelled the poison with magic, including Shafn. All the demons are a little worried that this time the poison will not threaten Helimus. In response, Kamina just sneered. "If the elder sister uses the poison I gave her, there is no need to worry. No one knows her poison better than her. If that guy can find it in the first time, there will be a chance. But the poison I gave to the elder sister is a latent poison specifically used to target magic. It will mix into the magic without the person noticing, and flow through the body with the magic, silently eroding the whole body, until it spreads all over the opponent's body, inside and out. And then it will explode with the loss of control of the magic." Kamina's explanation made Sheen and the demons look at her. "In other words?" Sheen blinked. Kamina snorted coldly and threw out a sentence. "In other words, this kind of poison must be prevented in advance by having enough observation skills. Or it must be discovered in advance to get rid of it. Once you are unaware of it, there is only one outcome. And Helimus may be good at escaping and hiding himself, but he is definitely not good at perception and observation. So, he is dead?" I said. Kamina came to this conclusion. Chapter 889, the end of the chase. Outside the capital, at the bottom of an unknown remote cliff. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared here. He flew silently from the horizon, and after appearing here, he immediately seemed to lose all his strength and fell down. Bang! With a dull sound of falling to the ground. The man fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Cough cough. He spit out mouthfuls of blood from his mouth, telling others that he had suffered multiple injuries. A closer look showed that this man did have extremely serious injuries. Not only did he have burns, scalds and wounds all over his body, he also lost a hand and a leg. Blood continued to flow from his body, gradually dyeing the ground under him red. Such a miserable state, such an embarrassment, made him growl with a nearly distorted face. "Bastard! Bastard! Bastard!" He used his only remaining hand to hit the ground hard, breaking it. "Why? Why is it always you? Why?" Helimus was furious. Originally, he had resentment and hatred for the 6 demon sisters that others could not understand. Just like brothers and sisters of the same family would generally be jealous of their brothers or sisters who were too outstanding, and even hate them. Helimus's situation was more complicated and intense than this. After all, it was not that he was not good enough, but just because he was born a little later than those so-called sisters, he became a half-finished product that was only half a demon. He could only look up to those sisters who were born to be detached and shine on the battlefield, and then come in and out of the demon king's side at will, proudly claiming to be her daughter. What was that feeling like? Perhaps only Helimus himself knew. That's why he hated the 6 demon sisters so much. Or he was extremely jealous of them. Now, he finally completed his plan and became a complete demon. But he was abused by those demons like this. How could Helimus not hate him? "If I was born before you, how could you be as glorious as you are now? If I was a complete demon from the beginning, how could you women be the top of the demon clan? I should be the successor of the demon king, the leader of the demon clan. Everything you have now should be mine. It's mine." Such thoughts have appeared in Helimus's mind countless times in the past days. Perhaps it is precisely because of such an unbalanced, unwilling, an unwilling mood that Helemus gradually became twisted, evil, and finally embarked on a road of no return. But no matter what, he is the greatest evil in the world, a sinner in the eyes of the world, and the enemy of all forces and omnipotence. And at this point, no matter whether he hates or resents, it is useless. Although they are both demons, there is no doubt that Helemus and the 6 demon sisters are rivals who will never stop fighting. Wait. I have become a complete demon, and sooner or later I will take back everything that belongs to me. After Helemus vented all the anger and frustration in his heart, he was like a ferocious beast hiding in the corner and licking his wounds silently, with a cold luster in his eyes. In his heart, all kinds of conspiracies and plans are making a living, preparing to come out and mess up the whole world. Next, what Helemus is going to do is very clear. First, heal the wound, find a way to regenerate the broken limbs, and then stay quiet for a while, and adapt to the complete demon body and the power obtained from Major. During this period of time, those guys will definitely be busy solving the chaos of the human world and the demon world, and have no time to care about me. As long as I have the ability of shadow and form, no one can find me. When I am ready, it will be my time for revenge. Helemus made such a plan with a cold and cruel face. Even though his original demon is estimated to be seriously injured for a while after this action, Helemus does not care. He knows that after this battle, whether it is the demon refining army and the demon larvae army in the original demon, or those apostles and messengers, they will be greatly reduced. Without these combat forces, it is undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to deal with the 3 major races, or to deal with the demons. But it doesn't matter. In Helemus's eyes, these so-called fighting forces are nothing more than chess pieces, and replacements can be found anywhere. Apostles and messengers are gone? Then just recruit them again. The army of demon refiners and the army of demon larvae are gone? Then just train them again. As long as Helemus is still there, the identity of the demon is there. And those ambitious guys who are dissatisfied with the comfort and status quo of the current era will definitely come to him and become his new props. And as long as he has the demon refining ritual in hand, he can continue to train both demon refiners and demon larvae. It's just a matter of time. As long as he is given time, everything can come back. No, I will have a better advantage next time than this time. After all, even if he was defeated so badly, he still became a complete demon. And this will not change. From now on, he doesn't need to worry about the instability of his power. He can display demon-level power anytime and anywhere. And with the ability to eradicate shadow and form, he can go anywhere in the world. The enemy is in the open, and I am in the dark. So there are plenty of ways to cause trouble. Let's heal the wound first. After the wound is healed, we can think about the development of power and combat power. Helemus struggled to support his body. If possible, we must find a way to bring back the experimental subject in the Demon King's barrier. She is still very useful. Even if something goes wrong, we can extract the power again and find a new experimental subject to match it. And my demon roar chain. Although I don't know what the damn hero did, it is the treasure left to me by the Demon King. Even for demons, it is an unquestionable treasure. If I had the protection of the demon roar chain just now, how could I become like this now? I must find a way to get it back. It doesn't matter what else. It's gone. Helemus quickly planned everything. Then, with a heart full of hatred, he made the most ruthless declaration in this deserted place. Whether you are a demon or a hero, I will make you pay the price. You will definitely have the most miserable ending. Definitely. Helemus made such a vow here. Immediately, Helemus was about to leave. But just as Helemus mobilized the magic power in his body and prepared to fly away, suddenly, with the flow of magic power, a sharp pain burst out from his body. Ah! The sudden pain made Helemus scream. Buzz! The magic power in his body was also completely out of control. Like ignited gasoline, burning uncontrollably from Helemus' body, and surging wildly in his body. Ah! Helemus only felt that the pain was getting stronger and stronger, and he was also in more and more pain. So he fell directly to the ground, howling and rolling wildly in the pool of blood he left behind. What's going on? What on earth is going on? What has been done to me? Helemus's cold face was covered with tears and dust. Looking extremely ugly and embarrassed, he tried to endure the severe pain, mobilize the magic power, and check his body. But the rampage of the magic power was getting worse and worse, and it was not under his control at all. He tried desperately to control the magic power. But not only did he fail, but every time he tried to contact the magic power, it was like he had suffered a more serious trauma, making himself more and more painful. Not long after, Helimus was horrified to find that his skin was festering and his organs were also failing. Seeing this, Helimus understood. Poison! It's poison! I was poisoned. This is a fact that can be confirmed. Who did this? Helimus could come to the conclusion without thinking hard. Damn poison demon! Helimus roared with resentment. Throughout the entire Omnipotence, only Kamina could create a toxin that could make the super-level demon so painful and so deadly. Helimus had no doubt that he was being plotted against by Kamina. Of course, Helimus had wronged Kamina. The one who really made him suffer from such a severe poison was not Kamina, but Sarah. Kamina was the creator of the toxin. But it might not be difficult to make others suffer from such a severe poison without being noticed. But it was impossible to be as thorough as Sarah. If it was Kamina who poisoned, Helimus would have noticed it long ago, even though he was on guard. After all, Kamina's methods were not as thorough as Sarah's. Even if he could poison, there was a risk of being exposed accidentally due to his actions. In simple terms, if Kamina had touched his body, Helimus would have checked his body at the first moment and discovered the poison in his body early. On the other hand, who would have thought that Sarah would borrow such a deadly poison from Kamina in advance? Even apply it on her hands, make a prediction before Helimus planned to escape, and send the poison into Helimus' body at the first strike? At least, Helimus could not have thought of it. In view of this, he was hit. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The increasingly intense pain tortured Helimus, making Helimus more and more frantic, furious and even terrified. Yes, it was terrified. The body's reaction told Helimus that he might be finished. The magic power cannot be mobilized. The strength cannot be exerted. And the only thing he can do is let the poison invade his whole body, gradually approaching death. This feeling almost drove Helimus crazy. No! I can't die! I can't die! Helimus roared in panic. I still want revenge on those demons. I still want revenge on that brave man. I will obey the will of the Demon King. Destroy the gods, and eliminate the human race. I want to lead the entire demon race to stand at the top of Omnipotence. This is Helimus's ultimate goal, or the biggest dream and ambition. Now, he has just taken the first step to realize his ambition. How can he die like this? There must be a way. There must be. Helimus can only desperately stir his brain. Unfortunately, you are destined to exit here. Chapter 890 come. Tell me. Unfortunately, you are destined to leave here. When such a voice came into Helimus's ears, Helimus trembled all over and raised his head with difficulty. His face had begun to rot, making his appearance hideous and terrifying. However, Helimus could still clearly see the person who appeared here. He was a graceful, gentle and elegant demon man. It was really not easy to find you. You are worthy of being the one with the strongest hidden system unique skills. Even the princess's colorless and tasteless is inferior to you in this regard. Father. The demon man looked at the rotten and hideous Helimus, and smiled and spoke to Helimus as if it was a normal greeting. The person who came was Donna's. Why are you here? Helimus endured the severe pain all over his body, and the uneasiness in his heart, and questioned Donna's. The man in front of him was obviously his son, his own flesh and blood. But Helimus seemed to be talking to an insignificant subordinate, and his attitude and tone were extremely strong. Donna's didn't care, because he had long been accustomed to it. And Helimus's questioning was also exchanged for his honest answer. I saw the whole process of my father's defeat. Donna's answered truthfully. I also guessed that after the defeat, my father would definitely retreat through this route, because there is a hidden passage leading to the demon world here. That's right. There is a secret passage leading to the demon world nearby. However, this passage, let alone the human race, there is no one in the demon race, including the 6 demon sisters. The reason is very simple. This passage was built by the original demon. There are only so many passages between the human world and the demon world, and they are firmly controlled by the demons. Both entry and exit require tokens and registration. In this case, if original demon does not have a special hidden passage, how can it do anything in the demon world and the human world? Although it is impossible for the demons to build a passage between the human world and the demon world, only the goddess of the gods, who are good at creating miracles, can do such a thing. And a large source of magic power can be used as a medium to stabilize the passage used for crossing the world. But in the past 1,000 years, the old demon faction original demon has successfully built 3 unknown hidden passages by means of shameful means, and some things that cannot be put on the table. 2 of these passages were lent by original demon to the rest of the old demon factions, with the purpose of helping the evil, causing trouble for the human and demons, creating chaos, and exchanging some benefits from those old demon factions. But there is another thing that has been concealed by the original demon for his own use, and therefore it is completely unknown to the public. Donna's guessed that after the operation failed, Hellemus would definitely come here and use this hidden passage to escape to the demon world. After all, the demon world is much wider than the human world, and the terrain is complex, making it difficult to search and find. As a demon clan, even the old demon clan is more familiar with the demon world than the human world. In addition, the base camp of the original demon is originally in the demon world. After Hellemus was defeated and fled, he would escape from the human world through this hidden passage known only to the top leaders of the original demon and return to the base camp of the demon world. It is easy to guess. If Sarah knew the existence of this passage, she would definitely set up an ambush here in advance, waiting for Hellemus to fall into the trap, or even take the opportunity to set a trap and find an opportunity to uproot the original demon. Unfortunately, Sarah did not know the existence of this passage, but as the Star Grand Apostle of the original demon, Donna's naturally knew the existence of this passage. In view of this, it is not surprising that he could find Hellemus. Hellemus did not pursue the matter any further. It was not that he did not want to pursue it, but his physical condition was getting worse and worse, leaving him no energy to pursue it any further. Although Hellemus was still vaguely uneasy about Donna's sudden appearance, at this moment, he could not say much, let alone do much. At the moment, Hellemus could only speak anxiously. Since you are here, that's great. Hurry up and find a way to save me. Hellemus regarded Donna's as the last straw. He did not know whether Donna's could save himself, but he had no other way except to ask Donna's for help. So, he gave such an order to his son without hesitation. Seeing this, Donna's changed his gentle and elegant manner just now and became serious. Okay, father. As he spoke, Donna's came to Hellemus quickly, stretched out a hand, and pressed it on Hellemus' chest. Then, puff! The next second, Donna's hand pierced through the flesh on Hellemus' chest, going deeper and deeper. Ah! The intense pain once again attacked Hellemus' mind, causing Hellemus' eyes to bulge and let out a shrill scream. The serious expression on Donna's face turned into a half-smile. I said, Father, do you have poor hearing and didn't hear what I just said? Donna said with a half-smile. I said, you will leave here. Didn't you hear it? As he spoke, Donna's hand was like a blade for Ling Chi. Slowly, bit by bit, slowly piercing Hellemus' chest, letting the blood stain Hellemus' chest and Donna's palm red. Donna's ignored Hellemus' screams and continued talking to himself. That's right. How could you look at me straight in the eye and listen to what I said? In your eyes, I am just an insignificant thing. I am your son. But I am not even as good as Sun and Moon. Right? Especially Sun S. Parion. He is your confidant. Moon and I are at best puppets dancing in your palm. You can pull us wherever you want. And you don't feel sorry even if they are broken. You have always been used to ignoring what I say, even at this critical moment. Donna's looked helpless, but his eyes revealed a hint of indifference. You. Hellemus could only wail, watching the murderous intent in Donna's eyes. The terrifying murderous intent made Donna's body stiffen. But then, Donna smiled again, as if he was relieved. You must want to kill me now. Right? If you could mobilize a little bit of magic power, and if you could squeeze out a bit of strength, you would definitely kill me here without hesitation. In terms of resentment and revenge, you are stronger than anyone else. Not to mention that I am like this, riding on your head and threatening your life. I should be thankful that the situation is better than I thought. And you were defeated by those demons very easily, and became what you are now. Otherwise, I would not dare to appear in front of you without asking the princess for help. Of course, I originally planned to release the demons from the Hall of Glory to deal with you after you successfully devoured Major. Donna's words made Hellemus, who was full of murderous intent, more and more uneasy. His brain, which had become dull due to the torture of the poison, also started to work at a high speed at this moment. So, Hellemus screamed like vomiting blood. So you planned to betray me a long time ago. No matter how slow Hellemus was, he had to realize this. In response, Donna's just smiled. Didn't you doubt that I would do this? Donna's smiled. But there was no smile in his eyes. He said, "No. You have doubts. But you don't care. After all, I am not a threat in your eyes. I am only level 10. The magic fighters around me are all just power. No unique skills. And they are not threatening at all. Even if I want to betray, you have enough confidence that I can't make any waves. Right? You even had the idea of sacrificing me on this day. After all, after this day, I will be completely useless to you." After these words, Helimus opened his eyes wide. Donna's speech made Helimus's uneasiness become real. "What do you mean?" Helimus could only speak in a cowardly voice. Donna's expression began to become neither happy nor sad. "It has come to this point. Do you still intend to hide it?" Donna said lightly, "Do you really think that I haven't discovered the origin of the birth of the demon dragon Magil?" As soon as the voice fell, Donna's hand that pierced Helimus' chest suddenly exerted force. "Ah!" Helimus screamed again. Donna's looked at Helimus like this, and cold emotions finally emerged in his eyes. The demon dragon Magil, a half-demon cultivated through the demon refining ritual, is called a half-body existence by you. The so-called 7th demon creation plan is to cultivate another half-demon with the same roots as you, and then complete your own demon body through the method of swallowing and fusion, so as to become a complete demon. But how should this half-demon be cultivated? Once, Sheen and Shaft also discussed this issue. Xiao Funi believes that the ultimate beneficiary of the so-called 7th demon creation plan is definitely Helimus. At least, she does not believe that the original demon can create a demon so easily. She also does not believe that by combining the flesh and blood power of demons and monsters with the demon refining ritual, a real demon can be cultivated. Therefore, including Xian, everyone who knows about the 7th demon believes that the creation of this 7th demon is possible because of Helimus. Xian even suspects whether Helimus may sacrifice part of his body and use it as the core of the 7th demon, so that an unfinished 7th demon can be created. And then the unfinished 7th demon can separate the demon larvae from the unfinished 7th demon, devour the sacrifices, and strengthen itself. When the demon larvae return to the main body and become part of the main body, the completion of the 7th demon will become higher and higher. Finally, when this half-demon named the 7th demon, who is actually the same as Helimus, is successfully cultivated, Helimus may be able to absorb it through the ritual, supplement his own incompleteness, and make himself the real 7th demon, and in Helimus's behavior of swallowing Major to make himself a complete demon. Sheen also confirmed that his idea was correct. Only Donna's knew that although the result was like this, in fact, Major's birth was more cruel and ruthless than Sheen imagined. With Helimus's character, how could he hurt himself and use part of his body to cultivate Major? That would also be a kind of harm to him. And even if the half-demon cultivated with part of his own body succeeds, it is possible that the cultivated one is a half-demon exactly like himself. And can a half-demon exactly like himself complete his demon body? No. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. What Helimus needs to complete is the half of the demon body that he doesn't have, not the half that he already has. If the half-demon born is exactly the same as himself and has the same physique, then even if he absorbs it, he cannot achieve the purpose of complementation. It will only superimpose his current physique, which is of no use at all. Helimus does not need a half-demon that is exactly the same as himself, but a half-demon that has his own flesh and blood, can be combined with himself, but can be cultivated into a different direction. So, what kind of existence can have its own flesh and blood, can be traced back to himself, and can be combined with himself, and can exist independently of himself and grow into another direction? The answer is simple. Your blood descendants. Your biological children. Such an existence may inherit your half-demon physique, and is related to you by blood. It can be combined through a ritual, and become the core material for you to cultivate Major. Therefore, a guy like you who is cold-blooded and hates the world will have children, and need an existence like me. Donna's emotions gradually got out of control. My dear father, can you please tell me how many children you have given birth to and sacrificed in order to cultivate Major in these 1,000 years? The young demons cultivated by the general demon refining ritual are not used as materials for Major. Only young demons with special demon factors can be used as materials. So where do those young demons with demon factors come from? In the ritual of cultivating young demons with demon factors. What did you throw into it, so that it could finally merge with Major to become a further half-demon? In the huge body of that demon dragon, with so much flesh and blood, how many of my brothers and sisters had to be sacrificed to form it? Come! Tell me. Chapter 891 I want to revive the Demon King. Donas is a very smart person. Moreover, he has been very smart since he was very young. He started to remember things almost at the same time as he was born. And the first scene he saw when he started to remember things was the scene of the man who claimed to be his father killing his mother with his own hands. As Donas grew up, he found that the man who claimed to be his father had done the same thing many times, because he needed a descendant who inherited his half-demon physique. But the other half of the blood of this descendant could not be the blood of a half-demon. This led to the fact that in order to get a descendant with excellent blood, the first thing this father did over the long years was to carefully select the hotbed of his descendants. Therefore, this father had many children, but the mothers of those children were not the same person. Naturally, due to different mothers, the descendants who inherited his half-demon blood were also different. Some were very excellent. Some had defects. Some inherited a stronger demon blood. Some only had a little demon physique. Rather than being half-demon, it is better to say that they are demons with a little half-demon blood. But no matter what, as long as they are the offspring of the father's bloodline and have a little half-demon physique, then this offspring is what the father needs. As for the father does not need it. So, the mother who gave birth to the father's offspring was naturally abandoned. Then, soon, those children will also be abandoned. However, they were not treated as useless garbage, but as stepping stones to achieve their own success, and became the victims of their father's ambitions. When Donas first began to suspect that his father would harm him, he was only 2 years old. At that time, Donas saw his father for the second time since he was born, and saw something that should not appear in his father's eyes. It was like evaluating the value of an item, thinking about how to use it, or simply destroying it. From that time on, Donas began to hide himself intentionally. First, he hid the fact that he had been able to remember things since birth, pretending to be innocent and ignorant. Then he hid his emotions, disguised his personality, and pretended to be indifferent to everything. As time went by, he hid and disguised himself more and more, which made his father despise him more and more, and finally ignored him, and only thought of Donas when he needed something. Thanks to this, Donas was able to quietly investigate in secret and finally discovered more and more secrets, including the reason for his birth, including Helimis's purpose. Of course, it also includes the fact that the so-called demon refining ceremony is not for the demons and monsters, but for the half-demon descendants like me who have my father's blood. Those demons and monsters are just auxiliary items to fill our materials, or in other words, accelerators, and are used as sacrifices to feed the monster called the demon dragon Magil. So, Donas, who got all the truth, resolutely decided to rebel. Rebellion against his father. Rebellion against his own destiny. This is the original will of the demon man named Donas. Fortunately, Magil's training has reached the final stage, and it doesn't matter whether there is more or less sacrifices like himself. In addition to Donas's extremely bad talent and potential, Helimis has no intention of using such waste as a sacrifice to feed his future half-body, so as to avoid problems with Magil's training progress and direction. Donas just became something that Helimis doesn't need. However, in order to prevent himself from being completely useless in the eyes of his father and being disposed of like his mother, Donas still showed his talent in biocreation magic. In view of this, Donas will become a person who will neither be abandoned nor valued, almost dispensable, tasteless, and a pity to abandon. He will become the great apostle of Star, which is all due to his own efforts at first glance. But Donas knows that his father does not value him at all, and even despises him, and has no intention of handing over the really important things to him. Helimis's attitude towards Donas is to use, and use again, until this day, when Major matured and Helimis' revenge on the world began. Donas lost his use. He would be thrown out and sent to contain Sheen, and Helimis had originally thought of letting him die and play the last bit of residual heat. Otherwise, knowing that Sheen possessed a transcendent power, why would Helimis send Donas, who could only play puppets, to hold him back? Helimis was just planning to let Donas use his life to hold Sheen back. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Donas was also waiting for this day. I have been waiting for the day when you will encounter a strong enemy like this and be defeated. I have been waiting for the day when you act in a high-profile manner and cannot focus on me, giving me an opportunity to take advantage of you. I have also been waiting for the day when you will be defeated and lie in front of me, allowing me to slaughter you. For this, I have planned a lot. Just as Donas said, Helimis is destined to leave today. Even if his plan succeeds and he becomes a complete demon, Donas will find an opportunity to break the seal of the Hall of Glory and release the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. If these beings, together with the hero, were to fight Hellemis together, then even if Hellemis became a complete demon, Daunus could be sure that he would lose. At that time, he would take advantage of the opportunity to attack. How could his chances of winning not be small? Facts have proved that fate is on my side. I want to lead you to defeat, to face an invincible opponent. And the 3 tribes talks are here, gathering all the beings that threaten you together. I want you to be defeated miserably, without the ability to resist, and can only let me slaughter you. As a result, you were poisoned by the poisonous demon and could not even exert a little strength. Otherwise, I would really have to ask the princess to help me. In the past, I have been thinking about how to make you take the initiative to face the existence of the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. Under such circumstances, the hero actually came to this world. Knowing that the hero was summoned again, I knew that my chance had finally come. It can be said that after knowing Sheen's identity, Daunus began to plan everything purposefully. He knew that once Sheen's identity was exposed, the 3 races would inevitably be in chaos and conflict. He also knew that the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons would not sit idly by and watch these chaos and conflicts occur. And there was a high possibility that the 3 race meeting 1,000 years ago would reappear. And once the 3 race meeting occurred, Hellemis would definitely not be able to resist taking action at this stage when Major was mature. So, Daunus had been planning when to expose Sheen's identity and lead the result to the point he hoped for. Yes, the exposure of Sheen's identity was also planned by Daunus. In the incident in the imperial capital, Moro was Daunus' partner. It was too easy for him to intervene a little and force Sheen to expose his identity. If it weren't for that brave man, I was going to use the identity of Mirage, the leader of the old demon faction, to release the evil god Lilith. Let the evil god Lilith wreak havoc in the human world, and attract the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons to take action. In other words, as early as when Sheen first met Daunus, he had already stepped into Daunus' chessboard. All Daunus did was to lead Hellemis to fight against the top of the gods and demons. In this way, he had the opportunity to attack Hellemis. Unfortunately, he himself was not sure whether the evil god Lilith alone could attract the arrival of the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, and whether he could lead Hellemis to fight against the strong enemy and eventually lose. Therefore, Sheen's appearance really gave him a big surprise. Now, the result of my plan finally appeared in front of me. Daunus smiled at Hellemis. You say, is it possible for you not to leave? Listening to Daunus' words and looking at the smile on Daunus' face, Hellemis' uneasiness finally turned into fear. It was like he had just met Daunus for the first time. He looked at Daunus with eyes that were no longer contemptuous or scornful as before, but full of fear, as if he was looking at a strange monster. Don't kill me! Hellemis could only beg for mercy in a panic under the torture of severe pain. Ha ha! Daunus couldn't help laughing, and his laugh was both melancholy and ironic. He said, so, you who are arrogant and self-centered, regard everything in the world as an object of revenge, and are so cruel and ruthless that you treat your children as sacrificial materials. Will you also beg for mercy from others? When I think of someone like you, it turns out that you are my father, the youngest son of the Demon King, and a half-demon who has lived for nearly 10,000 years. I feel ashamed for you. Even if a guy like you becomes a complete demon, he is still a person who can't be on the stage. A small person who has always been looked down upon by those demon sisters. Right? Saying this, Daunus' smile suddenly became weird. Don't worry, father. As your son, I will inherit everything from you. As the 7th demon, I will live with the dignity and glory that you don't have. Upon hearing this, Hellemis' heart trembled. Inherit everything from me? As the 7th demon? Shouldn't. Have you thought about it? Daunus looked at Hellemis with a gradually changing look in his eyes, and said, since you can devour Major, who is cultivated by the flesh and blood of your own children, and become a complete demon, then I, the child, can devour you, the father, and become a complete demon in turn. Is it also feasible? Don't forget, I also have the blood of a half-demon, devouring my father with the same roots to achieve the body of a demon. Don't you think it's reasonable? This is Daunus' ultimate goal. Rebellion? That is also his goal. But his final goal is to avenge this cold-blooded father and move towards the realm that everyone yearns for. This may be Daunus' greatest luck. After all, he was born at a really good time. He didn't need to spend countless years and energy to plan like Hellemis, and he could have ready-made results in front of him. There was only one thing he needed to do. That was to take this result away. After understanding all this, the fear in Helamis' heart finally broke out. But it was too late to be afraid and regret at this time. The last thing Helamis saw was Donna's opening his mouth and biting his throat. The most miserable scream so far resounded under this dark cliff. Outside the cliff, at the entrance, the dark-skinned girl full of exotic charm stayed here quietly. She turned her eyes and stared at the entrance of the cliff until a long time later, when she saw a figure slowly walking out. The main figure was naturally the girl's partner. However, compared with when he entered, this partner had changed greatly. There was blood hanging from the corner of his mouth that didn't seem to belong to him. His eyes became full of oppression. The atmosphere around him was no longer as weak as a scholar, like a gentle and elegant noble man, but like a king. Wherever he passed, the space seemed to be distorted. Seeing this, the girl understood. It seems that you succeeded. The girl smiled. Donna smiled back. Even though the atmosphere was different from before, and the feeling was completely different, the elegant manners were still engraved in his words and deeds, making him look like a prince with higher education and extremely good etiquette. Thank you, princess, for your support during this period. Donna's bowed to the girl seriously. I also have my own fun. The girl accepted Donna's gift with peace of mind. Although the other party has been reborn and is no longer the weak demon youth, she is also in the same realm as the other party. She is in a cooperative relationship with him, and is not his subordinate. Naturally, she is qualified to receive his gift. Your path to transcendence has been completed. What are you going to do next? The girl asked. In response, Donna's just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head, looked at the sky, and his eyes were shining with unprecedented brilliance. Donna's will naturally have plans for the next step. Becoming a demon is just my goal, but not my dream. Donna's said so. What is your dream? The girl continued to ask. Donna's replied softly. I want to know what the real truth of this world is. After making such an answer, Donna suddenly smiled. He laughed with rare excitement. It's time to execute the final plan. Donna's words were exchanged for the girl's doubts. What other plans do you have? The girl asked the third question in great confusion. And this time, Donna's answer made the girl's breath choke. Because I want to revive the Demon King. Donna's voice floated into the girl's ears and shook her heart. Donna's no longer paid attention to the girl, as if he wanted to see through the truth of this world. He looked at the sky and spoke slowly. Let me awaken the history of this world. The ancient war will be restarted at this moment. Under Donna's declaration, countless black shadows appeared around him. Looking at this scene, even the girl was shocked for a long time. Then, the girl sighed from the bottom of her heart. The real disaster is coming. Chapter 892 Returning Body. At the same time, in another remote place outside the capital, a demon girl appeared here quietly. She seemed to be walking aimlessly here, and she also seemed to be walking forward with a clear destination, looking quite casual and careless. Roar. Ah. From time to time, the monster-like roar suddenly appeared around the demon girl. The demon girl knew that it was not the cry of wild monsters. The human world now, even the wild monsters, have encountered terrible and powerful enemies. They are everywhere, and under the order of their creators. They are attacking every city in the human world, and even the demon world. Therefore, they are now wandering in every corner of the human world. Whether they encounter people or monsters, they will attack them equally and eliminate all enemies that appear in front of them. They may even kill each other. After all, the original intention of their birth was to kill each other and devour each other. Even if the demon refining ceremony was not held, this instinct of devouring each other would more or less remain in their bodies. Therefore, it can be said that there is a possibility of fighting in every corner of the human world now. It may be monsters and humans, or it may be monsters and demons, making any place in the entire human world a battlefield. The place where the demon girl is located is relatively remote, and there is no trace of demons and demon larvae. However, their figures are not far from this area. The demon girl thought about such things, but she did not stop. She didn't know where she was going. She only knew that as long as she didn't stop, she would be led to that power sooner or later. That was originally her power, or the power of her prototype. Under the guidance of the power of destiny, it was only a matter of time for her to reach where it was. This is also the fact. After the demon girl walked for an unknown amount of time and took aimless steps, she finally stopped. Probably because, not far in front of her, there was a figure lying down. It was a demon woman. She looked older than the demon girl. There were no obvious scars on her body. But she lay there as if she was dying, unable to move at all, like a dead body. If it weren't for the soft power of moonlight floating on her body, most people would think she was a dead body. Right? The vulture-like monster flying in the air keenly discovered the existence of the body, and swooped down several times, intending to feast on it. As a result, as soon as it touched the soft power of moonlight, it was immediately invaded by the extremely terrible low temperature, and it didn't even have the qualifications to freeze into ice. The structure of the whole body was directly destroyed and shattered on the spot. That power made everyone feel terrified. Only the demon girl, looking at that power, not only did not feel terrified, but felt friendly. Although, she didn't like that power very much. Just like that, the demon girl watched quietly for a while, then raised her steps, and came to the other party. It's really pitiful. The demon girl said, it's okay to be used as a prop by your master, but you were also attacked by the holy sword during the transformation into the demon king's barrier. If you hadn't escaped in time and escaped quickly when the princess's holy sword hit the barrier, you would probably have become a real corpse now. Right? Saying this, the demon girl sang a magic spell softly, letting a layer of light softer than moonlight sprinkle on the woman's body. Thanks to this, the woman seemed to recover a little. Her fingers trembled slightly. Her head moved slightly, turned her face, and opened a pair of eyes with difficulty. Are you awake? The demon girl smiled. You are? The girl paused for a long time before speaking in a very rough and hoarse voice. There was no alertness in her voice, as if her brain had not yet recovered. Her pupils were also dilated, as if her vision had not yet recovered and could not focus. As such, she naturally could not see the appearance of the demon girl, and could not see the face that was enough to move any demon. The demon girl responded slowly. I am Lycia. Do you understand what I mean? Lycia stated her identity lightly. Lycia? The woman's brain seemed to have crashed, and she did not react for a long time to what this name meant. Well, it seems that your situation is more serious than I thought. Lycia looked at the woman and said to herself, well, no wonder. Although that power has been integrated into your unique skill as an ice maiden, and has mutated into seemingly soft moonlight, it is actually an invisible ultra-low temperature that can skip the freezing process and destroy everything. But it is not a power that ordinary demons can use casually. The woman had gone through extremely harsh tests to finally get this power, and was not tortured to death by this power. In other words, this power is so terrible that even she can't fully control it, and can only use it reluctantly. In addition, she messed around this time, directly turning this power into Demon King Barrier to use, personally imprisoned so many strong men, and was resisted by so many strong men and attacked by Luo Shi's holy sword. Under such circumstances, it is a rare thing for her to save her life. It's a pity that she still won't live long. With his physical condition so bad, it was only a matter of time before the terrifying power in his body, which he could barely mobilize, ran away and destroyed him. The evidence is that even though I was on the verge of death, the ultra-low temperature that looked like moonlight still appeared on my body. This seems to be protecting my master, but it is just a sign of losing control. It can be said that even if Elymas came in person, he would make a blank conclusion when he saw such a woman. There is no hope. Just abandon her. That person will definitely make a quick judgment like this, and then directly add insult to injury, regardless of the woman's life or death. Forcibly squeeze out the power in her body, take it away, and let the woman be exposed in the wilderness. In this situation, unless a brave man comes and uses the holy sword to directly purify the power in her body that is restrained by her, there is no way to save her. Anyone else, even the moon demon Sarah or the goddess of fate Lilith, is also helpless in the face of this power that even the supreme god is afraid of. Fortunately, except for the brave man, I am the only person in the world who can save you. Lexia looked down at the woman and spoke lightly. In the past, the old demon clan original demon collected the magic power scattered between heaven and earth when the demon king passed away in order to revive the demon king, and used the magic of biological creation to give the magic power a body, so that the magical life that hosted the demon king's power was born. Unfortunately, the demon king cannot be resurrected, and even if the scattered magic power is collected, it will be useless. Perhaps they intend to grasp the strongest power called the demon king in the name of resurrecting the demon king? After all, even if you have the power of the demon king, as long as you are a magical life, you have to obey the orders of the creator. This is the original intention of Lexia's birth, And it is also the reason why it was born. Lexia also told Xian about this, and told him that this plan eventually failed. The power of the Demon King is the strongest power in the world that even the Supreme God cannot interfere with. Even magic is a concept created by the Demon King. That is, magic is a lower existence of the Demon King's power. How could such a low-level power succeed in controlling the strongest power? So, the old demon clan original demon created magic. And finally created a magical life that could flexibly use various magics. That was Lexia. But, in fact, there was one thing that Lexia did not tell Xian. Although I did not become the Demon King, and the Demon King did not successfully resurrect. As a magical life created with the Demon King as the prototype, and using the Demon King's magic as the medium, I, the Demon King body, can naturally control the Demon King's power. The old Demon Clan original demon thought I was a failure, and extracted the Demon King's magic from me, turning me into a being that can only use magic. After that, I was abandoned and frozen until I was found by the killer faction and used as a weapon. The power of the Demon King taken from me was used by them for new experiments. With the power of the Demon King in their hands, how could those guys from the old Demon Clan original demon not use it? Especially Helimus, who clearly understood that this power might be a trump card that could be used to deal with the demons. As a result, today, this power has indeed fulfilled its duties, imprisoning the demons and even the goddesses in the Hall of Glory, making it impossible for them to escape for a while. Helimus took the opportunity to complete the attack on the human world and the demon world, launching a unilateral terrorist attack on the human world and the demon world. I don't know how many lives they sacrificed to successfully integrate this magic power that even the Supreme God cannot interfere with, and can even destroy the world into an individual's body, so that she can barely use this power. I don't know how much pain and suffering this destructive power, which is even superior to the magic of the world itself, will bring to an experimental subject. To be honest, I don't really want to take back this power. But in order to stop those guys of the original demon from acting recklessly, and to prevent the existence of you and me from appearing again, let me take back this power. Lai Xiao reached out her hand to the destructive moonlight. Congratulations. You have survived successfully. After that, you can do what you want. Don't let others use you anymore. Chapter 893 The Ruined Battlefield. The night gradually deepened. When everything became calm, the capital city, which had been noisy for a whole day and turned into a battlefield, finally ushered in the end of the killing. After the Demon King barrier of the Hall of Glory was cut off by Luoshi, not only the 6 great demons, but also the tops, leaders, and strong men of other forces rushed out and joined the battlefield. Among them, there were the 3 goddesses, the goddess of justice, and the 3 goddesses of time and space. Except for the 6 great demons, who went to support Xian and besieged Helimus, the rest of them stayed in the capital. With the addition of these beings, there is no need to say what kind of situation will appear on the battlefield of the capital. It is conceivable what kind of end will come to those demons. Demon larvae, and even the apostles and messengers of the original demon after facing the strong men headed by the 3 goddesses, the goddess of justice, and the 3 goddesses of time and space. Even if the other strong men didn't need to join, as long as any one of those transcendent beings joined the battlefield, the outcome of the fight would be completely changed. To put it simply, any one of those transcendent beings was enough to annihilate the monster army that was rampaging in the capital by himself. Under such circumstances, the chaos in the capital naturally subsided very quickly. All the demons and demon larvae were surrounded and killed by the strong men, and not even a single fish escaped. They were all conquered. The apostles and messengers from the original demon also died or were injured, except for a very small number of them who were captured alive. The rest all fell in the capital and never left. This war, which was unilaterally initiated by the original demon and ended with the defeat of the original demon, ended just like that. But, how miserable. In the night wind, Xian stood at the highest point of the palace, looking at the capital shrouded in the night, and murmured. What Xian saw was no longer the prosperous and beautiful night view of the capital, but the dilapidated scene of the capital that had just ended the war. The streets that were usually neat and clean became bumpy and muddy. The buildings that were usually magnificent became dilapidated. There were bloodstains and corpses everywhere on the ground and walls. Even the walls of the capital seemed to have been flattened and became dilapidated. More than half of them had fallen to the ground and turned into rubble. The smell of blood and the residue of magic in the air had not completely disappeared. Warriors and magicians from various forces were cleaning up the battlefield, searching for survivors, treating the wounded, moving corpses, and even comforting the crying citizens of the capital who had survived the disaster, protecting them to safe areas, making the entire capital look like a ruin covered in smoke, full of scenes of distress. Fortunately, the capital now gathers elites from all forces in the world. And there are plenty of talents. Elf magicians appear in every corner of the capital, using their magic to take care of the battlefield and build safe shelters. The clergy of the temple also rush to every corner of the capital, doing their best to treat the disabled. The knights of various forces perform their tasks under the orders from above. In view of this, although the capital is now ruined, it does not make people feel miserable or uneasy. However, this does not mean that the matter is over. I don't know what happened to other places, Xian muttered. The capital is just one of the cities attacked by the original demon. Even though it was taken care of and welcomed the most terrible enemies and legions arranged by the original demon, the other cities and countries were also invaded by the original demon's army of demons and the legion of demon larvae. If it were normal times, with the strong and elites of various forces in charge, these enemies would naturally not be unstoppable. But this time, the leaders, strong and even elite troops of various forces all came to the capital together. It is chilling to think about how serious the threats to various forces, countries, and ethnic groups will be. At least, when Xian and the 6 demon sisters returned to the capital, the demons immediately rushed back to the demon world. The leaders and strong men of various forces also rushed to their hometowns at the fastest speed with the assistance of the goddess of the gods through various miracles, and joined the battle to invade their hometowns, including Havis, Capelin, Rocket, Tilly, Iris, Oz, Muffy, and others. They all returned to their respective forces with their own combat forces through the time and space shuttle channel established by the 3 goddesses of time and space. As a matter of course, the kingdom of Mitra dispatched reinforcements and sent Aridia and other guards knights and most of the kingdom knights to help them take down the culprits of this terrorist attack. Now, whether it is the human world or the demon world, the war is still going on. Only the god realm is said to have not been invaded so far and is still peaceful, as the most special world among the 3 worlds, thanks to the decision not to open it to the outside world in the past. The god realm was able to escape this disaster. Even the original demon could not easily open the passage to the god realm and invade the god realm, making the god realm the only world among the 3 worlds that could avoid becoming a battlefield. However, the human world and the demon world suddenly suffered this disaster, and the old demon factions such as the original demon that had been endangering the world all along showed their fangs and launched attacks. The god clan naturally joined this war without hesitation, and did not stay out of it. Lydas, Anima, and Najula personally opened the gate to the god realm, summoned the goddess army in the god realm, and ordered them to rush to the battlefield to support the various races and fight against the attacks and threats of the original demons. Therefore, the war in the capital was over. But the battlefields in other places were far from over. Xian wanted to take action, but found that under the current situation, he did not need to take action. With the return of the 6 great demons, the demon world did not need Xian's support at all. The divine world was safe and sound, and it could still spare manpower to send reinforcements. Although the human world was threatened everywhere, the strong men of various forces had returned with reinforcements from the gods and the kingdom, and it would not take long to quell the chaos. After all, the apostles who were quite threatening among the original demons had basically stayed in the capital, and the great apostles were dead, injured, and fled. Even the leader was in danger, and was likely to have died of poison. The only remaining threats were a group of legendary demon larvae, and less than legendary demon refiners. With the return of the strong men from various forces, and the reinforcements from the gods and the kingdom, it would not be too difficult to solve this level of threat. In view of this, the brave warrior Xian did not need to go to the battlefield. He was left behind by Anqi and Leah to guard the capital personally. Who can be sure that Elimus will not go crazy before his death, turn back to kill the capital, and drag everyone in the capital to be buried with him? The remnants of the old demon clan may also take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and commit harmful acts again. In order to be on the safe side, it became necessary for Xian to stay in the capital. Not only Xian, but even Lilith stayed here and did not go to other battlefields. The elves also accompanied them. The elf land has a barrier set up by the goddess Nadura herself, and the Tagore forest serves as a natural barrier. Even if those demons and demon larvae want to attack the elf land, they can't do it. Sophie, the queen of the elves, said so. Indeed, even if the demons and young demons want to attack the elves' homeland, They have to think about how to break through the barrier set by the goddess of nature, even if the barrier is not taken into account. There are countless monsters in the Tagore forest as natural guardians. Even if the irrational demons and young demons want to mess around, they will be attacked by the violent monsters. Therefore, nowadays, apart from the god realm, the safest place is the elves' homeland. Therefore, Sophie will take Leia and Nia, as well as the entire elf division, to continue to stay in the capital to help the capital rebuild order after the war. At the same time, she also set people to reinforce other forces together with the goddess of the gods and the knights of the kingdom. This is the current situation. She looked at the capital after the war, with heavy thoughts. Not long after, a figure came to Xian's side. Luo Shi stood quietly beside Xian, looking at the post-war capital with him, her eyes full of sadness that others could hardly detect. Xian came back to his senses and saw Luo Shi like this, and he held her hand almost reflexively. "Are you okay?" Xian asked softly. "It's okay." Luo Shi shook her head and replied without looking back. "The feeling of weakness has faded. Although I can't use my strength as I want, it won't hinder my actions. In order to liberate the strong men in the Hall of Glory and cut off the barrier of the Hall of Glory, Luo Shi finally used a power beyond her limit, which caused her to become too goddess-like and fall into a weak state. Now Luo Shi seems to have recovered a lot, so there is no need to worry. However, I'm not referring to your physical condition." Xian sighed. Luo Shi was silent. She knew what Xian was worried about. He was not worried about what was wrong with his body, but whether he would be too sad. After all, the capital is where you grew up, your hometown, and the place where those who love and protect you live. Right? Xian expressed the sadness in Luo Shi's heart. There is no need to ask how such a person like Luo Shi would feel when she sees the ruined capital after the war and the many dead and injured people. In response, Luo Shi spoke after a while of silence. "This is not the first time I have seen the capital become like this." Luo Shi whispered, 10 years ago, the capital was invaded by the killer faction on a large scale, and the important figures of various noble families were assassinated by the assassins of the old demon clan. This place once became like H.L. Hearing Luo Shi's words, Xian also fell silent. Chapter 894 The End of Peace. Xian has heard about the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago, from others countless times. It was during that incident that Laxia came to the human world and the capital, and as if destined, encountered the remains of the Demon King, and took the remains of the Demon King out of the palace, and turned it into Laxia. It was during that incident that Til's mother betrayed the kingdom and the Albion family, and was killed by Arya herself, which laid the groundwork for Til to leave the Albion family, and even the capital. Many noble families suffered heavy losses in that incident, either losing important descendants or even the head of the family being assassinated. At that time, the assassins also slaughtered recklessly on the streets, causing blood to flow in the capital. For Xian, this was just something he heard from others. As a bystander and outsider, he had almost no feelings about it. At most, he felt that the killer faction led by Beto could actually do such a thing, and he felt incredible about the old demon clan that had died tragically at his hands. Of course, now Xian already knows that in the incident that year, it was not only the killer faction that took action, but also the Ragna Empire behind the scenes. To be more precise, it should be said that the Lefolet family and the former imperial concubine Moro were behind the scenes. Coupled with the assistance of Thiel's mother, the killer faction was able to achieve such results in the end. After that battle, the old demon clan killer faction also suffered heavy losses, and completely fell from the throne of the top power among the old demon clan. From this, it can be seen how angry the kingdom was about this bloody incident that year. So it was so ruthless to kill the killer faction. Now, after a lapse of 10 years, the capital has once again ushered in a large-scale disaster. Luo Shi had witnessed these two disasters. Therefore, the princess was completely emotional. 10 years ago, I was only 7 years old. Although the royal family and the kingdom had high hopes for me, I didn't like to work hard with too many expectations. I just wanted to play happily and leisurely. Luo Shi made such a statement. It's what you would do. Xian couldn't help but speak out. Meaning, I already knew that you are a lazy princess. Do I need to emphasize it now? Luo Shi heard the meaning of Xian's words, and the sadness in her heart disappeared a lot, and she became angry. Don't interrupt. Luo Shi pinched Xian, and in Xian's painful expression, she snorted coldly and said, I want to tell you that it was because I saw the capital 10 years ago, and the bloody night, that I changed my mind, and worked hard to improve myself. Xian could hear the implication. In other words, you decided to work hard to protect the capital? Xian asked casually, while rubbing the place where he was pinched. Luoxi shook her head. It's not about protection. Luoxi whispered, I just don't want to see the capital like that time. As she said that, Luoxi looked forward again. The streets were full of blood. The ground was full of corpses. Some people cried because they lost their loved ones. Some people were happy because they survived the disaster. The knights ran around. The nobles were indignant. I was also very upset when I saw all this at that time. In this way, it is no wonder that Luoxi went against her original intention and made the decision to work hard. Perhaps, she would want to maintain her image as a perfect princess. And that time was an opportunity. It's just that. 10 years have passed. And the same thing happened again. And it was bloodier, more serious, and more terrible than that time. Luoxi couldn't help but hold Xian's hand back, and said with twinkling eyes, I really feel bad now. This is Luoxi's voice. And also the most real feeling in her heart. She didn't beat around the bush and said frankly that she felt bad. Because the person next to her is not someone else, but her partner for the rest of her life. Therefore, Luoxi doesn't need to hide her feelings, let alone show off. That's for others to see, not in front of Xian. I can understand. Xian also didn't act hypocritical, and said frankly, but this is not your fault. It's really not Luoxi's fault. It's Helimus who is wrong. It's the old demon clan who is wrong. Apart from that, everyone is a victim and innocent. I know. Luoxi bit her lip and said frankly from the bottom of her heart, so, I really hope that I am the one who defeated the hateful leader of original demon. Luoxi really felt angry and hateful towards Helimus. If time could be turned back, Luoxi would be willing to stay by Xian's side, fight Helimus with him, and leave Helimus with her own hands. But in that case, the barrier of the glory hall will not be so easy to break, and the top of each force will not be able to get out so quickly. If it becomes like this, the unnecessary sacrifice will increase a lot. Xian persuaded Luoxi, I don't think you should think so. This is also Xian's true feeling. If Luoxi hadn't broken into the capital, reached the glory hall directly, cut off the barrier of the glory hall, and released the top of each force, then this war would definitely not have ended so quickly. With the strength of Xian and Rosie alone, it would be easy to defeat Helimus. But the possibility of completely stopping him is very low. With the unique skill Shadow in form, Helimus could even successfully escape from the siege of the 6 demon sisters. How could Xian and Roxy keep him completely? In summary, Roxy was one of the biggest contributors in this incident, and there was no reason to regret it. I know. Roxy said this again, and the expression on her face could not be relieved. Seeing this, Xian's eyes turned slightly, and suddenly reached out and hugged Roxy. Ah! Roxy exclaimed, and then the sound stopped abruptly, and her eyes widened instantly. There was no other reason. While Xian decisively hugged the princess, he moved his head closer and occupied the girl's lips. Woo-woo. Roxy subconsciously struggled twice and made a whimpering sound. But this was not only useless, but also gave Xian an opportunity to pry open the teeth, capture the panicking little tongue tip, and taste it wantonly. So, Luoxi stopped struggling and fell into Xian's arms, without any strength in her body. It was not until a long time later that Xian let go of the lips of the princess. What are you doing all of a sudden? All the sadness and regret on Luoxi's face turned into shame and anger, and she stared at Xian with a red face. Xian was calm and composed. Who asked you to be sad and complaining here? Xian said confidently, I know you are very angry to see the king's capital become like this. But everyone is angry. What can be changed? Xian looked straight into Luoxi's eyes, and said it seriously. What happened happened. Even if no one wants to see it, there is nothing we can do. What the enemy wants to see is that we are angry because of this, and regret because of this. You want to blame yourself for not protecting this capital. But today, there are so many powerful people in the capital. Who stopped this? Did the most recognized goddess of fate do it? Did the moon demon, who is regarded as the supreme demon, do it? Which of the other transcendent beings successfully discovered the actions of the original demon? Even they didn't do it. But you think that the responsibility lies with you, because you didn't do it either. Do you think you are more powerful than those people? Xian's words left Luoxi speechless. Xian took advantage of the victory. What you should think about now is not to feel upset about what has happened, but to think about what to do next. Don't forget, it's not over yet. What will happen next is what we should think about. Hearing this, Luoshi was silent for a long time, then raised her head and took a deep breath. I know what to do. The regret and sadness in the eyes of Her Royal Highness the Princess disappeared, replaced by a calm and bright look. Xian nodded in satisfaction. However, just when the atmosphere between Xian and Luoshi became warm, a strange phenomenon occurred. Buzz! When an indescribable buzzing sound appeared in the atmosphere, causing the magnificent magic power to suddenly surge across the world like a wave. A voice reached everyone's ears. At this moment, I would like to announce it to all the intelligent life forms in Omnipotenton. This is a polite, gentle and elegant voice, as if it sounded in everyone's brain. This voice. Xian suddenly raised his head. It's that person. Luoshi also reacted immediately. In the royal capital, there were panicked voices and uncontrollable commotion everywhere. Obviously, everyone heard that voice. Everyone in Omnipotenton. In the growing commotion, the voice rang out clearly. Let me introduce myself. I am Donas, the son of the leader of the old demon clan Original Demon. I know that you are all in deep trouble because of my father's unreasonable and tyrannical behavior. But please listen to me carefully. The existence, who calls himself Donas, declared loudly. The old demon clan has always been committed to destroying the peace of the world, hoping to restore the world to its former state. But it has been proven that this is just an excuse found by some ambitious people in the old demon clan for their own convenience, including my father. His real purpose is to make himself a complete demon, to avenge the world, and to claim back the rights he lost from the demon clan. I can tell you that although I am his descendant, I have always strongly opposed such selfish behavior. I believe that the world needs peace, and we do need a peaceful environment. But can the world now be called peaceful? No. No. Such voices resounded throughout the world. The gods are high above, interfering with the future direction of the human race in the name of justice. It seems that they are just guiding, but they are actually manipulating this race behind the scenes. The demons respect the strong, and only a few are willing to abide by peace. Most of the demons are staring at the outside world, including the demons. For thousands of years, many of them still retain their brutal personalities and behaviors. There are constant disputes among the various forces of the human race, and there have been constant internal struggles for thousands of years. Wars between countries, disputes between families, conflicts, hatred, struggles for interests. These still exist in every corner of the world and have never stopped. The voices that resounded throughout the world began to become excited. We despise the evil deeds of the old demon faction, and we also despise the hypocritical peace of the current era, for the arrival of a truly peaceful world and a peaceful era. Today, on behalf of those who agree with my ideas, I declare to you all, this false peace will be broken by us. What we seek is a world where all races can coexist peacefully, without distinction between you and me. If you agree with our ideas, whether you are a human, a demon, or even a goddess of the gods, you are welcome to join us. What we have to do is very simple. It is to declare war on the existences that control this world and maintain this false peace. The 3 goddesses, the 6 demons, all are included. This is the horn of the beginning of the war. This is the howl of the end of peace. I am here to declare war on the whole world. This is the common intention of the reborn original demon, who has integrated like-minded friends from all races. For peace, the war has begun. Come and fight with us. Existence is standing at the top of the world. From this moment on, the world called Omnipotenton will usher in the largest scale of turmoil. It is a huge turmoil that may not even be comparable to the previous war between gods and demons. Xian understood this and realized the battle that he should really face may be coming. Chapter 895 Winter of War. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew, bringing with it a whistling sound. Snowflakes danced in the cold wind, rolling and falling. The earth was dyed a dazzling white by the snow falling from the sky. And at a glance, there was no end in sight. And in this season of snow, countless people wrapped in warm clothes, like refugees, walked in one direction, leaving rows of footprints on the snow. If you look closely, you will find that their goal is a city. A very magnificent and prosperous city. But it seems to have just been built, with a brand new feeling. Many knights in armor guarded the gates of this city, where they opened a line of defense. Even the walls were full of knights, which looked like a strict sense of vigilance, or a solemn atmosphere. People who don't know the scene may regard this city as a military fortress. However, this city is not a military fortress, but the capital of a country called the Kingdom of Mitra. At this time, the gates of the capital were wide open, welcoming refugees from all directions. Many people dressed as knights were still holding weapons, guarding around, and shouting at the refugees. People from the northern cities go to the north gate to register to enter the city. This is the east gate. Only people from the eastern cities are allowed to register to enter the city. No fees are required to enter the city. But those who do not cooperate with the registration will be expelled. Now is a special period. The capital does not accept people from other countries and other territories. People who do not belong to the cities around the capital. Please go to other territories with the knights who are preparing for the expedition. Everyone has to line up. Maintain order. Don't run around. It's dangerous. The knights warned the refugees like this. The refugees had no complaints, and they lined up obediently, looking at the capital with hope in their eyes. That was the look that only those who had survived a catastrophe and finally managed to save their lives would have. Unfortunately, not long after, an accident happened. The refiner appeared, with the shouts of the knights guarding the front line in one direction. The entire orderly outer city of the capital suddenly became full of panic. Monster! The monster appeared again! Help! Those refugees were like frightened birds. Just hearing the two words refiner, they immediately screamed in fear and prepared to flee. But when they were about to make the scene chaotic, the knights stopped them. Don't panic. Stand still. Don't panic. The knights immediately protected the refugees in the middle and stopped their panic loudly. At one of the defense lines, the sound of fighting began. Roar! Ah! I saw that many hideous monsters suddenly appeared from the other side of the snow, roaring and rushing towards this side. Stop them! The leader of the defense line drew the long sword worn at his waist, pointed forward, and gave a cold order. Oh, 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 oh! Countless knights immediately crossed the defense line and faced the monsters called refiner. Both sides immediately entered a state of fighting. It is more appropriate to say that it is a siege than a fight. The monster called refiner was about to rush through the defense line, kill and attack the capital, but was immediately surrounded by the knights one by one. The knights were like a well-trained army, and they seemed to know the habits of the demons very well, and were very used to fighting them. When they were about to come into contact with the demons, they quickly dispersed and formed multiple teams to surround the demons one by one. They surrounded and killed the demons in this way, never fighting alone, and exerted the advantages of numbers and wisdom to the extreme. Roar! Ale! The demons violently attacked the encirclement, waving their claws desperately, trying to kill the knights. But the knights easily resolved the offensive of the demons in an orderly advance and retreat, and quickly rushed forward when the demons' old strength was gone, and the new strength had not yet been born, shouting and attacking, leaving scars on the demons. The demons cried out in pain and roared, trying to fight back several times, but they returned empty-handed every time due to the knights' unrequited fighting style. Finally, the leader of the defense line issued a new instruction. Release. Following his order, the robed magicians guarding the defense line released the magic they had prepared without hesitation. In an instant, flames flew, lightning and thunder rushed, hurricanes rushed forward with snowflakes, and countless ice and snow formed. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the explosions, the demons were hit by the magic released by the magicians. Some were burned by the flames. Some were hit by lightning. Some were cut by hurricanes. And some were frozen by ice and snow. The knights who surrounded them had already retreated to a safe area quickly when the magic fluctuations came from the back. In this way, a small-scale monster siege was perfectly resolved by the knights of the royal capital. The refugees who were originally in panic and chaos saw this scene, and all looked stunned. Then, they became excited. So powerful. Is this the knights of the kingdom? Too strong. The decision to seek refuge in the capital was the right one. The refugees couldn't help but cheer, and some even cried for joy. The knights guarding the refugees also relaxed. However, the attack was not over yet. Gaw! Suddenly, a terrifying roar sounded and reached everyone's ears. Damn! It's the demon larva! The demon larva is coming! The knights' faces changed and they shouted. Then, in the snow in front, a huge monster rushed through the blizzard and caught everyone's eyes. A monster with dragon wings on its back, a centipede-like body, and a human upper body that can spit dragon breath at demon larva. For ordinary people, this is the worst opponent and the most feared enemy. It's over. We're done. The refugees who were just pleasantly surprised turned pale in an instant. For that nightmare figure, each of them could not forget it, because the city they lived in, their hometown, was destroyed by such a monster. If it was an ordinary demon, The knights of each city could still deal with it. But this terrible and powerful monster was simply impossible to resist and could easily destroy a city. That was also natural. It was a legendary monster. An absolute nightmare in the eyes of ordinary people. Not to mention a small city. Even in a big city, the appearance of such a monster is fatal. After all, there are only 3 legendary powerhouses in the entire Mitrok Kingdom. Among them, except for the strongest legendary adventurer affiliated with the Adventurers Guild who wandered around without a fixed place all day, the remaining 2 legendary powerhouses. One is the leader of the Guard Knights, and the head of the Elbian family. And the other is the Pope of the Temple. Both of them settled in the capital, and could not take care of other cities in the kingdom. Therefore, if such a monster appeared in a city, the average small city would be destroyed in minutes. Only some large cities, with relatively strong strength could rely on human lives and large-scale encirclement and suppression to successfully resist. But that was just a defense. The demon larvae were not ordinary legendary monsters. They could spit out dragon breath that destroyed all defenses. So that the city's barrier and the knight's defenses could only be destroyed by the dragon breath. They have the characteristics of semi-solidity. If special means, such as holy magic, are not used to purify and kill. Even if they are killed, they can recover quickly. Thanks to this, in this month, only 1 city in 100 survived in the hands of these monsters. In this way, how can it not make people terrified and desperate? Even the knights looked at the monster with a tense face, and their hands holding the weapons were purple. But they did not despair, because they knew that the existence that could deal with this monster would appear soon. Gaw! The young demon made a terrifying cry, and the flames in its mouth fluctuated, turning into a scorching breath, blasting towards the crowd in front. Before the dragon's breath arrived, a high temperature evaporated the snow, melting the snow on the snow instantly. However, just when this fatal dragon's breath was about to fall on the crowd and cause countless killings, a figure appeared silently. Clang! The bright stream of light was blooming. It was the light blooming from a sword. The visitor held a gorgeous long sword shining with golden light and appeared in front of the dragon's breath very abruptly. Then, facing the incoming dragon's breath, the man gently waved the sword in his hand. Puff! With a crisp sound like a torn silk, the scorching breath that could break everything was cut off by the sacred sword. The flames exploded like sparks, falling in the air, looking so dazzling. Gaw! The monster named Demon Young Body saw this scene and roared angrily. What greeted it was a slash. A slash that was brilliant and dazzling, sacred and bright, like the incarnation of the sword god. Puff! The golden slash cut the monster in the next second, cutting the monster in 2. The roar of the monster stopped abruptly, and then slowly fell down. The blood dyed the ground red. The monster did not get up again. The slash containing the sacred power seemed to completely destroy its structure and end its life, making it impossible for it to be resurrected as a semi-entity. And it became a dead soul under the sword. The existence holding the sacred sword glanced at the monster's body on the ground, and disappeared in a flash. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. The knights breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. One of the refugees could not help but ask the knight closest to him in an extremely excited voice. What happened just now? The refugee was already extremely excited. The knight looked at him like this, feeling both a smile and pride. Don't be surprised. This is the foundation of the capital. The knight said, the capital has the strongest knight of the human race, the strongest pope of the temple, and the legendary one. How could a mere demon larva threaten the capital? The legendary one? This sentence made many people's eyes light up, and they started to make a noise. Especially the refugee, who spoke excitedly. Could it be that the one who just took action was a brave man? This sentence was exchanged for the knight's affirmation. That's right. That's the hero. The hope of our race. Upon hearing this, the refugees cheered and cried with joy again. It's indeed a hero. The one that just killed a monster must be the legendary holy sword. Right? So strong. It killed that monster with one strike. If the hero was in our city would not have been destroyed. People couldn't help but make a noise. The knights looked at each other, and they couldn't hide the pride in their eyes. There was no way. The only hero in the entire omnipotent forest was here, and it was hard for them not to feel proud. You know, in the unprecedented disaster a month ago, the one who fought against the leader of the original demon and the terrible dragon he cultivated, repelled them, and finally joined forces with the demons of the demon clan to defeat the leader was their hero. As the hero's fiancée, the second princess of the kingdom. and the kingdom's treasure, who possessed the holy sword like the hero. She also rescued many powerful people in the Hall of Glory, and made great contributions in that battle. If it weren't for this brave couple, perhaps the capital would have fallen. The human race would have fallen. And the entire human world would have become a paradise for monsters. In view of this, many people have hope in their hearts. If it were the hero, he would definitely be able to end this sudden war and regain world peace. With such hope, the human race can persist in the current world in this month. From the hands of those monsters and demons, they have persisted until now. In this way, the knights began to clean up the battlefield and continued to guide refugees from various cities into the capital. They didn't realize that above the capital, the brave holding the holy sword was looking down at them. Regain world peace? The young man, wearing the court clothes of the nobility, had put the holy sword back into the scabbard at his waist, and he murmured like a swordsman who was either rich or noble. Then, he laughed at himself. It was really an inexplicable mission. The brave man who said this slowly raised his suspended height, rising to the sky bit by bit. As his position got higher and higher, his vision became wider and wider. And then, he could see the entire snowy land. Wherever his vision reached, there were fights and battles everywhere. Roar. Awe. Monsters roamed the land. Countless. There were knights who were escorting refugees to the capital and fighting fiercely with the monsters who found them. There were also monsters fighting and devouring each other, and finally becoming stronger and stronger. The world fell into a bloody fight. The doomsday scene was imprinted in the mind of the brave man. For a long time, it didn't dissipate. Chapter 896, The Month of Riots. 1 month ago, on the night when the Battle of the Capital ended, Donaz, the leader of the newly born original demon, declared war on the entire omnipotent forces on the grounds of pursuing true peace. At the beginning, his declaration of war did not attract much attention from the top leaders of the forces. There are two reasons. One is that the human world and the demon world were in dire straits at that time, and the battles in many places had not yet been declared over. Many people did not have the spare energy to pay attention to Donaz's declaration, and could only deal with the threats posed by the army of demon refiners and the army of demon larvae first. Another is that many people believe that after this great defeat, the old demon clan original demon has been severely damaged, and it is impossible for it to have the strength to launch such a large-scale attack. This is also the case. The former leader Helimus, who has become a complete demon, was buried under the poison. The great apostles and apostles of original demon were all killed, injured, and some were captured alive. The messengers of the original demon were also killed or wounded. In addition, the powerful people of various forces trapped in the Hall of Glory have already escaped and are organizing actions to resolve crises around the world, slaughtering the army of demon refiners and the legions of demon larvae, and rapidly reducing the combat power of the original demon. How could the original demon, which is so seriously injured, still have the strength to start a war? However, the people who thought so were soon shocked by the serious events that happened one after another. Almost at the same time as Donaz's declaration ended, one force after another immediately announced that they would join the camp of the new original demon and fight against the false peace. The first to make such an announcement was the orcs. To be precise, it should be said that it was the king of the orcs, who led the hybrid of the strongest tribe among the orcs, Yura. This orc king who had targeted Xian at the three-tribe meeting not only announced his joining of the new original demon camp at the fastest speed, but also suppressed the opposition forces in the orcs with thunder, captured the orc priests and several goddesses who came to rescue, integrated the entire orcs, and rebelled against the human race. Therefore, Iris, the blessing of the goddess of life and the saint of the orcs, and her orc priests lost contact that night. Following closely, Nat, the king of the dwarves, also officially announced his joining of the new original demon camp. In other words, the orcs and dwarves have joined the new original demon camp and have completely rebelled against the human race. Then, several countries in the human race also joined the new original demon camp. The human race was divided into two camps and became enemies. It is not only the human race that can announce its joining of the new original demon camp. Among the demons, the forces led by several top tribes came to the human world and immediately announced that they would join the camp of the new original demon. Even among the gods, some people went to the camp of the new original demon. Yes, there were also betrayers in the gods. And there were quite a few. They were all evil gods and demons, who were not welcomed in the gods. Not long after Donaz's declaration of war, they immediately came to the human world and betrayed the gods. The fact that the human race, the demon race, and even the gods had forces betrayed and joined the camp of the new original demon undoubtedly shocked the world. Even the three goddesses and the goddess of justice were furious and shocked, causing chaos in the entire gods. Just when people thought that this new original demon would be punished by the three goddesses and the six demons, a more serious situation came. When the demons who rebelled from the demon world came to the human world, they destroyed the passage between the human world and the demon world, completely isolating the human world and the demon world. The evil gods of the gods who rebelled from the gods also destroyed all the temples and the gates of the gods, isolating the gods from the human world. The six great demons and the demons were trapped in the demon world and could no longer come to the human world. Many goddesses of the gods were also directly trapped in the gods and could not even descend. The human race became isolated and helpless. However, at this time, the newborn original demon used new means. There were two armies. One was composed of magical life. The other was composed of undead and the dead. The magic life army and the undead army, which were comparable in number to the demon army that endangered the entire human world and the demon world, appeared on the land of the human world, and together with the demon army, attacked several major countries of the human race. Among them, there were the Ragna Empire and the magic power Larbai. In that battle, the Ragna Empire was defeated and had to abandon the imperial capital, move positions, and start a long offensive and defensive battle with the army of the new original demon. The magic power Larbai was directly destroyed, and its territory became a paradise for the army of the new original demon. The rest of the human countries also suffered a devastating blow, either destroyed or abandoning their territory and fleeing. Even the land of elves was invaded by the new original demon, and it was the leader Donnas who took action personally. Fortunately, at that time, the three goddesses who stayed in the human world and had not returned to the divine world, so they were not isolated in the divine world, reacted. Nadura went to the battle personally, together with the goddess of justice Artemis, and took Sophie and a group of elf magicians from the elf division through the time and space channel built by the goddess of time and space, and quickly arrived at Tagore Forest, stopping the new original demon. However, just when people thought that this battle would definitely be a victory for us, the newly born original demon actually survived. The leader Donnas showed amazing strength and severely injured the goddess of nature Nadura. The goddess of justice Artemis fought fiercely with Donnas, but was ambushed by the mysterious super-level strongman who controlled the death energy and was also severely injured. It was not until this time that the world was shocked to find that there were two demon-level super-level strongmen in the new original demon. So, Lidas, who was trying to rebuild the gate of the divine world and reconnect with the divine world, and Anima, who was planning to go to the territory of the orcs to rescue her blessing and priests, could not sit still. They turned to the Tagore Forest on the spot and successfully repelled Donnas and the mysterious death energy strongman before the fall of the elf town. After that battle, the threat of the new original demon became known to the world. Sheen had never expected that Donnas, who could only rely on the magic fighter to entangle with him, would suddenly transform into a super strong demon-level warrior. He originally thought that even if the new original demon had the help of the mysterious Great Spirit, it would be impossible to defeat the combination of Nadura and Artemis. Who would have thought that reality gave him a big slap in the face? At that time, he was also sitting in the capital to prevent the capital from being attacked, when he knew that Nadura and Artemis were defeated and wanted Lilith to help him sit in the capital and set off for the Elves' land. Lidas and Anima had already rushed over and repelled the new original demon. The Elves' land was successfully saved, but after that, it was also attacked by countless magical creatures and the army of the dead. Omnipotensen was completely in chaos, and peace no longer existed. Now, a month has passed, but the war has never stopped. The attack of the newly born original demon is gradually approaching the various forces in the human world. The kingdom of Mitra has become the only place in the entire human force, or in the entire human race, except for the Elfland, that has not been attacked by the newly born original demon. The newly born original demon seems to deliberately avoid the kingdom of Mitra, or deliberately contain Sheen, Roxy, Lilith and others in the kingdom, and prevent them from leaving. It has never allowed the army of magic life and undead to attack the territory of the kingdom. Only those uncontrolled demons and demon larvae are used as cannon fodder for containment, and continue to stay in the territory of the kingdom, constantly creating chaos in the territory of the kingdom. Now, the capital has been rebuilt and refugees from surrounding cities have been accommodated. Although Nadura has recovered from her injuries, she dare not leave the Elfland again, together with Artemis. She sits in the Elfland. Anima tried to go to the territory of the Beastmen several times, but was afraid of the threat of Donna's and the mysterious Great Spirit. Lita's, relying on her supreme strength and full of anger, ran rampant on the land of the human world, trying to find the base camp of the new original demon, Donna's and the mysterious Great Spirit, and even find the traitor of the gods. But she never got any results. There is no doubt that the newly born original demon, like the former original demon, has the means to avoid the prying eyes of the goddess of nature and the search of the goddess of fate. However, the former original demon was able to do this by relying on the shadow and form power of the Limus. It is unknown what it relies on to do this now. In this month, Sheen also wanted to leave the capital many times and attack the camp of the newly born original demon, but was persuaded by everyone. The reason is that the newly born original demon is like the former original demon, appearing and disappearing, and it is unknown when it will descend on the sky of the capital. Even if Luo Shi and Li Lizi stay in the capital, the other side also has two super strong demons. If they launch an offensive against the kingdom, the last position in the human world, except for the elf town, is likely to be destroyed. By then, it is conceivable what the human world will become. We have been trying to rebuild the gate to the god realm, and to get in touch with the demon realm. Nord, Violet and Shilty have traveled through time and space to the demon realm, although the timeline cannot be confirmed when traveling between different worlds, which makes it impossible for them to find the right time to come immediately. They have had experience before. This time, they should be able to contact the demon realm as soon as possible and build a time and space channel to the human world with the help of the demons. Before that, the kingdom, which is the last stronghold, must not be lost. This is the advice of Lita's, Anima and Nadura. Perhaps this is what Donna's wants to see. So the new original demon is hidden from the Mitrok kingdom? In this way, the new original demon showed an astonishing degree of threat, and through the prior arrangement and design, it caught the human race, the demon race, and the god race off guard. This war, when everyone was not optimistic about the opponent at the beginning, turned into a disaster that was enough to completely destroy the human world with the momentum of a raging wave. As Donna's had declared, the war had indeed begun. Peace had become a thing of the past. Chapter 897 The Returning Person. The capital, Bostut's house. Sheen went out quietly, dealt with the attacking demon larvae, and came back quietly without being discovered by anyone. At least, the knights and servants who were patrolling in the mansion and the garden did not notice that Sheen had just been out. Sheen returned to his room and prepared to leave the room as if nothing had happened. However, just as Sheen was about to leave, someone spoke quietly. "Welcome back, Master." The calm voice made Sheen's steps as he was about to leave the room freeze. Sheen slowly turned his head and looked at the corner of the room. And then he saw an extremely familiar figure. Black waist-length hair. Slender figure. Eyes as red as gemstones. Clean and neat made uniform. Surprisingly, it was Laxia. Laxia, who had left Bostut's house and was taken away by Lexia, returned here again. And, as always, she was elusive, without any signs or breath. "When were you here?" Although he had already gotten used to it, Sheen couldn't help but ask this question. And the elder sister's answer was also very powerful. "When the master needs me, I will be there," Laxia responded lightly. Sheen's mouth twitched. It was not the first day he knew Laxia, and he knew very well what this sentence meant. Because, according to the other party's theory, as long as she was a qualified maid, she would always be by the master's side, waiting for the master's call. In other words, you want to say, you have been here from the beginning, right? Yes. But when did this beginning mean? It was when the master was still sleeping. I didn't need you at that time. Did I? No. You did. Why do you say that? Because as soon as I was about to help you change clothes, wash and dress, you carried me to bed. Sheen had nothing to say. Well, it's not the first time anyway, so it doesn't matter, right? It is said that he once did this maid in front of him while sleeping. Although Sheen once doubted the truth of this matter, since he had the experience of doing a succubus in his sleep, he could no longer have any confidence in his moral integrity. Therefore, Sheen just wanted to know. I shouldn't have done anything too excessive this time. Indeed, I didn't. That's good. I just hope that the master can finish it quickly next time. Finish it quickly. Yes. Otherwise my mouth will be sore. Sister, can you explain clearly what you did to make your mouth feel sore? It shouldn't be the things that I imagined that cannot be told to outsiders. Xian opened his mouth and wanted to ask, but finally gave up decadently. He no longer had any hope for his integrity. The above is also the inner roar of an author whose update time is becoming more and more unstable. At that moment, Xian drooped his shoulders in frustration and walked out the door hesitantly. Laxia immediately followed step by step, with a calm face, as if nothing had happened. The master and servant walked out of the room together. Along the way, many passing knights and servants immediately stood in awe. Good morning, sister. Good day, Laxia-sama. Laxia-sama. Good morning, Sister Sama. Good morning. People greeted her excitedly and worshipfully. Good morning. Laxia nodded, her expression still cold. Xian, who was walking in front, just felt like crying. He is obviously the master here. Why didn't you greet me, but greeted my maid instead? What about me? What about me? You just ignored me like that? Sure enough, in front of the perfect head maid, no matter how strong the master is, he is destined to lose his dignity. Xian realized this. He, a brave man who is admired and worshipped by thousands of people, seems to have lost his status after Laxia's return. This is hacked. But there was no way. Compared with the head of the family, who often went out and fought against powerful enemies outside the capital, Laxia, who showed all kinds of powerful maid skills at home, undoubtedly had more opportunities to show off her skills in front of people. It seemed natural that she could become the recognized elder sister of the Bostut family. And Laxia's return did bring visible changes to the Bostut family. First of all, both the interior and exterior gardens of the mansion became as beautiful and tidy as a paradise. The work efficiency of maids, servants and even chefs has been significantly improved under Laxia's instructions and guidance. The family's meals have risen several levels. And even the knights' stomachs have been treated like 3 meals a day for the nobles. Even the criminals brought out of the underground prison of the palace were easily captured by Laxia. They only feared Xian. But they only have love and respect for Laxia. When Xian first learned about this, he felt extremely complicated. However, everyone was not only happy about Laxia's return, but Xian himself was also very happy. After all, even though she was often frightened, Laxia's ability was indeed impeccable and perfect. With her, Xian didn't need to worry too much about many things. Like this time, before Xian spoke, Laxia seemed to see through Xian's thoughts and began to report some news on her own. Today, the capital was attacked 4 times in total, all of which were small in scale, except for the last time when a demon larva appeared. The other 3 were easily blocked by the Kingdom Knights and successfully resolved. The refuge area opened by the palace has been officially completed. Now, the refugees have gradually moved there under the arrangement of the palace. Due to the sharp increase in the number of people and the difficulties in business operations caused by the war, the capital is now beginning to be short of supplies. The palace consultant, who is responsible for producing the medicinal materials needed for magic medicine, has begun to turn to producing food plants. Even the dragon army has been sent out to capture wild beasts or monsters in the wild to increase meat food. According to the current situation, the food problem in the capital should not appear immediately. Conservatively estimated, it should be able to maintain normal life for a whole year. Laxia reported to Xian some of the current situation and the latest news of the capital during the war. Xian didn't know where the maid got these news from. Anyway, Luoshi has reported several times that Laxia's news is faster than the kingdom's intelligence agency, which made her unable to help but propose the idea of taking Laxia away several times. Unfortunately, Her Royal Highness did not succeed. It was not because Xian rejected her, but because Laxia said it very calmly. The only person the young lady asked me to serve was the master. And the master is my current master. That's what happened. About a month ago, not long after the war officially began, Laxia returned to the Bostut family by herself. She brought a message to Xian. The young lady has officially transferred my ownership to the master. And from now on, the master is my only master. When Laxia said this, her expression was rarely as calm as before, but with a haze and sadness that was hard to believe would appear on her. She told Xian that Laxia disappeared after the battle of the capital, and no one knew where she went. Then, Laxia found that her ownership had been transferred by Laxia. That was not a verbal transfer, but a transfer of magical nature. Magical life has its master, and it is not allowed to resist the master's orders. This is the instinct and nature of magical life unless the ownership is transferred. Laxia's ownership was transferred to Xian after that. In other words, Lesha abandoned Lasha. What is that young lady doing now? Xian was puzzled. He also wanted to find Lixia. But Lixia seemed to be no longer in the capital. Or even in the kingdom. Xian had no way to leave the capital. As a result, the matter was left unresolved. Lixia also recovered the next day, as if she had not experienced any emotional changes at all, and did not care that her master had become Xian, and resumed her work at Boztat's house. Xian was not without worries about Lixia, but he did not know what to do, so he had no choice but to let it go. Thinking of this, Xian looked at Lixia with an inexplicable look in his eyes. "What's wrong, master?" Lixia also stopped reporting and looked back at Xian quietly. "No, nothing." Xian shook his head and said to himself, "I was just wondering if you were forcing yourself." In response to Xian's words, Lixia gave her response very calmly. "The master thought too much," Lixia said calmly, "although I don't know the intention of the young lady. I believe that the young lady must have her own ideas. This is not just trust, but also the fate determined by the connection and relationship between the two. She, Lixia, is actually her Lexia. She, Lexia, is actually her Lixia. The two have the same roots and origins, and are both the legacy of the Demon King and the body of the Demon King. This determines that the relationship between the two is definitely not as simple as the so-called master and servant. And it is not just as simple as the relationship between the creator and the magical life. I believe that sooner or later, I will see the young lady again," Lixia said so quietly. Xian stared at Lixia like this, and then smiled. "Even if she comes back, I may not transfer your ownership back to her. Right?" Xian didn't know whether he was serious or joking. In the final analysis, Lixia's master is him now. And this cannot be changed. If it was she now, Lixia would not be able to resist his orders even if she wanted to. This is magical life. But it doesn't matter. Lixia also stared at Xian. And for some reason, she said, "There is also a connection and relationship between you and us that cannot be explained as master and servant." At this time, Xian didn't know what this sentence meant. But he had a feeling. That is, the real truth may not be far away from him. Something will happen between him and this pair of twin sister-like master and servant. Chapter 898. Is this how you bully? Of course. In addition to the master and servants, Lixia and Lixia, Xian also has stories with many people. And the people who returned to the Boztat family were not only Lixia, but also another person Xian had been looking forward to for a long time. Xian stopped when he was about to enter the restaurant, thought about it, and turned to look at Lixia. Seeing this, Lixia immediately spoke up. "I will wake up Miss Lilith, and then notify Miss Vivian, Miss Tare, Miss Lumia and others to have breakfast. Please come to the restaurant on time in 30 minutes. With that, Lixia retreated very decisively, and disappeared without a trace not long after. Xian was stunned. I haven't said anything yet. Xian felt a very complicated feeling. The head maid at home is so capable that she can even see through the master's heart. What should I do? Should I be happy that someone can understand me? Or should I be sad that I can be seen through so easily? But if I think about it carefully, there seem to be, maybe quite a few people who can read my heart. Thinking of a goddess who has lost contact again and has no contact with her. And the most beautiful demon trapped in the demon world. Xian's eyes jumped, and he decisively skipped this topic. 30 minutes? Xian murmured, enough. After speaking, Xian turned in a direction, and went to the direction of the garden. Bastuta's house. Back garden. This is a garden with few people entering and leaving at ordinary times. Only people with higher status in the family such as Xian would enter and leave here. After Lixia's careful repair, the garden is no worse than the back garden in the palace. There are exquisite flower beds and vegetation like works of art everywhere, which looks quite pleasing to the eye. When Xian came here, there was only one figure here. She sat in the middle of the flower bed, holding the staff tightly in her hand, kneeling on the ground as if praying, closing her eyes, like an extremely devout believer. Butterflies fluttered around her. Fallen leaves also swung around her from time to time like dancing. She was like this, like a beautiful elf, closing her eyes as if praying, while letting the magic power rise and fall around her in an orderly manner. With Xian's perception, he could naturally find that with every rise and fall of the elf girl's magic power, her magic power would grow a little bit. The speed seemed very slow, but in fact, if others saw it, they would be shocked, because it was as if the world itself was helping her to increase her magic power. Under the prayer of the elf girl, the invisible air flow gradually flowed into the elf girl's body. Xian watched this scene quietly, and did not disturb the other party. However, the other party's perception seemed to be not bad, and soon discovered that someone had arrived. The elf girl's pointed ears moved, and then she slowly opened her eyes, as if she had just woken up from a dream. That scene also had an indescribable beauty. However, when the elf girl saw Xian, the beauty disappeared. Instead, she was shy, surprised, and embarrassed. Mr. Xian? The elf girl, of course, was Melika. When Melika saw Xian appear, she was surprised and delighted for a moment, and then stood up shyly and nervously. However, perhaps because she stood up too hard, Melika's figure couldn't help but tilt. Ah! The elf girl let out a slight cry of surprise and fell to the ground. Woo! Looking at the ground getting closer and closer, the elf girl subconsciously closed her eyes, nervously waiting for the coming pain. But in the end, what she waited for was not pain, but a warm embrace. I said, Melika, you are already at the limit level. Why are you still so nervous? Sean's funny and helpless voice came into Melika's ears. Melika quickly opened her eyes and saw Sean, who appeared in front of her and hugged her. Melika kept the posture of falling and fell into Sean's arms. Yes. Sorry. Melika was ready to get up in a panic, but was hit on the head by Sean. Say sorry again. Sean said unhappily. Didn't I tell you? Don't be so polite and distant to me. Hearing this, Melika subconsciously wanted to apologize again, and after reacting, she quickly covered her mouth, looking uneasy and embarrassed. I have to say, this girl is really cute. Xian couldn't help but bite the elf girl's cheek hard, causing her to scream again. Then her whole face turned red, and she was so shy that she buried her head in Xian's arms and never dared to raise her head again. Still so shy, Xian teased, we are almost an old couple. My little Melika, when will you get used to it? You can't get used to it. Melika shook her head hard in Xian's arms, and said aggrievedly, Mr. Xian bullies people? How did I bully you? Xian blinked his eyes, smiled with a bit of evil intentions, and said, Is this how you bully? As he said, Xian took Melika's pointed ears in his mouth. Ah! Woo! Don't bite your ears. As expected, Melika screamed again, and then the whole person seemed to lose strength and fell softly in Xian's arms. Her pointed ears quickly turned red and began to twitch, looking very attractive. As expected, this was little Melika's weakness. Xian smiled very evilly, since Melika returned from the God Realm to the Bostat family a month ago. This girl, like Tyr, has become Xian's little wife, who has been pampered countless times in the Bostat family. Unlike the bold and decisive Tyr, even though Melika has learned a lot and has been reborn in the God Realm, with the blessing of the goddess of nature, the aura of power left on her by Xian's blessing, the wreath affected by the power of the blessing of the Supreme God, and the understanding in the inner hall, she has broken through her potential limit in one fell swoop and reached the limit level of life. However, this elf girl is still so easily flustered and shy. Presumably, no one would believe that this soft and cute elf girl in front of her would be the blessing of the goddess of nature, the strongest person in the elves today, and a great magician of the limit level comparable to the Queen of Elves. Even Xian found it incredible at first. He never thought that Melika would break through to the extreme level and reach the top in one fell swoop with the opportunity he gave her. But it is precisely because Melika has reached such a level now that the goddess of nature Nadura will give Melika the highest level treasure staff. The staff of nature. Right? With this supreme staff and the strength of the extreme level. A month ago, during the battle of the royal capital, Melika single-handedly confronted the apostle of the original demon in front of the Bostat family, burned him to charcoal, and killed him on the spot. Her joining also improved the combat power of the Bostat family by an unknown number of levels, becoming the first force to successfully counterattack the army of the original demon. At that time, Xian was really surprised. Surprised that Melika could actually do such a thing. But, after a month of getting along, Xian already knew that Melika was still Melika. Even though she has become stronger, Melika still loves me, worships Tyr, and gets along with Lumia like a real sister. She obeys every arrangement of Vivian and continues to be herself, without any change due to the improvement of her strength. The only change is probably that this elf girl gets up early every day and practices in the back garden of Bostat's house. Right? The prayer just now was actually Melika practicing. That's what I said. Although I have reached the limit level, because of Mr. Xian, the wreath is still affecting the magic power of the world, allowing the magic power in the atmosphere to flow into my body, increasing the magic power in my body bit by bit. in order to avoid the phenomenon of losing control due to excessive growth of power like last time. Goddess Nadura has told me that I must find opportunities to refine my magic power every day. Only by perfectly controlling all the magic power in my body can I become a qualified magician, and exert all the power of being a limit-level magician. Melika told everyone this seriously, and explained her situation. That's why Sean knew that Melika was here, and came here to find her directly. Originally, Sean just wanted to talk to this girl. Talk to her heart, and exchange the feelings between husband and wife. But, for some reason, every time he saw this girl shy, Sean couldn't help teasing her. Just like now, Melika has been bullied to death. Woohoo! Don't continue? Okay, I won't bully you anymore. Sean let go of Melika's little ears, picked up the girl, and let her sit on his lap. Sean himself walked to the small pavilion in the garden, sat down, and teased the little girl in his arms. Poor Melika, even though she has been wantonly bullied by Sean for countless times, she still blushes and is very shy. After all, she is an elf. A pure elf. Chapter 899, taking back the initiative on the battlefield. After a fight, Xian's mood gradually calmed down. That's right. Before this, Xian's mood had never calmed down. The reason was nothing but the current war situation. Although Xian was not a hero who was concerned about the country and the people, he also hoped that the world would be peaceful and everyone would live in peace. For a month, Xian felt depressed after seeing the capital being attacked to the point of collapse, and the refugees who kept pouring into the capital and whose hometowns were destroyed. In addition, the passages to the demon world were all destroyed, and the connection with the demons was also cut off. Xian, who didn't know how Ai and Xia Funi were doing now, naturally couldn't be in a good mood. If it weren't for the fact that Ai and Xia Funi are both demons with strong strength. Even if the newborn original demon had any more conspiracies and put the demons in trouble, they would probably not be in any trouble. Xian should have been unable to sit still and asked the gods to help him find a way to let him go to the demon world with the three goddesses of time and space. Right? Every time this happened, Xian would be grateful. Fortunately, the people around me are either powerful or strong. In this period, only people with powerful positions and strong strength can have a relatively safe environment. Only at this time will Xian feel that it is not bad to know people who are big guys. On the contrary, before, people always thought that Xian had the support of the gods and demons behind him, that he had huge power and could not be offended. For Xian, there was no real feeling, and no feeling of pride. Of course, Xian was also fortunate that in this period, he still had many friends and lovers around him. The ordinary daily life with them also eased the fluctuations in Xian's heart to a certain extent, allowing him to calm down all the time. So, Xian looked at Melika in his arms, and spoke in a doting voice. Did I disturb your practice? Xian finally asked this question. No. Melika twisted her body uneasily in Xian's arms, and then blushed and whispered, it's just the training and refinement of magic power, and the training of improving the control of magic power. Generally speaking, as long as the magic power is not out of control, this training is not necessary. In my case, Goddess Najula asked me to do this every day just in case. After all, unlike others, Melika's magic power is improving every day, and it is still uncontrolled. In this case, in order to prevent the power from getting out of control, daily training is very necessary. However, Melika is no longer the same as before. As long as she takes the magic control seriously, she will be able to improve quickly. The evidence is that Melika has already learned the skill of magic manipulation, and has even upgraded it to the maximum level. In addition, Melika's chant and meditation skills have also reached the maximum level, and even magic fire and magic ice have reached the maximum level. And the skill bar is very gorgeous. Xian also discovered through the identification ability of external awareness of destiny that Melika has learned a skill called magic nature. Natural magic? Xian thought thoughtfully. He is not a novice in magic. Both celestial magic and granting magic have been improved to the extreme. In addition, during the period of study in the underground magic library of the palace, he still has some understanding of some famous and powerful magic systems. And natural magic is a very famous magic in omnipotence. It is said that it is a magic system created by the goddess of nature, Nadura, and it was created by imitating the power of her power. The goddess of nature taught this magic system to the elves, and it was regarded as a treasure by the elves. Only those who are recognized by the queen of the elves will be taught. The magic used by the elf queen herself is natural magic. And Leia and Nia, the two legendary magicians of the elf clan, also used natural magic. After Melika became Nadura's blessing, Nadura naturally taught her this kind of magic. Moreover, Melika also upgraded the skills of magic nature to the maximum level. The full level of natural magic is a realm that even Leia and Nia, the two legendary magicians of the elf clan, have not yet reached. In the current elf clan, in addition to Melika, only the elf queen Sophie has practiced natural magic to the maximum level. But the elf queen is still one step away from the limit level, and because of the curse, the unique skills cannot be used, and even the power of blessing cannot be exerted. On the other hand, Melika has reached the limit level, and it is said that the unique skills have also been awakened. With the blessing of the goddess of nature and the staff of nature taught by the Lord God, Xian has a feeling. This shy little girl is probably not inferior to Yulin and Hediadai in strength. Xian was very moved. Not to mention him. Even Vivian, Tyr, Lumia and others were surprised by the change of Melika. The ordinary Melika in the past has transformed into such a strong person in less than a few months. Who can not be surprised? Especially Tyr. I don't know if it was stimulated by Melika. She has been practicing very hard recently. Not only does she often catch Xian to practice with her, but she also leads the team to fight with the demons outside the city from time to time. Who let Tyr protect Melika in the past? And Melika has always admired Tyr? Melika is the same as Tyr. They are both concubines of Xian's dog man. Naturally, Tyr doesn't want to be compared with Melika. You know, among those who have confirmed their relationship with Xian, she is the weakest. Needless to say, Luo Shi, the battle in front of the Glory Hall has made the world know that she has inherited the power of the goddess of fate due to her unique skills. And her strength is comparable to that of a transcendent existence for a certain period of time. Not to mention AIE, a serious demon, whose name has long been the most famous in the world, is a natural transcendent dragon king. Melika is already at the extreme level, and her strength is not inferior to that of Yulin after she turned into a dragon. Then, among those who have confirmed their relationship with Xian, isn't she the weakest left? It is impossible for Tyr not to be stimulated by this fact. Fortunately, this girl doesn't know that. In fact, there is a succubus who has quietly taken the position behind the scenes. Otherwise, this girl will definitely explode on the spot. Of course, it is not quite accurate to say that she has taken the position. After all, the succubus never confirmed the relationship with Xian from the beginning to the end. She just had a few experiences of rolling in the sheets with Xian by mistake. She seemed to never care about this matter. She didn't want Xian to be responsible at all. She played as she wanted and lived as she wanted. Sometimes Xian even doubted her life. Are all the beauties now so free and easy? In other novels, aren't the heroines who are portrayed as beautiful as fairies more pure and traditional than each other? Once they are circled and crossed, they immediately identify each other? Why do I care less than I do? Is this considered that I slept with her? Or she slept with me? Xian almost had autism. However, this is also very much in the style of Shatn. When Xian thought about this, Melika seemed to have eased a lot of her mood and got used to Xian's intimate actions. Mr. Xian, did you go outside the city to defeat the demon larvae today? Melika asked quietly. Did you find out? Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes. Melika nodded and said in a low voice, after I received the blessing of the goddess Nadura, I was also favored by nature. The implication is that Melika's ability to sense nature has greatly improved. And then she also noticed Xian's departure. Xian did not hide it. If I don't take action, unless Rosie takes action, otherwise, even Arita will find it difficult to defeat the demon larvae. Right? Xian said so. The demon larvae have the characteristics of semi-solidity. In addition to Xian and Rosie who have holy swords and can purify them. Perhaps only great magicians, like Yule who have sacred magic, and can purify evil existence can deal with the demon larvae. Arita can defeat the demon larvae, and even crush them. But she can never defeat them. Therefore, demon larvae appear repeatedly. Not only because they have been cultivated in large numbers over the past 1,000 years under the control of the original demon, but also because almost no one can truly defeat them, and can only repel them. This will not effectively reduce the number of demon larvae, but may cause continuous depletion and loss of one's own combat power. In view of this, during this period of time, whenever Sean felt the unique evil and strange magic of demon larvae outside the capital, he would take action directly. Anyway, he can only stay in the capital now. If he doesn't take action, he will really have to live a decadent life of teasing girls at home while others fight to death. Melika doesn't know what Sean thinks. She just murmured with some worry. I don't know what happened to everyone in the Elfland. Her whisper was heard by Sean. What? Sean asked with a smile. Do you regret not staying in the Elfland with Her Majesty the Queen? When the Elfland suffered a major change, Sean didn't take action because he needed to stay in the capital. But Melika followed Sophie and others back to the Elfland to fight. But then, Melika returned to the capital. It was Goddess Nadura who asked me to come back. Melika said with some uneasiness. Goddess Nadura believes that the newly born original demon is wary of the Mitrak Kingdom, where Mr. Sheen is in charge. Before the real decisive battle comes, they will not attack the Mitrak Kingdom again. Instead, the Elfland may be attacked again. I need to be in the capital to take care of the elves at any time. In short, Nadura wants to ensure a way out, and even wants to keep some seeds of the elves. If the Elfland is really destroyed, and the elves are in trouble, then with Melika, the elves will still have hope. It must be said that the various actions of the newly born original demon in the past month have made the goddesses feel constrained. In terms of combat power, perhaps the grassroots combat power of the newly born original demon is better than their own. But the high-level combat power of their own side is firmly above the opponent. As a result, in the past month, the three tribes have been defeated 0-5 by the newborn original demon, which is not a shame, but a direct insult. Xian can feel that the goddesses are planning something to take back the initiative in this war. If they continue to be beaten passively, no matter how strong they are, they will be defeated. Chapter 900. If you are not reckless, you will know nothing. Regarding war, Xian does not understand, nor does he want to understand. As a person who has lived in peace in his previous life, this word is indeed too far away from him, even though it has indeed appeared now, and happened right under his nose. He is an outsider, and naturally has no right to comment on this war. Anyway, those goddesses must be good at this matter, so just leave it to them. After all, they have fought wars for tens of thousands of years. The three goddesses should not be forced into a desperate situation by a new original demon. Right? Although the record of his own camp in the past month did make Xian not know what to say. It was the result of being deliberately and unintentionally backstabbed by the new original demon, and it could not prove anything for the time being. Of course, compared with the three goddesses, Xian actually prefers to see Sarah come out to guide this war. According to Xian's own feeling, if Sarah was here, she shouldn't have been so calculated by the newborn original demon. Although the goddesses of the Protoss are good at performing various miracles and guiding the world to the right path, they are not suitable for such things as arranging troops. At least, that's what Xian thought. As far as he knows, in the past, when the Protoss and the demons were still at war, the one in charge of arranging troops on the Protoss side was not the three goddesses, but a military god who was in charge of war. Unfortunately, the military god was trapped in the god realm, and there is no news at all. The kingdom does have many talents who are good at military affairs, but they dare not go beyond the limit and give orders to the goddesses of the Protoss. In addition, the capital is in a state of chaos now, and the various intelligence on the current situation of various forces is still being sorted out. The military strategists still haven't been able to grasp the movements of the new original demons and make a better layout. This has led to the new original demons always taking action according to their pace, while this side can only passively fight. In this situation, even if the goddesses are not good at arranging troops, they should have a sense of crisis. It is natural that they want to take back the initiative in the war. Yesterday, Laxia also brought a piece of intelligence to Xian. The goddesses and the high-level officials of the kingdom seem to have some other plans for the territories of the orcs and dwarves. This shows that the gods should have successfully formulated some countermeasures with the high-level officials of the kingdom. Frankly speaking, Xian is looking forward to it, not to mention a one-time reversal. As long as he can stop guarding the capital and take the initiative to attack, he will be satisfied. He is not a person who likes to be beaten passively. Although the newly born original demons seemed to be afraid of something and did not attack the kingdom, but had been exterminating other human forces, Xian was not passively beaten. But he did not feel that it had nothing to do with him and stayed out of it. Apart from anything else, Xian couldn't just stand by and watch the defeat of the Ragna Empire. You know, the Ragna Empire has become the power behind Xian, and Xian has already secretly become the highest authority in the Ragna Empire. But others don't know it. Now, Havis and Capelin are still entangled with the new original demon, fighting and retreating. If Xian doesn't take action again, the Ragna Empire will probably follow the footsteps of Lullaby and be destroyed in one fell swoop. In addition, Iris and her orc priest group are currently missing. Not only Anima wants to save her, but Xian also wants to save her. For this reason, Xin has told Anqi, Leah, Luoxi and even the three goddesses several times that he can fight. Unfortunately, the battle in the elves' land made the gods and humans really afraid of the power of the new original demon. Everyone was thinking, could it be that the newborn original demon had expected Xian to go to battle? If so, it is not impossible that the other party set a trap for Xian. Considering this, everyone persuaded Xian, hoping that he could wait a little longer. Xian waited for a whole month. To be honest, I can't wait any longer. Xian talked to himself. He was not a character who would listen to others. Nor was he a person who was completely impulsive and absolutely rational. It was really good that Xian could endure until now for a month. If the gods and the kingdom could not find any countermeasures and take any actions, then Xian would not mind running away from home. He didn't want to hear about the incredible records created by the newborn original demon. And he didn't want to hear the sound of his own side hitting 0 to 5. If the gods and the kingdom really couldn't come up with any plan, then he could only go reckless. Although recklessness will definitely lead to losses. As the saying goes, great efforts lead to miracles. And if you don't act recklessly, you will know nothing. Recently, Xian has been thinking about such things, and he is getting more and more restless. Mr. Xian? Melika didn't know that Xian was thinking about such a terrible thing, but just looked at Xian, who was mumbling something, and called him carefully. It's okay. Xian came back to his senses, and did not tell Melika about his thoughts. He touched her little head and said, you don't have to worry about the elf country. With Najula and Artemis guarding there, it is impossible for the new original demon to make significant achievements. Last time, if it weren't for the mysterious big spirit taking the opportunity to sneak attack Artemis, it would not be so easy for them to seriously injure the goddess of justice. Even if Donna's and the mysterious big spirit join forces, and the two demons fight against the goddess of justice, with Najula's support, it will definitely be much more difficult for the new original demon to take over the elf land than last time. Therefore, the newly born original demon only targeted the elfland by sending out the army of magic life and undead to harass it constantly. And high-level combat forces such as Donna's have never taken action again. But this is also a bad thing for their side. The high-level members of the newly born original demon are elusive and their whereabouts are unknown, which is the most difficult thing. If Donna's and others appear, it will be a good thing for the gods and kingdoms who have been unable to find them. Xian is also waiting for them to appear. Okay, don't think about these complicated things. Xian changed the subject and said to Melika, let's go to breakfast first. Yeah. Melika nodded obediently. Bostut's house. Restaurant. When Xian and Melika came here, everyone seemed to have gathered under the call of Lasha. Good morning, everyone. Melika immediately greeted everyone in the restaurant. Everyone who was talking about something immediately followed the voice. Good morning, Xian. Melika. Vivian leaned the huge shield against the wall behind her and smiled gently at Xian and Melika. Is the morning practice over? Lumia trotted to Melika's side and asked in a low voice. Yes, it's over. Melika nodded softly, looking at Tyr who was sitting quietly in the corner, and said, did Tyr go out to defeat the demon this morning? Yes. Tyr wiped the sharp blade that was obviously stained with blood and nodded calmly. Obviously. This morning, in addition to Xian going out of the city to defeat the demon larvae, Tyr also went out early and went to defeat the demon as usual. This girl has really worked hard recently. Or rather, she has always worked hard. But she has worked harder in the past month. And her strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. The only pity is that, under the current circumstances, the duel between her and Aridia has been postponed indefinitely. And it is unknown when it can start. After all, under the current circumstances, there can't be any duel. Right? Although Tyr is sometimes very stubborn, she doesn't ignore the overall situation. That being said, this girl is working so hard now. Must it be to defeat Aridia? Xian is very satisfied with this. Originally, he didn't agree with Tyr to fight Aridia now. Even though Tyr has great potential and is the second most talented person after Rosie among the people she knows. It's too early for her to challenge Aridia now. Her ghost transformation is not complete. Her horns have not grown yet. And her level is too different from Aridia. If she fights Aridia reluctantly, the possibility of losing is not 100%. But it is 99%. In Xian's opinion, if Tyr wants to really beat Aridia, she must be promoted to the legendary level. It is too wishful to want to defeat Aridia, the former top master of the human race, before reaching the legendary level. Now, it is best for Tyr to work hard and improve his strength. This war may not be all bad. At least it can make people led by Tyr become stronger and grow up as soon as possible through continuous fighting. While thinking, Xian and Melika sat down. And as if she had calculated the time, Laxia walked in from outside holding the hand of the sleepy Lilith. Please enjoy breakfast. While Laxia sent Lilith to Xian's arms, she took out food from some fourth-dimensional pocket and placed plates of breakfast in front of everyone. Thank you. I'm starting. Thank you. Miss Laxia. Vivian. Lumia. Melika and Tyr each bowed to Laxia, thanked her, and enjoyed the breakfast in front of them. Come. Ah. Laxia also began to feed Lilith. She had looked at this scene and felt very warm. Even during the war, he still had such a peaceful daily life around him. But how long can this peaceful daily life last? While thinking, Xian secretly swore, this daily life, he will definitely keep it. Definitely. Chapter 901 Uninvited Visitors. After breakfast, everyone chatted in the restaurant for a while, and then dispersed on the spot and went to do their own things. Although everyone is eating breakfast here so leisurely. In fact, everyone has become very busy because of the war. For example, Riley, who is no longer here, has returned to Lazahad's house to help her father manage the Adventurers Guild, reformulate commissions for adventurers, and try her best to deal with the adventurer industry that has been in chaos due to the emergence of war, who made the outside of the capital now full of demons and demon larvae that may appear at any time. In this case, adventurers can't go out to perform tasks smoothly. However, there are places where adventurers are needed everywhere, like accepting refugees, guiding refugees, ensuring various supplies, ensuring the survival needs of the people in the capital, and going out to annihilate demons and even demon larvae when necessary. These tasks all require manpower. The kingdom will naturally not let go of the existing combat power and manpower in such a large organization as the adventurers. So the Lazahad family is now quite busy. Every day, they need to hand over various tasks to the palace, and then make commissions for the adventurers to complete. Vivian also goes to the Lazahad family every day to help the Lazahad family and the Adventurers Guild headquarters. Tyr takes the Knights of the Bostad family out every day to fight against the army of demons. Lumia's strength is not good, but she is also working hard in her own way. She either follows Vivian to the Adventurers Guild headquarters or goes out of the city with Tyr. Even her beloved sisters are asked to help Lasha take care of them. As for Melika, she is regarded as an important combat force by the goddesses of the gods. Together with Yulin, she forms an extreme two-person team. At the request of Litas and Anima, she flies out of the city every day to a relatively far place to annihilate the extremely threatening demon larvae. Although Melika's natural magic cannot annihilate the demon larvae, it has the ability to seal them deep in the earth, so that they will never see the light of day again. Yulin's dragon breath is extremely lethal to demon larvae, and can break through all defenses, even if they have semi-solid characteristics. Once a demon larvae is hit by Yulin's breath, it will definitely not leave even a piece of meat. It will be very difficult to transfer the damage and revive it by converting between virtual and real. The two of them work together, and they are both extreme-level strongmen. Whenever they encounter demon larvae in this month, they can definitely destroy the opponent. Therefore, in order to minimize the threat of the irresistible demon larvae to the cities and people in the kingdom, the two have become the fighting force that the gods and the kingdom value very much. They have privileges comparable to Aridia and can act freely. Once they find that there are human betrayers in the kingdom, no matter how high the other party's status is, they can kill them first and report later. If they were not both of Xian's people, the kingdom would even want to give them titles. On the contrary, Xian and Lilith, two transcendental combat forces, had nothing to do. Their only mission was to guard the capital and use the capital's strongest combat force to deter the newly born original demon force. This led to the fact that the two of them were the idlest people in the entire capital unless there were special circumstances. Xian was fine, and he would go out of the city from time to kill the incoming demon larvae. Lilith was completely idle, like an innocent child, either eating, sleeping, or sticking to Xian or Laxia. Not like a transcendental existence at all. After handing Lilith over to Laxia, Xian also became idle. Of course, he was not without a place to go. Let's go to the palace. Xian made such a decision very straightforwardly, and with a flash, he moved away instantly. This Xian didn't know that outside Bostad's house, a black shadow emerged from the ground like black smoke. Is this the pigsty where the evil god Lilith is kept? The visitor looked in the direction of Bostad's house, and his whisper revealed full of malice. Then, the black smoke-like existence floated into Boztut's house. The destination was Lilith's room. At the same time, in Lilith's room, Laxia was coaxing Lilith to sleep. Lilith always looked sleepy, as if she never got enough sleep, which made Xian couldn't help but complain a while ago that she must have learned bad things from AI. However, when Lilith was about to fall asleep, she suddenly opened her eyes. Miss Lilith? Laxia was slightly startled. At this moment, a creepy malice attacked from behind Laxia. Ah! I was indeed kept in captivity by humans. It was a very embarrassing thing. Some vicious voices came from behind Laxia, making Laxia turn her head and look behind her. The next second, Laxia found that a cloud of black smoke appeared in the room at some point. The black smoke was in the shape of a human, but only had a human outline, without human skin, flesh and facial features, like a constantly burning shadow. The malice on its body seemed to be materialized, pouring out continuously. It gave people a feeling of being weird and evil. Facing this material malice, Laxia felt as if she was attacked by invisible pressure and almost couldn't breathe. But the next moment, the pressure disappeared again, because Lilith flashed in front of Laxia and blocked the malicious intent that was coming towards her. The little girl tilted her head and looked at the malicious black shadow with a curious look. She did not attack this sudden existence. The reason was that the malice in the other party made Lilith feel kind. As the goddess of evil and chaos, Lilith would not be disgusted by the malice of others, but would be interested in it. That performance softened the vicious tone of the shadow. It seems that even if it is kept in captivity, the evil god is still the evil god. The shadow said admiringly, "It is not without reason that you can be called the strongest among us." Lilith may not understand this sentence, but Laxia, who has recovered her breath, will understand it. Among us? Laxia's eyes condensed, looked at the shadow, and said, "Are you the evil god?" As soon as these words came out, Laxia immediately trembled all over. The shadow turned his eyes and met Laxia's eyes, and then brought Laxia a nearly suffocating sense of oppression. At this moment, Laxia understood instinctively. The other party had murderous intentions towards her, just because she spoke. Yes, the other party wanted to kill her just because Laxia said something. Perhaps, in the eyes of the other party, Laxia did not exist from beginning to end. Now that she was suddenly questioned by Laxia, the other party immediately felt unhappy and displeased. And just now she had murderous intentions towards Laxia, just because she was in a bad mood. She wanted to kill someone. The other party exists like this. Fortunately, thank Lilith for standing in front of you, woman. Otherwise, you would be dead now? The black shadow laughed and uttered malicious words, then paused and said, "If you look closely, you women are a little familiar, like the existence that once frightened me." At this point, the black shadow spoke with interest. I said, "You are not the body of the demon king, right?" Hearing this, Laxia fell silent, but the black shadow laughed happily. "So you are on the side of the hero. It seems that I can bring good news back to that man." "No, you just go with Lilith. Go with me." The black shadow actually said such a thing. "Go with you." Laxia's eyes wavered. She understood. The existence in front of her that looked like an evil god was coming for herself and Lilith. Its original purpose was only Lilith. Until it saw herself, it also included herself. If Lilith had not been standing in front of it, it might have already taken action. Right? After all, the other party gave Laxia the feeling that he was not a person who could reason, or even a person who could talk. This was indeed the case. After the black shadow made this unilateral declaration, it turned to Lilith again. It stretched out its hand to Lilith. "Okay, follow me, Lilith." The black shadow said, "You should be on our side. As the strongest evil god, the leader of our evil gods, you should not be kept in captivity by the brave and stand on the side of the gods and humans." As he spoke, the shadow floated forward and took a step closer to Lilith and Laxia. "Think about it, Lilith. Evil gods like us have been disliked by our own kind since ancient times. They regard us as beings that should not exist, and we are rejected and resisted by us. For example, you were suppressed and sealed at birth, just because you turned a continent into H.L. and a breeding ground for evil. This is obviously nothing, right? We are evil gods. We should spread evil and ravage the world. Isn't this the meaning of our existence? What we pursue is chaos. What we pursue is despair. We should not be in the same camp as those goddesses, but must be hostile to each other. For this reason, I and my companions will leave the God realm and the God clan. Because we are tired of being constrained and regarded as things that should not exist. The Shadow's words gradually became fanatical. You are the strongest evil god, born with the mission of turning the world into HL. We have also been looking forward to the existence of you, who can lead us to ravage the world together. Let us tell those goddesses that evil is the essence of this world. As the voice fell, the black shadow also came in front of Lilith. Its hand wrapped in black smoke has been stretched out and placed on Lilith's shoulder. Lilith did not react to this. She just looked at the black shadow quietly. And after a long time, she tilted her head. A big question mark was printed on her forehead. She did not understand the black shadow's extremely passionate and fanatical words at all. The black shadow froze instantly. Chapter 902, I will come back again. Looking at Lilith's puzzled face. How could the black shadow not know that the other party would not listen to him at all? Even if he spoke passionately, the other party seemed to not understand. TSK. The black shadow immediately clicked his tongue. It is indeed an evil god with a problem in the brain. No wonder he was kept in captivity by humans. The black shadow's voice suddenly became very irritable. And the malice fluctuating in his body also became stronger. Fortunately, Laxia has become somewhat accustomed to the malice revealed by the other party. It seems that you can't take us away. Laxia said this calmly. The black shadow immediately turned to Laxia again, and rushed over with murderous intent like a tsunami. Unfortunately, this time, Laxia was prepared and was not affected. After all, although Laxia is a magical life without any fighting power, she is the body of the devil after all. The black shadow may be able to kill Laxia easily, but it will definitely not affect Laxia's state of mind. After all, what kind of existence has Laxia not seen? Therefore, Laxia just looked at the black shadow quietly. Even if the tsunami-like murderous aura enveloped her, as if she would be killed in the next second, she still remained calm. On the other hand, the black shadow felt a terrifying evil aura enveloped him after releasing the murderous aura. It paused slightly, and then saw that the curiosity and doubts on Lilith's face disappeared, and her eyes were fixed on him. That appearance, it looked harmless. But only the black shadow knew how dangerous he was now. The shadow felt that although Lilith didn't know what was going on, she had an instinctive sense of closeness to him. But if he dared to attack Laxia, he would be wiped out in the next second. This little goddess is an evil god after all. It's normal for her to smile innocently in the last second and then attack in the next second, causing the person in front of her to be wiped out. Ah! So troublesome. So troublesome. The shadow could only become more and more irritated, and its black smoke-like body began to fluctuate violently, telling others how bad its mood was. I really want to take these two guys away and teach them a lesson. But there is no way. Even I can't beat Lilith. It's so annoying. So annoying. The shadow started to mutter like a broken puppet. And it suddenly felt very uncomfortable, as if it was not mentally normal, which made people shudder. Laxia hugged Lilith and took several steps back, moving away from her. But she didn't leave directly. It wasn't that Laxia didn't want to leave, but if she left directly, it would be hard to guarantee that the other party would not do something irrational. Since the other party is an evil god, it is very likely that he has very troublesome powers. Death, plague, misfortune, pain, fear, and despair are all areas controlled by evil gods and demons. If the other party's power happens to be the power in the fields of death and plague, then let alone Lilith and myself who is protected by Lilith, this mansion and even the entire capital may be in trouble, apart from anything else. Once the other party spreads death and plague here, if the capital does not react in time, the end will be very ugly. Considering this, Laxia did not want to provoke the other party. Or in other words, Miss Lilith. Laxia pulled Lilith's little hand, as if she wanted to express something. Lilith understood. Lilith did not understand what the evil god of the shadow was saying. However, Lilith could understand what her second favorite sister Laxia in the world wanted her to do. Laxia's meaning was very simple. That is, to wipe out this sudden intruder. Boom! Then, a darkness like the abyss surged on Lilith's body. That was evil energy. Boundless evil energy. The evil energy penetrated the space almost instantly, and quickly wrapped up the evil god of black shadow like a black cocoon. Pa! 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 Then, the evil energy condensed crazily, like a substantial pressure, crushing the evil god of black shadow's bones all over his body, as if they were cracking and creaking. Ah! The evil god of black shadow could no longer continue to be crazy, but screamed. In addition to the scream, There was a trace of joy in its voice. It hurts. It hurts. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I haven't felt such pain for a long time. The other party was actually happy about the pain he was feeling. For thousands of years, since the end of the war, I have never been able to feel such pain again, which made me despair of this world. Now, finally, I feel this pain again. Ah! Thank you for such a wonderful experience in life. The black shadow cheered like ecstasy, completely ignoring his body being crushed by the vortex of evil energy. Laxia looked at this scene, and her eyes fluctuated again. Such a strange evil god. Even for her, that was the first time she heard of it. And when Laxia tried to figure out the other party's identity, the other party's voice stopped abruptly. It just looked deeply at Lilith and Laxia, and then laughed. I will come back again. After the words fell. Puff! With a crushing sound, the black shadow exploded like a crushed tumor under the pressure of the vortex-like evil spirit. However, in the exploded black shadow, what appeared was not flesh and blood, but magic power that spread in the air like black smoke. Lilith blinked her eyes, seeming a little confused. What's wrong? Laxia turned her eyes and looked at Lilith, asking. Lilith looked at Laxia with a puzzled look. Laxia immediately saw what Lilith wanted to say from her eyes. Something wrong with the hand? Understanding what Lilith meant, Laxia frowned. She didn't know what this so-called wrong hand felt like. But, if nothing unexpected happened, the other party might not be dead. Recalling the last words left by the other party, Laxia was more than 90% confident that it was certain. The other party will definitely come again. At the same time, she'd also arrived at his destination. The palace. Compared with the previous time, the palace seemed to have been renovated in many places. The Battle of the Capital a month ago not only almost destroyed the capital, but also damaged the palace. As the most representative place in the capital, and undoubtedly the most important place in the entire kingdom, the palace inevitably became the focus of attention of the original demon in the Battle of the Capital a month ago, and was attacked by several apostles and demon larvae. If it weren't for the numerous barriers and magic spells arranged in the palace, which had some obstructive effect, perhaps it would have been completely reduced to ruins and had to be rebuilt. Compared with the palace, the temple next to it was not so lucky. As the oldest old demon faction, the original demon under the rule of Elymas's disgust and even hostility towards the clergy can be imagined. In addition, the original demon at that time wanted to find a way to the god realm and launched an attack on the god realm. The extent of the attack on the temple was even greater than that on the palace. Thanks to this, the damage to the temple was already serious enough a month ago, when the evil gods and demons of the gods rebelled and descended into the human world through temples all over the world. They destroyed all the temples used as the gates to the god realm, resulting in no temples being preserved intact in the human world today. Without the temple, the gate to the god realm cannot be opened. Unfortunately, if you want to rebuild a temple that has the function of connecting to the god realm and has the effects and concepts of magic rituals, it is not as simple as repairing the building. It is not so easy to prepare the special materials, magic metals, magic crystals, etc. required to build the temple. In particular, some of the materials are unique to the god realm. Now that you cannot contact the god realm, it is extremely difficult to obtain those materials unique to the god realm. What's more, considering the role of the ceremony, the construction of a temple with the function of connecting to the god realm also requires the right time, right place and right people. Right time means that it must be built during a special time period or when special weather or astrology appears. Right place means that it must be built in a specific location, such as a place with abundant magic power or a special meaning. Right people means that the clergy or a large number of believers must pray collectively when the temple is built. All these conditions make the construction of the temple extremely troublesome. After all, it is a ritual site that can connect to other worlds, so trouble is natural. Xian can understand it. Not only the gate to the god realm, but also the passage to the demon realm has a rigid requirement. Apart from other things, the passage must be built in a large source of magic power that has been there for thousands of years. This condition is already a big limitation. However, the demons who rebelled against the demon realm destroyed the passage together with the source of magic power after coming to the human world. Therefore, restarting the channel to the demon world has become a nearly impossible task. Even the goddess of fate, who is known as the nearly omnipotent, Lidas, shook her head and sighed when asked if there was any way. The world was created by the supreme god Omnis. When it was destroyed by the demon king and cut into 3 parts 1,000 years ago. It was the Supreme God who used his supreme power to rebuild them into 3 worlds. Although I can control fate, I cannot control the fate formed under the interference of the Mother Goddess's power. Therefore, the only people who can travel through the world with their own power are the 3 goddesses of time and space. That's it. It's also because of this that things become so troublesome. Otherwise, how could the newborn original demon jump like that? It's because the other party sees these weaknesses and deliberately made arrangements, plans and actions. Sheen has reason to believe these actions the young master must have planned for a long time, including those traitors. It seems that they were also recruited in advance. Sheen had a feeling that guy Helimus didn't know the existence of these traitors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ordered the apostles to attack the temple, find a way to the God realm, and then attack the God realm. After all, there were traitors in the God realm. If those evil gods cooperated with Helimus, Helimus would have been able to attack the God realm. In summary, whether it was the traitors of the human race, the demon race, or the God race, they did not choose to betray temporarily in the end. And they had nothing to do with Helimus. It was Donnas who recruited them and convinced them. A very scheming and dangerous existence. Chapter 903. What are you doing? Before entering the palace, Sheen glanced at the side of the palace. There, the temple, which was originally the only 2 buildings on the lake island together with the palace, has become a ruin. And its glory is no longer there. Many clergymen are circling around the ruins of the temple, talking about it, as if they are discussing how to rebuild the temple. Next to the ruins of the temple, there is a temporary mansion. That is not where the clergy live. The clergy and the goddesses who were forced to stay in the human world now live in the palace, including Litas and Anima when they are not out. The purpose of the mansion is similar to that of a clinic, specializing in providing treatment and recovery services. This is one of the original duties of the temple. Now that we have entered the war period, the importance of this duty is far beyond normal times, because only the clergy can learn the magic of the sacred system and the recovery system. Their existence can be said to be desired by countless wounded people. Just like now, many injured people were moved and accompanied by knights, and entered the treatment center one by one, looking for clergy who could use recovery magic to treat them. It is worth mentioning that Leah, the first princess of the kingdom, often goes there to help. In the eyes of the world, the descendant of the brave Mitra does not seem to be as famous as Luoshi, nor as good as Luoshi, which made Xian think that she was not very talented. Until recently, Xian knew that this princess had entered the temple to practice since she was a child, and what she learned was recovery magic. She is a healer who has learned advanced recovery magic. According to Luoshi, the reason why it became like this seems to be because of Leah's own request. Sister Leah has always believed that no matter how hard she tries in combat, she can't surpass me. In addition, my mother's health has always been very bad, and she really needs the temple's recovery magic for recuperation and healing. Influenced by this, Sister Leah proposed to enter the temple to practice recovery magic. These are Luoshi's original words. In view of this, Leah is a healing magician with extremely superb skills. She usually does not show her ability, but at this important moment, she has to stand up and use the advanced recovery magic. I don't know how many wounded people she has cured. Thanks to this, Leah's reputation has become more and more famous recently. In addition, Anchi intends to cultivate her to a higher position and has been building momentum for her. In a subtle way, Leah's reputation is almost comparable to Luoshi, and even to Xian, who is famous as a hero. This is also the only good news during this period of time. Right? I just don't know if the war will be over when she becomes the queen. With this idea in mind, Xian stopped observing the temple and moved into the palace in an instant. The palace? Rosie's bedroom. After arriving at the palace, it was natural for Xian to come here directly. Without Rosie's backstab, Xian's teleportation would naturally not have any problems, and he entered here very smoothly. However, unlike the past, there are fewer female knights of the Holy Sword Knights guarding here. During the battle of the royal capital, the army of original demons that invaded the palace was stopped by the female knights of the Holy Sword Knights. After the battle of the royal capital, due to the shortage of manpower, the private knights under the command of each noble family were responsible for guarding the royal capital under the order of the kingdom, together with the kingdom knights, and established a line of defense outside the royal capital. The Bosset family also received orders, so Thier could lead the knights to go out every day to slaughter the demons outside the city. The Holy Sword Knights were also assigned by Rosie, except for a few people who were left by her side to guard. The rest were sent out to form one of the many lines of defense. That line of defense happened to be next to the defense line of the knights of the Bostad family. So the two could take care of each other. It is estimated that Rosie also considered that the two families would merge in the future, and the Holy Sword Knights would sooner or later marry into the Bostad family with her. So she deliberately arranged it this way to let the two knights run in first. The female knights of the Holy Sword Knights seemed to have a clear idea in their minds. So when they were on the battlefield, they would accept Tyr's arrangements. In other words, Tyr was not only the leader of the Bostad Knights, but also the commander of the Holy Sword Knights. Rosie seemed to be quite satisfied with this. I don't know if she was satisfied that the two knights could get along so well, or that her old friend, who she had always cared about, could command the knights under her command. So, Xian came all the way to Luo Shi's room, and only then did he see several female knights standing guard. Marquis. The female knight successfully found Xian, and immediately knelt on one knee to Xian and saluted solemnly. That etiquette was much more solemn than before. I think Xian's status in the hearts of these female knights is getting higher and higher, and the female knights have already realized that Xian is their future master. So they are so solemn. Right? Is His Highness here? Xian asked for the time being. Unlike the situation of slacking off in the room every day before, Luo Shi also became much busier during the war. She was often not in the palace. She was either in Anxi to hold meetings with the high-level officials of the kingdom, or responsible for handover and communication with the goddess of the gods. Xian didn't know how many times he didn't meet Luo Shi at home in this month. So, he asked this question. Fortunately, Xian's luck was not bad today. His Highness is in the room. A female knight replied respectfully. However, His Highness did not come back to rest last night, and may be sleeping now. Hearing this, Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. I'll go in and take a look. Leaving this sentence, Xian gently pushed open the door of Rosie's room. The female knights looked at each other, and none of them objected. If it were someone else, even the king, they could not enter Her Highness's room without notification. Not to mention that Her Highness was still resting. Only Xian, although he was only Rosie's fiancé, and the two had not officially married, but as someone who had heard all kinds of indescribable noises in the room here, the female knights did not think that Rosie had anything to avoid in front of Xian. Therefore, the female knights watched their noses with their eyes, and their hearts with their noses, and let themselves enter a state of not talking and not eating. When Xian entered Rosie's room, and was alone with Rosie, no matter what sound was in the room, they pretended not to hear it. This was the consensus of everyone in the Holy Sword Knights. After all, the brave man and the princess are shameless. But these young ladies still have some shame, not knowing what these female knights were thinking. Xian entered Luo Shi's room and closed the door. There was silence in the room. Xian turned his eyes and looked towards the bed. He saw that there, the princess was indeed resting, as the female knight said. Huh? With a slight breathing sound, Luo Shi lay in the quilt, sleeping on her side, sleeping so sweetly. The sun just shone in from the window and sprinkled on her body. The breeze also blew gently from the window, causing the curtains and bed curtains to ripple in circles. The scene of the princess, who has an unparalleled appearance, sleeping in the sunshine and breeze, is a dreamlike and beautiful scene. If he had a cell phone, Sean really wanted to take a picture of this scene and save it as a wallpaper or standby screen. Anyway, watching this scene, Sean's mood was very warm and incredibly peaceful. Sean did not disturb Luo Shi, but came to her bed quietly, sat on the edge of the bed, and watched quietly. As he watched, Sean could not help but reach out and smooth Luo Shi's messy hair. Woo! Luo Shi seemed to feel something, but did not wake up, just frowned and made a light whine. That animal-like behavior made Sean sigh. How nice it would be if she could be so quiet and not so jumpy and salty. In this way, he could also pamper her and love her honestly, and not follow the atmosphere of this girl every time, and become like playing and making trouble. Although that is also a warm and loving way. In the eyes of others, Sean and Rosie should be no different from showing their affection. But Sean himself is always a little unhappy. I had to go through the formalities of breaking off the engagement to scare her, and she was willing to give up. How could she still be angry? With your personality, you still want to be the main wife. I am afraid that the whole family will be distorted by you. Right? Xian tapped Luo Shi's little nose. It really makes people not know what to say about you. Xian said some things that he would not say to Luo Shi when Luo Shi was sleeping soundly. Of course, Xian could also see some fatigue between Luo Shi's eyebrows. Presumably, This girl must have not slept all night last night. So she was so tired. Right? Obviously. You are a princess who only wants to talk and slack off. But you will still do what you should do. Xian murmured, it is because of you that people who like you can't stop wanting you. Right? Unfortunately, there is only one person who is lucky enough to see this side of Luoxi. So, who this person who likes you is, it doesn't need words. You've worked hard. Have a good sleep. Xian gently stroked Rosie's cheek, lowered his head, and moved closer to Rosie's forehead. Just then, what are you doing? A voice that sounded curious, suspicious, vigilant, and sinister sounded from the side. Xian paused and slowly looked to the side. There, a goddess appeared at some point, staring at Xian, as if staring at a hungry wolf. Xian was silent. Litas didn't say anything either, just stared at Xian. Xian remained in the position of preparing to kiss Rosie, frozen there, for a long time, speechless. Chapter 904 A large-scale social death scene? Xian wanted to hit someone now. If he was not unsure whether he could beat the other party, he would not mind going straight up. He slowly raised his head towards Rosie, and looked at Litas expressionlessly. Why are you here? Xian's tone was extremely unfriendly. Humph! Litas's expression was even more unfriendly, saying, if I wasn't here, would you do something bad to my Rosie? When saying this, Litas acted like a pig on the embankment preparing to knock over its own cabbage. And she almost drove the person away with a broom. Of course, Xian's eyes looking at this ignorant goddess were not much better. What do I want to do? Xian rolled his eyes, stood up directly, and said to Litas, tell me, what are you doing here? Humph! Litas snorted again, and when she saw Xian's fierce eyes, as if he was going to knock her head, she said, I was here, but you didn't notice it. Are you kidding me? Xian raised his eyebrows and said, if you had been here all the time, how could I not notice it? When he came in, there was no one here. Only Rosie was sleeping on the bed. Xian was sure that at that time, he didn't see even one person in this room. Unless I used my power to eliminate the breath and figure. Lita said proudly, after all, my little Rosie has been very busy and tired recently, and I don't want to disturb her rest. Only in this way can Xian not find Litas's existence. The power to manipulate fate. Even Xian is not strong enough to ignore it. If it acts directly on Xian, he can still rely on the blessing of the Supreme God to be immune to it. But if it doesn't act directly on himself, then Xian probably has no way. Therefore, as long as Litas manipulates fate and fixes the fate that no one can discover him, even Xian cannot find him before he is attacked or feels hostile. In other words, Litas has really been here all the time. And she saw Xian walk in from outside with her own eyes, as well as Xian's mumbling and doings beside Rosie's bed. Ah, this. Have you seen everything I have done since I came in? Xian's face was stiff, but the opponent didn't even show him a bit of mercy. Saw it. Lita said very straightforwardly, not only did I see it, but Anima also saw it. Anima? Xian was startled. At this time, a weak voice sounded from behind Xian. I'm here. The sudden sound made Xian's heart twitch, and his neck twisted behind him with a creaking sound as if it was wound up. There, Anima really appeared. Moreover, her face was inexplicably embarrassed. When did you get here? Xian couldn't help but become hoarse. Anima immediately turned her eyes away without a trace, as if she was embarrassed, and as if she didn't want to irritate Xian, and whispered, like Litas, I was here from the beginning, waiting for Her Highness Rosie Lusty to wake up. I'm afraid that this goddess of life is also like Litas, relying on Litas's power to completely hide her figure and breath. Xian felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and almost fainted. When Xian thought about how his mumbling to himself and his gentle movements towards Rosie were seen by the two goddesses with their eyes wide open, and how he did those disgusting things under their noses, he felt extremely ashamed. What is this? A large-scale social death scene? Tell me, how did I offend you that you could do such a shameless thing against your conscience? Xian's mentality collapsed. At this time, Rosie, who was sleeping soundly, turned over and muttered something like a dream. Beast. I said I don't want it anymore. You still treat me like this. These words were very clear in the silent room. Xian, Litas, and Anima were all silent. Litas looked at Xian with resentment and contempt. Anima's eyes looked extremely strange, like a bystander who was saying, do you usually play so wild? Xian even wanted to turn around and leave on the spot. What did I do wrong to be punished like this? Xian almost shut himself up. Finally, Anima, who was more conscientious, spoke up and changed the subject. Sorry, I didn't show up to tell you when you came in. Anima took the initiative to give a way out, and said, we have something to discuss with Her Highness Rosie Lusty. After coming in and seeing that Her Highness was resting, Lidas took the initiative to wait here and protect Her Highness. In this case, it is not difficult to understand why these two goddesses appeared here, although it is difficult for Xian to accept it. What are you looking for, Rosie? Xian sorted out his complicated mood, and then said, is there any good news? At present, Lidas and Anima are also very busy people, with a lot of things to do. For example, investigate the newborn original demon. For example, find a way to contact the God realm and the demon realm. For example, conceiving a plan to rebuild the channels between different worlds. In addition, they also have to settle the goddesses who stayed in the human world and find their companions, who were captured by the newly born original demon. The tasks of these two goddesses can be said to be quite busy. At least, in this month, the two goddesses did not spend much time in the capital. Now, they suddenly came back and came to Luoshi's place. So it is very likely that something big happened. Is there any news from the God realm and the demon realm? Or has the reconstruction of the channel been settled? These are the two things that Xian wants to see the most. These two things are even more important than finding the newly born original demon. As long as they can get in touch with the God realm and understand the current situation, everyone can formulate a specific battle strategy. Especially in the God realm, there is the God of War who is in charge of war. And in the demon realm, there is Sarah, a famous wise man. If they can get in touch with them and let them make suggestions, then they may be able to change the current situation in one fell swoop. Moreover, Xian is also very concerned about what happened to Ai and Xiafun, who were trapped in the demon realm. It's a pity. It's a pity that the connection with the God realm and the demon realm has not been restored, and there is not much progress in rebuilding the channel. Anima sighed and poured cold water. Really? Xian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, and couldn't help turning to Lidas and said, even you who are the closest to omnipotence can't do anything? Lidas smiled bitterly at this. You also said that I am only the closest to omnipotence. Not really omnipotent. As I said before, the three worlds were created by the hands of the Supreme God Omnis. I think it is very difficult to interfere with it by my own power. I have said before that Lidas's power has no effect on the power of the two beings outside the specification. The Supreme God is the origin of the gods, and created the existence of all goddesses including Lidas. Lidas's power can be said to come from that goddess. It is very difficult to rely on this power to influence the power of that goddess. Not to mention the Demon King. Even the power of the Supreme God is ineffective against her. Lidas is only close to omnipotence, so naturally she can't have any effect on the power of the Demon King. Thanks to this, Lidas can't even directly control the fate of the demons, who are the daughters of the Demon King, let alone the fate of the world itself created by the Supreme God. If it works, Lidas may have found Donna's. Maybe it's because Donna's has become a demon, and the new demon has used some power to affect the friendly forces under his command, so Lidas can't find them. At present, we have sent out the remaining goddesses under our command to find special materials for rebuilding the temple, and strive to get in touch with the God realm as soon as possible. As for the demon realm, we can only rely on Nord, Vilt, and Shurti. Lidas also looks very unwilling. Even Anima sighed. I never thought that the threat posed by the original demon without Helimus would be even greater. The new demon named Donna's may have surpassed his father, and his brain is no less than that of our military god and the demon supreme. This is Anima's evaluation of Donna's. She'd also felt that compared with Helimus, the young master named Donna's was undoubtedly more difficult to deal with. At least, Sheen and the demons all despised Helimus. Only the young master named Donna's hid himself very deeply, and his actions made everyone admire him. Even the mysterious Great Spirit and the strong men of various races were won over by him, which was enough to show how powerful he was. Lidas didn't really want to admit this. If he hadn't suddenly attacked before we could react and taken so many extremely sudden and abrupt actions, how could we have been forced to this point? Lidas argued. Anima shook her head. Indeed, the enemy suddenly attacked before we could react, and our contempt and lack of understanding of them were the most important factors that led to the current situation. But if it were in the past, how could we be so slow to react after being attacked by the enemy so many times? Lidas couldn't refute Anima's words. There was no way. Their reaction was indeed too slow. Thousands of years of peace have brought us too much beauty, but it has also made us dull, and slow in our sense of smell for war. Anima sighed. We have become accustomed to peace and forgotten the sense of crisis brought by war. I guess the moon demon will laugh at us if he knows about this? Sarah was completely speechless. She didn't want to listen to the sentimentality of these two older goddesses. So what exactly did you come here for? Sheen asked. Lidas and Anima looked at each other. Immediately, the two spoke at the same time. The whereabouts of the hostages have been found. Chapter 905 The location of the betrayer. Hostage? When Lidas and Anima said this, Sheen was stunned for a moment. Then, Sheen reacted. Are you talking about Iris and the others? Sheen asked hurriedly. That's right. Anima nodded and said solemnly, Iris and her priest group, as well as the goddess who followed them to support the orcs a month ago, were captured by the orc trader tribe led by Gira. And we have finally found their whereabouts. At this point, Anima's own mood was also complicated. Anima was not unfamiliar with Gira. He was indeed capable and had potential. He could have received her blessing. It was not surprising that he would become the true king of the orcs at any time. His existence itself is also very special. He does not belong to any type of orc, but has the specialties of all orcs. This special life, that is a mixture of the characteristics of the entire orc race, can be born in the world. In Anima's view, it is a miracle. Originally, Anima was quite surprised by the birth of Gira. But that person's temperament is very violent. He has no respect for life. And he is also very dark and indifferent. He even dares to kill his own father, just to take away his position as the head of the tribe and become the leader of the tribe. This kind of temperament is not what Anima likes. Therefore, Anima not only did not bless Gira, but even made a harsh evaluation. Now, Gira actually pressured the entire orc race to betray the gods and humans and join the camp of the new original demon. To some extent, this made Anima feel astonished, but not surprised. She had already known that this hybrid of the orc race would do something wrong sooner or later. I just didn't expect that his mistake was so serious. And it also involved his real blessing. This kind of thing really made Anima feel complicated. She didn't think so much. Since you found the whereabouts of Iris and the others, why didn't you rescue them? Sheen frowned. In this month, the betrayal of the orcs and dwarves was a foregone conclusion and known to everyone in the world. But under such circumstances, Lidas and Anima did not take any action. No, it should be said that they did not take any action against the orcs and dwarves. Obviously, these two tribes betrayed. Why didn't they just take action to eliminate them? Even if you have some compassion and want to give your children a chance to reform, you should also suppress them. Right? The orcs and dwarves are not like the other guys of the new original demons, whose whereabouts are uncertain and cannot be found at all. Their tribe is in the human world. Their territory is in the human world. And it should be easy to find them with the ability of the gods. Right? But Lidas, Anima and even Nadira have not taken action against the orcs and dwarves, which really puzzled many people. If they are on guard against the two demon-level existences of the newly born original demon, they are eager for the two to jump out and stop hiding. If they are worried about traps there, Anima does have some concerns, but Lidas has been rampant more than once, and she has not encountered anything. In this way, the actions of these two goddesses are a bit worrying. Actually, there is a reason for this. Anima began to explain. It's simple to say, but it's actually very simple. The reason why the gods and the kingdom did not take action against the orcs and dwarves is because the territories of these two tribes are relatively special. Apart from other things, the habits of the orcs are already known to the world as special. The orcs do not have a fixed territory, and they do not even gather together. Instead, they are distributed all over the world in the form of tribes, and they often migrate. Anima said so. Although Gira suppressed the entire orcs and led the orcs to rebel against the human race. In fact, except for a part of the orcs, the rest of the orcs' tribes had to be dominated by him only because he took away the important figures of the tribe. Among these important figures, some are tribal leaders, some are children of tribal leaders, some are respected elders in the tribe, and some are future heirs of the tribe. Gira took these people away, and the tribes of the orcs naturally fell to the point of being controlled by others and had to obey Gira's words. In addition, the tribes of the orcs were scattered all over the world, and it was difficult to gather. After Anima understood the situation, it was difficult for her to take action against the orcs. The territories are scattered, and even Anima can hardly take care of them all. Each tribe of the orcs has its own hidden secrets, so it is even more difficult for Anima to determine that they are guilty. In the final analysis, many people are just victims, After all, the orcs are the largest tribe in the human race, second only to humans in population, and their belief in anima is also very firm. It is impossible for all of them to choose to betray. Most of them are just helpless. Therefore, anima did not attack the orcs, but only focused on finding the location of Jula and his tribe, intending to rescue the hostages from him and liberate the orcs. The dwarves are another situation. The dwarves are different from the other tribes. Lidas took over Anima's words and said, their territory is not on the ground, but underground. Underground? Sheen was stunned. That's right. Lidas confirmed what Sheen said and said, they built a steel city underground, forming a dwarf kingdom there. Except for a few very limited passages, it would be very difficult to reach their underground kingdom. After the dwarves decided to rebel against the human race, they completely blocked the passages leading to their kingdom. This caused the gods and the kingdom to be unable to mobilize large-scale troops even if they wanted to attack the dwarves. Lidas, Anima, and others could reach the underground dwarf kingdom through various means. But if they were to attack in the bottomless underground, the entire underground would collapse and bury the entire dwarf kingdom alive. This was not what they wanted to see. You know, there are many innocent civilians in the dwarfs. Those civilians cannot decide anything. And perhaps they don't want to rebel against the human race at all. They can only obey the orders of Nats, the king of the dwarves, and dare not speak even if they are angry. In this way, Lidas and Anima are naturally limited by the safety of these ordinary civilians, and dare not attack the dwarves recklessly, especially Nadura. She always wanted to know why the dwarves wanted to betray. Anima said, I am not surprised that Gura would betray. But Nadura did not seem to expect the dwarves to betray. The dwarves, like the elves, are all tribes led by Nadura. In this case, Nadura would naturally want to know the reason. If the goddess had not been in charge of the elves now, she might have gone to the kingdom of the dwarves. In summary, the situation of the orcs and dwarves is complicated, which has caused the gods and the kingdom to feel constrained and can only wait and see for the time being. What a trouble. Sheehan couldn't help scratching his hair. Either you have to worry about this or that, and you have to think about others everywhere. Maybe this is the sadness of decent people? What evil cannot defeat good? Justice will defeat evil. That is just a nice slogan. The truth is that, facing the unscrupulous and reckless villains, decent people are often very passive. Even if they win in the end, it is because of many factors. Or it is simply a happy ending deliberately set by the author of the story, rather than the idealistic evil cannot defeat good. This is also why many people in the previous life began to hate the saints and felt unhappy with the actions of the protagonists. In the final analysis, it is because the protagonists are often too passive, and the villains ride on their faces in various ways. And the reading experience is simply terrible. This even leads to many people preferring some villains, because it is really more exciting to watch the villain show off than to watch the protagonists passively running around all day. Unfortunately, that can only be seen in the cool text. In the real reality, situations like now are not uncommon. This is also the reason why Sheen has always insisted that he is not a hero, not a protagonist, but just an ordinary person. He really didn't want to be placed on the chessboard like this, passively moving his steps, but wanted to do what he wanted without being noticed by anyone. What about the hostages? Sheen could only ask, since you found them. Why didn't you just rescue them? Anima answered this question. Because they were taken to the gap between the worlds by Gira. Sheen was stunned when she said this. The gap between the worlds? Sheen looked at Anima in astonishment. Do you remember how Lilith was sealed? Anima reminded him. And Sheen naturally remembered. Lilith was sealed in the Dark Temple by you three goddesses in a state of loss of control, and then exiled to the gap between the worlds. Sheen subconsciously said the answer, and then immediately reacted. Could it be that this so-called gap between the worlds is? Sheen thought of it. Lidas confirmed Sheen's answer. It was there. The temple where Lilith was exiled. Lidas said it word by word. We had originally entrusted that place to the orcs, and asked them to guard the Dark Temple that sealed Lilith. Thousands of years ago, when the Demon King destroyed the world and split it into three, something went wrong there, causing the Dark Temple to escape. But the orcs have always known the situation there. Gira, known as the King of the Orcs, took advantage of it and moved his army and even himself, along with all the hostages, into it. However, because of the seal, there is an environment that can suppress most of the power of the gods. We can't do anything. So we came to discuss with Roxy. Chapter 906, the opportunity finally arrived. After hearing what Lidas and Anima said, Xian finally understood why the two of them showed up here early in the morning to guard Roxy. This is indeed an important matter. And Roxy has always been the middleman between the gods and the kingdom, and is more favored by the goddesses than the priests of the temple. Therefore, Lidas and Anima came directly to Roxy instead of looking for Anchi and Leah, who are the current king and the next queen of the kingdom. As for the fact that the cracks in the world that sealed Lilith would suppress the power of the goddess of the gods, Xian did not find it strange. As early as when Lilith was unsealed, Xian had heard Iris say that the cracks in the world were the scars left in the world when the demon king fought with the supreme god. The supreme god himself was helpless against the power of the demon king and could not repair these scars. So he covered them up and did not let them appear on the surface of the world. But it did not disappear. It has always existed. Moreover, because it was the wound of the world created by the power of the devil. Once the gods who were restrained by the devil entered it, even the supreme god would feel uncomfortable. Not to mention the ordinary gods. The weaker ones might be directly hit hard in it. And even the three goddesses would be suppressed if they stayed there. When Lilith lost control and ran away on the ground, the three goddesses took this into consideration. So they exiled Lilith there, and used the environment there to suppress Lilith's power, so that Lilith could not be easily unsealed. If it weren't for the fact that the world was broken by the devil 1,000 years ago, and became three, causing the gap between the worlds to be exposed, and the Dark Temple also ran out of it, then Lilith might never have the opportunity to unseal and regain freedom in her life. That's such a place. The betrayed orcs actually went to such a place? Xian was really surprised. That's right. Anima nodded heavily and said, only they would think of using the environment there. Who asked Anima to entrust the care of Lilith to the beast men? Under such circumstances, the beast men naturally know the place best. Gura may have considered the threat of the goddesses and moved the base camp there, so that Lidas and others could not easily enter, and the captured goddesses would become obedient. With the suppression of the crack environment, it would be difficult for the goddesses inside to save themselves. Xian could only sigh that it was worthy of the Demon King's legacy. Even though the Demon King herself has passed away, everything she left in this world is still causing a huge impact. Whether it is the barrier that imprisoned many powerful people in the Hall of Glory a while ago, or the world cracked this time, including the fact that the world was destroyed into 3 parts. All the things caused by the power of the Demon King. In the end, even if he himself passed away, made no one helpless. Not only the Demon King, but also the power of the Supreme God is affecting the world. Let's talk about the mysterious Big Spirit. She broke through to the Transcendental Realm because of the radiant branch left by the Supreme God. Now she has the combat power of the demon level with a huge dead energy. These two were born from nothingness and are the origin of everything in the world. For this world, they are really a restraining force that cannot be escaped no matter what. In this case, after understanding the course of events, Xian was about to say something, but was preempted by a voice. In this case, let us find a way to implement the rescue operation. This is the 4th voice beside Xian, Lidas, and Anima. The owner of the voice is Luoshi. Luoshi woke up at some point, sat up, and said this to everyone. Are you awake? Lidas immediately looked at her well-wishers. When did you wake up? Xian raised his eyebrows. Did we wake you up? Anima also felt a little guilty. In response, Roxy shook her head. I already know what happened. Roxy didn't act too hypocritically. She said to Lidas and Anima seriously, this matter is of vital importance. It determines the future position of the orcs. The kingdom will definitely not sit idly by. If the hostages captured by Gura can be rescued, the major tribes of the orcs will no longer be controlled by others. They can abandon darkness and join the light, and return to the side of the Protoss and the humans. Moreover, this can also rescue Iris and others, and deal a heavy blow to the orcs led by Gura. If this can be accomplished, at least one arm of the newborn original demon can be cut off, and the traitors among the orcs can be eliminated smoothly. This is the first counterattack launched by the Protoss and humans in a month. The kingdom will definitely cooperate and strive to reverse the decline on the battlefield. Is it okay? Roxy? Lidas was a little worried. This matter cannot be rushed. It is not easy to implement rescue in such an environment with the power of the kingdom alone. Anima also warned. Since the Protoss cannot enter the gap between the worlds, the people in the humans, or in the kingdom, who are preparing to implement this rescue operation, will face a big crisis. The tribe led by Gura is the most powerful among the orcs. There are many brave and combative orc warriors in it, which is not inferior to the military strength of the Mitrok kingdom. With the assistance of the orc tribe that surrendered to Gura, It is not so easy for the kingdom to rescue people under the eyes of such a large army. Not to mention, Gira, the king of the orcs, is also not simple. No matter what, Gira is a rare hybrid species that has never been seen before or will never be seen again among the orcs. He has the specialties of all types of orcs, and his own level is as high as 99. Not far from the extreme level. Such a strongman may not be a big deal for Litas and Anima, but for the human race, he is a formidable enemy that cannot be ignored. Even Arya, who was once known as the strongest man of the human race, would not get much benefit from fighting against Gira. It is indeed a bit difficult for the kingdom to save people from such a Gira. I can go there myself. Roxy said so without thinking. If she risked falling into a weak state and ignored it, it would not be a problem for Roxy to kill the entire orcs alone. Not to mention a Gira who has not even reached the extreme level. Unfortunately, Rox's rather impulsive speech was directly slapped back by Sheen. What's the point of you going there? Sheen rolled his eyes and said, don't forget. You are now half a goddess. If you go to a place where the gods are helpless, are you sure you are not going to give yourself away? Luoshi was speechless. That's right. Luoshi. You can't go. Litas also quickly agreed. Let Yulin and Melika go. That's what Anima planned. With Yulin and Melika, two extreme-level existences, even Gira can't make any waves. But, although those two girls are stronger than Gira, they are definitely not afraid of fighting alone. But if they are surrounded by the orcs, in such an unfamiliar environment, there is a high possibility of accidents. She had rejected it again. I don't even agree that the kingdom should send a large force to attack. Not only is it likely to cause heavy casualties, but the success rate is also very low. The Protoss cannot intervene. So it is still too difficult for the Mitrok kingdom to deal with the entire orcs alone. The enemy's position is so special. If you rush in without thinking, if you accidentally make a mistake or fall into a trap, it will probably end in annihilation. In view of this, I will go. Sheen said his thoughts in a straightforward manner and tone. That's right. This time, Sheen decided to go alone. You? Roxy was stunned. This? Litas was also stunned. Can it work? Anima frowned. They naturally did not doubt Sheen's strength. With Sheen's current strength that can even confront the super-level existence head-on, it must be said that it is the best choice for him to take action personally. The problem is that the capital still needs Sheen to be in charge. The reason why the newly born original demon did not attack the kingdom is most likely because of Sheen. If Sheen left, there was no guarantee that the new original demon would not take the opportunity to attack. Therefore, the three women were not worried about Sheen, but the possible consequences of Sheen's departure. But Sheen could no longer sit there. If I wait here foolishly and watch the situation develop, I will go crazy. Sheen threw out such words. It's not easy to take the initiative. I will not let this opportunity go. In the past month, every successful action of the new original demon was a frustrating experience for Sheen. Let's not talk about the Protoss. The demons were trapped in the demon world, causing Sheen to lose contact with AI and Xia Fun. It was impossible for Sheen not to feel unhappy about this. In addition to Iris being captured by the other party, and the grudge between Donna's and himself, Sheen really didn't want to sit here anymore, watching others show off and operate. He originally planned to run away from home and act alone if the situation didn't change. This time was a good opportunity. Anyway, both of you are back. Plus Lilith. And Rosie, who can exert super-level combat power in a short time. Sitting in the capital. It is enough. Sheen can't wait. If the new original demon takes action, that's perfect. We have been fighting against them. If they are willing to show up, it is a good thing anyway. Right? Sheen's reason made it difficult for Litas, Anima, and Rosie to refute. Do you really want to go? This time, it was Rosie's turn to worry. I want to go, Sheen said concisely. He looked at Rosie, stretched out his hand, and touched her head. Don't worry. I have the Holy Sword. In the environment where the power of the Demon King still exists, not only will it not be affected, but it may also be unimpeded. Moreover, I still have the blessing of the Supreme God on me, and the protection of the world itself. It should be able to play a role in the gap between the worlds. Right? My strength is also enough to guarantee my safety to the greatest extent. So, don't worry. Hearing this, Luoshi was silent for a long time. Finally, she nodded. Chapter 907. Doesn't it, you people? With Rox's agreement, Litas and Anima naturally had no reason to object. In fact, They all knew that Xian was the most suitable person to take action at this time. But they were a little worried that if they acted rashly, they would fall into the calculations of the new original demon. Obviously, the various declines in the past month have made Litas and Anima worry too much, and their thoughts have become a little cautious. They don't want to underestimate the power of the new original demon anymore. Otherwise, they will be the only ones who suffer. So, after a discussion, the four of them decided that Xian would take action secretly this time without letting anyone know. After all, no one knows whether the enemy has the corresponding means to know the actions here. Even if the new original demon does not intend to take action against the Mitra kingdom. Not taking action does not mean that they cannot arrange some spies. Now that people from the human race, demon race, and god race have been persuaded by the newly born original demon to make the decision to betray, everyone can no longer be unguarded against the people around them. In summary, the people do not intend to tell anyone except Rosie, Litas, and Anima that Xian will leave the capital this time to rescue the hostages, including Anchi and Leah. Rosie does not intend to tell them about this, so as not to leak any news. Naturally, Xian is also not going to tell everyone in Bostut's family about this. Litas has promised Xian that she will use her power to help cover up and create the illusion that Xian is still in the capital. This can also cause some deterrence to the enemy, making them think that Xian is still in the capital, so they will not attack the capital, even if Xian said that it is also a bad thing for the enemy to jump out. The capital has now become the only intact human force outside the elf land. If something unexpected happens, the situation will become worse. No matter what, we have to keep a base camp for ourselves. Otherwise, we will be rootless and don't know how to save the lives of millions of people in this world. Xian didn't have any objection to this. However, just in case, he was still prepared to tell Laxia and a few others about this matter. There was no way, even if Litas used her power to help cover it up. Those acquaintances who often lived around Xian would not fail to notice the abnormality, especially Tyr and Melika, these two young wives who already had a deep and simple relationship with Xian. Once they planned to do something shameful with Xian. Xian didn't believe that Litas, the old virgin, could do anything handy, especially Miss Tyr, who was very, extremely proactive and could give it without hesitation. That was 100% able to see the problem at the first time. Laxia was the same. She complained that her mouth was sour in the morning. In addition to the various bunker operations of this maid, Xian really had no confidence that he could hide it from her. The most important thing is that if Lilith also finds the problem, it will definitely not be so easy to end it if she makes trouble. Although Lilith may not be so smart, she is the one who entrusted the true seal to Xian after all. It is easy for her to find Xian's whereabouts by relying on the tacit understanding and induction between each other. Therefore, Xian still has to let Laxia, Tyr and Melika help him to cover up for this matter, and let them know what's going on. With this idea in mind, Xian returned to Bostut's house and found Laxia first. Who would have thought that before Xian told Laxia about her own affairs, Laxia first told Xian something that he had to pay attention to. You said that an unknown evil god sneaked into our house, contacted you and Lilith, and wanted to take you away. In the room, Xian hugged Lilith, listened to Laxia's report to him, and frowned deeply. He first glanced at Laxia and Lilith, and even used the induction power of outer awareness of destiny. After confirming that there was no problem with the two, he relaxed his frown. Are you alright? Xian asked this question for the time being. It's okay. Laxia shook her head and said in a tone as if she had encountered a salesman who was selling unpopular products. With Miss Lilith here, the evil god, although exuding very blatant malice, never dared to take action. Xian was not surprised by this result. He naturally thought that his mansion might be invaded. Even when his identity as a hero was exposed, there were fearless old demons who attack here. Not to mention that now it has entered a period of war. His identity is so special that it is absolutely impossible for one or two guys with ulterior motives to target him or his home. It is precisely because of this that Xian often does not bring Lilith with him when he goes out. With Lilith here, unless Donna's and the mysterious spirit take action personally, no one can make any waves here. The only thing that surprised Xian was that the person who invaded was actually an evil god of the same type as Lilith. The other party seemed to want to take Lilith away, respect Lilith as the master, or to use Lilith's power to do whatever he wanted, but ended up returning empty-handed. But Lilith didn't seem to leave the other party behind. Are you sure you killed the evil god? But you still feel something is wrong? Girl? Xian asked Lilith in his arms. Lilith nodded immediately, stretched out her little hand and grabbed it, letting the evil spirit swirl on it twice, indicating that the feeling was really not right. The other party also claimed that he would come again, Laxia added. Sheen suddenly stood up with a thoughtful look, being able to save his life in Lilith's hands. He must be a very capable person. I didn't find anything before I left, which proved that the other party at least had the ability to make me not discover his existence. According to Laxia, the other party's malice was very strong, so it should be possible that Sheen didn't find anything. But Sheen didn't find anything. It seems that the guys of the newly born original demon are really taking action behind the scenes. Sheen curled his lips. Those guys didn't attack the kingdom. Maybe they didn't want to fight against me, who had the holy sword before they had an absolute chance of winning. But with the other party's style, they made some arrangements and preparations in secret beforehand, and waited for the right time to take action, using these hidden arrangements to attack me, to ensure the chance of winning against me in the future, which is completely possible. At least, if it were Sheen himself, he would definitely do so. After all, there are only 2 new original demons with super transcendent combat power, even if we lose the support of the demon world and the 3 goddesses of time and space. If we count myself and Luoshi, there are 7 super transcendent combat power, although the goddess of life and the goddess of nature are both at the bottom of the super transcendent level, which is a bit disappointing. The goddess of fate is relatively strong and can even suppress demons, in addition to Luoshi, who has the power to manipulate fate like the goddess of fate, and myself, who holds the holy sword and can pose a fatal threat to them. Donis can't think that the new original demon has the ability to confront this side head-on. Not to mention that he is not only not stupid, but also a rare smart person. The advantage of the new original demon is that they can always stay in the dark, make targeted arrangements in advance, and take the initiative on the battlefield. They can fight when they want to fight, retreat when they want to retreat, make trouble when they want to, and implement any plan they want. Only then can they achieve brilliant results in this month. If they want to attack me or even the capital, they will definitely be courting death if they don't make some arrangements and traps that no one can find. If Donnas and others dare to stand in the open, let alone Sheen, the goddesses of the Protoss will welcome them happily without any fear. It is because they have been hiding in the dark, and no one knows what they are doing in secret, and what unexpected means they are preparing to implement, that the transcendent beings including Sheen will be worried and afraid. Frankly speaking, Sheen is very concerned about whether those guys, who are newly born original demons, are preparing something in secret. Unfortunately, he has no channels to learn about these things, and can only try to give the other party a head-on blow where he can. This action against the orcs is the first step of Sheen's counterattack. Under the current situation, being passive is definitely a dead end. Sheen must find a way to turn passivity into initiative, even if it is only himself. Thinking of this, Sean felt that before he left, he had to remind Roxy and Litas to be alert and pay close attention to any abnormal conditions and suspicious people in the kingdom and the capital. If we fall into the trap of the new original demon again, we can really surrender here. Don't continue to fight. It's embarrassing. As for the mansion, Lilith, you should pay more attention to the things at home. If the bad guys like this appear again, you can try to capture them alive. If you can't capture them alive, crush them. Understand? Sean touched Lilith's little head and made cruel remarks in a gentle voice. Yes. Lilith didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she nodded very seriously to show that she received it. Really good. She kissed the little girl, and as the little girl smiled, he turned to Laxia and said, "You should be careful too. Don't go out casually. If you must go out, if you don't take Lilith, then at least take Yulin or Melika. Understand?" "Got it." Laxia nodded calmly. Then, Laxia put her face in front of her expressionlessly. "What's wrong?" Xian was a little confused. But Laxia said this seriously. Doesn't the master bite people after doing the order? The implication is that Xian doesn't need to take the initiative. The elder sister knows what's going on, and will give it to you first. Xian's mouth twitched. Speechless. Chapter 908. Shelter from the world. The capital. The suburbs. As yesterday, this place is still full of lines of defense built by the knights, and groups of refugees coming from all directions. The figure of the demon appears from time to time, so that the sound of knights fighting demons may be heard at any time in a corner of the suburbs of the capital. The snow is still falling, covering the ground with white, but it is not long before some places are stained with glaring red. Today, the capital of the king is still preparing for war and defending against the demons. and it may not change for some time in the future. Except for a very small number of people. No one knows that today. The brave man in charge of the capital left quietly. Swish. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Xian's figure appeared in the suburbs some distance away from the capital. He turned his head and glanced at the capital. I hope everything here will be peaceful when I come back. Xian thought silently. That city is no longer a strange place for him now. There are many of his friends, acquaintances, and even his lover in it. Just for this reason, Xian can't ignore its safety. If I knew this situation when I just came to this world half a year ago, I would definitely feel mixed emotions. Right? Xian couldn't help but laugh and miss it. At that time, Xian, who had just come to this world, was unfamiliar with everything and had little interest in everything. He just wanted to develop quietly in the dark, find an opportunity to assassinate the Demon King, solve the mission he was summoned, and then hide his merits and fame, and start a second life without any constraints in this world. Who would have thought that all the developments came so unexpectedly? I still remember how complicated Xian's mood was at the beginning when he knew that the Demon King had been conquered and the hero was no longer needed by this world. But now, not only does he have a connection in this world, but he has also really made his mark in this world as a hero, and even become famous, known to everyone. All this has happened in less than a year. There shouldn't be anyone who has reincarnated into another world who has squeezed out so many things in just 1 year like me. Right? Of course. If you must care about it, a certain elementary school student who has been born for 10,000 years can be honored to be shortlisted. The number of episodes has exceeded 1,000. And he is still in the 5th grade of elementary school. This year is so long that it can break the dimensional wall. But he didn't reincarnate into another world, but just shrunk. Right? There is no comparison. Forget it. Why do I think so much? Xian shook his head, stopped the habitual brainstorming, and finally took a look at the capital. With Litas, Anima, Lilith and Roxy in charge, and with the assistance of Yulin, Melika, Tiela, Vivian and others, the capital can remain peaceful even if the newly born original demons attack in large numbers. While persuading himself, Xian turned his sight and looked towards the north. I will just do whatever I want to do. With that, Xian smiled freely, no longer sentimental, no longer hypocritical, and moved away from here in an instant. His destination was clear and not unfamiliar at all. About half a year ago, he had been there and brought Lilith back from there. The gap in the world was there. To the north of the capital, the border city of the Duke of Sterling, Cosmos, bordering the Ragnar Empire. That was Xian's destination. At the same time, in a secret place that no one could peek into, an orc was walking in a somewhat gloomy corridor. The orc was wearing heavy and crude black armor, covered with hair, and had only one eye on his face. The atmosphere he exuded was more demonic than wild. With every step he took, his iron boots landed heavily on the floor, making a heavy thumping sound, which made the onlookers feel depressed. The orc was indifferent to this, with a reckless expression on his face, walking step by step in the cold corridor. Finally, he came to a room. Bang! Without any hesitation, the orc pushed open the door of the room in front of him. Woo! In the room, a frightened but deliberately suppressed exclamation turned into a whimper. The orc seemed to enjoy the sound, and walked into the room with a presumptuous sneer. In the room, there was only an orc girl wearing a furry robe, fox ears and fox tail. I come to see you again, Saint Lady. The orc looked at the fox girl in front of him, and his tone became softer. However, his expression was still so fierce, and with that cold one eye, not only did it make people unable to feel his gentleness, but it also made people feel a chill all over their bodies. At least, that was how Iris felt. The fox girl, who was already timid and cowardly, stood up from the bed subconsciously, and took several steps back when she saw the orc king, who broke in recklessly. You go! Iris shouted with courage. I don't want to see you. After all, the orc in front of her was not only a traitor to the human race, but also a sinister villain who took the opportunity to sneak attack when they came to rescue the orcs and capture them all. Of course, since he was a sinister villain, he would not be scared by Iris's scolding. But I want to see you, Saint Lady. Jula pretended to say, I prepared this room for you so that you can escape from those dark cells. Others don't have this treatment. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? Grateful to you? Iris was furious and couldn't help but said loudly, It's obviously you who made us like this. No. Gura grinned and said, I am saving you. saving you stupid clergy and believers from the hands of the gods. This shameless statement made Iris tremble all over. Unfortunately, she couldn't say much to refute. It's not that she didn't want to refute, but she didn't know how to refute. She knew that she and the other party were people on two parallel lines, destined not to intersect. And no matter how much she said, the other party would only be dismissive. Therefore, Iris could only use her own way to fight back against Gura weakly. Don't think you can always be so proud. Iris stared at Gura and said, you use this method to capture us, the orcs, and go against the world. And you will be retaliated sooner or later. Is that so? Gura ignored Iris's stare, and even glanced at Iris in return. His eyes were extremely explicit and full of greed, saying, unfortunately, before I am retaliated, you will become mine first. You? Iris only felt her heart tremble, and her whole body began to shiver. It was not the first time she heard Gura say such words. The reason why Gura treated her specially, and made her the only one who could escape from the cell, have her own room, eat, drink and dress well was because she was this person's prey. I have actually been paying attention to you for a long time. Saint Lady. Gura slowly walked towards Iris. You are an extremely rare fox man in the orcs. That is, the messenger of the goddess of life, and the saint of our orcs. You are born with a high status and noble identity, and are regarded by us as the first beauty of the orcs. Many people regard you as a sacred existence that cannot be desecrated. Even if all the orcs are longing for you and admiring you, they dare not pursue you blatantly. Unfortunately, I am not one of them. Jula sneered. Long before I saw you, but just heard about your existence, I decided that one day, I must press you under my body, the messenger of the goddess of life, and the saint of the priest group of the orcs. It should be a very pleasant thing to completely conquer you like this. Not to mention that you are so beautiful, and you are a fox man. As my partner, you are qualified. I can not only take revenge on the high goddess, but also get such a beautiful person like you. Plus your status is so special. Once you become my person, the entire orcs should listen to me obediently and regard me as the king. Right? So, I have been waiting for this day to come. As he said, Jula stretched out his hand in the direction of Iris. Don't come over here. Iris had already retreated to the wall, and seeing Gura's hand reaching out to her, she finally cried out like crying. At this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Boom! The magic power around Iris suddenly became chaotic. That was not Iris's own magic power. Iris's magic power had been imprisoned and could no longer be mobilized. What was chaotic was the magic power in the atmosphere. The magic power in the atmosphere became chaotic without any signs, and set off an amazing impact wave, which hit Gura. Bang! Gura was blasted away and hit the wall of the room, smashing the wall to pieces. Damn! This damn magic power again! Gura roared in pain. These days, it was not the first time that Gura tried to do something to Iris, but every time, he was blown away by the sudden chaotic magic power of the atmosphere. Why? Why is this happening? Obviously, this woman's magic power has been imprisoned. The blessing on her should also be suppressed by the environment here. As Gura struggled out of the wall, he yelled in hatred. He really couldn't understand why the magic of the atmosphere here would protect Iris. The blessing of the goddess of life. Isn't this a crack in the world? Isn't this a scar left by the devil on the world? Isn't this a place that can suppress all the goddesses of the gods? In the end, why is even this world against him? Gura's face was distorted, and the doubts in his heart could not be solved. Gura didn't know that his unintentional thoughts were really right. This situation was caused by the world against him. Chapter 909. The brave will definitely stop you. As the wound left by the devil in the world, the crack in the world certainly has the effect of suppressing the power of the gods. But the power of the Supreme God also remains here. In order to hide the crack in the world, the Supreme God once took action and moved the crack out of the surface of the world. Thousands of years ago, the devil destroyed the world and divided the world into 3 parts. Although the crack appeared on the surface again and caused the dark temple that sealed Lilith to break away from here, the power of the Supreme God still remained here. This time, it was the power left by the Supreme God here that responded to Iris's crisis. And the reason for this is precisely because of the blessing of the Supreme God. Xian, who received this blessing, did not know that he was favored by the world because of the blessing. Not only could he be guided by the world itself unconsciously, but he also had various strange fates and turned danger into good fortune without leaving any trace. This effect was also effective for the people around him. Melika is the biggest beneficiary of this effect. As an elf, She has also received the wreath woven by Sheen himself, which has transformed her and reached the realm she is today. As for the rest of the people, although they did not benefit as obviously as Melika, they were still favored. After all, the world favors Sheen. The better the relationship with Sheen, the more attention Sheen pays to you, and the higher your status in Sheen's heart. Then Sheen naturally does not want the other party to have problems, and even hopes that the other party can live well. In this way, the world will naturally respond to Sheen's wishes and guide the people Sheen values in his heart, so that they can turn danger into safety and even get a good fate. Only in this way can Sheen be regarded as a person favored by the world. Right? Otherwise, he, the blesser of the Supreme God, is too shameless. In view of this, the people around Sheen, while their relationship with him improved, all got some good fortune to a greater or lesser extent. Luoshi's blessing and praying speed has become faster. Otherwise she might not be able to successfully transform into a goddess so quickly and obtain the power of the goddess of fate. Tyr successfully solved the side effects of his demonization and solved his horn problem unconsciously. Needless to say, Melika is now at the limit level. Even Yulin, who was able to transform into a human so quickly and awaken such a powerful unique skill, is inseparable from the blessing of Xian. These benefits are all carried out imperceptibly, and even Xian himself did not notice it. But this is the favor of the world. It will not show the effect very obviously, nor will it eliminate all disasters blatantly. It will only quietly lead the results to a good direction. Only under some special circumstances will its power become extremely obvious. Now, Iris's situation belongs to a more special type, because Sheen didn't want to see Iris get hurt from the bottom of his heart. And Iris was in a place where the power of the Supreme God remained, under the protection of the world. This part of the power directly responded to Sheen's wish and protected Iris. Every time Gira wanted to touch Iris, the magic of the atmosphere would go out of control and have a repulsive effect on him. This is the reason. It can be said that as long as it is something that Sheen prays for from the bottom of his heart, whether it is direct or indirect, it may encounter setbacks, or it may fail again and again, but it will eventually be guided to the desired result. Therefore, as a person who has a certain status in Sheen's heart and has a good relationship with Sheen, Iris is naturally protected. Iris's ability to become the blessing of the goddess of life is probably inseparable from Sheen's blessing. However, no one knows, and no one can realize that. Just like the will of the world is illusory, no one except the truly omnipotent God can perceive it. Gira could only be furious in this situation, looking at Iris with hatred. After a long time, Gira sneered again. "Don't think I have no way to deal with you, Saint Lady," Gira said sinisterly. "When Master Donas is free, I will definitely invite him to come and help me solve this inexplicable power in you." Hearing this, Iris couldn't help biting her lip. She didn't know where this protective power in her body came from and how strong it was. But Iris knew very well what kind of existence Donas was. He was the leader of the new original demon, the initiator of this war, who bewitched countless people and was promoted to a demon in an unknown way. Since he was a demon, the opponent's power could be imagined, and it was definitely not comparable to Gira. After all, Gira was only a legendary level, not even an extreme level. However, Donas is a genuine transcendental demon, and a demon who is considered strong among the transcendental demons. Except for the goddess of fate, no one can guarantee victory against Donas in a head-on confrontation, including the 6 demons. As for the goddess of life that she believes in, she is no match for a demon-level existence. Iris really can't think of too many powers that can still play a role in front of such an existence. In other words, she herself has no confidence to guarantee that the inexplicable protective power in her body can protect herself from a demon. This makes Iris feel a little desperate. Why? Iris could only ask Gira with tears in her eyes. Why do you want to cooperate with such an existence and break the current peace? Iris really can't understand why some people are dissatisfied with the current era and pursue war and choose to betray. Isn't peace good? Isn't it dangerous to fight against the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons? The existence of the old demon clan is fine. But why would there be people in the human race and the god clan who would choose to betray, break the peace, and start a war? This is probably a question that many people don't understand. Right? Gira laughed as if he heard something funny. You ask why? You actually asked why? Gira seemed to find it really funny and kept laughing. Then I ask you, why do you think peace is a good thing? Gira's words made Iris stand there with tears in her eyes. Gira didn't show any sympathy for the beauty, and directly mocked her. A naive and stupid saint like you probably won't understand our thoughts. Right? I'll tell you this. Gyura's face darkened. Stealing is a bad thing. And once discovered, even the legs may be broken. But there are still people who do it. Killing is a bad thing. Once discovered, it will be captured by the night. But there are still people who do it. In this case, why do you think that no one will do such evil and stupid things as breaking peace and rebelling against the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons? Jula sneered again and again. People are never satisfied. As long as there is a reason. No matter how selfish, how harmful, and how stupid the thing is, there will be people willing to do it. Maybe peace is beautiful, but it is particularly dazzling in the eyes of those who like to fight and like to hear others scream. Maybe the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons are very powerful, but there are still many people who regard them as thorns in their eyes and wish they were all dead. Jula opened his hands. There are not only goddesses who desire peace and love the human race and the gods, but there are also evil gods who despise them and want to spread death, terror, disease, and chaos. There may be many people in the demons who are loyal to the 6 demons from the bottom of their hearts. But there are also people who are dissatisfied with the demons and feel unhappy with their rule. They are ambitious, selfish, and unwilling to be ridden on by a group of women, not to mention the human race. Among all the races, their hearts are the most complicated and the most difficult to understand. So there is a saying that people have sinister hearts. Various reasons make some people willing to peace, and some people unwilling to do so, and finally plant the seeds of resistance. As he spoke, Jula's eyes narrowed. It must be said that the young master is a very simple guy. Before he became a demon, he had already grasped the complexity of human hearts and the weaknesses of various races. He had early on come into contact with the evil gods among the gods, the rebellious faction among the demons, and even with a great spirit that no one knew about. He secretly won them over and persuaded them to join his side. And I and the king of the dwarves were just one of the people he secretly contacted and wooed. In other words, just as Sheen and others guessed, these people had long been wooed by Donis and had the intention to rebel. Poor Helimus was still unaware of all this, and had no idea that his despised and scorned son had already grown to a very terrifying level in secret. Of course, the rebels of various tribes were not stupid, and were not completely bewitched by Donis and became pawns in his hands. If Donis had not become a demon, demonstrated terrible power, and had a mysterious existence with super-level combat power around him, they would never have surfaced and openly resisted the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. In addition to the army of magical life that Donis secretly prepared, the undead army sent by the princess, and the countless demons and demon larvae that Donis took over, the rebels of various tribes were willing to respond to Donis' call. Although the new original demon is still inferior to the gods and demons in terms of super-level combat power, all the preparations and plans made by Donis still move the rebels of various races. The final result is that the 6 great demons are trapped in the demon realm, and the god realm cannot provide support. The human race is alone, except for the 3 goddesses and other goddesses who remain in the human world. The existence that can pose a threat to the new original demon has been greatly reduced. Jula smiled wantonly. Don't worry, Saint Lady. It won't be long before the human world will fall completely into our hands. The young master has been secretly preparing a trump card, and he must eliminate all the threats in the human world before the passages to the god realm and the demon realm are restored. After eliminating the 3 goddesses, the remaining ones are the 6 great demons. Of course, the enemy is very powerful, but this is what we want. Otherwise, the war ends too quickly. Isn't it too boring? We will use our advantages to get rid of decent people like you one by one, until all 3 worlds become ours. Ha ha ha. Gyura laughed loudly. Iris trembled all over. Obviously, everything that Gyura said had made her terrified. In this situation, Iris shouted to Gyura as if she was holding on to the last glimmer of hope. The hero will definitely stop you. This sentence made Gyura's laughter stop abruptly. Hero? Gyura still had a sneer on his face, but a haze flashed in his eyes. He did look down on the hero. Or rather, he envied and hated him. But he also knew that the hero was the biggest threat. His power was not the strongest, but the holy sword in his hand was the most dangerous thing. At least, Donis once said so. If my plan can succeed, and I can replace my father and become a complete demon, then the one I fear the most must be the hero. Even if I can't beat the goddess of fate, I have the confidence to escape. But if I get hit by the holy sword of the hero, Everyone knows the outcome. Therefore, whether it is Donna's or the princess, they are afraid of the holy sword in Sheen. The holy sword that can even defeat the Demon King is definitely the only power that can threaten the transcendent beings, who are usually difficult to kill. Especially the demons and evil beings like the princess are the most restrained by the holy sword. Thanks to this, Donna's made many plans. Some against the 6 demons. Some against the 3 goddesses. But not against the hero. The same is true for Helymus. He prepared a barrier that even the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons were helpless. But he could not prepare an effective killing method against the hero. The ability of the holy sword to destroy all evil and purify all negative influences is too difficult for people like them who play tricks in secret. When Sheen and others were worried about the new original demon playing tricks in secret, the new original demon was also worried. It can only be said that everyone has advantages and disadvantages. Otherwise, the war would have ended long ago. Fortunately, that hero has not yet transcended, and the holy sword has not transformed. Even if the power is strong, it is not so easy to pose a fatal threat to the demon. Jula said this unconsciously. This is the truth. The holy sword that has not yet transformed due to transcendence can only cause limited lethality to the demon. This is also the reason why Donna's and others, who also have the holy sword, are not afraid of Rosie. As for Sheen, the power of his holy sword is too strong, and can still pose a threat to the demon. Agi has seen that Donna's has been paying attention to Sheen, so he will naturally not fail to notice it. Donna's even said, with the power of the holy sword of that hero, once he transcends and transforms, I probably won't dare to face it again. Therefore, Donna's is actually racing against time to solve everything before Sheen transcends. In that case, they can eliminate Sheen before he transcends, and when he is isolated and helpless. Otherwise, the situation of the war will be completely changed. So, Gira said this, I want to see whether the hero stops us first, or we succeed in realizing our ambitions first. Gira's face became ferocious. I must destroy the gods and all the goddesses, and tell them that I am the truly blessed existence. Even if they don't agree, that can't change this. Absolutely. After saying this, Gira turned around and left. But before leaving, Gira seemed to have thought of something good, and said to Iris with a smile, in a few days, we will hold the engagement ceremony here. I look forward to your cooperation at that time. Of course, you can also choose not to cooperate, but in that case, I am not sure what will happen to your lovely priests. After that, Gira left Iris's room. Iris watched Gira leave until his footsteps were completely far away, and she couldn't help but collapse on the ground. Woo-woo. Iris finally shed tears. When will you come to save me? Big bad guy. Iris still holds a tiny glimmer of hope in her heart. I hope that the person engraved in the depths of her heart will appear in front of her when she needs him most. Chapter 910 Complex and Sinister Human Nature. Mitra Kingdom. Northern Border. Dukedom of Stringham. In the past, this was one of the largest territories and forces in the Mitra Kingdom. The reason is that the one who controls this place is a duke, a royal relative with blood ties to the Mitra royal family. Moreover, the status of the Dukedom of Stringham in the Mitra Kingdom is not comparable to that of ordinary dukes. It borders the territory of the Ragnar Empire, when the Ragnar Empire and the Mitra Kingdom were rivals. Once the Mitra Kingdom was invaded, this would be the first place to be entered by the cavalry of the Ragnar Empire. It has fought against the army of the Ragnar Empire and the Imperial Knights several times, and has launched many small-scale wars, and finally successfully repelled the army of the Ragnar Empire. It can be said that the Dukedom of Stringham is the first line of defense to protect the kingdom from the hands of the Ragnar Empire. The kingdom's territory has not been invaded by the Ragnar Empire in the past 1,000 years, and the contribution of the Dukedom of Sturm is indelible. Naturally, the status of the Sturm family in the kingdom has become extremely good, and even the king has to give the head of the family 3 points of face. Unfortunately, the glory of the Sturm family is no longer there. The head of the family, who was an iron-blooded general, disappeared about half a year ago, and his life and death are unknown. The only son of the Sturm family, who was the heir to the family, also disappeared in the Cosmos incident. Even the first knights of the Dukedom of Sturm, the Knights Leader, and the Knights Chief Leader, who was the strongest in the territory, disappeared together. The disappearance of such a group of important figures and important combat forces completely pushed the Sturm family into the abyss. They exhausted countless manpower and material resources in the process of searching for the head of the family, the heir to the family, and the first knights of the territory, but ultimately returned empty-handed. After they gave up the search, They started a serious internal struggle, even a quarrel, in order to decide the next head of the family, which made it difficult for the family to find peace and recover from the huge loss, coupled with the various bad consequences caused by the Cosmos incident and the serious internal struggle among the heads of the family, which led to the mismanagement and poor operation of the territory. Half a year later, even if the territory has not become miserable, it is not far from it. If the empire had not also had a coup a while ago, the former emperor would definitely take the opportunity to send troops to attack the dukedom of Sturm and use it as a springboard to attack the kingdom of Mitra. Right? The Sturm family escaped a disaster because of the coup in the empire. But one disaster is over, and another disaster is born. This time, Helimus led the original demons to go out collectively and scatter the countless armies of demons and the legions of demon larvae cultivated over 1,000 years to the human world, allowing them to attack cities all over the human world, which directly caused the destruction of the dukedom of Sturm. If Barry, Linjo and others were still there, and the Stringham family was still the Stringham family, then perhaps they could still find a way to survive. However, after losing the head of the family, the heir, the strongest man, and the first knight, and after a serious internal struggle, the Stringham family could no longer resist the attacking monster army. So, as early as a month ago, the dukedom of Stringham fell. This place has completely become a paradise for demons and young demons. One city after another was destroyed. People fled for their lives, sacrificed themselves, and had to avoid the slaughter of monsters outside, which was no different from H.L. As a result, the lucky ones were able to escape to the city in the neighboring territory, and were taken in as refugees by the city that could still barely survive. The unfortunate ones could only wander around under the pursuit of monsters, and were in a panic all day long. They either died at the hands of demons or died of hunger, which was very miserable. Of course, there are still many people who are still lingering on. They tried hard to survive, hoping to reach the border territory under the threat of monsters, enter a safer city, and get rescued. After entering the Duke of Strim, Sheen encountered many such refugees. Then, Sheen took action. Puff! With a golden slash across the air, a demon was cut in half by the dazzling sword light, turned into a corpse, and fell in a pool of blood. Roar! Ah! As if they had caught the opportunity, several demons around rushed towards the mysterious swordsman, who was holding a holy sword, wearing a black robe, and wearing a hood on his head, like crazy and devil, fearless of death. But it was in vain. The mysterious swordsman in black robe flashed, not retreating but advancing, and his figure swept towards the direction of the demons like a gust of wind. And before they could react, he bullied them. Puff! The leading demon was cut by the golden sword light and split into two. It actually ran a distance by inertia before falling down covered in blood. Puff! 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 The mysterious swordsman in black robe turned into a ghost, and while passing by the demons, the holy sword in his hand also cut through their bodies, killing them all on the spot. In a blink of an eye, all the demons turned into corpses, fell in pools of blood, and turned into broken limbs under the ice and snow, creating a bloody scene. The swordsman in black robe stopped and stood in the sea of corpses and blood. The sword in his hand was gorgeous and dazzling. Dazzling. Not far away, a group of ragged refugees with sallow faces knelt down one after another. Thank you for saving me. Sir! Thank you. Sir! They shouted with gratitude, as if they had seen the savior. The swordsman did not turn around, but just said in a deep voice, take advantage of this moment. Leave quickly. Take a remote path, and seek refuge in the nearest city. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the refugees changed. Sir, won't you come with us? Please come with us. We need you. Without the protection of a powerful person like you, we will definitely die. The refugees knelt again. However, they were greeted with only a sharp gaze. Don't push it any further. Leave quickly. The cold words made the faces of the refugees turn pale all of a sudden, realizing that the strong man in front of them could not protect them well. They could only leave with disappointment and dejection, or even anger and resentment. Not long after, the refugees disappeared. Alas! The swordsman sighed quietly, took off his hood, and revealed his true face. That was naturally Xian, who had hidden his identity, left the capital, and came here quietly. Is this the 12th batch? Xian murmured, looking helpless. It had only been half a day since he entered the dukedom of Strimmer, and Sheen had saved a total of 12 batches of refugees from the hands of the demons. And the number of refugee batches he had encountered was countless. At first, Sheen would provide these refugees with food or roots, and even protect them for a distance, so that they could go to a safe place. But after the same thing happened again and again, and some people tried to use moral kidnapping and righteous reasons to let Sheen protect them, or even take care of them, Sheen was no longer merciful. At most, he would only help them when they were in danger. If there was no danger, he would directly bypass them, and would not meet the refugee team. It's not that he is cold-blooded and heartless, but there are really all kinds of people in life, which really annoys him. It can only be said that in the face of life and death crisis, there are really too few people who can maintain their original intentions and not reveal their true nature. Sheen even encountered several waves of refugee teams and saw very unpleasant scenes. Those people, rather than running for their lives, were crazy in HL. In order to survive, they used their wives and children as shields, or skinned and pulled out the living to fill their stomachs. What's worse, some refugee teams were completely ruled by a few bullies. Men were sent out as sacrifices to find food or lure away monsters, and women were taken to satisfy their sexual desires. For this reason, Sheen also killed many people along the way. Is this human nature? Sheen's mood was very complicated. So, even if he would help save people now, he would not just take care of them. At most, he would resolve their crisis and let them leave quickly. Even so, there are still many people like the refugees just now, who resent Sheen for not wanting to protect them to the end. It can only be said that fortunately Sheen does not have the leisure time now. Otherwise, he would not mind letting those who cannot recognize the reality know what gratitude is. I really don't know how many similar things there are in this world. When Sheen thought that the entire human world had become such AHL, he was really in a bad mood. Forget it. Let's keep going. Sheen sorted out his mood and continued to turn north. At this time, he was not far from Cosmos. In this way, Sheen flashed all the way, and his speed became faster and faster. As long as he didn't encounter refugees being hunted by demons, or encountering demon larvae that were extremely threatening to ordinary people, he would not stop. Under such circumstances, Sheen finally arrived in Cosmos before night fell. Swish! With the vibration of the air, Sheen's figure in a black robe appeared above Cosmos. Sheen looked down at the city below. I saw that Cosmos, which was once razed to the ground by Lilith, has now been built and improved. In just about half a year, the entire city has completely recovered to its original appearance as a steel military fortress. The streets and buildings inside are not as chaotic as when Sheen came to Cosmos last time. At that time, due to the chaos of space, buildings and even people were randomly transferred, making the entire Cosmos chaotic. Now, the city has recovered and become orderly, with clear streets and buildings arranged in an extremely regular manner, not inferior to the capital at all. However, Cosmos has also undergone changes that did not exist in the past. That is, there are no longer any human figures in the people inside, but only orcs and dwarves. That's right. Cosmos has become a world of orcs and dwarves. It's the same as the situation mentioned in the intelligence that Luoshi gave me, Sheen said to himself. According to Luoshi, the current Cosmos is no longer the Cosmos of the past. In the past, due to its location and nature, Cosmos was not only inhabited by people from the kingdom and the empire, but also by tribes of orcs and blacksmiths of dwarves. But now, humans have withdrawn from Cosmos. The reason is very simple. Gura used the world gap that existed here as a base, so he naturally would not allow humans to continue to appear here. He ordered the orcs to expel all humans in the city when the human knights resisted the army of the demons, and completely occupied Cosmos. Therefore, in Cosmos now, there are only the orcs dominated by Gura, and the dwarves who formed an alliance with the orcs, betrayed the human race, and joined the new original demon. Thanks to this, the army of the demons does not seem to attack Cosmos. It is obvious that the new original demon did something to make the demons and demon larvae no longer regard Cosmos as an attack target. In other words, this can be regarded as the base camp of the orcs. Right? That's what Sheen thought. He narrowed his eyes, released the induction power of outer awareness, covered the city below, and began to investigate. This investigation, Sheen really found a lot of things. For example, the barrier covering Cosmos was obviously not a product of the human race or the gods, but a special barrier produced by the demons. For another example, although Cosmos was not attacked, The atmosphere in the city was not lively, but rather seemed very heavy. And in the center of the city, it seemed that something was emitting strange magic and emitting strange pulsations. That pulsation, like the irregular fluctuations emitted by the space itself, was quite similar to the fluctuations emitted by the mysterious transfer phenomenon that occurred during the Cosmos incident. Could it be? Sheen's mind was spinning. But in the end, he decided to go in and take a look first. Swish! The air suddenly shook, causing Sheen to disappear. Sheen entered Cosmos, a city he had not visited for half a year. Clang, clang, clang. On the busy streets, there were no shouts or lively discussions, only the obvious sound of iron forging. Some blacksmiths seemed to have occupied the shops on the street casually, transforming them into weapon forging shops, and were forging all kinds of weapons. The orcs walked on the streets in twos and threes, and their eyes looking at the dwarves in the shops were definitely not friendly. Sheen walked on the street and mixed in the crowd. He did not show up, but hid his figure with the super concealment ability of inner awareness of destiny, and was wandering aimlessly in the crowd. But his outer awareness of Destiny's induction power was still unfolding, allowing him to clearly hear some conversations coming from the surroundings. This city has really become boring. There were no foreign merchants selling magic items, nor too much entertainment. Only these dwarves forging weapons every day. There was no way. Who told them to prepare for us to fight against humans and elves? All these dwarves were brought here by the king of the dwarves. They should all be the ones who advocate betrayal, enemies of humans and elves, and eager to start a war. Right? Damn. A group of blasphemers who betrayed the goddess. Hush. Don't speak so loudly. The law enforcement team will ban you if you whisper. Many orcs whispered like this when they passed by the dwarf shop. They looked at the dwarves who were making weapons with unfriendly and even hostile eyes. When they talked about the war, they were obviously sad and extremely reluctant. But they didn't dare to express such thoughts openly, because, from time to time, some orc troops with weapons and fierce faces would pass by, like patrolling or supervision, with eyes as sharp as torches, coldly scanning the surrounding orcs. Being stared at by these orc warriors, the orcs naturally dared not speak out, and could only lower their heads and pass quickly, obviously very afraid of those orc warriors. After entering Cosmos, Sheen had seen similar situations many times. As expected, as Litas and Anima said, not all orcs want to start a war and betray the gods and humans. Sheen was thoughtful. He found that except for those orc warriors, who seemed to be law enforcement teams, who obviously smelled of blood and had experienced a lot of massacres, the atmosphere exuded by the rest of the orcs was only confusion, uneasiness and anxiety. They were like beasts locked in a cage, wanting to break free, but unable to, because they had scruples and fears. Since there are quite a few orcs like this, it can even be said that they account for most of the population of Cosmos. This is interesting, Sheen muttered to himself. Chapter 9:11 The Awakened Heart of Resistance. Just when Sheen was thinking about something, there was a quarrel in front of him. What happened? Sheen came back to his senses and looked forward. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, just because he saw an acquaintance with whom he had a bad relationship, or even fought. Or in other words, Sheen had unilaterally taught the other party a lesson. Get out of my way. With an angry roar, a strong, tall and sturdy tiger man punched back at orc warrior. The tiger man was not ordinary at all. The aura he exuded was extremely powerful, and even suppressed many of the orc warriors around him to tremble and show fear. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of him. The orcs passing by were also shocked by the aura, and even more shocked by the sudden violent scene. However, they soon recognized the identity of the tiger man. That's the chief of the tiger tribe, the top legendary warrior, Nob. An orc said this in surprise. That tiger warrior is Nob, the chief of the second-ranked tiger tribe among the orcs. A level 97 tiger warrior. The Nob who was beaten up by Sheen in front of Bostad's house in order to see Shafin. Yes, it's him. The second strongest man in our orcs. Who doesn't know him? What is Minister Nob doing? You still call him Minister Nob? By the way, he is no longer the chief now. How pitiful. The orcs were first surprised, then felt sorry, and began to whisper. Sheen's 5 senses amplified by external awareness allowed him to hear these conversations clearly. Not the chief? Sheen's eyebrows, which had just been raised, frowned again. Then, Sheen discovered that something was wrong with Nob. He was tied with thick chains, and only the chains on his hands were broken, allowing Nob to swing his hands freely and attack at will. He was surrounded by many orc warriors holding weapons, and several orc warriors rushed to him as if they wanted to subdue him, but were violently thrown away by Nob. The scene looked like a criminal being escorted by soldiers, breaking free from the chains on the way, and fighting with the escorting soldiers in order to escape. What was incredible was that the orc warriors escorting Nob seemed to be warriors from the tiger tribe under his original command. "Let me go! You traitors!" Nob fell into a rage and was merciless, when his sandbag-sized fists were waving. No matter how strong the orc warriors were, they would be beaten to vomit blood and fall to the ground. And they were not Nob's enemies at all. Seeing that the legion of orc warriors was gradually losing the upper hand, even Nob, who was fighting with his fists, could not subdue them. When they were about to be knocked down by Nob, a cold snort sounded. Swish. The next second, a figure rushed over at a very fast speed and instantly came to Nob. Nob noticed the incoming attack and wanted to react, but because of the chains tied to his body, his movements were much slower. This slowness directly gave the opponent a chance to strike with thunder. Bang! The newcomer was holding a huge nail hammer, and with a whistling wind, he hit Nob's chest with a heavy hammer. Puff! Nob spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person was blown away, like a cannonball, hitting a group of orc warriors surrounding him. Those orc warriors didn't even have time to react, and were directly hit by the sturdy Nob. In an instant, the orc warriors screamed one by one. Blood gushed out, and they fell to the ground as if struck by lightning, and were instantly injured. This shows how great the impact was on Nob. Ahem. Nob could only fall to the ground in dejection, coughing up blood while glaring at the person who attacked him. Sheen, who was mixed in the crowd, also turned his eyes and looked at the man. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a tiger man who was somewhat similar to Nob. The two looked similar, and their physiques were equally strong. The only difference was that Nob looked rougher, while the man looked quite sinister, and the mace in his hand had a strong smell of blood, which simply told everyone that this man was not a good person. This was indeed the case. My dear brother, you really didn't surrender so honestly. The tiger man with a gloomy face came to Nob, looking down at him, who was spitting blood and falling to the ground, with an extremely cold smile on his face. The surrounding orcs saw this gloomy tiger man and immediately recognized his identity. The second strongest man in the tiger tribe, the younger brother of Minister Nob. Not level as high as 96. Second only to Minister Nob in the tiger tribe, and even in the top 5 of the entire orc tribe. Not. He is also the current minister of the tiger tribe, who drove Minister Nob out of his position. In other words, he is. He is. The orcs unconsciously lowered their voices, and their eyes looking at the tiger man named Not also changed. It was a complex sight of rejection, unkindness, contempt, but had to be feared. Sheen immediately understood that this tiger tribe, which could rank second in the orc tribe, seemed to have undergone a change that could be called a coup. The evidence is Nob's roar. I don't have a brother like you. Norba roared at Not, looking at him with eyes full of anger, disappointment and hatred. But Not didn't agree. Don't say that, my dear brother. Not sneered grimly and said, after all, we are brothers born from the same mother. Even if you have always looked down on me, I still spared your life. Isn't this enough to express my close feelings for you? Bah! Norba spit out a mouthful of bloody saliva and growled, if it was before, I could still treat you as my brother, even if you are insidious and cunning, or even despicable. I have never thought of expelling you. At this point, Norba's roar became louder. But now, look at what you have done. You betrayed the human race, betrayed the Protoss, betrayed me. Not only did you usurp the throne while I was away from the tiger tribe, but you also joined the evil people like original demon. I really regret that I wanted to spare your life when you made mistakes again and again, and kept you in the tribe. Many people in the tribe also pleaded for you. What happened? It's okay that you betrayed me. You also betrayed all the people who helped you, and believed in you. You are a traitor. I wish I could kill you. Nob roared like this, making the orcs around him silent. Many orc warriors also showed complex and struggling expressions, and even lowered their heads, looking guilty. Seeing this scene, Sheen's eyes flickered. Only Not, although his face was gloomy, did not have any guilt. But the sneer on his face became more and more intense. It has come to this point. Do you still think that we should follow the footsteps of the human race and the god race and fight against the new original demon? Not raised the hammer and pressed it on Nob's body, saying coldly, You have also seen how the newborn original demon gradually took over this world in this month. Right? What about the gods? What about the demons? Even though there are 3 goddesses and 6 demons over there, they were still beaten to a pulp by the newborn original demon and fell into the miserable state they are in now. Nob began to exert force little by little. Facts have proved that without the Supreme God and the Demon King, the gods and demons are nothing. Even the Supreme God turned a deaf ear to this situation and continued to sleep in her sanctuary. Doesn't this just prove that we are right? Of course, the Supreme God is high above, omnipotent and invincible. In his eyes, all we do is just playing house in her back garden world. Right? But even playing house has a winner. And now this side is undoubtedly stronger. My dear brother, Not's implication was very simple, which was that he was aware of the times and obeyed the strong. I am saving our tiger tribe and our orcs. Otherwise, once the humans and gods are defeated, the orcs will also be slaughtered. Okay? Only by following me, obeying me, and declaring allegiance to the newborn original demon together with Yura, can the tiger tribe and the orc survive and even grow stronger. I am the minister who can lead the tiger tribe to glory. You just need to go to the gap and be your prisoner, brother. As he said that, the spikes on Not's mace had already pierced into Norbu's flesh and blood. Ah! Norbu's face was distorted and hideous. He struggled desperately, but because he was seriously injured and tied with thick chains, he could not resist Norbu's strength at all. This made Norbu groan in pain. But he did not give in because of this. Instead, he stared at Not with a pair of red eyes. In fact, Norbu is not very loyal to the human race and the gods. He does not have a strong belief in the gods. Nor does he have a strong sense of belonging to the human race. He also believes in the principle that the strong are respected, and believes that whoever has the bigger fist has the greater right to speak. But this is not the reason why he will be convinced by Not's words. First, although he does not feel proud of being a member of the human race, he has deep feelings for the tiger tribe where he belongs. Second, although he does not have much faith in the gods, he also respects the goddess, who can perform miracles that he cannot do and has been guiding the world without regrets. Moreover, he is rough and believes in the principle that the strong are respected. But he will never admit conspiracy. In his opinion, the actions of the new original demon are all despicable and shameless little actions. And they are afraid of the threats of the demons and the greatness of the goddesses. In his eyes, such newborn original demons were not strong at all, but just a group of despicable villains. If it was a head-on confrontation, how could the newborn original demons, with only 2 transcendent beings, be the opponent of the 3 major races with more than 10 transcendent beings? Not to mention, in Nob's mind, the unforgettable figure flashed by, thinking that the other person was also trapped in the demon world because of the conspiracy of the newborn original demon and could not return to the human world at all. Nob's anger rose. Don't think that you despicable villains can always be so arrogant. Nob squeezed out all the strength in his body and roared throughout Cosmos. Even if you have calculated everything, it can't change the fact that you are afraid of those real strong ones. 3 goddesses, 6 demons, and brave. They will definitely defeat you. Such a roar seemed to shake everyone's heart and resounded in everyone's mind. Suddenly, the orcs who were watching looked at each other, and the light in their eyes became brighter and brighter. The orc warriors couldn't help showing timid expressions, and their struggling expressions became stronger. Not saw all this clearly, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He knew that this situation was not good. The orcs were not united, and not everyone was like Jula and Not, who sincerely chose to betray. Most of the orcs were actually like Nob, who were deeply awed by the rumors and powers of the 3 goddesses, the 6 demons, and the heroes. Over the long years, they had already established a heart of worship and admiration for these existences. The so-called faith, in fact, is the worship of great deeds, miracles, and power. If God can't evoke miracles and has no power that can be called great, then who will believe in it? The faith of the human race is actually just such a thing. The existence of the brave, the 3 goddesses, the 6 demons, etc. are undoubtedly the most widely known great men and strong men in the world. Many people have been instilled with the concept of how great and powerful these existences are since they became conscious. And over time, faith has emerged. In comparison, in the eyes of many people, the new original demon is indeed not as long-standing as the faith worth pursuing. Therefore, except for the existence of the evil gods and the old demons who are ambitious and have ulterior motives. In fact, most people are unwilling to betray the human race. the gods, and the demons. Yura understood this point, and only then did he control the important figures of each race through coercive means, and force them to obey. Otherwise, it would not be possible to make the entire orc surrender in a month, let alone a year, 10 years, or even 100 years. And once someone in the orcs resisted desperately, Yura's means would be declared over. Knowing this clearly, Nott saw that the look in the eyes of the orcs around him was getting more and more wrong, and immediately realized that if this continued, their rebellious hearts would definitely be awakened. So, since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. Nott looked at Nob with murderous intent. He wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Only in this way can everyone present be shocked and let them know the consequences of resistance. Whoosh! At that moment, without any hesitation, Nott raised the huge nail hammer high, swung it with the wind, and smashed it mercilessly at Nob's head. The momentum and the force. Once hit, it was clear that once Nob's head was hit, it would completely turn into mud. This was a fatal blow. Whoosh! However, before the orcs around him screamed and exclaimed, another sound of wind sounded. A figure rushed out like a whistle, and came to Nott in an instant. Chapter 9:12 Should I say long time no see? Ding! This is the sound caused by the huge nail hammer being blocked. In front of Nott, who swung the hammer mercilessly, a young man in a hooded black robe suddenly appeared, stretched out a hand, and took the full force of the current chief of the Tiger tribe, the second-ranked orc tribe. The strong wind turned into air waves. The black robe of the mysterious man who suddenly appeared was also stirred in the strong wind. But he actually took the blow of the top legendary strongman with one hand. His posture was stable. His body was straight like a pine, and there was no sign of being shaken. What? Nott's pupils shrank suddenly. The orcs around him also reacted and showed surprised expressions. You are? Nob, who was waiting for his end, was startled. He looked at the mysterious black-robed man who suddenly appeared in front of him and helped him block the fatal blow. His face was full of astonishment. But the situation did not end there. Who are you? Nott asked in a loud voice. However, the visitor did not even pay attention to his question, or seemed to be disdainful of paying attention. The hand that took Nott's mace tightened completely, and it was already full of magic power. Bang! The next second, another dull sound appeared. However, this time, it was the sound of the mace in Nott's hand being shattered. The mace in Nott's hand was in the visitor's palm filled with magic power, and it exploded instantly and turned into powder as if it was crushed to dust. Before Nott could react, the mysterious black-robed strong man raised his hem, and when he felt a flash in front of his eyes, he kicked him heavily in the chest. Puff! The heavy kick released a terrible force, making Nott feel that his internal organs were displaced. He couldn't help but follow Nob's footsteps, spurting out a mouthful of blood, smashing to the side like a cannonball, and smashing into a building. The building was shaken by the impact. The walls were shattered, and the tiles were scattered, so that Nott was almost half buried in it in an instant. Damn it! Nott was almost suffocated by the pain, and his body was in severe pain as if it was falling apart, and he couldn't even move a few times. This made Nott shocked and angry, and he roared at the orc warriors, who had not yet reacted. Go! Kill him! Nott shouting suddenly awakened the stunned orc warriors. The orc warriors didn't have time to think more. Under Nott's order, after hesitating for a while, they immediately shouted one by one, raised their weapons, and rushed towards the mysterious man who suddenly appeared. The mysterious man raised his face slightly under the hood and looked at the orc warriors attacking from all directions, with a cold look in his eyes. But just as he was about to attack, Nob also reacted. Don't hurt them. They were just ordered to do it. Nob shouted hurriedly. The mysterious man who was about to attack paused slightly, then relaxed his body, and the coldness in his eyes disappeared. This caused all the orc warriors around him to rush to his side and stab his body with their weapons. But just when everyone thought that this mysterious strongman would be stabbed to pieces, a shocking scene appeared. Clang! 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 In a fierce sound of metal clashing, countless sharp weapons fell on the mysterious black-robed man. But not only did they not penetrate his body, but they seemed to pierce a steel wall, bursting out countless sparks. What? Including Nob and Nott. All the orcs who saw this scene exclaimed, especially the orc warriors, feeling the recoil force transmitted from the weapons in their hands, fell into a sluggish state one by one. But the mysterious strongman ignored all this and began to squander his strength as if it was nothing. Boom! With a roar in the air, Amazing magic power burst out from him. The storm-like magic power blew away all the orcs in the surrounding area. Even the orcs, who were watching, were not spared. They only had time to exclaim and scream. And then, they were blown to the ground, staggering like an exploding bomb. After a long time, everything was calm. However, at this moment, except for the mysterious black-robed strongman, everyone else had fallen to the ground, and no one was standing, good and strong. Nob, who watched all this, murmured. At this time, the mysterious black-robed strongman turned around and came to Nob's side with a flash. Go! He stretched out his hand and put it on Nob's shoulder. The man didn't even give Nob a chance to respond or agree. He moved instantly and disappeared from the spot. The former head of the tiger tribe, who was reduced to a prisoner, was rescued just like that. The orcs who were watching watched all this in doubt. The orc warriors were still lying on the ground, wailing faintly. It seemed that they were too close to each other and suffered some injuries from the impact of magic at close range. Nod pushed away the rubble on his body, covered his chest, and walked out of the broken building with blood on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the orcs lying on the ground and the messy scene, his face was gloomy and scary. Damn it! Nod punched the wall beside him angrily, and there was still a hint of lingering fear in his tone. Nob was rescued. This was the thing that made Nod angry the most. But compared to this incident, a mysterious strongman suddenly appeared in Cosmos. Which is more worrying. When did such a strongman appear in Cosmos? Nod's eyes flickered. No matter what, he is a top legendary strongman with a level of 96. Only slightly weaker than Nob, the second strongest man of the orcs, but not much weaker. It is impossible for him to be beaten unilaterally by the other party like this. Among the orcs, only Gura can do such a thing. Gura, who has all the specialties of the orcs and a level of 99, is not much different from the extreme strongman. Only with him can he make not unilaterally beaten. In other words, it is very likely that he is an extreme strongman. There is no such strongman in the orcs, the dwarves, or even the entire human race. Although, according to Gura, an extreme-level elf magician appeared during the Battle of the Capital, and the kingdom's treasure also showed a power far beyond the extreme level. But the person just now was obviously not a magician, let alone a woman, but a strong male who could take the full-strength attack of himself as an orc with bare hands. Could it be? Not thought of another person, but immediately denied it. That person needs to be in the capital. And the latest information a few hours ago also showed that he was still in the capital. So it couldn't be that person. So, is the other party an extreme-level strongman of the gods? If it is a god, it should be possible to use power to cover up the characteristics of being a woman and appear here, right? Or, is the other party an extreme-level strongman of the demon clan? But the 3 extreme-level strongmen of the demon clan are all in the demon world and have not come to the human world. This is information that has been confirmed long ago. What is going on? No matter what, let's report this matter first. Nod made the wisest choice. There appeared in Cosmos a mysterious strongman who was not an orc or a dwarf, and was very likely to be an extreme level. This kind of existence could threaten the safety or plan of the orcs. Nod must take this news to the Gap as soon as possible and tell Jula. Otherwise, a bad situation is likely to occur. As for Nob, I will deal with you sooner or later. Brother. Nod said a gloomy and cruel word. Immediately, the current chief of the tiger tribe ignored the civilians and his subordinates around him and staggered away. Cosmos. A remote alley? In a flash, 2 figures appeared here. Nob only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the scene in his eyes changed. From the bustling city to the dim alley, there were no orc warriors around him, no onlookers, and certainly no traitor like Nod. There was only this mysterious strongman who suddenly appeared in front of him and saved him. This situation told Nob that he had escaped from the situation of being imprisoned and escorted, and gained freedom. At that moment, Nob struggled to get up regardless of his own injuries. Thank you for saving me, mysterious strongman. Nob thanked the black-robed man in front of him in a deep voice. In response, the other party was silent for a while. Immediately, a voice that was not too unfamiliar to Nob sounded from under the other party's hood. I didn't expect you to be so polite, Minister Nob. The teasing laughter came into Nob's ears, which made Nob stunned at first, and then widened his eyes. You are you? Nob spoke in astonishment. The other party curled his lips and took off the hood on his head. Who else could it be except Sheen? In this situation, should I say long time no see? Sheen looked at Nob with a smile and said, although, if you really count it, we just met in the capital a month ago. Hearing this, Nob looked at Sheen in silence for a long time, and then spoke in a complicated voice. Why are you here? Nob asked in a deep voice. Well, something happened. Sheen did not directly explain the situation on his side, but looked at Nob and said, but you seem to have become much worse than when you were showing off in front of me. Minister. Sheen's words were not too polite, and could even be said to be very direct. After all, if you really count, even if the two are not enemies, they are opponents who dislike each other. A month ago, in order to see Xiao Funi, the former minister of the Tiger tribe also led a large number of people to kill the Bastet family, but was beaten by Sheen. So, even if Sheen didn't take it seriously, Nob wouldn't be too willing. As expected. Laugh if you want. Nob glared at Sheen, and said, not knowing whether it was mocking or self-mocking, I am really embarrassed now. And I have fallen to the point where you rescued me. I probably won't have the face to appear in front of that prince in the future. Right? As he said that, Nob coughed a few more times. It was obvious that not only was his injury serious, but his mood was also not very stable. Sheen looked at him like this, and said nothing more. What's wrong with you? Sheen asked directly, how did you fall to this point? Sheen's words made Nob's face full of anger. His mood became unstable again. Chapter 913 At least I am her brother-in-law. Just when Sheen thought that Nob would explain to him, he lowered his head, and looked at the thick chains tied to his body. Can you help me untie this first? Nob whispered his request. Sheen raised his eyebrows, did not object, and directly pulled out the holy sword worn on his waist hidden by the black robe. In the moment when Nob's voice just fell, he suddenly slashed down. Clang! In the crisp and sharp breaking sound, all the thick chains on Nob's body were cut in half by the holy sword that turned into a golden slash. It's untied now? Nob couldn't help but be stunned. And then he looked at the holy sword tightly held in Sheen's hand, with envy and complexity in his eyes. There is no way. How could the chains that can be used to restrain a powerful tiger man like Nob be ordinary chains? It was a restraint made by the blacksmiths of the dwarves using a large amount of fine steel. It was more than enough to be used on humans, not to mention on legendary monsters. Someone once used this fine steel chain made by the blacksmiths of the dwarves to restrain a dragon, and it succeeded in restraining it, making it unable to escape. Although some special magic props were used to restrain the dragon's mouth first, so that the dragon could not spit out dragon breath. And then, the chain was successfully used to restrain the opponent. But even a large monster like the dragon, which can be called the king of monsters, can be successfully restrained, which shows the toughness of this fine steel chain. If it weren't for being restrained by such a thing, how could Nob, who has strange power, be escorted by a group of orc warriors? It's better to say that Nob can use his strange power to break free from the fine steel chains that bound his hands and then resist, which is already very remarkable. As a result, such a tough restraint device can be cut off with a wave of the holy sword. If Sheen had used the holy sword in the last battle in front of Bastet's house, how many rounds could he have walked out? When he thought of this, Nob couldn't help but feel complicated. You humans in the other world are really blessed to have such a magical weapon. Nob said this. Isn't it? Throughout the ages, all heroes are humans from the other world. Neither natives of Omnipotensen, nor any other species, but the weakest among all ethnic groups, or humans who are born weak. There has never been a hero from the Protoss, nor a hero from the demonic clan, not even elves, dwarves, and of course not orcs. How can Nob not be moved by this? I really don't know why you humans, who are born weak, are so blessed by nature. You obviously don't have the naturally strong physique like orcs and dwarves like us, nor the naturally powerful magical talent like elves. You can only grow up little by little from the weakest stage. However, you are the group that looks closest to gods and can give birth to heroes. I totally cannot understand it. For some reason, Nob said such an inexplicable thing. Sheen raised his eyebrows again and again, put away the holy sword, turned his eyes, and looked at Nob. Are you jealous? Sheen did not mean to beat around the bush and asked directly. Fortunately, although Nob has a bad temper, he is also a straightforward, or a rough man with big nerves. He is not jealous. Nob said in a deep voice, I just wonder, if I am also a hero, can I prevent the tiger tribe from falling into the hands of Not, that bastard? Or, Nob did not say the rest, but Sheen understood. Or, if you are a hero, can you attract the attention of Xiao Fun? Right? She'd exposed Nob's thoughts. This is indeed one of the thoughts that Nob couldn't help but have at this moment. Unfortunately, Sheen ruthlessly broke his delusion. Don't think about it. I'm not the only hero. Have you heard that Guy greeted any of the heroes in the past with a smile? After this, Nob was speechless. After all, it is no secret that there were heroes who fell into Xiao Fun's hands. But like other heroes, Xiao Fun didn't look at them in the eye. Whether it was an emperor, a hero or a hero. In Xiao Fun's eyes, they were no different from ordinary people. She never looked at anyone in the eye. And such rumors had spread throughout the 3 realms. In other words, even if Nob was really a hero, Xiao Fun wouldn't look at him in the eye. Of course, if it was just the degree of attention, there would still be some. Sheen spread his hands, with no pride or boasting on his face. Only a moment of boredom. However, what Sheen thought was boring was extremely important in Nob's eyes. You mean? It's not the hero who is special, but you, right? Nob asked in a deep voice. Sheen glanced at Nob and threw out a sentence. At least I am her brother-in-law. This sentence directly blocked all of Nob's questions. Yes. At least, Sheen is Xiao Funi's brother-in-law. Xiao Funi can be indifferent to any hero. But she can't completely ignore her sister's partner. Right? The fiancé of the dragon demon. Just this identity is enough for Xiao Funi to pay attention to Sheen. Of course, Nob didn't think that this identity alone would make Xiao Funi look at him with admiration. Even if he is a brother-in-law. If there is nothing worthy of Xiao Funi's attention, then the prince probably won't look at him more. But Sheen is different. The fact that Shafn was able to live in his house for such a long time. And there was even a rumor that Sheen took that woman's hand and left everyone's sight in the royal capital, was enough to show that the succubus had a preference for Sheen. At least, that person does not reject the contact of this man. This is also the reason why many of Xiao Funi's admirers feel uncomfortable. What is the relationship between you and that prince? In the end, Nob couldn't help asking this question. In response, Sheen just rolled his eyes at him. Good guy. You don't answer my question. But you ask me questions that are completely irrelevant to the current situation. In your eyes, the relationship between me and Xiao Funi is more important than your experience here or even your tiger tribe. Right? Sheen's unpleasant words made Nob sober up all of a sudden. Now is not the time to talk about this. Even if Nob still can't feel relieved, and even a little irritable for this, he can't beat the man in front of him. If he can't beat him, then he has no right to lose his temper and no control over the topic. So, Nob can only smack his lips and look closely at Sheen. You must have something important to do here. Right? Nob finally got back to the point and said, are you here for the orcs? Or for Gura? These 2 goals cannot be confused. If Sheen came for the orcs, it means that the humans and the gods are ready to take action against the rebellious orcs and eliminate the traitors. If this is Sheen's intention, Nob will definitely not cooperate, and will even stop Sheen at all costs. But if Sheen came for Gura, it would be different. This means that the humans and the gods understand the current situation of the orcs, and want to liberate the orcs, who are strongly suppressed by Gura's dictatorship and terrorist policies. If Sheen's intention was only to target Gura, then Nob would feel at ease with Sheen and cooperate with his actions. Sheen saw through Nob's thoughts. I didn't expect that you look strong and simple-minded. But you unexpectedly use your brain to think about things. Sheen crossed his arms and said, don't worry. Although my main task this time is not to deal with Gura. Dealing with him is just my personal idea. But I am not here to bully the orcs. Is that so? Nob frowned and asked relentlessly. What is your main task then? So, you are determined to ignore my question today and ask me back first. Right? Sheen narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. For your performance today, I won't teach you a lesson. After being said by Sheen, even a rough and strong Nob looked a little unnatural. He can be unwilling or unconvinced. But it is undeniable that he is indeed not Sheen's opponent. This brave man is not a good-tempered hero, but a man who is likely to be more violent than himself. This hero, who could fight against Alemus, and even kill the demon dragon Magel, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary combat power that could make the entire new original demon fear him. In front of this big guy, a top legendary like me is just a younger brother. If I really get caught and beaten, I can only accept it. Fortunately, Sheen didn't do that. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Sheen thought about it, and finally chose to tell Nob the truth, saying, my main purpose this time is to rescue the people captured by Gura, and secondly to deal with that traitor. As soon as he said this, Nob's eyes lit up instantly. You want to enter the gap to save people? Nob stared at Sheen closely and said to himself, that's right. The environment of the gap only has a suppressive effect on the Protoss. Gura also saw this point and moved the base camp in to avoid the threat of the three goddesses. Apart from the Protoss, among the human race, you are the only one who can deal with him and the threat brought by the entire orcs. This rough man is really not as rough as he looks on the surface. And he is surprisingly smart. Come to think of it, if this guy was just a hot-tempered reckless man, he would not have retreated in front of Sheen last time and gave up the action of showing his presence in front of Shatton. After thinking about it, Nob made a decision. You come with me. Nob said this to Sheen. Where to? Sheen asked casually. And he already had an answer in his mind. If nothing unexpected happens, Nob should want to take him there. Sure enough. I will take you to the gap. Nob threw out this and said, it is usually hidden by a barrier, and you may not be able to find its specific location and entry method. Entry method? Sheen didn't care about the barrier, but he had to care about this point, and asked Nob, do you need to use a special method to enter the gap? Do you think the gap in the world can be easily drilled into? Nob said gruffly, even the space there is chaotic. Even if you have teleportation skills or space transfer magic, you can't get in. As he said that, Nob turned around. In short, you just follow me. After that, Nob left. Sheen thought about it, and finally followed. Chapter 9:14. Then why do you still covet the dragon demon? Cosmos. A corner of the city. There are no buildings here, but only a solemn scene like a military camp. Tents or wooden houses are built here, forming a different urban area, which makes the atmosphere here completely different from other places in Cosmos. And it feels out of place. What makes people feel even more out of place is the people here. Although there are orcs here, they are like the army, not only fully armed, but also either standing guard or patrolling, as if they have made this place into a real military camp. And the atmosphere is so sharp that it makes people feel their skin stinging. But under the leadership of Nob, Sheen came to such a place. Where is this? Looking at the military camp in front of him, Sheen frowned deeply. It's not because the security here is strict, but because he vaguely remembers this place. Isn't this the place where the Dark Temple that sealed Lilith was located? That's right. This is the city where the Dark Temple that sealed Lilith was located. Although Cosmos had been experiencing inexplicable transfers, causing the directions and locations of various places to become messy, Sheen was still very impressed by this place. So he recognized it at once. The most important thing is the inexplicable fluctuations that have been fluctuating in the space. That fluctuation is exactly the same as the spatial fluctuation that Sheen felt when he entered Cosmos. And it is also exactly the same as Cosmos when Sheen encountered the inexplicable transfer phenomenon. It was this spatial fluctuation that told Sheen that this was the center that caused the transfer phenomenon. That is, the place where Lilith's Dark Temple was located. In this regard, Nob confirmed Sheen's statement. Originally, there was an orc tribe where the Saint Lady was born. For thousands of years, they have been following the instructions of the Goddess of Life to guard the Dark Temple that exists here. Nob explained to Sheen in a low voice. After the Cosmos incident, the evil god Lilith was liberated and taken away by you. Cosmos was also destroyed, although it was rebuilt afterwards, because the Dark Temple was no longer there. The tribes here no longer had the heavy mission as before. They just lived here and guarded the gap between the worlds. But the revolution of the orcs changed everything. After Gura strongly suppressed the entire orcs, in order to avoid the three goddesses of the gods coming to ask for punishment, and to contain other tribes of the orcs who had different intentions, they decided to occupy this place and move into the gap between the worlds. The original tribes here were expelled and replaced by people from the Gura tribe. Nob's explanation made Sheen turn his eyes and look at him. In other words, all the orcs here are loyal followers of Gura? Sheen's tone has changed a bit. Nob seemed to know what Sheen meant. After hesitating for a while, he nodded. They can only be regarded as ordinary warriors on the periphery. Right? Nob said. Gura's true loyal followers and his personal guards have moved into the gap with him. The army left outside is just composed of ordinary warriors in the tribe. But there is no doubt that these people are all supporters of Gura. And they are orcs who chose to betray the human race and the Protoss like Gura. Unlike the other threatened orc tribes, this tribe is a legion led and cultivated by Gura himself for many years. Those who dared to resist Gura had been killed long ago. The rest were all fanatical followers cultivated by him. And they were all very brave and good at fighting. The weak people were probably eliminated under the terror rule of that guy. Right? At this point, Nob's eyes could not help but show a fierce light. Sheen had also heard about Gira's deeds a long time ago. It is said that the hybrid orc king had killed his father for the position of tribal leader at an early time, usurped the position of minister, and launched a series of brutal actions after taking office. For example, he secretly destroyed the statues of the gods, privately forbade the people in the tribe to pray and believe in gods, and in order to create the strongest orc army, he implemented the policy of the jungle in the entire tribe, leaving the strong and eliminating the weak, then eliminating the rebels, cultivating loyal ministers and dead soldiers, and finally successfully made his tribe the strongest tribe in the entire orc tribe. Although Nob also believes in the principle of respecting the strong, he is not as cruel and ruthless as Gira, eliminating all the weak and leaving only the strong. In other words, Nob is very displeased with what Gira did. In addition to what Gira did now, Nob is not only displeased with him, but also extremely hostile and hateful. But Nob still had to say a few words about the strong tribe that Jula had built with his own hands. That guy's tribe has been built into an iron plate, and there are many strong people in his tribe. You must reach level 50 at the age of 20, level 60 at the age of 25, level 70 at the age of 30, level 75 at the age of 35, and level 80 at the age of 40. Otherwise you will be expelled from the tribe. Those who have not reached the required level but want to stay in the tribe must challenge those who have reached the standard in the same age group and defeat them, so that they can continue to stay. The loser can continue to challenge the rest of the people in the same age group until there is only one loser left, and that loser will still be expelled from the tribe. With this policy, his tribe was built into the most powerful one among the entire orcs, with power and strength comparable to the 3 major human countries, and even faintly surpassing the 3 most powerful countries in your human countries. This is Gira's tribe, a legion-style orc tribe with no personal feelings, no human feelings, only strength. No wonder Sheen did not doubt this. The orc warriors patrolling and standing guard in the front barracks are indeed quite strong, and the momentum they exude is also very strong. Sheen feels that they have completely surpassed the Kingdom Knights and the Imperial Knights, and can be compared with the Guards Knights. And these are just the most peripheral subordinates under Gira. Those so-called personal guards brought into the gap by him are only likely to be stronger. Sheen has reason to believe that all the orc masters brought into the gap by Gira are at least level 70. Such a force, if it is really gathered, I am afraid that even if the extreme strongman comes, it will not be much good to face him head-on. Right? Of course. I am not among them. Just get rid of them all? Such a thought flashed through Sheen's mind. Since these orcs are not unwilling to betray, but loyal followers of Gira, then Anima should not be so saintly as to persuade herself to let these people live. Right? They are the real betrayers, and it is the most beneficial development for her to wipe them out. Thinking of this, Sheen was a little restless. Nob seemed to see Sheen's thoughts, and couldn't help but say something. I don't object to you taking action against them, but it's better not now. Otherwise Gira will definitely get the news. By then, even if it's you, you won't want to see him threaten you with the safety of the hostages. Right? Nob's words calmed Sheen down a little. Sheen also found that he was a little reckless. Normally, I should be able to think of such a simple thing. It can only be said that the retreat of the human race and the Protoss in this month really made Sheen feel a little unhappy. So he kept feeling restless and wanted to take action himself. Sheen calmed down a little and glanced at Nob. I didn't expect you to remind me. You are not as thick-skinned as you seem. Sheen sighed. Nob snorted coldly and said, after all, I am the leader of a tribe. Even if I am thick-skinned, I still have to think about some issues. Otherwise, how can my tiger tribe become the second strongest among the orcs? This really makes sense. The only problem is, after all, it is only the second. Sheen kindly reminded, and you won't forget that your tiger tribe has become someone else's. Right? After being stabbed by Sheen, Nob's breathing stagnated, and the whole person exuded a murderous aura. If it weren't for that bastard not threatening me with my wife and daughter, how could I be subdued and usurp the throne by him? Nob clenched his fists in hatred. What? She noticed something strange and said in astonishment, You already have a wife and daughter? Is it strange? Nob didn't know what Sheen was surprised about, and his thick eyebrows frowned. Sheen immediately condemned. You already have a wife and daughter, but you are still so obsessed with Xia Funi. Isn't this strange? Sheen almost showed a contemptuous expression. However, Nob despised him even faster than him. Are you qualified to say that? You already have a kingdom treasure as your fiancé. Right? Then why are you still greedy for the dragon demon? Nob's contempt for Sheen was overflowing. This time, it was Sheen who was speechless and breathless. I almost forgot that this world allows polygamy. In this case, it doesn't seem strange to continue pursuing others after having a wife and daughter? Don't you have 2 fiancés and 2 little wives hidden at home? It's already like this. How can I still have the right to look down on others? When did I become a hypocritical dog? Hack. Fortunately, at least the person I covet has come to my bowl. But the person you covet may never look at you in his life. Sheen threw out a sentence lightly. Gurgle. Nob squeezed out a strange cry from his throat. Obviously suffering a critical hit. This made Nob a little angry and raised his fist as big as a sandbag. Seeing this, Sheen spoke with interest. What? Want to fight? Sheen also raised his fist. That fist, compared with the iron fist of Nob, who was as strong as a bear, was nothing. It was like a mayfly shaking a tree. As small as a younger brother. But Sheen said so. You can't beat me. That's right. A small fist doesn't mean you are a younger brother. Nob was silent, and finally had to put down his fist as big as a sandbag, telling himself not to bother with this shameless hero. The two looked at each other silently, and then tacitly looked away. When they looked away, they realized that they were surrounded by people without knowing when. The orc warriors looked at them silently, forming a circle. Then, there is a loud intruder here, someone shouted. The corners of Sheen and Nob's mouths twitched at the same time. Chapter 915 originally. I was not the only one with double standards. Boom! This was the sound of heavy footsteps mixed together and running on the ground. When Sheen and Nob were discovered and the orc warriors in the orc camp were notified, all the orcs here seemed to be awakened beasts, and they all ran toward Sheen and Nob. Suddenly, countless orc warriors rushed from all directions, like a herd of beasts, making the solemn atmosphere in the camp full of gunpowder. A trace of murderous aura began to rise, making the entire camp like a huge awakened monster, and began to move. And they did not catch Sheen and Nob's idea at all. Could the other party have accidentally entered? Could the other party have special circumstances? So they must capture the other party alive? Shouldn't their lives be harmed? Such considerations were not within the thinking range of these orc warriors, because they received only one order. That is, all the strange beings who intend to invade here should be killed on the spot. So, the orc warriors who surrounded Sheen and Nob raised their weapons without hesitation and rushed towards the two. That murderous aura, that momentum, was simply intended to chop Sheen and Nob into pieces. Seeing this, Sheen and Nob complained to each other. It's all because of your loud voice. Look, you've been discovered. I said you have no right to say anything about me. The two cursed each other like this, and then they moved at the same time. Get out. Nob directly used his unique skill Giant Strength. This ability greatly increased Nob's own strength, making him the strongest life form in the human race, and even making him able to move a mountain. Even the gods and demons had to bow down to him in terms of strength. Once this unique skill was used, Nob's sturdy body suddenly grew, with his muscles bulging, height increasing, body becoming larger, and back bulging. Nob instantly turned into a giant tiger man more than 3 meters tall. With a roar, he raised his fist as heavy as a rock and slammed into the attacking orc warriors. Bang! 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 In a series of dull thunder-like loud noises. One by one the orc warriors were blown away by Nob on the spot, turning into kites with broken strings, flying in all directions like garbage, and fell to the ground after a long time, turning into a pool of blood and flesh. Without the restraint of the fine steel chain, Nob's powerful strength was finally brought into full play, and he defeated the orc army that surrounded him. In addition, his injuries were directly healed by Sheen with Breath of the Stars. After Nob recovered to his full state, he naturally became unstoppable, killing gods and demons. Compared to the violent push of Nob, the movement on Sheen's side was not very big. However, in terms of the degree of terror, Sheen's side was undoubtedly the most shocking. Whoosh! In the sound of the wind, Sheen's figure turned into a ghostly black shadow, like a black whirlwind, rushing towards the attacking orc warriors. The black robe undulated violently at a very fast speed. The gorgeous holy sword was also pulled out by Sheen at some point. All the orc warriors felt that their charge was not over yet, and they did not see the enemy's figure. They could only see a golden sword light appear. Puff! In the sound of the cutting of the silk, the blood of an orc warrior who rushed to the front suddenly appeared. His upper body flew up and hit the ground, and the large amount of blood spurting out of his body dyed the ground red. His lower body was still running due to inertia. After running for a distance, the speed became slower and slower, and finally stopped completely, fell to the ground, and created a second pool of blood, and died on the spot. The orc warrior didn't even react. He was already dead. Of course, the rest of the orc warriors were treated the same way. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of flesh being cut by a sharp weapon kept ringing, and the blood light kept blooming. One by one, the orc warriors were cut in half by the golden sword light, turning into incomplete corpses, falling in a pool of blood, and completely losing their lives. Sheen turned into a deadly black whirlwind, charging at an astonishing speed, and wantonly killing orc warriors in the group of orc warriors, like the god of death, constantly harvesting lives. Facing these loyal followers, who had already surrendered to Gira and were trained by Gira, Sheen had no need to show mercy, and his moves were to kill. Such a large-scale harvest naturally turned the entire military camp into a bloody battlefield soon, with blood and the bodies of orc warriors all over the ground. If there was a third person here and saw the scene, he would never believe that there were orc warriors lying on the ground, and each of them was at least level 50 or 60. Right? For ordinary people, these orc warriors, who were undoubtedly strong, were reduced to the most vulnerable existence in the hands of just two people, and were constantly killed. Seeing that Sheen and Nob were slaughtering their own people wantonly, how could the other orc warriors not understand the strength of these two invaders? Legendary level. At least legendary level. Moreover, they also recognized Nob's identity, and knew that he was a top legendary level existence with a level of 97. The second strongest of the orcs. As for the other mysterious swordsman in a black robe, his strength is likely to be higher than Nob. Two top legendary invaders? That's not something they can resist easily. Quick! Go to the gap to ask for support. An orc warrior, who was obviously of high status, and seemed to be the leader of the orc army here, shouted in shock and anger. This immediately attracted the attention of Sheen and Nob. Stop! Nob couldn't help but break through the encirclement. Rushed over. He couldn't let the orc warriors here run to report. Otherwise, if Jula reacted and threatened them with hostages, they might be helpless. But Nob's strength might be terrible. But his speed might not be able to catch up with so many people who might report here. He could only watch many orc warriors disperse on the spot, split into many groups, and ran to report. Just when Nob could only helplessly accept this reality, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared, with a vast magic power. Attract the stars from the sky. Accompanied by the chanting of the spell, the starlight flickered in the orcs' camp. The stars are dotted with brilliance and the flames are numerous, obeying the command of the one who controls the night sky. The mystery and trajectory of the gods are displayed at this moment. That is light. That is the powerful power of heaven. So, shine. Stars. So, descend. Light. Huge magic power was injected into the starlight, and the starlight in the camp suddenly surged. Diffusion star arrays. Finally, the magic called celestial bodies took shape. In the starlight, countless small celestial bodies swept out, turning into beams of light, shooting in all directions. What? Not good. What kind of magic is this? The faces of the orc warriors changed one after another, and even exclaimed. Small celestial bodies flew through the military camp, catching up with the orc warriors who had run away. Immediately, laser-like light bands burst out from the small celestial bodies and shot at the orc warriors one by one. Puff! 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 The sound of flesh being cut off appeared again. No, this time it was not cut off, but penetrated. Countless light bands were like lasers, piercing the chests or heads of orc warriors one by one. Ugh! Ahoy! Amid screams, the orc warriors who were about to report to the other side of the gap were all shot and killed by the laser-like light bands, followed the path of their companions in front, fell to the ground, and gradually became a pool of blood that dyed the earth red. You can't run away. Sheen shook his whole body with magic power, controlling the celestial bodies of the diffusion star array and letting them start to slaughter the orc warriors. As the saying goes, as long as you kill everyone who sees you, it will be a perfect assassination. In other words, as long as you kill everyone in the entire military camp, no one will be able to report it. And naturally no one will know that someone has sneaked in. Report? Not possible. Today, she not only wants to save people, but also wants to kill people. The orc warriors in this military camp are just appetizers. seeing countless celestial bodies flying back and forth in the military camp, emitting light bands, and shooting the orc warriors one by one on the spot. And no one can escape. Nob was relieved and couldn't help but be amazed. Is this a brave man? It's obviously a demon. Right? Obviously. Sheen style scared a tough guy like Nob. Fortunately, I didn't offend him too much. Looking at the countless orc warriors lying in a pool of blood, Nob felt fortunate and mourned for Gura. If you mess with such a person, your doom is coming. Gura, leaving such a sigh. Nob also cheered up, roared wildly, rushed into the legion of orc warriors, and killed them wantonly. As I said, he would not have any mercy or sympathy for any of the orcs in the Gura tribe, even if they were slaughtered. He would not have any opinions, which was incomparable to the orc warriors who escorted him before. After all, those orc warriors are all people from his tribe. Right? Fortunately, Nob's thoughts were not known by Sheen. Otherwise, he would definitely sigh. Originally, I was not the only one with double standards. Not long after, the battle ended, with the rapid harvest of diffusion star array, coupled with the ruthless killing and bombing of Sheen and Nob. All the orc warriors in the entire camp naturally fell to the ground one by one, unable to get up again. Nob stood in the sea of blood and corpses with his blood-stained hands, panting. Even if he was so desperate to kill the enemy, he should be tired. On the other hand, Sheen did not look tired at all. While walking towards Nob, he shook off the blood on the tip of the holy sword, making the holy sword spotless and magnificent again, comparing the other party, who was calm and inexplicably cool, and then comparing himself, who was covered in blood and looked as embarrassed as if he had just come out of a ditch. Nob almost doubted his life. Such good physical strength? Am I an orc, or is he an orc? Isn't it said that humans are weak chickens with thin arms and legs? This is a weak chicken? Then what am I? Damn. Chapter 969. Sheen, am willing to call you the strongest. At this time, Sheen did not know that in the eyes of Nob, he was once regarded as a demon from a brave man, and then as an orc from a demon. If he knew, he would definitely let Nob know what it means to be beaten by society. Nob, who had no idea that he had escaped, looked at Sheen, who put away the holy sword and came to him, and tried to calm his breathing. Well, as a strong man, he also has self-esteem. Even if he can't beat the other party, he can't let the other party think that he is just a show. He is so big, but he is panting like nothing. So, Nob tried to suppress his rapid breathing and pretended to be calm. Fortunately, we didn't let anyone run away, so even Gura wouldn't find out the situation here so quickly. This is the truth. Who made Gura now in the gap between the world? Not outside? With the shelter of the world crack, the connection between Gura and the outside world will inevitably become much weaker. In this case, before the scheduled contact time, or before someone discovers the situation here and brings the news back, Gura should not know that his army has been bloodbath. In general, this is a perfect assassination, unparalleled. Alright. Sheen curled his lips and said, let's go to the world crack quickly. I know. Nob nodded heavily, tore off his clothes, wiped the blood on his fists, and then walked directly into the depths of the military camp with his bare arms. Sheen looked at Nob's sturdy physique, and didn't know whether he should envy him. Don't get me wrong. He doesn't want to become a muscular man like him. But it must be said that the 8-pack abs did make Sheen more or less envious. After coming to omnipotence, he has been fighting and exercising frequently. He doesn't have much fat on his body, but he is still far from having 8-pack abs. In other words, even if he has upgraded and become stronger, his physical strength is better than that of Nob, and his body shape has not changed much. Not to mention abdominal muscles. It is difficult to squeeze out a muscle. Maybe it's because of his physique, and there is no way to change it. Fortunately, he is not a fat otaku. Otherwise, if he is so strong and still can't change his physique, he will have to think about whether he should find a magic medicine that can lose weight and shape his body. Shaking his head, Sheen stopped his brainstorm inertia, and then followed Nob to the depths of the military camp. The place where the two came to was a vast platform, which seemed to have been built recently and looked brand new. There were many orc warriors lying around, with either blood holes on their bodies or their heads exploded. It was obvious that they were taken away by a wave of light from the diffusion star array. From the number of fallen orc warriors, it can be seen that this place should have been heavily guarded. This is it, Nob said in a deep voice. Fortunately, you use magic to deal with the orc warriors here. Otherwise, with so many people guarding here, even if we break through, the other party can send people into the gap at any time to inform us. Maybe, Sheen replied absent-mindedly, but his eyes swept around. He subconsciously unfolded the sensing power of outer awareness of destiny, and found that he could only sense very chaotic spatial fluctuations, and nothing else. No, it should be said that the very chaotic spatial fluctuations covered up all the visible and invisible movements here. In this case, no matter how good a person's sensing ability is, he can only feel the extremely chaotic spatial fluctuations. Even if the rest of the movements exist, they will be covered up by the extremely chaotic spatial fluctuations, making people unable to detect anything. Of course, what Nob said before was also correct. Under such chaotic space fluctuations, neither teleportation nor space jump can be used successfully. Sheen admitted this. Of course. Do you think I am lying to you? Nob snorted coldly, his attitude as tough as ever. What about the gap? Sheen ignored Nob's tough attitude and asked directly, where is the gap? Nob did not play tricks and pointed to the sky. There. Nob said, there is the scar left by the former Demon King on the surface of the world. It was once transferred out of the surface of the world by the Supreme God with great power. It was not until the Demon King destroyed the world 1,000 years ago that the gap appeared on the surface again. It is precisely because of this that the space fluctuations here are so chaotic. And the dark temple that sealed Lilith also broke away from the gap at that time and returned to the ground. Afterwards, the goddess of life, Anima, was responsible for covering and sealing this gap with a barrier. It was not until Donna set his sights on this place and planned to use Lilith in the dark temple to break the seal, which led to the inexplicable space transfer phenomenon in Cosmos. Now, through the hands of Anima, the barrier has been restored. Only the high-ranking members of the Orcs know how to open the barrier. You wait for me here. Nob said this to Sheen with a solemn face, and then walked onto the platform. Sheen looked at Nob quietly, seeing the seriousness on his face. His somewhat sloppy standing posture became more serious. He also put down his arms, and even subconsciously took a step back, leaving the stage to Nob. Nob came to the center of the platform and took a deep breath. The next second, "Ha!" Nob shouted loudly. His rough body stretched slightly, and began to dance. Puff! She had almost spit out a mouthful of saliva. He just stared at Nob dancing on the platform with a serious face and dancing in a coquettish manner, and felt his stomach suddenly churn. What are you doing? Sheehan couldn't imagine what he saw with his eyes. He pointed at Nob with a trembling voice and asked his question with difficulty. Don't talk to me. Nob shouted at Sheehan and said very seriously, this is the dedication ceremony that the priestess of the Orcs has been passing on. The purpose is to offer gifts to the goddess of life, Anima. As long as you offer gifts in front of the barrier in the gap, you can open the barrier set by the goddess of life. I have never used it, but I have seen it many times. Don't disturb me. I need to concentrate. So saying, Nob began to dance and sway again. Sheehan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't say anything. His brain was confused now, and he was even more stupid. He understood the truth, however, seeing a big and strong man dancing the priestess's tribute dance in front of him. He still felt that his worldview was greatly impacted, especially since Nob was serious and solemn, as if he was really doing something sacred. He was so focused and solemn. Sheen almost couldn't help rushing forward and killing this guy with a sword. In the end, Sheen could only turn around and stop watching this eye-catching dance. My eyes will go blind. I will have nightmares at night. Did this guy do it on purpose? Did he do it on purpose? If he was going to defeat me in this way, then Sheen admitted that he was not his opponent. I, Sheen, would like to call you the strongest. So, can you please stop it quickly? Sean felt that his mind was full of that eye-catching dance. He was really sick. He didn't know how many times he circled and crossed that bastard in his heart. Why did he circle and cross him if he didn't do it to me? Ugh. Sean vomited directly. This extremely torturous time felt so long. It was not until a long time later that Sean heard Nob's voice. Success? With such a satisfying voice entering his ears. Sean clearly felt that the chaotic space fluctuations around him had changed. He immediately turned around and saw Nob with an excited face, and also saw a crack slowly appearing above Nob. It was as if it was directly engraved in the space, as if it grew in midair. The crack was extremely dark, and it was like a black hole constantly absorbing the surrounding magic power, allowing the magic power to flow into the bottomless interior. Seeing that crack, Sean finally understood what the wound of the world was. That is the wound suffered by the world itself. A wound that can never be healed. And even the Supreme God is helpless. How is it? Did you see it? Nob completed his task and walked toward Sheen with a smug smile. But Sheen took a step back without leaving a trace. Nob's footsteps paused. Sheen also couldn't help but look away. Looking at Sheen like this, Nob couldn't help but ask, "Why are you stepping back?" Nob stared at Sheen. "No. Nothing." Sheen tried to perfunctorily get away with it. Unfortunately, Nob raised his steps again and took a step towards Sheen. Seeing this, Sheen trembled all over and subconsciously took another step back. Nob was silent. Sheen was silent. The two looked at each other, making the atmosphere seem subtle. After a while, Nob rushed towards Sheen. "Damn it!" Sheen was seriously frightened, turned his head, and ran at a speed comparable to the speed of light. "You bastard are really hiding from me." Nob was angry, and his feet quickly chased after him with a loud clatter. "Don't come over!" Sheen roared at Nob behind him. "What are you running for?" Nob roared even louder. "Then what are you chasing for?" Sheen ran away. "I feel that you look down on me from your words and deeds." Nob continued to roar. "I don't." Sheen also continued to run. "If you don't have it, why are you running? What are you running for?" Nob chased relentlessly. One of them ran. The other chased. In a blink of an eye, they actually ran around the entire platform for an unknown number of laps. Buzz! At this time, the crack in the sky suddenly trembled, and the darkness inside suddenly faded. "What is this?" Sheen was stunned for a moment. Nob stopped and hurriedly shouted to Sheen, "Quick! Let's go in! Otherwise, we won't be able to get in when it turns black again." After saying this, Nob first kicked the ground, soared into the sky with a blast-like sound, and rushed into the crack like a cannonball. Sheen immediately realized that this might be the way to enter the crack that Nob said. "So you have to wait until it fades before you can go in?" Sheen also stepped on the underground rock plate and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the crack with a strong wind. After a while, the barrier was reopened, covering the crack. The military camp returned to silence, and only the corpses on the ground told others that this place was no longer peaceful. Chapter 917. Do you see that? Go there. The crack in the world. Inside, this is a distorted world. There is no sun. There is no moon. The sky is slightly swaying as if there is an aurora flowing non-stop. The atmosphere is undulating like a mirage. This is a world that is completely different from the surface of the world, giving people the feeling that even the scene is distorted. And it is also the inside of the world. Just like there are internal organs under the skin and flesh of a person, in addition to the appearance on the surface, the world also has an unknown inside that no one can peek into, and no one can reach it. It was not until the battle between the Demon King and the Supreme God caused the world itself to be traumatized and cracks appeared that there was a way to get here. Of course, there are no living things here. Not to mention living things. There is not even a single flower, plant or tree here. However, in the depths of such a world, there is a town. It was a town that seemed to have migrated from somewhere else and occupied the deepest part of this place. There were buildings and streets in the town. Although it was not large in scale, there were many orc warriors standing guard, firmly guarding every corner of this place. If you look closely, you can also find that there are orcs transporting various materials here, and dwarf blacksmiths who borrowed some facilities to forge weapons, armor and even magic products. They were distributed in all directions of the town, surrounding a palace located in the center of the town. The palace was similar to the Egyptian pyramids, with a stepped structure. There was only a long staircase leading to the palace gate on the top floor, allowing people to enter the interior of the palace. It was hard for ordinary people to imagine that there was such a town and such a palace in such a place where life could not be bred and survived. No one came in the direction of the town, leaving the town alone, like Lulon in the desert, until a certain moment, a ray of aurora suddenly passed in the sky. Swish! Swish! Two figures flew out of the aurora one after another and entered the inner side of this world. The people who came were naturally Sheen and Nob. Bang! Nob landed heavily on the ground, stepped on the ground there, and a hole appeared on the ground. Buzz! Sheen's magic power shook, and the whole person suddenly stopped in midair, suspended there, and did not fall to the ground. He raised his head and looked around. Is this the inside of the gap? Sheen looked around curiously, finally came in. Nob was also faintly excited, and his eyes turned to the lonely town, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. I'm here. Yura. Nob murmured bitterly. He wanted to come here for only one purpose, which was to rescue his wife and daughter, and then defeat Gira, so that the orcs could return to what they should be. Of course, Nob knew very well that it would be difficult to do this with his own strength. Apart from other things, it would be difficult for him to pass the level of Gira alone. In the past, he had challenged Gira. Gira was the king of the orcs and the strongest orc, and Nob was the second strongest among the orcs. It was impossible that the two had not fought. In other words, with Nob's character, if he had not challenged the other party, how could he be willing to be second? He had challenged Gira several times, but the results were all miserable. Although Gira is only 2 levels higher than Nob, Nob is only a tiger man, while Gira has all the specialties of the beastman, plus a unique skill that is more powerful than giant strength. Nob is no match for him at all. Therefore, Nob deeply understands that he has no capital to resist Gira. But this does not mean that Nob will not resist. After understanding what Gira did to the beastman and being betrayed by his own brother, Nob, in despair, has already made up his mind to die with Gira for the beastman, for the tiger tribe, and for his wife and children. For this reason, Nob will resist while being escorted, because he knows that if he does not resist at that time, when he is escorted here and surrounded by Gira and his most elite troops, he will really have no ability to resist. Fortunately, he met Sheen, who not only saved him, but also brought an almost unrivaled helper. Thinking of this, Nob raised his head and looked up into the air. Stop looking. Brave man. Come down quickly. Don't let the sentinel find you. Nob shouted at the air. Sean, who was suspended in the air, rolled his eyes. Aren't you afraid of being discovered with your loud voice? You've already suffered a loss once, and you still dare to yell like that. Are you a fool? Moreover, you're a fool who can flirt. Thinking of the enchanting dance that the other party presented outside, Sean shuddered. Damn. I really have a psychological shadow. I have to let the beautiful women around me wash my eyes after I go back. Sean made up his mind that after he went back, he would let Rosie or the obedient Melika dance in front of him. One of them is Her Royal Highness the Princess, and the other is a girl from the elf tribe. They should be able to dance. Right? As for Ayi and Ter, Xian didn't count on them. Instead of counting on those 2 girls to dance in front of him, Xian might as well count on Shaft to dance for him. At least, Xiaofu and I had danced in her dream. Right? If not, let La Xia do it. As a perfect maid, the elder sister should be able to dance. Right? Well, thinking about it, I feel a little excited. When Xian was immersed in his fantasy, Nob roared impatiently. Can you come down? The roar was so loud that Xian's delusion was shattered. For a moment, Xian wanted to blow up the other party's dog head. No, it was the tiger head. This is simply a dream breaker. Xian, who was in a bad mood, wanted to move down with a teleportation, but found that the space here was more chaotic than outside. It seems that there is no way to use teleportation-type abilities in the inner side of the world. Xian reluctantly admitted this fact. However, this did not affect Xian very much. At his current speed, even if he couldn't catch up with the speed of teleportation, his combat effectiveness wouldn't be greatly reduced because of losing this ability. So, Xian lowered his body and landed beside Nob. Can you still lead the way next? Xian asked Nob very straightforwardly. Nob was also very straightforward. No, the Tiger Man said confidently. That town was built when Julep brought his tribe to migrate in. Apart from themselves, how could others be familiar with the terrain? In other words, this guy is useless. Right? Xian looked at Nob with a hint of malice. What do you want to do? Nob felt a chill all over his body, and then looked at Xian with some vigilance. Nothing. Xian smiled kindly and said, I was just thinking. Since you are not familiar with the terrain, then taking you with me next time. Will it be an extra burden? Huh? Nob pointed at himself in astonishment and said, You said I was a burden? I swear to God, this is definitely the first time that Nob has been called a burden. In the past, wherever Minister Nob went, he was either regarded as a big boss or a thigh. When was he regarded as a burden? Have you ever seen a burden with a level of 97? Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning when you say this? Unfortunately, Xian is really not afraid. So what are you going to do next? Xian said bluntly, Follow behind my ass as a pendant? Nob almost swore. But this is the fact. Xian has a concealment skill like Li Ju Tianming. Even if he does not have the ability to teleport, he can perfectly sneak into the town and try to find the hostages. What about Nob? Does this big guy know how to play stealth? I am afraid that he can only open the wushuang directly. Right? Nob himself also understood this point, and couldn't help but say something. Can't you take me with you? I can at least be considered a strong helper. Right? Nob tried hard to prove his worth. To this, Sheen did not deny. How about this? Sheen thought for a while and said, I will give you a task. What? Nob was in high spirits and promised with a pat on his chest. You tell me. I promise to complete it for you. Okay. She nodded and pointed to the gate of the town and said, Do you see it there? I see it. Nob answered honestly. Rush over. Sheen said concisely. What? Nob was silent for a while and began to doubt his ears. I said, You rush over. Sheen said seriously, You are so big. The target is so obvious. And with the top legendary skills, ordinary characters can't do anything for a while. If you rush over and make a fuss, the people inside will definitely focus all their attention on you at once, and even send out the real masters. At this moment, Nob was completely silent. Again, although he looked like a rough man, he was surprisingly smart. So, he understood what Sheen wanted to express. You want me to be the bait? Nob's mouth twitched as he said the guess he didn't want to believe. Sheen immediately gave him a thumbs up. Really smart. Worthy of being the former minister of the Tiger tribe. Sheen's words made Nob want to blow his dog head off. But he also understood that if he could attract other people's attention to himself, it would definitely be of great benefit to Sheen's rescue operation. With Sheen's strength, the only thing he had to worry about was that Gira would threaten him with hostages. In addition, rescuing the hostages would help liberate the orcs, which was also Sheen's biggest purpose of this trip. So he must rescue the hostages first. This made Nob's expression uncertain. Not long after, he gritted his teeth and stared at Sheen. Remember? Rescue my wife and daughter. This is the only thing that Nob wants to emphasize. Don't worry. Seeing that Nob actually compromised, Sheen also put away his joking attitude and nodded. In fact, with his ability, it is not difficult to use Li Ju Tianming to bring Nob in, sneak in without being discovered by anyone, and then find the hostage. In the past, he could even sneak into the secret base set up by Morwa and the High Priest perfectly without being discovered by anyone. And this time it is definitely not a problem. But it is better to be safe than sorry. In this month, the human race and the god race have fallen so many times. Sheen has not forgotten. Having learned a lesson, Sheen naturally does not want to be blindly confident again. Maybe others have arranged some means to see through his stealth. That's also possible. It is even possible that the other party had already anticipated that he would come here, and anticipated that the humans and gods would send people to rescue the hostages. So they set a trap here, waiting for the humans and gods to step on it. That is also very likely to happen. This happened several times in the past month. So Sheen had to be more cautious. Based on this consideration, Sheen decided to use the most trusted method to rescue the hostages first. Tactically, you can despise the enemy, but in combat, you have to pay attention to the enemy to avoid stepping into the trap of the new original demon. As if he could understand Sheen's thoughts, Nob accepted his mission. Remember? My wife is Lily May, and my daughter is Lalamai. Leaving this sentence, Nob left silently and rushed towards the direction of the town. Sheen watched Nob leave, and with a flash, he also disappeared. The rescue operation began. Chapter 918 Break-In. The attack begins. Boom! In the orc town, which was filled with a somewhat lonely atmosphere, a sudden roar sounded at a certain moment. What happened? Explosion? What happened? The orcs in the town were all startled. But not long after, a series of angry shouts rang out, reaching the ears of every orc. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hearing such a warning, many orcs showed stunned expressions. Enemy attack? How could there be an enemy attack? Isn't this the inner side of the world? And are there only our own people here? The orcs all opened their eyes wide. It's been a month since we moved here, and this is the first time that an enemy attack has occurred. Just as the orc said, logically speaking, only the orcs' high-ranking officials knew how to enter this world. There should only be orcs like them who were brought in by the king. And at most, there would be more dwarf blacksmiths, who were sent from the dwarf kingdom to forge weapons for the next war. Under such circumstances, there should only be people from their own camp here. So how could there be enemies and enemy attacks? However, the orcs' reaction was not slow. Quick! Go to support! Many orc leaders of high status shouted, awakening the stunned orc warriors. and made the orc warriors react one by one and began to go to support. In an instant, the entire orc town seemed to be alarmed, and the orc army was running in the streets, killing in the direction of the roar. When they arrived at their destination, they found that someone broke in from the main gate of the town. Boom! Amid the roar, a sturdy tiger man who was more than 3 meters tall and looked like a ferocious beast broke through the main gate covered with smoke and dust. Gura! Nob grabbed at Orc's head with one hand, lifted them up in his hand like garbage, and roared at the whole town. I'm here for revenge. Gura! Come out! While roaring like this, Nob threw the orc in his hand at the crowd around him like a throwing weapon. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by 2 loud noises, the 2 orcs hit a group of orc warriors heavily, knocking them to the ground with spitting blood on the spot. As for the 2 orcs, they were breathing more and breathing less, and they were afraid that they would not live long. Seeing this scene, many orcs were shocked and angry. That is, Nob of the tiger tribe. Wasn't he arrested? It was him. It turned out that the attacker was him. The leaders of several orc warriors looked at the roaring Nob, and they were in a panic when they were shocked and angry. There was no way. The attacker was a top legendary warrior, even the second strongest among their orcs, second only to their king. How could they not panic when facing such a character? And Nob would naturally not give them time to calm down. Come out! Jula! Nob suddenly charged like a runaway chariot, and directly hit a team of orc warriors. A loud noise sounded immediately, causing the orc warriors to howl, as if they were really hit by a chariot, and all turned into broken balls and flew out. Ah! Just like this, Nob started to attack without hesitation, either knocking away the surrounding orc warriors or swinging his huge fists to blow away the orc warriors one by one. The orc warriors were like encountering an out-of-control beast, and were suddenly caught up in Nob's rampage offensive, causing screams and wails to ring out one after another. Stop him! Everyone go together! Let the stronger tiger men, pig men or werewolves be the vanguard. Quickly control him. Send someone to notify the high-level adults to come over. The enemy is a top legendary strongman. It is not someone we can control casually. Go and ask the adults above level 80 to come over. One by one, the orcs like team leaders issued such instructions. Suddenly, some people continued to be involved in Nob's rampage, while others hurriedly ran to report. The whole town was in chaos. This scene made Nob, who seemed to be in a state of rampage, but was actually calmer than anyone else, secretly shout in his heart. Yes, that's it. Everyone gather here. Whether it's ordinary orc warriors or those orc warriors belonging to Gira. It would be best if they all focus on me. If I can attract Gira's attention and let Gira come here, it would be even better. Although, in that case, I will undoubtedly be in danger. But the more dangerous I am, the easier it will be for Sheen. Come on! Come on! Nob has already risked his life, roared, and charged again. Boom! The roar resounded in the town again. In this way, Nob fulfilled his duties and made the town chaotic little by little. On the other side, in a vast hall, the king who ruled this town and the current orcs moved his ears and discovered the commotion outside with his amazing hearing. He looked at the town outside and sneered. It seems that you have guessed it right. Not. Your brother is indeed coming here. Or coming for me, Jula said to the tiger man standing behind him. This is not difficult to guess. Not also sneered, and his smile was much more gloomy than Jula, saying, after finally escaping, he will definitely not sit idly by and watch the safety of his wife and daughter. Nor will he sit idly by and watch the tiger tribe and the orcs become enemies with the human race and the gods under our control. In addition, he knows how to enter here, and he will be eager to find us after escaping. It is normal. Nob brought the news of his brother's escape and the possible actions he might take here as soon as possible and handed it to Jula. Therefore, neither Jula nor Nob were surprised that Nob appeared here and attacked the town. They were not afraid of Nob either. Perhaps Nob's strength was inferior to Nob. But in Jula's eyes, Nob was not even a threat. The second strongest of the orcs? The orc who is second only to himself. Do you think that being the closest to him can threaten him? Jula smiled disdainfully. With all the specialties of the orcs, he is naturally superior to any other orcs, and is much stronger. In addition, his level is higher than Nob, and his unique skills are also stronger than Nob. Jula, who is stronger than Nob in all aspects, has no reason to lose to Nob. If he gets serious, he is even confident that he can defeat Nob within a minute. If he hits harder and ignores the possibility of getting hurt. It is not impossible to kill Nob in seconds. The gap between the two is so big. The reason why the other party is the second is not because he is the most likely to threaten him, but because no orcs except Jula can beat him. To put it in a classic way, it is not that the second place is not strong enough, but that the person who is much stronger than him can only be the first place. Compared to Nob, the mysterious strongman you mentioned is more of a concern to me. Yura narrowed his eyes and murmured, "He doesn't seem to be making a fuss here with your brother." Indeed, Nob was not a fool, and he immediately thought of the reason and said, "My dear brother should be just a bait, and the mysterious strongman should have another purpose. So that's it." Yura sneered and said, "Is the purpose to rescue the hostages in my hands? This is the only possibility." Nob said, thoughtfully, "My brother looks like a muscular and simple-minded man, but he is actually very good at thinking. Even if he is not very smart, he would not do such a meaningless thing that is just to die." It must be said that as Nob's younger brother, Nob knows his brother very well. Otherwise, Nob would not have taken the opportunity to succeed. And Yura is obviously not very interested in Nob. In that case, I'll leave your dear brother to you. Yura waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Even if you are weaker than him, with so many people here to help you, you can't be unable to take him down alone." Right? Hearing Yura's comments that he was relatively weak, Nob's face was not very good. But there was no way. This was the fact. He was indeed weaker than Nob, and it was almost impossible to defeat the other party in a single fight without some advantages. When he usurped the throne, he subdued Nob by threatening with hostages. When Nob broke free from the fine steel chain, he took advantage of the other party's state that he had not yet completely broken free, and unexpectedly injured him severely. Now, the other party has returned strongly, and if he directly confronts him, there is a high possibility of losing. Nob, who had to admit this, replied with a gloomy face, "I will take him down." Nob said gloomily, "This time, can I kill him?" "Well, kill him," Yura said, as if he was executing an insignificant person. "I wanted to save this guy's life because I wanted to increase my bargaining chips. Since this guy doesn't want to be honest, you can do whatever you want." Nob's eyes turned, and he didn't know what he thought of. He whispered, "His wife and daughter." Hearing this, Yura raised his eyebrows and looked at Nob with a smile. Nob smiled embarrassedly. Yura immediately laughed out loud. "I didn't expect you to have such an interest." Yura waved his hand and said happily, "Okay, I'll give you a little sweetness, and you can do whatever you want with the wife and daughter." Hearing this, Nob's eyes lit up, and he retreated happily. Only Yura was left, his eyes flickering slightly. A mysterious strong man? Yura thought about it, then turned around and went in one direction. Chapter 919. Don't underestimate the brave. Boom. The roar spread faintly in the town, for who knows how many times. Not only reaching the ears of the ruler of this town, but also reaching the ears of Sheen. Has it started? Sheen listened to the movement in the whole town and murmured to himself, "Since Nob has started, I can also take action." At this time, Sheen has entered the town. He hid himself with the ability of Riju Tianming, walked on the street where the orc warriors kept running towards the main gate anxiously, and his eyes were fixed on the pyramid-like palace. Such a conspicuous building was obviously telling Sheen that it was his destination. Even if the hostages who helped capture the captives were not necessarily there, Yura would definitely be there. After all, the hybrid who claimed to be the king of the orcs would live there, and treat it as his palace no matter how you look at it. And if he was there, the possibility that the hostages were there would also increase. If only the sensing power of outer awareness could still be effective. In that case, it would be much easier for Sheen to find the hostages who helped capture the captives. Unfortunately, this is the inner side of the world, a place where the space is not stable. Not only is the ability of teleportation forced to be used, but even the sensing of this world will become extremely inaccurate due to the chaotic space fluctuations. In this case, the only thing you can rely on is your five senses, or the sixth sense without reason. Fortunately, Sheen's outer awareness also has an enhancing effect on the six senses. Therefore, with his extraordinary sensory ability, Sheen still managed to grasp the current situation and the location of the destination. I don't know how many obstacles there are. Sheen doesn't think that such an obvious strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain and attacking the east and the west can fool a ruthless character like Yura. In addition, Nob already knew that someone had rescued Nob. If he came to report to Yura at the first time, Yura would definitely be on guard against him. Therefore, although Nob's actions seemed dangerous, They were not fatal. At least, Sheen did not think that under such circumstances, Gyura would be so foolish as to send all his forces to Nob, causing his base camp to become an empty city. The number of people that Nob could attract must be limited, and some real strong men, led by Gyura, would not go out all for a Nob, but would wait for Sheen at the destination. But this is exactly what Sheen needs. Even if he knew it was a bait, Gyura would definitely send someone to guard the hostages just in case. In other words, Sheen only needs to follow those who remain unmoved in this situation and firmly guard the places they should guard. And there is a great chance that he can find the captured hostages, although there is a risk of alerting Gyura. That guy doesn't know that I was the one who rescued Nob, and doesn't know that I was the one who came. In this case, given the other party's confidence as a strongman close to the limit level, he will definitely not be too vigilant and directly use the hostage as a handle. This is what Sheen wants to see. Let Nob be a bait. It seems to have aroused the enemy's vigilance. But in fact, compared with the threat brought by Sheen's true appearance, this vigilance will definitely be greatly reduced. This actually gives us an opportunity. Sheen is cautious to this extent. If this still cannot avoid stepping on the trap set by the new original demon, then I admit it. Sheen's arrangement ends here. Next, he will also rush. Action. Sheen exhaled, stopped thinking, calmed his body and mind, and entered a state of unity of mind and spirit. Such a state is conducive to Sheen's ability to increase the sensitivity of all senses to the limit. In such an environment, there are definitely benefits to doing so. Then, Sheen turned into a residual image and flew towards the direction of the palace. In a blink of an eye, Sheen flew to the front door of the top floor of the palace and quickly flew in. All this was not discovered by anyone. At the same time, Gyura came to a room that no one knew about. This room is very hidden, located in the deepest part of the palace, and hidden behind a secret door, with a hidden barrier arranged. In the room inside the barrier, the light is very scarce, even dim, and there is no highlight. There is only a table here, and a prop with a mechanical field placed on the table. Gyura came to the prop, stretched out his hand, pressed it, and poured magic into it. Jung. The prop began to shine. It is a magic prop. The lights from the magic props gathered together, and soon formed a curtain of light like a water curtain. In the light curtain, a figure emerged quietly like a reflection in the water. Looking at this figure, the arrogance on Gyura's face could not help but be restrained a little. I am Gyura. Gyura spoke in a deep voice. Can you hear what I say, young master? As soon as these words came out, the figure in the light curtain moved slightly. I can hear, Minister Gyura. A gentle and elegant voice came from the reflection. If Sheen was here, he would definitely recognize the owner of this voice. This gentle and elegant voice, like a polite noble young master, can only be heard by Donas. The owner of the voice is the leader of the newly born original demon, the son of Helimus, who has become a complete demon and the initiator of the war against all the life races in the entire omnipotentin in this month. Donas. The other party also contacted Gyura before the original demon launched the attack, and Helimus had not yet trained the demon dragon major, and persuaded Gyura, and even won over Gyura, making Gyura the leader of the betrayers among the orcs. However, unlike that time, Donas is now a complete demon-level existence. His strength is much stronger than that of the self-righteous Gyura. To be honest, Gyura is a little envious. No, it should be said that he is very envious. After all, Gyura knows very well how weak Donas was before the plan failed. The young master who used to be a demon fighter created by the magic of biological creation has now transformed into one of the few super strong men in Omnipotensin. This incredible leap and transformation makes Gyura envious. Gyura knows very well that although he has amazing talent, he can never reach this level. That is not a level that can be reached by high talent. Only special people who are selected are qualified to reach it. The hybrid with all the special skills of orcs is indeed very special. But compared with Donas, who is the son of a half-demon, this specialness is reduced by an unknown amount. Gyura is confident that he can reach the extreme level and become an extreme level strongman in his lifetime. But he has absolutely no confidence to break through the limit of life and become a transcendent existence. Donas has such a possibility and successfully reached the realm that he cannot reach. How can Gyura not envy it? Fortunately, after becoming a demon, the other party did not show his superiority in front of Gyura, and still talked to Gyura as an equal, as a collaborator and assistant, which made Gyura's overconfidence feel much better. Otherwise, Gyura might not be willing to accept the other party's instructions. Thinking of this, Gira did not beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. As agreed with you at the beginning, once I am attacked here, I will report to you as soon as possible. Gira explained his purpose. That's right. He came to report the situation here to Donas. This is what Donas agreed with Gira after he decided to move here. Has it really started? Donas didn't seem to be surprised at all, but smiled and said, I think the three goddesses are almost unable to sit still. And this time is just right. Ah, Jola said calmly, just as you predicted. The other party will definitely attack me first as soon as the counterattack horn is blown. Who made us have so many things that made them afraid to act rashly? With the style of the three goddesses, they will definitely find a way to save people as soon as possible. Right? Donna said with a smile. If it was the moon demon, she would never choose such an easy-to-guess action so easily. Instead, she might secretly find out my position before saving people, and then launch a rescue operation, treating the rescue operation as a feint, but actually eliminating the enemy's generals as soon as possible. Is that so? Gira raised his eyebrows and said, No wonder you are most afraid of her. Not the most afraid. Donna said leisurely, I am most afraid of the hero. Is it necessary to be so afraid of him? Gira said with malice, he is just a human from another world who has the qualifications to become a hero, in addition to relying on his natural holy sword and talent to do whatever he wants. The rest is all supported by the gods and demons. I really don't think that kind of person is more threatening than the moon demon Sarah. Gira's speech was met with only a slow word from Donas. The demon king might have thought the same as you. So she died. This sentence directly blocked all of Gira's disdain. Donas then spoke to himself. Those people are the most incredible existence in this world. They have appeared in many famous events in history. The great deeds and miracles they created are not even comparable to the gods. Even if they are just humans, they can only rely on the power of the holy sword and extraordinary talents to rush around. They often create legends that others can't do no matter what. This is the trump card of the gods. The strongest hero of the human race. The natural enemy of the demons. And an existence as famous as the supreme god and the demon king. So, don't underestimate the brave. Otherwise, you will die ugly. Chapter 9 20 Things to Deal with the Heroes. Jula fell silent. He couldn't refute it. Even if he looked down on the heroes, he had to admit that Donna's statement was correct, because this was a fact that had been confirmed in the countless years of history of Omnipotensen. In Omnipotensen, the legends, miracles, and great deeds created by the heroes of all generations have surpassed the goddess of the gods and reached the same level as the demon king and the supreme god. Maybe he is not the origin of this world, let alone the source of racial life. And he can't even create the world with one thought and destroy the world with one thought like the supreme god and the demon king. But his reputation in this world is definitely not less than that of the two supreme beings. Of course, it is also because of this that Jula has reason to be jealous of each other. Especially Sheen, who has been in this world for less than a year, but has evolved from an ordinary human in another world to the current point. This speed is unattainable even for the heroes of all generations. And he is more special than the heroes of all generations. After all, the heroes of all generations have at most received the blessing of one of the three goddesses, the assistance of the gods, and fought on the battlefield as human heroes. What about Sheen? Not only the gods, but also the demons have become his backers. And even the blessing is given by the supreme god. In addition, the kingdom treasure is his fiancée. The dragon demon is also his fiancée. Even the succubus Yafu Inai is flirting with him. And all the demons seem to have a close relationship with him. It can be said that the hero has done something that the heroes of all generations cannot do. This hero is very special. And the more special a person is, the more fearful he is. The newborn original demon has not even figured out why the other party was summoned to this world. In addition, the other party holds the blessing of the supreme god. People in the world, including Gira, must be wondering if the person who summoned Sheen is the supreme god who has been in seclusion? If the supreme god becomes an opponent, Jula no longer dares to think about it. If it really becomes like that, the newborn original demon is just a joke. And his rebellion is also a joke. The only function is to be recorded in history books, telling people in later generations that there was such a stupid loser in the Omnipotensen. Fortunately, a month has passed, and the human world has almost become purgatory. But the Supreme Being has never shown a miracle. At the moment when the Demon King has passed away, any changes in the world are just a game in his eyes. The possibility that the other party is still sleeping and has not woken up is very high. And the possibility that the other party ignores the current changes in the world is also infinitely close to 100%. This makes Jula feel a lot more at ease. I believe that even the dumbest people would not think that they can still resist the Supreme God. Now that the Demon King is gone, that person is undoubtedly the strongest, and an invincible existence beyond the standard. Even if all the people in the world are added together, it is estimated that they are not enough to be pinched by one of his fingers. Then what should I do? Yura calmed down his emotions and turned back to the topic, saying, although someone broke in here, I am not sure whether it is a hero. Donna's responded to Yura's words with an indifferent laugh. If the hero took action, he would definitely not let you know. Donna said calmly, however, he is the most likely to take action. This is my idea. The demons are trapped. The gods will be suppressed on the inside of the world. In this case, if you want to enter here to rescue the hostages, you can only let the human race take action. But if a large army is dispatched, whether they can successfully attack this gap is a problem. Not to mention that it is not easy to reach Cosmos across such a long distance, and through so many threats of demons and demon larvae. Therefore, the human race can only dispatch a few elite strongmen to do this. But even if a few elite strongmen can successfully reach Cosmos and successfully enter the inner side of this world, they may not be the opponents of Jula and his orc army. In this way, the only person who is most likely to take action and has a guarantee of success is the brave. This matter is very clear to Sheen and others, and Donna's is naturally aware of it. It is precisely because of this that Sheen and others are worried about whether there will be a trap set in advance by the newborn original demon. It is also in view of this that Donna said that Sheen is the most likely to take action. But it is not absolute. It is possible that the human race and the gods would be willing to take risks and send out strong men other than the heroes just in case. Isn't there such a possibility? Jula expressed his thoughts. It is said that there is now an extreme-level elf magician among the human race. He is the blessing of the goddess of nature Nadura, and has obtained the strongest natural staff for magicians. His strength is not inferior to the 3 extreme-level strong men of the demon race. The mount under the hero is also an extreme-level dragon, which is very powerful. Even the cadres of the dragon demon are not her opponents at all. If it is these 2 people, there is a possibility that they will be sent out. With their strength, even if the battle is unsuccessful, the possibility of retreating unscathed is much greater than that of others. However, if the hero comes, with the power of the holy sword, he can still break the means we use to sneak in. But if 2 extreme levels come, once they step on the trap we prepared for the hero, there will be only one outcome. Donna spread his hands and said, the gods and the kingdom will definitely not allow 2 extremely valuable combat forces to die here. The risk is too great. But this situation is still possible. Right? Yura frowned and said, what if it is not she and Boztut who comes? Nothing to do. Donna said bluntly, no matter who comes, use the one we lend you. This is a decision Donna's has made long ago. It would be best if the one who comes is a brave man, so that the biggest threat can be solved in one fell swoop. It doesn't matter if it is not a brave man. At least we can harvest the elite strong men of the human race, which is also beneficial to us. Whether it is a brave man or not, let him deal with it. Do you understand? Minister Yura? Hearing this, Yura seemed to think of something, and a sneer appeared on his face. Okay, I understand. Yura took on this task very straightforwardly, and even felt a little eager to move. Seeing this, Donna's had to remind him. Be careful when using it. Donna seemed to see through the endless space, and cast his eyes on Yura. That was the trump card we spent a lot of effort to finally prepare. It was originally intended to be used against the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. Now we have arranged 2 for you at once. Her Royal Highness the Princess is not with you. If that one gets out of control, you will be the one in trouble. Donna's vague warning made Yura's heart suffocate. Indeed, that thing is too dangerous and far beyond his control. If the mysterious princess was here, there would be a way to control it. But if she is not here, once that thing goes berserk, even he will be finished. Donna's once said that if it weren't for the fact that the mysterious princess had entered the super level, that thing would never be used. And even awakening would be impossible. Donna's regarded it as the biggest trump card. And the newly born original demon also had great expectations for it, hoping to use its power to eliminate the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, and even the brave. It can be said that it was the biggest confidence of the newly born original demon to challenge the world. I know. Jula couldn't help but let his tone become cautious and serious. That's good. Donna's chuckled gently and said, then I will wait for your good news. Minister Jula. After speaking, Donna's reflection disappeared on the light curtain, and the magic device on the desk slowly stopped working, retracted the light curtain, and restored the surrounding darkness. Jula looked at the magic device, and turned around and left after a long time. A cold light began to flash in his eyes. I hope it is Xian Boztut who came. In this way, he can let him see the real despair. Xian didn't know that the conspiracy against him had already begun in secret. He had sneaked into the palace and followed the flow of people to roughly understand the situation. Sure enough, there are several places where the guards are still as strong as iron, and they did not leave their posts because of the sudden attackers. Those places are definitely very important. Xian took the opportunity to sneak into 2 heavily guarded places, and found that one was a treasure house, and the other was a reserve granary. In a sense, they are indeed very important, and cannot be wrong. If the purpose of this time was not to rescue the hostages, Xian would definitely rob the treasure house, and then set the granary on fire, so that these guys would have a taste of being out of food on the inside of the world. Next is the bottom. Xian kept moving down the palace. This palace is a pyramid structure, and the entrance is at the top of the pyramid. So as soon as you enter, you are at the top floor. If you want to continue exploring, you can only go down where the space is getting bigger and bigger. Could there be underground cells in the bottom floor? Xian had to doubt this. Important cells and prisoners are usually arranged underground, because, if they want to escape, they must overcome many difficulties and move to the ground. Like this pyramid, the exit is at the top floor. If a captive hostage escapes from captivity, they have to go up layer by layer to get out. Then it will be very difficult to see the light of day again. In this case, I can just go to the bottom floor. Right? As soon as the thought flashed in Xian's mind, the whole person's figure turned into a residual image and swept down at an astonishing speed. Such an astonishing speed made the orcs, who passed by Xian, feel a gust of wind and fell into a state of doubt. Xian ignored them and went down at the fastest speed. For some reason, Xian always had an ominous premonition. It seemed that something bad was going to happen. Xian frowned and sped up again. Under such circumstances, it didn't take long for Xian to finally reach the bottom floor. God will not let down those who work hard. After entering here, Xian found that the defense here was much stricter than any of the upper floors. Orc warriors stood guard here one after another, full of murderous aura. None of these orc warriors were lower than level 75. There were even 3 masters above level 80. It seems that I have found the right place. Chapter 921, Reunion after a month. At this time, many strong orcs were standing in front of a huge iron gate, staring at the only corridor leading to this side, with a murderous look on their faces. Without even blinking, they also walked and checked in the corridor from time to time, and their eyes were extremely vigilant, sweeping around, with an atmosphere of not letting go of any details and not letting any flies in. Especially the orcs with a level of more than 80. One was sitting in front of the gate. One was responsible for checking all the guards on the scene, and another was leading the patrol. And the security was extremely strict. This level of vigilance. Everyone knows that behind the iron gate is definitely a very important area. Xian felt that it was most likely the location of the captured personnel, and he never doubted his feelings. After all, his blessing of the Supreme God can bring him the same revelation as fate, and his external fate can also enhance his sixth sense. This illusory feeling is often the most trustworthy thing for Xian. Then, swish, without any hesitation, Xian's black robe fluttered, and the whole person turned into a gust of wind, rushing towards the orc warriors on guard. In his hand, the holy sword had been pulled out by him, shining. The patrolling orc team didn't even react. They only felt a flash before their eyes, and the golden sword light crossed their throats. Puff! Accompanied by a neat cutting sound. The holy sword that crossed the air cut the throats of dozens of orc warriors at once, making their throats like gushing springs, spilling a lot of blood. Ah! Ga! The orc warriors squeezed out sounds from their broken throats, covered their bloody throats, opened their eyes wide, and then fell down one by one, losing their breath. What? Enemy attack! The rest of the orcs looked at this sudden scene. Their hearts were shocked. Their faces changed drastically, and they opened their mouths to shout. Unfortunately, grant sleep. The fluctuation of magic power swept through the entire space like an invisible wave, causing the orcs, who were about to shout, to pause one by one. An irresistible sleepiness attacked their heads, causing their consciousness to gradually sink. Bang! Bang! Not long after, with the sound of falling to the ground one after another, The orcs laid down one after another. They fell into a deep sleep and completely lost their resistance. This was also the case with the 3 orc masters above level 80. The power of Sheen's magic was so strong that it was no longer something that a mere level 80 could resist. She knocked down all the orcs guarding here. Then, he stepped forward gently, and the holy sword in his hand kept slashing the throats of the sleeping orcs on the ground, harvesting their lives. The orcs who can guard such an important place must be followers worthy of Jola's trust. In this case, Sheen does not need to show mercy to these orcs, who are helping the evil and knowingly committing crimes. So, a minute later, all the orcs guarding here lost their lives. Another complete stealth. While she inside, he came to the iron door, stretched out his hand, and prepared to push it open. Beep! At the moment Sheen touched the iron door, a strong electric light flashed from the iron door and rushed to him madly. Have you set up the magic formula used to protect and counterattack the toucher? Sheen raised his eyebrows, but ignored the violent current on his body. With the protection of Li Tuo Tianming, this level of magic attack is not painful at all. Not to mention that Sheen was holding the holy sword, and any damage he suffered could be weakened by 99%. Attacks below the transcendent level could not hurt him. There should be a sealed barrier on top. Although she no longer had the sensing ability of outer sensation destiny, he could still judge things of this degree. And the instant movement ability of outer sensation destiny could not be used on the inner side of the world. It was impossible for him to go directly through the barrier and the iron gate. Fortunately, Sheen's attainments in magic were also not small. Grant Disperse. Sheen used the most commonly used anti-magic spell, allowing his own magic power to be injected into the iron gate through the palm that touched the door. Buzz! Instantly, the power that could dispel any magic and magic power acted on the iron gate. The electric light on the iron gate immediately dimmed and finally dissipated completely. Rumble. The next second, the iron gate opened automatically without wind. With the heavy sound of the door opening, the iron door gradually opened, and the scene inside the door was completely displayed in front of Sheen. What entered Sheen's eyes was a long, dim corridor. Suddenly, Sheen was stunned. Just now, after the door opened, he felt a fleeting breath of life. It was the breath of life that was struggling hard in the chaotic space fluctuations, and thus Sheen was lucky to detect it. Could this breath of life be? Sheen thought of a person, and his eyes brightened. At this moment, Sheen turned into a gust of black wind again, swept into the corridor at a very fast speed, and went in the direction where the breath of life just came from. With Sheen's speed, he naturally arrived at his destination very quickly. Finally, the place he came to was in front of the door of a room. Bang! Sheen immediately kicked the door in front of him. Ah! A scream immediately sounded in the room. Sheen walked into the room quickly. What surprised him was that this room was quite luxurious, not at all like the prison cell at the bottom of the palace. However, there was indeed a person imprisoned here. When the door was kicked, she hugged her fox ears, squatted on the ground, and closed her eyes. Don't come over! Don't come over! The little fox shouted in panic. Iris! Sheen saw the person he guessed, and the surprise in his eyes finally emerged. Yes! This is the room where Gira imprisoned Iris. The breath of life just now was leaked from Iris. After a month, Sheen finally reunited with the captured Iris. However, Iris didn't know that it was Sheen who came. She closed her eyes tightly, covered her beautiful fox ears, and squatted on the ground, trembling. There was no way Gira was like this. Every time he came to see her, he would kick the door open. It is conceivable how much shock and psychological pressure such violent entry would cause to Iris, who was already timid. Iris was faintly a little collapsed, trembling and muttering, Don't come over! Don't come over! Don't come over! Iris shouted like this. Seeing this, the surprise in Sheen's eyes gradually disappeared, and he flashed forward and grabbed Iris's shoulders. Iris was shocked, and finally a feeling of panic surged in her heart. He can touch me! Iris only had such a terrifying thought in her mind. You know, before, because of the shelter, Gira couldn't even get closer to Iris, let alone touch her. Now, the other party finally touched her. Does it prove that he really asked the demon to help him solve the power of the shelter, as he said last time? These days, Iris has been worried about this, so much so that her nerves are a little weak. Now, the nightmare has come true, and the fear in Iris's heart is instantly erupted. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Iris struggled hard. Iris! Sheen quickly grabbed the little fox and tried to wake her up. But Iris, who was in a state of panic, could no longer hear anything. I don't want to marry you. I don't want to marry you. Woo woo woo. Iris struggled hard and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Hearing Iris' words, Xian's face sank and murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Just from the two sentences that the little fox said in a state of confusion, Xian could guess what she had experienced in these days. Yura. Xian suppressed the anger in his heart and engraved this name on the list of must kill. Iris knew nothing about this, and still struggled hard, crying violently. I don't want to marry you. A devil. I want to marry that bad guy. Let me go. Iris began to swing her fist and hit Xian. Xian was almost hit by the girl's fist, and hurriedly dodged and shook her. It's me. Iris. Wake up. Xian grabbed Iris's hands that were covering her ears and pulled them down. Huh? Iris stopped. She seemed to have heard a familiar voice just now. Hallucination? Just when Iris had such thoughts, the familiar voice that she had been thinking about for a long time finally reached her ears again. Open your eyes and take a good look at me. I am not the devil you said I am. Okay? The rare gentle voice echoed in Iris's ears. Iris trembled, but still quietly opened her eyes and looked in front of her. What appeared in front of her was no longer the devil that frightened her, but the bad guy she had been thinking about. Did you see it clearly? Xian took off his hood without knowing when, smiled helplessly at Iris, and said, I am here to save you. In one sentence, Iris broke through the defense smoothly. The fear in her heart was replaced by a huge surprise, which made the little fox's mouth shrink, her face wrinkled, and the whole person fell into a state of grievance. Woo! Bad guy. Why did you come just now? The crying little fox finally couldn't help but threw herself into Xian's arms. Okay. Okay. It's okay. Xian quickly hugged her, patting her back and comforting her. And Iris was like a desperate girl who finally met her sweetheart. Not only did she not stop crying, but she cried more and more aggrieved under Xian's comfort. Do you know how that man treated me? He always scared me, threatened me, and finally asked me to marry him. I don't want to marry him. Ugly, fierce, hateful. As a result, you still don't come to save me. Woo woo woo. The little girl caught Xian and cried for a while, and she seemed to want to drown him with tears. Xian could only look at this aggrieved little girl, and then look at his clothes that were completely wet with tears, and the whole person fell into a state of crying and laughing. But no matter how straight he was, he would not sing against the little girl at this time. He could only continue to pat Iris's soft back and comfort her. Sorry, I'm late, but it's okay now. Xian said softly, you won't marry that ugly guy. When you go back, I'll let you marry the bad guy you want to marry. Okay? After saying this, Xian suddenly found something wrong. Bad guy? This name is a little familiar. Chapter 922 The Orc Priest's Underground. After a long time, Iris calmed down and got up from Xian's arms with a red face. Xian looked at his completely wet black robe, and sighed in his heart that women are indeed made of water. Iris still blushed and asked in a somewhat shy voice, Is what you just said true? Iris was referring to Xian's words, that he would let you marry the bad guy you want to marry after you go back. But Xian didn't react. Of course it's true. Xian, who was still sighing, said this subconsciously. After all, the second before, he was still trying to comfort the frightened girl. So naturally he had to say everything according to her wishes. At this time, Xian didn't have time to correct his attitude, so he responded subconsciously. But Iris's face turned even redder, and her eyes showed an obvious joy. This is what you said, right? At this moment, all the anxiety and fear in Iris's heart were replaced by great joy. What? Xian finally reacted, blinked his eyes, and was a little confused. Iris ignored him, just hiding her joy in her heart and speaking quickly to hide her shyness. Have you defeated Yura? Iris finally had the mind to take care of the business. Xian didn't hesitate for too long, and was successfully diverted by Iris. No, I haven't dealt with him yet. Xian shook his head and said, I was brought in by Nam, and now that guy is outside attracting other people's attention. When I rescue all of you hostages, I can deal with Yura and those orcs who are eating in the same boat. Xian's words reminded Iris of her companions. What about Oz and Mafi? What about the orc priests around me? Iris asked quickly, have you rescued them? Not yet. Xian told the truth, saying, I just entered here, and the first person I found was you. I don't know where the others are. Hearing this, Iris also quickly grasped the situation. Xian should have just started the rescue operation not long ago. And it was also a chaotic time outside. In this case, before Gira reacts, all companions must be rescued first. In this way, Sheen can be relieved to deal with Gira, and they who have regained their freedom can also fight back with Sheen and take the opportunity to recapture the orcs. This is an opportunity to change the current situation of the orcs and let the orcs return to the human race and the embrace of the gods. Therefore, Iris took a deep breath. I know where the others are. Iris said this to Sheen, although she was treated specially by Gira. Before being brought to this room, she also stayed with Oz, Muffy and others and became a prisoner of Gira. So, Iris clearly remembered where her companions were. Sheen was also clear. In this case, you will be responsible for leading the way, Sheen decided immediately. Okay. Iris agreed. The two prepared for a while, and then walked out of the room together. As soon as they walked out of the room, they found a burst of hurried footsteps. At the other end of the corridor, a large number of orc warriors suddenly appeared and saw them. Over there. The saint has escaped. Quick! Don't let them run away. The orc warriors were shocked and rushed up without hesitation, trying to take down Sheen and Iris. Iris was about to scream, but was interrupted by Sheen, who put on his hood again. Go! Sheen picked up Iris and rushed out before Iris could react. Ah! With Iris's late scream, Sheen hugged her in one hand, pulled out the holy sword with the other hand, and rushed into the group of orc warriors who were unable to react. Puff! 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 Suddenly, the sword light flew and blood fell. Sheen rushed into the group of orcs like a ruthless death god. Every time he swung the holy sword in his hand, he could clearly take away a living life, making the orc warriors scream and wail one by one, and became corpses on the ground. Although there were many orc warriors attacking, and their levels were not low, they were still like chickens and dogs in front of Sheen, and were easily killed. Sheen broke through the siege and ran deeper into the corridor. Seeing that Iris in his arms had not reacted yet, Sheen spoke. Quickly point the way, Sheen quickly reminded. Over there. Iris shuddered and pointed in a direction. Sheen accelerated his speed and completely turned into a gust of black wind. He whistled through the corridors and moved forward under the guidance of Iris. Of course, in this process, the orc warriors guarding here still rushed out incessantly, trying to stop him, but all became the dead souls under Sheen's sword. After a while, Sheen came to the deepest part of this lair. There are no more corridors here, but a vast underground space that is dark and invisible. There are rock walls all around. The ground is also covered with rock beds. When Sheen rushed in here, it was like rushing into a secret base once guarded by the high priest. It felt like entering an underground world. It's right in front. Elise, however, held Sheen's neck with one hand and pointed forward with the other, making a sound of surprise. Sheen raised his head and looked over. What caught his eye was a place used to hold prisoners. That was the end of this place. A basement that looked like a cave. The basement was not separated, but chains were hung on the rock wall, like prisoners tied up, to detain the prisoners one by one. Enemy. A group of orc warriors guarding here saw Sheen and Elise rushing in, and stood up suddenly. Unfortunately, they had no time to sound the alarm. Sheen almost rushed forward in the blink of an eye, maintaining the posture of holding Elise with one hand, and the holy sword in his hand turned and swung, and the golden sword light spread out like a crescent. Puff! 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 The orc warriors who didn't have time to shout the alarm all had their throats cut by the golden sword light. Blood flashed in front of their throats, directly cutting off their trachea. With howls that couldn't be fully squeezed out, the orc warriors all fell to the ground and died. It was not until then that Sheen appeared with a sword in one hand and his sister in the other, standing among the corpses and blood on the ground. And this sudden movement naturally woke up the people who were chained to the rock wall. Who? A ragged werewolf was the first to growl in a vigilant manner. Who else could it be except Oz? Oz was tied to the most conspicuous position, with a particularly thick chain as if he was treated specially, and his body was covered with scars. Beside him, Muffy was also a little embarrassed, but not as miserable as Oz. The rest of the orc priests were also here. Some were injured, some were safe and sound, and their postures were different. But without exception, they were all attracted by the sudden movement. Oz! Muffy! Everyone! Iris burst into tears of joy when she saw her familiar companions. Saint! Lady Saint! Lady Iris! The orc priests finally saw Iris in Sheen's arms, and they first opened their eyes wide, and then shouted excitedly, especially Oz and Muffy, who were more excited than anyone else. Lady Iris? Are you okay? Muffy was very surprised. Lady Iris? Oz couldn't help but struggle hard, and the veins on his body were bulging. Judging from his skilled appearance, this legendary werewolf must have struggled a lot after being locked up here. Right? The scars on his body might be caused by the orc warriors guarding here because he was dishonest. Muffy was not seriously injured. Obviously, he knew that struggling in vain was useless. So he was not as stubborn as Oz and avoided a lot of suffering. Similarly, some of the other orc priests were injured, and some were not injured. That was because they had not been honest during their imprisonment here. Sheen understood everything in an instant and put down Iris in his arms. Iris immediately ran forward and untied Muffy. Sheen also came to Oz. Oz looked at the black-robed man in front of him, and just as he was about to say something, his nose suddenly moved and his eyes lit up. It turned out to be you. Oz recognized Sheen. Sheen was startled at first, and then relieved. Do you smell my scent? Sheen smiled slightly, took off his hood, and said, not too late. Right? Hearing this, Oz had no time to express his opinion, and the other orc priests were delighted because Sheen showed his true face. Brave Sheen. So it was the brave who came to save us? Great. The orc priests relaxed their expressions, including Mayfie, who had just looked at Sheen with some vigilance. Unconsciously showed a relieved expression on her face. Obviously, Sheen's appearance greatly inspired people. Let you out first. Sheen waved the holy sword, letting the sharp holy sword cut through the chains one after another. The chains were like mud, which could obviously prevent the powerful orc priests from breaking free. Even a legendary werewolf like Oz could not break them. But they were easily cut off in front of Sheen's holy sword. Lady Iris? Lady Iris? The orc priests rushed to Iris's side as soon as they were free. Are you okay? Lady Iris? Mayfie quickly checked Iris's body. That bastard Yura took you away, so he probably didn't do anything to you. Right? Oz was also very nervous. Not to mention them. Even the other orc priests were very nervous. You know, when they were captured, Iris was still with them. But then she was taken away by Yura in front of all of them. Moreover, she was taken away for nearly a month. In such a long time. If Iris had any problems, it would be possible that she would be done something that would anger the heavens and the people. The orc priests had been worried about this. So worried that the orc priests headed by Oz couldn't help but resist, and were beaten by the guards. Now, Iris finally appeared in front of them. And of course, they had to figure out this matter as soon as possible. I'm fine. Iris naturally knew what everyone was worried about, and quickly shook her head to express it. There is a force that has been protecting me. Every time Yura tried to touch me, he would be repelled by that force. So, apart from being a little scary, I was not bullied by anyone. When saying this, Iris deliberately turned to Sheen. Just then, she saw Sheen showing a relieved expression. Chapter 923, Love Like a Father? Sheen was naturally worried about what Oz, Muffy and others were worried about. After all, when she first met Iris, the girl's behavior had told Sheen that Yura was definitely not too good to her. Sheen was also worried about whether this timid little fox would be done something. However, considering the little fox's emotions, Sheen did not ask on the spot, and planned to get through this level first. Now, after hearing Iris's explanation, Sheen was relieved, and his relieved expression, falling into Iris's eyes, also made her secretly happy. As for the orc priests, they completely put aside the worries that had been in their hearts for nearly a month. Among them, Oz was the most worried. That's good. That's good. This usually reckless werewolf wiped the sweat from his head, looking like he was still in fear. Fortunately, my saint lady was not forced to do anything wrong. Otherwise, I would have died with that damned Yura even if I risked my life. Muffy also patted his chest. And like the other orc priests, he was relieved. That's right. Sheen turned back to the business and asked everyone, are you the only ones here? Where are the other captives? You know, the people captured by Yura are not only the orc priests, but also the important figures of the tribes of the orcs, and the goddess, who came to the orcs with Iris and others to support them. The rest are in another place. As the think tank of the orc priest group, Muffy realized the purpose of Sheen's trip at the first time and reported to him quickly. I remember that they are not far from here. Oz also spoke. The other orc priests raised their hands consciously. Let's go rescue them. The important figures and goddesses of each tribe are imprisoned in different places. Let's act separately. Leaving these words, Without waiting for Xian to react, the orc priests quickly dispersed and went to the underground passages in the other two directions. Not long after, the orc priests successfully rescued the hostages and came to Xian with a group of orcs and a group of goddesses. When they saw Xian, the orcs were not counted, and the goddesses were all excited. "Brave man, Lord Xian, has the blessing of the Mother Goddess come to save us? Thank you, Lord. Thank the Supreme God. Thank you, Lord." The goddesses all lost their former high-handedness, like a group of little fans, looking at Xian with excited eyes and kneeling to Xian. Seeing this, Xian himself was shocked. "Don't kneel to me. Get up quickly." Xian supported the leading goddess, but the goddesses not only did not calm down, but became more excited. "No, you are the blessing of the Mother Goddess, the one chosen by the Mother Goddess. We cannot be disrespectful. The blessing is the messenger of the God who bestows blessings. And you are both a brave man and the spokesperson of the Mother Goddess. As a member of the God clan, you are born with the grace of the Mother Goddess. We should treat you as a father and love you. If we are disrespectful in front of you, we will not have the face to call ourselves the children of the Supreme God Omnis. Please guide us. Lead us." The goddesses bowed their heads deeply to Xian. That scene made the orc priests and orc captives stunned. Xian himself was also ashamed. Do these goddesses worship themselves so much? Or I am the blessing of your Mother Goddess, so I should be treated as a father and loved? If the Supreme God Omnis knew what you said, she would probably be so angry that she couldn't even sleep. Right? Omnis. In fact, it's no wonder that the goddesses are so excited. For the gods with clear hierarchy, the Supreme God is undoubtedly their belief. The supreme existence they absolutely obey. Unlike the demons who respect the strong, the gods attach importance to hierarchy and class in a way that other races can hardly achieve. Their level has nothing to do with strength, but only with the field they are in charge of. For example, the gods who are in charge of business and culture have no combat ability themselves. But because of the importance of their duties in the world, they are genuine superior gods, and their status is above that of lower gods. And the gods who are in charge of some unpopular fields, but have extraordinary strength in these fields, are likely to be just lower gods in the gods. The status of lower gods is not as high as that of higher gods. Even if they are stronger, they still have to treat higher gods as subordinates. The gods are not a race that relies solely on strength and power. Instead, they determine their status based on the importance of their duties. The more important the duties in the world, the more respected they should be. This is the concept of existence of the gods. Therefore, the class concept is very serious in the gods. It is not because their concepts are old-fashioned, but because their concept of existence itself determines this way of behavior. The higher the status of the gods, the more important their duties are, and the greater their contribution to the world. Therefore, the higher gods should be respected by the lower gods. The Supreme God is undoubtedly the greatest and most powerful existence. She created the world and everything. Her great achievements are unmatched and her contributions are unmatched. In addition, all the goddesses of the gods are split from the Supreme God. Naturally, all the goddesses respect and love the Supreme God. That is imaginable. It can be said that, except for those lawless and mentally abnormal evil gods, there is no goddess who does not respect and love the Supreme God. But the Supreme God fell into an eternal sleep and would never wake up again. This made the goddesses of the gods almost lose their spiritual sustenance. However, the appearance of Xian made them seem to see their mother goddess and their spiritual pillar. The higher the god, the greater the status and importance of his blesser. The three goddesses even regarded their blessers as their own children. Not to mention the blessers of the most supreme and almighty goddess? His status can be regarded as equivalent to the supreme god in the gods. In view of this, from the moment Xian chose to expose his blessing, he was no longer just a brave man who needed assistance to the gods, but also a supreme existence who needed love and respect. His every word and action was equivalent to the Supreme God Omnis, which was the consensus of all the goddesses, including the three goddesses. If not, how could the three goddesses and the goddess of justice quarrel with the 6 demons in order to win back Xian during the 3 tribes' talks? It can only be said that Xian himself is not aware of this. Of course, even the people of the gods do not know that Xian is equally important to the demons. Is it just your family that has a respected and beloved mother goddess? Don't we have a mother that we worship and love? Is it just your mother goddess who gave the hero a blessing? Our mother even gave away the precious jade that is equivalent to existence itself. Xian did not know all this yet. By the time he realized his status in the eyes of the gods and demons, The Shura field that was enough to subvert the world had already begun. In this way, the goddesses who escaped from the predicament behaved very well and obediently in front of Xian, with a look of nodding and lowering their eyebrows. And their faces were faintly flushed after excitement, just like concubines who were about to be favored. Bad guy. Iris had already pouted her lips when she watched from the side, and the villain in her heart waved her pink fists wildly, feeling very aggrieved. He clearly said he would marry her, but he flirted with so many goddesses in front of her. Scumbag. Oz, on the other hand, was envious. I wish I could be treated like this. The usually dull straight man couldn't help but say such a thing. Bang! The next second, an elbow hit Oz's side hard, causing him to hold his stomach and unable to breathe in pain. Muffy snorted coldly and retracted his elbow. At the same time, many men among the orcs and priests cried out in pain. Obviously, they, like Oz, were dealt with by the women around them. Ahem. Sheen coughed awkwardly, turned around, and faced the orc captives. Who is Lily May? Who is Lalamiai? Sean asked this question. There was a faint commotion among the orc captives, and then they separated on the spot, allowing a mother and son to enter Sean's sight. I am Lily May. Brave sir. The person who spoke so nervously and uneasy was a tiger young woman with a charming appearance. Behind the tiger young woman, there was a delicate and lovely tiger little girl, who was pulling her mother's clothes, hiding behind her thighs, and timidly peeking at Sean. There is no doubt that this tiger little girl is Lalamiai. Sean took a look and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder that rough guy Nob was so nervous about his wife and daughter. One is still charming. The other is delicate and lovely. With such a wife and daughter, even the hardest rough guy will soften. Well, it's right that they are not as pretty and cute as my Roxy and AI. Xian made a comparison and felt relieved. No, forget about Luoshi. They are both wife roles, so they can be compared. But how about comparing Yi and Laramie? There is no way. It is not that I want to compare your daughter, but you look too confusing. Your Highness Dragon Demon. Well, then change it to not as cute as my Lilith. This is the daughter role. Can it be compared? With this idea, Xian came to Lily May and Laramie. Don't be nervous. I was commissioned by Nobu to save you. I just want to confirm whether you are here. Xian said so. Nobu. Lily May was shocked and asked quickly, how is he? Laramie, who was hiding behind Lily May, also poked her head out and looked at Xian nervously. Xian almost said that Nobu was being thrown out as bait by him. Don't worry. He's fine. I'll take you out now. Xian didn't tell the wife and daughter about Nobu's current situation, so as to avoid them worrying about it. Then, Xian looked at everyone present, thought about it, and spoke directly. I am indeed here to save you. But in addition to saving you, I will also launch an attack on the orcs' betrayers afterwards. Later, remember to follow me closely. I will take you out of this palace, and even out of this town depending on the situation. I hope you don't fall behind casually, and don't act on your own. Do you understand what I said? Xian's voice had just fallen, and all the goddesses and orcs present immediately spoke up. Yes. Follow the instructions of the brave man. Everyone responded to Xian without hesitation. Good. Xian nodded. Then, let's go! Chapter 924 finally appeared. Killing intent. Pyramid Palace. The bottom floor. Amid a chaotic sound of footsteps, led by Xian, a group of hostages who had been captured finally regained their freedom and rushed out from underground. Bang! With a sound like an explosion, the huge iron door leading to the underground burst open, raising thick dust. Just then, an orc army rushed down from the upper floor, as if they had finally noticed the situation here, and came to suppress the escapees. They ran into the huge bursting iron door head-on, and in a chaos, they welcomed the captives rushing out from underground. Oh, 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 oh! Many orcs roared. Some were from our side, and some were from the enemy. Go! Stop them! The enemy leaders gave such instructions without hesitation, and the orc warriors roared and rushed out one by one. Get out of the way! In the team of the escapees, Oz, who had been ready for action, also roared first and rushed forward. Powerful orcs rushed out from both camps and ran straight into each other. So, a melee began. Roar! Oz's roar was so loud that he rushed into the enemy's orc army with a group of orc priests and began to rush and kill. They seemed to have been suppressed for a long time and finally caught the opportunity to vent. Each of them burst out with 12 points of energy and took out desperate efforts to beat the orc warriors one by one, and made them retreat step by step and embarrassed. In terms of strength, the gap between the two sides is not big. The orc warriors that Jula brought into the world were conservatively estimated to be level 70. One or two of them were elites or even masters among the orcs, and their strength was not inferior to that of the guards of the Mitra kingdom. The strength of the orc priests was also about the same level. Although their number was much less than that of the orc army, there were several outstanding strong men. For example, Oz was a real legendary level, and the opponent could not compare at all. For example, Mafe was only one step away from the legendary level, and was also much stronger than the opponent's orc warriors, in addition to several masters above level 80, and a group of goddesses who were in the rear, using magic to support and bless friendly forces with power, and some powerful important figures in each tribe. The two sides fought together, and for a while, the enemy, which had a complete advantage in numbers, was beaten back step by step. In this case, Iris also used magic to bombard the orc warriors from a distance under the protection of Mafe. As for Xian, he had already turned into a ghostly black shadow, and started a brutal massacre among the orcs. Puff! The sword flashed across, slashing the orc warrior's head fiercely, instantly harvesting the life of an enemy. Puff! 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 The golden slashes continued to bloom, and each time they passed through the air, they would take away an enemy and make the orc warriors fall on the spot. As always, Xian relied on his strength that was stronger than anyone else. Like a beast unilaterally hunting its own prey, killing cruelly. His figure that seemed like the god of death and his terrifying harvesting efficiency, compared with the orcs with a more barbaric fighting style, were both beautiful and bloody. Many goddesses looked at Xian like this. Their eyes were shining. On the contrary, the enemy warriors collapsed directly under such a threat. Retreat! Retreat! The leading orc warrior shouted hysterically in the scene of soldiers falling like wheat, hoping to go back and call for support and escape from this horrible killing field. Unfortunately, he didn't finish his words at all, and a golden slash came towards him. Puff! The holy sword chopped off the heads of the leading orc warriors without discrimination, causing large amounts of blood to spurt out. This orc general, who was over level 80, was no different from the other orc warriors. He was easily killed by Xian, just like a soldier. Xian didn't even look at him, as if he was really an insignificant soldier. After chopping off his head, he immediately turned around and continued to kill. In this way, it didn't take long for the attacking orc army to fall down, and the whole army was annihilated. No one could survive. Keep going. Up. As Xian said this, he stretched out his hand and pointed upwards. Give explosion. A huge amount of magic power spurted out from Xian's hand and hit the ceiling. Bang! The explosion sounded again. The ceiling was blown up neatly by Xian's magic, raising a storm of rubble and thick smoke. Xian immediately took the lead, leaped through the blown-up ceiling, and jumped to the next floor. Go! Follow! Oz shouted immediately, and then took the lead to follow Xian, and jumped onto the big hole in the ceiling. Some of the orc priests and goddesses also jumped up, and some helped the magicians or the weaker captives around them, and took them to the next floor. In this way, Xian walked in front, blasting the ceiling layer by layer, opening a big hole in the ceiling of each floor of the palace, and rushing to the top floor with a group of orcs and goddesses. On the way, the orc warriors who stayed in the palace naturally attacked one after another. Not only the orc warriors in the Gira tribe, but also the people of the other tribes who chose to betray with Gira. Even when Xian and others rushed to a high level not far from the top floor, several legendary orc tribal leaders appeared and rushed towards them. Multiple legendary warriors are still very threatening, at least among the orc priests. Except for Oz, no one is a legendary warrior. The goddesses do have 2 legendary warriors. After all, they were sent to support the orcs. It is impossible without a few legendary warriors. But in terms of quantity, the legendary warriors here are less than the legendary warriors of the enemy. Not to mention the warriors of other levels, which are not as powerful as the enemy. Fortunately, Xian's practice of not revealing his true face in front of the enemy from beginning to end has achieved miraculous results. Several legendary orc warriors didn't know that there was an unparalleled brave warrior here, so they foolishly came to the door, thinking that they could eat this side. The result is naturally imaginable. Before the other party could react, Xian rushed forward with a force of thunder, and instantly killed those legendary orc warriors, clearing the way for the orcs. After losing a group of legendary warriors, It is also imaginable what the fate of the remaining enemies will be. Bang! At a certain moment, accompanied by the last grand explosion, the ceiling leading to the top floor was blown open. The orcs and goddesses led by Sheen rushed out of the palace and entered the top floor. The exit is there. The sharp-eyed Ma Fei was the first to discover the location of the gate. His eyes lit up, and he pointed at the exit and shouted loudly. Hearing Ma Fei shout, the orcs and goddesses were all cheered up. However, Sheen stood at the front with a holy sword in his hand and suddenly stopped charging. What happened? Iris was right beside Sheen. Her face flushed, as if she had been exercising vigorously in the process of escaping death. She looked at Sheen, who had stopped, and just asked a question, then stopped talking. Not only Iris, but the others also stopped and held their breath. Buzz! A buzzing sound suddenly came from the air. It was a sound as if the whole palace was shaking. Waves of magic seemed to gush out from the bottom of the ground, turning into waves of air currents visible to the naked eye. Rising up, one gorgeous magic circle after another also gradually unfolded, surrounding the entire palace. At this time, if someone looked in the direction of the palace from the outside, they would find that a huge magic circle was slowly rotating on the ground where the palace was located. In this case, a layer of barrier also rose up, completely covering the palace. What is this? Not good. The faces of the orc priests and goddesses changed. Sheen just glanced at it and looked straight ahead. There, a person appeared alone. He slowly walked out from the shadows behind him, looking at Sheen, and also at the orcs and goddesses, with a sneer on his face. You really escaped to such a place. The sudden voice finally made the people present discover the existence of the other party. Iris saw the other party, and her eyes trembled. Is it you? The people led by Ma Fei changed their faces again. Oz clenched his fists and roared in anger. Guh! You? La! The one who came was Jula, the culprit who caused the current orcs to rebel against the human race, betray the gods, stand in the camp of the new original demons, and also cause the orc priests, important figures of various tribes and goddesses of the gods, to be captured here, appeared. I thought that even if you escaped from the cage, you could not escape from this palace. Gura didn't seem to be bothered or angry at the orc priests and goddesses' escape. He sneered and cast his eyes on Sheen. But since you can bring us here with overwhelming force, you don't need to consider your identity anymore. Right? As he said that, Gura's eyes turned to the holy sword in Sheen's hand. In order to conceal his identity, Sheen has completely restrained the sacred fluctuations on the holy sword, so that anyone who sees this sword will only think that it is a weapon with an overly gorgeous appearance. Unless you have seen the holy sword, there are almost no people who can recognize that this sword without any sacred aura is the holy sword. But Gura has seen the holy sword. Moreover, it was during the meeting of the three tribes. At that time, Sheen swore an oath with this sword in front of the top and strong men of all Omnipotensen. In addition, the other party was able to rush here with a group of captives so quickly, killing all the way, and treating the orc warriors and legions as nothing. There was no need to consider who the other party was. You are here after all? Brave man. Sheen Bastutu. The sneer on Gura's face became stronger. It was like catching the weakness of the prey. A very cruel, very ruthless, and very cold smile. Looking at such Gura, Sheen did not hide his identity. His. At that moment, Sheen tore off the black robe on his body and showed his full appearance to everyone. Finally, he could attack without any scruples. Sheen twisted his neck as if he had broken free from some restraints, and muttered to himself, "It is you." Gura stared at Sheen closely. The two looked at each other. In his eyes, cold light and murderous horror surged at the same time. Chapter 925 Undead. At this moment, the whole space seemed to be filled with invisible pressure, making people feel indescribably depressed. Especially those lower-level orc captives and the goddesses who served as rear guards were all a little breathless under the murderous aura rising from Sheen and Gura. Iris was even protected by Oz and Mafi behind her. But Iris cast her eyes on Sheen, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Sheen didn't know what Iris was feeling at the moment, but just looked at Gura with a gradually cold expression. Of course, Gura was the same. Looking at Sheen's cold expression, Gura grinned. It seems that you really want to kill me. Brave man. Gura said so. Aren't you the same? Sheen gave a faint response. Neither of them concealed the murderous intent in their eyes, and told others that this was a confrontation in which only one person could survive. Anyway, Sheen would never let go of this so-called orc king. Although, Yura shared the same feelings in this regard. When the three tribes met, I already wanted to kill you. Yura still grinned and said bluntly, there are many people I don't like in my life. Especially those so-called goddesses, who make me feel extremely annoying. But you are undoubtedly above them. Shin Boztut. Yura said so much. This made Shin couldn't help laughing. You are very open. Shin said sarcastically, it's a pity that your strength seems a little bit lacking compared to your open attitude. Indeed, Yura is a strong man, and a potential stock that even the Protoss are paying close attention to. With his natural racial strengths and talents, this miraculous hybrid orc is probably not much worse than the ultimate level. It can be said that in today's world, Yura is undoubtedly the strongest person. Even legendary orcs like Nob and Oz cannot defeat each other when they join hands. But Shin is obviously not one of them. You don't think that you can still feel that you are the one who has an absolute advantage against me as before? Shin raised his steps and slowly walked towards Yura. The surging magic power emerged from his body bit by bit. Not to mention that you haven't reached the ultimate level yet. Even if you have reached the ultimate level, killing you is just a piece of cake for me. Or do you really have a trump card? Is it Donna's who is here? Or is it that mysterious big spirit? So you can show off in front of me so blatantly? As he spoke, the magic power emanating from Shin's body was surging and roaring like an invisible storm. The ground suddenly trembled, and the atmosphere wailed slightly. Everyone present felt a terrifying heavy sense of oppression at this moment, and many people turned pale, including Yura, watching the breath that he could not resist gradually rising from his body. The sneer on his face disappeared, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Just based on this, Yura had to admit that he was definitely not Shin's opponent even if he was unwilling. No, he didn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of Shin. Just like Shin said, he came here to show off his power. But he came to the wrong place. The #1 master of the orcs, the human race with extraordinary talent, was like a chicken and a pottery dog in Shin's eyes. Yura clenched his fists, and the unwillingness and jealousy in his heart almost turned into reality. Even though he had been mentally prepared and knew that he was no match for Shin, who was a super-level being, and felt the threat brought by Shin and realized his own weakness, Yura still lost his balance. He really disliked Shin. His unique talent was nothing compared to his ability to reach the top in less than a year. He failed to get the favor of the goddess of life. But he was not only valued by the three goddesses including the goddess of life, but also received the blessing of the supreme god that no brave warrior of the past could get. The gods regarded him as a treasure. The demons also had no reservations about him. Even the dragon demon AI became his fiancé. And he had a combat power comparable to the super level at the extreme level. All of this made Yura jealous. Perhaps because he had always been a beloved existence in the eyes of others since he was born. Yura always thought that he was the most blessed person in the world. He had everything that others didn't have. Others have been longing for strength all their lives. But he can easily master it. In addition, his bloodline is so special. There is only one example in this world. No one has ever had it before. And it may even be the case that no one will ever have it again. Yura has never doubted that he is special. When he was young, Yura had the idea of achieving achievements that all the heroes of previous generations could not match. If no one in this world can compare to the hero, then he can definitely do it. If there is destined to be someone greater than the hero in this world, then he must be that person. Because his birth is a miracle. A unique miracle. Hero? That is just a goal that he will surpass sooner or later. But Yura, who had such an idea, suffered the first setback in his life from anima. When Yura was confident that he could get the blessing of the goddess of life, and that the power of the goddess of life was already in his pocket, she directly rejected him. The reason is simply because he does not respect other lives. That time, Yura was angry and crazy. Respect other lives? Why? My life is the most noble existence. Why should I respect those weak and incompetent lives? This is what Yura has always thought. Therefore, he has the confidence to surpass the hero. Because the hero is just a human being. But he is a unique existence in this world. And no one can match him. Yura, who has had such an idea since he was a child, even disdained the gods that his tribesmen have always worshipped. Even the goddess, compared with such a special existence as himself, is inferior. Right? Such a Yura was rejected by the goddess, who thought she was in her pocket. The shock he received can be imagined. So, Yura usurped his father's position in resentment, just to bury the so-called faith. And after that, Yura had an idea. I must let those goddesses, who don't recognize me know that they are not qualified to judge me from a high position. In summary, Yura finally took the path of opposing the gods without hesitation. As for Shin, that was directly born in Yura's resistance. Yura, who thought he was a unique existence, was instantly crushed into slag in front of Shin's weird growth rate. The fact that the gods did not recognize him, but recognized such a human from another world, who was also unique, made him even more crazy. The reason why Yura disliked Shin was because all the things he thought were excellent were crushed by Shin in all aspects. How could Yura not be jealous? How could he be willing? Fortunately, I admit that I am not your opponent now. Yura suddenly said this under the terrible pressure brought by Shin. But your opponent is not me either. As he spoke, Yura opened his hands. His voice, like a declaration, resounded. Come on. It's time for you to show up. The remnant souls awakened from H.L. As soon as these words came out, two shadows slowly walked out from the shadows behind Yura. Shin stopped. What is that? Iris and the others also opened their eyes wide. Not for anything else. Just because, suddenly, a gloomy and cold atmosphere appeared in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of iron boots hitting the floor sounded in an orderly manner. Two people wearing armor, helmets on their heads, and holding a sword in their hands walked out of the shadows and came to the left and right sides of Yura. They didn't look like orc warriors, but more like human knights. But the armor they wore was one completely black, the other completely pale, and the dark aura on their bodies was extremely conspicuous in this world with chaotic space fluctuations. Shin and Iris were the first to identify the true form of that dark aura. That is death! Iris exclaimed. Yes, that is death. A thick death aura surged out of the Black Knight and the White Knight. What does this mean? It means that they are either necromancers who can manipulate death like the mysterious Great Spirit and the High Priest, or they are the dead. Shin whispered the identities of the two knights. The dead? The dead who have already died. The past dead awakened by the necromancy. Shin has seen such existences before. Whether it was Moro or the High Priest, they had used necromancy to awaken the dead, control the dead, and use them in battle. But the feeling that these two dead gave to Shin was completely different from those dead spirits in the past. For some reason, when Shin saw them, he felt familiar and had an ominous premonition. That premonition had already appeared vaguely in his mind before, but it became real at this moment. Yura was supported by two dead knights on the left and right. Looking at Shin, who stopped, his expression became intriguing. They were assassins secretly prepared by the new original demons for the three goddesses and the 6 demons. It is said that the superclass necromancer on our side spent a lot of money to successfully awaken the dead. Yura stretched out his hand, patted the two dead knights beside him, and said this. If it were them, they should be more than enough to be your opponents. Right? No. It should be said that way. Yura smiled at Shin with pity. For you, a brave warrior, it might be a misfortune to face them. Yura's words made Shin's ominous premonition, which was a substance, burst out completely, feeling the familiar feeling brought to him by the two death knights. A terrible idea was born in Shin's heart. Could it be that they were? Before Shin could finish his words, Iris shouted in panic behind him. Be careful. Iris, who had the opposite power and blessing from the other party, noticed something at this moment. Shin's face condensed, and he raised the holy sword in his hand without hesitation. At the same time, two terrifying death auras burst out. Boom! Boom! The Black Knight and the White Knight raised their helmeted heads at the same time and rushed out with a gas explosion. In a blink of an eye, they came in front of Shin. Chapter 926 The Blasphemed Hero. Dang! When such a loud noise, like the sound of heaven, resounded like a bell throughout the town inside the world. The top floor of the Pyramid Palace, located in the center of the town, exploded, as if an invisible thunderbolt had struck there, or as if some terrible power had vented out from the palace. The whole town was shaken, making everyone look panicked. What happened? Explosion? It's the palace. Could it be that there are attackers in the palace as well? The orc warriors running in the town showed a look of surprise. Had they successfully rescued people? Nob, with scars all over his body, looked in the direction of the palace, and a light bloomed in his blood-stained eyes. TSK. It really started over there. Nob stood in front of Nob with a huge mace in his hand, and there were strong orcs around him to help. Obviously, the brothers have already faced each other, and because Nob has helpers, Nob is at a disadvantage. This sudden huge movement caused the battle to be temporarily stopped. And everything that happened next shocked countless people. Bang! I saw that there was another loud noise in the palace, which shattered the top floor of the palace. 3 streams of light flew out of the broken palace one after another. One golden, one black, and one white, like meteors chasing each other, flying at high speed and colliding with each other. Ding! 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 The loud noise, like the sky, appeared again and again, with the constant collision of the 3 meteors. Every time it appeared, it shook a terrible shock wave, making the sky above the entire town seem to have encountered endless invisible explosions. And the momentum was extremely terrifying. Such a terrible battle directly affected the whole world, making the heaven and earth tremble. Ah! Be careful! Go! In the town, orc warriors screamed and fled in panic. The shock wave caused by the collision of 3 meteors affected every corner of the town, causing buildings and even the ground to explode from time to time, either being blown into pieces or blasted into holes. However, the speed of the 3 meteors was amazingly fast, turning the entire town into a battlefield. In an instant, I don't know how much distance they passed and how many places they reached, causing the storm of magic and death to sweep through the town, causing damage here. That was a natural disaster. That was also a man-made disaster. The commotion caused by the battle of only 3 warriors became a natural and man-made disaster, which affected the entire town. All of a sudden, the orc warriors in the town became like powerless civilians, and could only flee in panic on the constantly exploding building fragments and the shaking streets. What's going on? Norbu was also affected, and hurriedly avoided the debris of the buildings and the cracks on the ground, showing a shocked expression. Is this the power that humans can show? Nord was also in a very bad state, and was shocked by the explosion in the air. Even 2 top legendary masters behaved like this, so it is conceivable how helpless and panicked the others would be under such natural and man-made disasters, including Iris and others who fled in panic from the shattered palace. Bad guys. Iris looked at the fierce battle in the sky with a pale face. What are those 2 knights? Oz, Muffy, and a group of orc priests were also horrified. During the battle of the capital, although they were trapped in the Hall of Glory, and did not see the battle between Sheen, Halimus and Major, they had seen the fierce battle between Sheen and Lilith in Cosmos. They also knew that Sheen's current strength was much stronger than that time, and even compared to the existence of the Transcendent level, it was not much inferior. But now, 2 dead knights suddenly appeared, showing a power that was completely superior to the legendary level, and even the extreme level, and fell into such a fierce battle with Sheen. What is going on? Lord Sheen, Lord Brave. The goddesses of the gods looked at this scene, and they became anxious. They wanted to use their power to help Sheen. However, when they were about to rush up, a storm came and stopped them. In the storm, the figure of the Orc King appeared. I say, the show is just about to begin. Can you please watch it quietly? Goddess? Yura looked at the goddesses with a sinister and contemptuous expression. Yura! Oz rushed over, roared, and punched Yura, causing a whistling wind. Yura just raised his hand, opened his hand, and easily took Oz's punch. The fist and palm collided with each other, and with a thud, a wave of air rolled up. What's the matter with those 2 knights? What are they? Oz glared at Yura and asked. Muffy also shouted while protecting the pale Iris. Is that the dead awakened by the necromancy? But how can that level of dead exist? Muffy's words were exactly what Oz and the other orc priests were wondering about. Only Iris, as if she had already guessed the identities of the 2 death knights, could not help but turn pale. Yura laughed, and it was a very cold and cruel laugh. Of course, he knew what these people were shocked about. At the beginning, he was also very shocked, even a little unbelievable. After all, the 2 death knights were obviously not legendary or extreme, but truly transcendent. But when has the transcendent ever died? Whether it is the 3 goddesses, the 6 demons, the goddess of justice, or the 3 goddesses of time and space, they are still alive. And these beings are the transcendent strongmen who have survived from ancient times to the present and have never lost their members. Logically speaking, there should be no transcendent dead in this world. Of course, only in this world. Isn't there? Transcendent beings who have died? Jula sneered and said something that was shocking enough to shock the world. In addition to the 3 goddesses, the 6 demons, the goddess of justice, and the 3 goddesses of time and space. In the history of omnipotence, Isn't there a kind of existence that can break through the limit of life and become transcendent? They are lives that do not belong to this world. They are heroes from another world. They are not bound by the life limit set by reason. And they have the possibility of transcendence. Although there are very few heroes who have successfully broken through the life limit and transcended, there are still a few who have successfully broken through and achieved transcendence. Right? Jola's words, with a sinister expression, made everyone shaky. In other words, those Death Knights are all heroes who have died. Oz lost his voice. You actually blasphemed the heroes of the human race. Muffy could not imagine what she heard and saw. They were real heroes who had fought for the human race and the gods on the battlefield, and had been fighting on the front line against the demons. Even if they came from another world, they chose to save the whole world without hesitation and sacrificed themselves. Everyone couldn't believe that the new original demon had awakened these heroes and turned them into irrational undead to harm the world. Especially the goddesses of the gods, who once fought side by side with the heroes in history, were furious. That was the hero they once supported, helped, and cooperated with. It was unforgivable that he was awakened by the new original demon with necromancy and used as a weapon. Unfortunately, Yura could not understand their anger. I did not expect that the young master and the undead princess would prepare such a method. No wonder they dared to declare war so blatantly when there were fewer super-level strongmen than the three major races. Yura said this as if he was impressed. It was a bit of a pity. I heard that they were originally planning to awaken Mitra, the hero who killed the Demon King, especially the princess, who had been trying to do so. However, because the hero died under the power of the Demon King, he could not be awakened by necromancy. Otherwise, it would be very interesting to use him to deal with the human race, the gods, and even the demons. Yura said such words shamelessly. You bastard. Oz couldn't listen any longer, waved his fist in anger, and attacked Yura. Let's go too. Muffy also lost her mind rarely, and rushed up with a group of orc priests. The goddesses naturally couldn't just stand by and watch, and immediately activated their powers to fight with the king of the orcs. Only Laramie and Lily May, the orc captives who didn't have strong fighting ability, were left. They hugged each other, trembling, and didn't know what to do. Iris also stood there, watching the fierce battle in the sky, biting her lips. An unexpected battle appeared on the inside of this world, under the operation of the forbidden necromancy magic. The current hero and the deceased hero crossed each other's era and became each other's opponents. Ding! In the sky, another deafening collision sound accompanied by shock waves appeared. The heavy swords in the hands of the Black Knight and the White Knight slashed heavily on the holy sword that Sheen hastily raised, bursting out with amazing power and slashing it away. TSK! Feeling the power transmitted from the holy sword, Sheen was shocked, and his whole body of magic power shook, and he immediately stopped his flying figure and stopped. But the two dead knights didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Like a rampaging god of death, they rushed towards him from the left and right. The heavy swords in their hands were like two mountains. Under the force of the slash, the atmosphere was easily separated, and the sound of the wind turned directly into a piercing sonic boom, directly attacking Sheen's eardrums. There was still a terrible death aura lingering above. If an ordinary person was even touched once, it would probably be sucked out of vitality and turned into a mummy in an instant. Sheen wanted to take it hard with Li Tua Tianming, but found that there was something wrong with the power transmitted from the heavy sword of the Black Knight. The power that seemed to be able to shake his lungs, penetrate his skin, and ignore his skilled defense made Sheen understand instantly. Can even unique skills be used? Sheen did not dare to take the attack of the Black Knight for this reason. He dared to take the attack of the White Knight, but when he wanted to take it, the Death Knight would chop and hit Sheen like a ball. The attack of pure power, after being resisted by Li Tua Tianming, actually made Sheen feel painful. Obviously, even the defense of Li Tua Tianming is unlikely to completely block the terrifying attack of the transcendent level. If it weren't for the damage reduction of the Holy Sword, Sheen might have been injured now. But the weakening effect of the Holy Sword is not so prominent in front of the existence of the transcendent level, because I haven't transcended yet, and the Holy Sword hasn't transformed. So the weakening effect of the transcendent level of power must not be as exaggerated as 99%. At the beginning, when Sheen fought against the out-of-control Lilith in Cosmos, he was also injured with the Holy Sword in his hand, which was enough to explain everything. Fortunately, these two predecessors did not use the Holy Sword. Sheen quickly glanced at the heavy swords in the hands of the two undead knights, and avoided the attack of the two heavy swords in a few flashes. It was precisely because these two past heroes did not use the holy sword that Sheen was able to fight against two super-level strongmen, who could use unique skills for so long in a one-on-two situation. Did they not use it? Or could they not use it? Sheen was more willing to believe the latter. The hero can be awakened by the necromancy, but the holy sword will never be revived. Not to mention that after the hero dies, his exclusive holy sword will be directly broken and completely destroyed. Even the sacred power of the holy sword itself cannot be interfered with by an evil necromancy. Therefore, the two past super-level heroes were awakened by the necromancy magic, but their holy swords could not be resurrected with them. However, even so, the threat was great enough. Sheen fought and retreated, relying on the blessing and sharpness of the holy sword, and fought fiercely with the two undead knights. His figure flashed back and forth in the sky, never stopping. The two deceased heroes were very afraid of the holy sword in Sheen's hand. I don't know whether it was because of the sacred fluctuations that awakened their memories of this familiar weapon, or they instinctively sensed the threat of the holy sword to them. The holy sword with the power to purify all evil is simply the most terrifying for them, who have become undead and dead. To this end, they swung their heavy swords, causing red light to appear on them. Each swing and chop shook Sheen's internal organs, forcing Sheen to use the holy sword to block. They appeared and disappeared, turning into mist, clouds, wind, flames and thunder, sometimes disappearing, sometimes flashing left and right, sometimes like phantoms, and sometimes like a huge army of beasts, with a huge momentum. That power and effect could only be their unique skills when they were alive. Can necromancy awaken the unique skills of the dead before they died? This is something Sheen has never heard of. You know, even Xiaofumi, who has the foul power of Ripple Hard Demon, couldn't reproduce their unique skills when she summoned the phantoms of her admirers and made them fight for her. A mere necromancy did it, which Sheen didn't want to believe. Could it be because of the Radiant Branch? A flash of inspiration flashed through Sheen's mind. The Radiant Branch is a secret treasure left by the Supreme God, a crystallization of power that existed before the world was formed and the laws were established. And the unique skills, to put it bluntly, are a part of the laws established in reason. The power that the world gives to specific people. In this case, as a supreme secret treasure born before reason was formed, the Radiant Branch can allow the existence of Death Great Spirit to transcend the limit of life, achieve transcendence, and violate the laws established in reason. Its power can once again avoid the interference of reason, allowing the necromancy magic of the Great Spirit that is merged with itself to violate common sense and awaken the unique skills of the dead. It seems that it is not impossible. In other words, Sheen is now facing two transcendental heroes who have lost their holy swords and are in their prime in other aspects. You really know how to embarrass your juniors. Seniors. Under Sheen's sarcasm, the two heroes who turned into undead attacked with all their strength, and the heavy swords chopped down Sheen's head fiercely. Ding! I don't know how many times the sound of heaven appeared. The fierce battle between the three heroes continued. Chapter 927. Let me send you to rest in peace. Bang! As the fierce battle between the three heroes continued to ring in the sky, a loud explosion-like sound also rose in the town on the ground. An unmatched storm shook from Gira's body, blowing away all the orc priests who rushed to his side. Ahoy! The orc priests screamed one by one, and fell to the ground under the bombardment of the storm, rolling and bouncing in a mess, and fell to the ground around Gira, including the goddesses who were exercising power and magic. They were inevitably blown away by the storm, staggering here and there, and screaming. Everyone, while protecting the orc captives who had little fighting ability. Iris couldn't help but let out a worried cry. What he got in return was not the response of the crowd, but Gira's sneer. It's useless. Gira opened his hands, and gusts of black wind swirled around him. Without that damned hero, you little people are no match for me. Gira's contemptuous words made many people angry. You actually said we are little people. Oz struggled to get up, roaring and rushing towards Gira. But Gira just waved his hand, and the black wind came out like a tornado, blowing Oz, who was unable to react, into the sky, and then smashed heavily on the ground, causing the strong Oz to vomit blood on the spot. Oz! Muffy, who was struggling to get up, shouted. Gira spoke to Oz and others as if he was looking at an ant, looking down on him. Little people are little people. They are so weak, but they think they can resist me. Do they really think that there is no big difference between them, because they are all legendary? As a top legendary warrior with a level of 99, only one step away from the extreme level, Gira did not even take Nob. who was at level 97. Seriously? Let alone Oz, who was at level 91, and almost the same as the legendary level. Even though Oz was assisted by many high-level orc priests, and supported by many goddesses, including some legendary ones, their combined combat power could not be ignored. Gura still did not take it seriously. Do you know which goddess gave me the blessing after I was rejected by the goddess of life? Gura grinned. You should know the existence of that one. The goddess Pandinum. When Gura mentioned the name, the orc priests were not counted, but the goddesses changed color one by one. Pandinum! Is it her? The evil god who controls deception and fear, the goddess explained. Others may not know how terrifying this evil god is, but they, as the orthodox goddesses among the gods, know it very well. Iris also had some impression. I remember that she was extremely dangerous among many evil gods. She was one of the only 2 extreme-level strongmen in the gods, except for the 3 goddesses of time and space. As the second strongest evil god Lilith, she was once feared by the demons. Right? Iris tried hard to search for the other party's information. That's right. Gura clapped his hands and said, as if praising, it is the evil god who has repeatedly set off Ella fear on the battlefield. The evil god of fraud and taboo Pandine. Not many people in the modern human race know this name. But if it was 1,000 years ago, when the war had not ended, even the strong men and the demons would be afraid when this name was mentioned. Because this evil god is a very dangerous and terrifying person, who is far inferior to the demons to some extent. Her fear is not in terms of strength, but in terms of nature and personality. Just as Gura said, this goddess has stirred up Ella fear on the battlefield several times, which is taboo for the world. Her power can leave an indelible fear in the hearts of others, and even awaken the greatest fear in the hearts of others, making people crazy on the battlefield. In addition to her power and the effect of deception, with just a little guidance, the crazy demons will swing their butcher knives against their closest companions on the battlefield, the warriors of the human race. The gods and the demons have seen it in the past. In the chaotic battlefield. Only the battlefield where this evil god is located has the enemies killing each other, and none of her companions are willing to stand by her side. However, this goddess herself enjoys this situation very much. She has stood in the midst of the enemies killing each other and laughing happily more than once, which is frightening. For this reason, this evil god once made the demons angry, attacked him, and killed him. Unfortunately, not long after, the evil god would happily run out again, without any signs of being slaughtered. I once claimed that I can even deceive death itself, and no one can kill me except the devil and the supreme god. The evil god was happy about this. And finally even the demons gave up chasing her. But the goddesses of the gods also regarded her as an alien, and no one was willing to fight side by side with her. In view of this, after the war, the evil god was also imprisoned in the gods by the 3 goddesses, and was not allowed to step out of the gods. However, after being rejected by the goddess of life, Gura received the blessing of this extreme-level superior evil god. Thanks to this, the blessing of the evil god that I received is to make my power have the effect of fraud. Gura actually did not hide his power, and said it openly. My unique skill was originally the ability to control things that touch me, but because of the blessing of the evil god, it has evolved almost completely. Originally, Gura's unique skill only allowed him to control things that touched his body. For example, he could control the atmosphere with his unique skill, manipulate it, and turn it into a hurricane or a storm. He could also control the ground under his feet, turning it into a swamp, a hillside, or even a maze. He could even control the clothes he wore, turning them into anything. This ability was already very powerful, and when Gura received the blessing of the evil god of deception, this ability became even more foul. With the blessing of the evil god, I can deceive everything within my field of vision, making these things produce the effect that I have touched. Gura sneered. In other words, the things I can control are everything within my field of vision, including the enemies standing in front of me. As he said this, Gura stretched out his hand in the direction of Oz. Ah! Oz felt as if his throat was strangled by something, and as soon as he stood up, he was lifted up into the air. Look! Just like this, I can strangle you to death with just a lift of my hand. Oz. Gura kept talking while smiling cruelly. If it weren't for your high level, good magic power, and some resistance to fraud, I could even make your brain boil, your internal organs evaporate, and your flesh and blood burst on the spot, turning into minced meat on the spot. In my eyes, aren't you small people? You are so weak. Don't you really think you can resist me? Ah! Gura was more and more immersed in the pleasure of violence, and his other hand stretched out to control Muffy, who was about to rush up to rescue Oz. Goo! Muffy immediately stopped. And like Oz, she was strangled by an invisible hand and slowly lifted up into the air. Oz! Muffy! Iris saw her two most capable priests being treated like this by Gura, and immediately shouted in bewilderment. Evil heretics! Put the priests down! Hateful evil god believers! The goddesses also shouted. And just as they were about to release their power and magic, they were rudely interrupted by Gura. Just a goddess. Don't shout in front of me. Gura raised his hand, and several buildings around him suddenly rose from the ground, turning into huge rock SHLs, and smashed heavily at the location where the goddesses were. Boom! The huge buildings collided with each other, and the roar of hitting the ground sounded. One building after another hit the goddesses who were unable to dodge, shattering and turning into rubble, and buried the goddesses together with the raised dust. Goddess! Many people cried out in surprise. Bastard! Oz and Muffy, who were lifted into the air and pinched until their faces turned red, struggled desperately. Ha ha ha! Gura laughed loudly, and his laughter was full of madness. If I didn't have to keep you to control the orcs and contain the humans and gods, I really want to bury you all underground now, and let you taste the feeling of being buried alive. Or drain the air here and let you suffocate to death. Now you understand? Right? Without the hero, you are just a small figure of this level at best. At this point, Gura looked at Iris, who was pale. What goddess? Isn't this very weak? What about the goddess of life? Isn't she just the bottom of the transcendent level? Without her, I, Gura, am still the king of the orcs, and can still grow to this point. See? Saint? Gura seemed to be venting his inner hatred, and his words became more and more vicious. Iris just bit her lips bit by bit, looking at the priests lying on the ground, and then looking at Oz and Muffy, who were pinched in the air and still struggling. And she was very anxious. She wanted to rescue them, but the magic she mastered was not very lethal. As the messenger of the goddess of life and her blessing, Iris, the saint of the orcs, is best at recovery magic. With the protection of the goddess of life and the ability to manipulate vitality, Iris's recovery magic is the strongest in the world. And even Yule, the Pope of the Temple, has been almost surpassed by her. But in terms of combat power, Iris is far behind. So, Iris could only look at Oz and Muffy anxiously, and couldn't help looking up at the sky. Gura noticed Iris's actions, and couldn't help sneering again. Don't look at it, Saint Lady. The hero you place great hopes on can't even protect himself. A happy mood began to appear in Gura's bad words. He himself has not reached the transcendent level, but he has the power to fight against the transcendent level with the powerful holy sword. Now, two transcendent heroes have been awakened. Even if their holy swords are not revived, their strength will definitely not be inferior to any demon. Two demon-level heroes are fighting against a novice, who has not even reached the transcendent level. He can hold on until now, thanks to the holy sword that can purify all evil. He can't beat the two undead, and the end is to die at the hands of his predecessor. Gura is convinced of this. Two demon-level undead heroes join forces, and Gura really didn't believe that Sheen, who had not yet achieved transcendence, could survive smoothly in the end. And inside this world, Sheen can't escape either. This place is not as big as the outside world. At best, it is equivalent to a middle-low-level noble territory, with the power of a transcendent existence. Such a territory can be destroyed at will. Therefore, Sheen can't escape in such a small place. He will only be hunted down by two undead heroes until he dies. None of them will be weaker than that hero. They will be even stronger when they join hands. In addition, as dead people, they will not be tired. They will not be exhausted. They don't need to rest. They don't need to eat or drink. And they can drag Sheen Basta to death even if they are dragged. Jola shook his head artificially. This is the trap we set up at the beginning. To lure the hero into the trap. Or to trap and kill the human race's strongmen. As a result, this hero did step in and became a turtle in the trap. To be honest, we are quite afraid of him, for fear that he will achieve transcendence. With his talent and the power of the holy sword, once he transcends, he will probably become the strongest being on par with the goddess of fate like Mitra. Right? Gura's smile became sinister again. It's a pity that this extremely talented hero has to be buried here. Don't worry. We won't waste his body. We will definitely take him back and let the princess of the dead wake him up and make him a dead person so that he can reunite with his fiancées on the battlefield. Although, without the holy sword, the hero is only an extreme level. But I believe that there must be many people who want to see him appear on the battlefield as a dead person. Will the dragon demon go crazy? Will the kingdom treasure be heartbroken? It's really exciting. As he spoke, Yura laughed heartily again. You? This time, even Iris was angry. You won't succeed? Iris shouted loudly. The hero will definitely crush all your conspiracies. Really? Yura looked disdainful. But at this moment, the fierce battle in the sky changed. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of gas. A brilliant flame suddenly burned from midair. Among the three streams of light fighting each other, the golden one suddenly stopped. When the black and white streams approached, the whole body suddenly shook with terrible magic power, burning brilliant flames, and shook the two streams away. An amazing breath emerged from the figure burning with brilliant flames, like a volcanic eruption, instantly covering the inside of the world and shaking the whole world. What? Yura realized who the owner of this amazing breath was, and his face changed. Bad guy. Iris showed a surprised expression. Yes. Sheen. It exploded. Boom. High in the sky. Sheen's whole body was burning with brilliant flames, making the magic power in his body like a raging torrent, running at a high speed and transforming into pure power to fill his entire body. Under such circumstances, Sheen felt that his whole body was filled with explosive power, and this power was getting stronger and stronger. Buzz! The holy sword in Sheen's hand also trembled and began to emit a sacred and brilliant light. In a blink of an eye, Sheen's aura soared tenfold. His power also soared tenfold at this moment. The Black Knight and the White Knight seemed to be shocked by this amazing aura, and they were suspended in midair without moving. On the contrary, Sheen raised his eyelids, and his eyes were like the scorching sun, blooming with a shocking fighting spirit. Sorry. Two seniors. Sheen's voice sounded faintly. The situation here seems not good, and I can't entangle with you anymore. Sheen noticed the dilemma on Iris' side. So, he played his last hand. Let me send you to rest in peace. Chapter 928 touched. At this moment, the brilliant flames burning in the sky seemed to be the only color in the world, exuding an overwhelming sense of presence. Everyone stared blankly at the brave man burning with brilliant flames in the sky. And for a moment, they actually forgot to move, including the two undead braves. They seemed to instinctively sense some danger and did not dare to approach Sheen at this moment. But they did not want to get close. But Sheen moved. Boom! I saw the brilliant flames explode in midair. Sheen, whose whole body was burning with flames, shot out in the exploding flames, turning from golden streamers into brilliant flames, carrying unparalleled power, and rushed towards the Black Knight and the White Knight. The White Knight was the first to react, turning into a whirlwind and disappearing on the spot, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The Black Knight was shocked, and when he reacted, he raised the heavy sword in his hand high, and with an inexplicable vibration, he slashed at the attacking Sheen. Clang! The holy sword and the heavy sword intersected, causing the loudest collision sound so far. The strong wind surged. The impact was everywhere, and the two heroes collided fiercely, bursting out amazing power from each other, especially the Black Knight. As soon as the heavy sword in his hand touched the holy sword, the inexplicable vibration on it immediately poured out and hit Sheen's body, ignoring the defense of his skills. After being weakened by the protection of the holy sword, all the remaining power attacked his internal organs, as if to crush all his internal organs. But before that, the Black Knight was blown away. If his power is an invisible attack that can crush internal organs, then Sheen's attack is a pure and solid attack. The power that was completely incomparable to the previous one was released on the Black Knight, blasting him away, turning him into a cannonball and crashing into the ground below, causing the ground to roar, shatter and collapse, instantly burying his figure. Whoosh! Just as Sheen blasted the Black Knight away, a whirlwind whistled behind him. The figure of the White Knight emerged from it, and slashed down at Sheen's head with a heavy sword in his hand. Give slow down. Suddenly, such a chant came from Sheen, who had his back to the White Knight. The fluctuation of magic power spread from Sheen's body and instantly enveloped the White Knight. At this time, the White Knight's slash with a mighty force seemed to fall into a quagmire, and the speed instantly slowed down. At this time, Sheen had turned around suddenly, and one hand seemed to be slow but actually fast, pressing on the chest of the White Knight. Give impact. From Sheen's hand, A huge amount of magic power transformed into a tangible shock wave and suddenly exploded. Bang! In the sky, a shock wave like a ring of stars bloomed. The clouds were dispersed by the shock wave. The atmosphere was disturbed by the shock wave. The earth-shaking roar turned into sound waves, attacking in all directions while shaking the earth and causing it to vibrate. The wailing and screaming of countless people mixed together, becoming the only accompaniment in the world at this moment. The figure of the White Knight flew out from the center of the impact, like a kite with a broken string, rubbing against the air and falling down. Crack. On his body, the heavy pale armor cracked, letting out the rich death aura. Not long after, Sheen's figure also appeared from the center of the shock wave. Swish. In the sound of breaking through the air, Sheen once again turned into a brilliant flame, rushing towards the White Knight at a high speed like falling from the sky. I'll finish you off with this one strike. The holy sword in Sheen's hand shone with brilliant light. That light dispelled the deathly aura leaking from the White Knight and illuminated the entire sky. There is no doubt that it is a light that can expel all curses and punish all evil. The dead are tireless and feel no pain. No matter how many injuries they suffer, they are not fatal. They can still fight recklessly until they tear the enemy into pieces. But the power of the holy sword is undoubtedly a deadly poison to such a being. Therefore, Sheen's slash will kill the dead spirits, dispel the dead souls, and let this hero, who has turned into the dead, rest in peace. Here. So, Sheen shouted coldly, and the holy sword in his hand was like a ray of light, and he resolutely stabbed it at the crack in the armor on the chest of the White Knight. However, the White Knight suddenly moved again, and suddenly his whole body became illusory, turning into a cloud of mist and disappearing without a trace. TSK. Sheen's attack missed, and he couldn't help smacking his lips as he watched the White Knight disappear without a trace. At this time, another roar sounded in the distance. The shattered and collapsed ground suddenly exploded, raising a thick wave of dust. The Black Knight shot out from it, his whole body wrapped in the death aura that howled and screamed like a vengeful spirit, and attacked Sheen fearlessly. Give explosion. Sheen released magic at the attacking Black Knight. Boom! A wave of magic wrapped around the Black Knight and exploded directly, trying to blow the dead knight down. But the Black Knight continued to rush toward Sheen as if nothing had happened, enduring the amazing blast. Give explosion. Give explosion. Give explosion. Give explosion. Sheen also watched this scene and unleashed his magic on the Black Knight without hesitation. Boom! 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 Instantly, huge explosions occurred on the Black Knight, blowing him to pieces. The Black Knight's charge slowed down. However, even after being ravaged like this, the Black Knight still seemed to be unaware of the pain and fearless. He actually rushed out of the explosions against the blast and continued to attack Sheen. Clang! When the holy sword and the heavy sword intersected again, the Black Knight's armor had been blown to pieces, and the death energy in his body leaked everywhere like black air, rendering him like the death god from HL, which was chilling. Sheen didn't know whether he should admire this senior. He actually endured so many magic bombardments from himself and attacked him desperately. If he was not a dead person, perhaps he would have turned into a bloody human figure. Sheen didn't know if the other party dared to fight like this before he died. He only knew that as the opponent's slash fell on his holy sword again, the vibration this time was much stronger than any previous time, and he felt pain all over his body. But at this time, a cloud of mist rolled in and condensed behind Sheen. The White Knight with broken chest armor suddenly appeared and swung a slash with decaying death energy at Sheen's back. Suffering from the front and back, Sheen instantly fell from an unmatched advantage to a dangerous situation. He had clearly used the power of reincarnation destiny, which increased his power tenfold and occupied an absolute advantage. But in this moment, he was suddenly overturned. This is a brave man, a hero who can find a chance to turn the tables even in countless adversities. Even if the power is above them, even if they are stronger than them, they can find opportunities and resolutely launch a counterattack. This is the real tricky part of the existence of the so-called brave, and it is also their real greatness. Even though they have lost the holy sword and their power is not as strong as it was when they were alive, they are still not inferior to any demon. This is the reason. Dong 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 dong. At this moment, Sheen's heartbeat began to accelerate. His blood was boiling. His magic power was burning. It was as if he had truly felt the true meaning of the existence of a brave man for the first time. Under the fearless attacks of the two deceased predecessors, he was touched in his heart. In the face of crisis, Sheen entered an inexplicable state. Dong 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 dong. Not long after, a pulse that was consistent with Sheen's heartbeat came from Sheen's hand. That was the pulse from the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword seemed to resonate with Sheen's state at this moment. And it actually transmitted a will. That was joy. That was cheering. That was calling. That was applause. Sheen could feel that he seemed to have changed. It was as if there was an inexplicable attraction coming from the void, leading him there, making Sheen sink. Sheen didn't even notice that a red gem in his body slowly bloomed with light. At the same time, 3 rays of light appeared from Sheen's body one after another. Those were 3 rays of light that surrounded and entangled each other, penetrating the sky and the earth, and penetrating the world. The light was divided into 3. One was golden, full of sacred breath. One was blue, full of transcendent holiness. One was red, full of dangerous charm. The 3 rays of light gathered together, dyeing the brilliant flames burning from Sheen's body into rainbow colors. Buzz. A buzzing sound appeared between heaven and earth. Mysterious rainbow waves spread from Sheen's body. What is that? Everyone who saw this was stunned. Iris was stunned. Gira was stunned. The goddesses were stunned. Countless orcs were also stunned there, no longer caring about anything else. As for the 2 black and white death knights, they each raised their heavy swords high, kept the posture of slashing at Sheen, and froze there. It was as if the time around them had stopped. They were bathed in the rainbow waves, and could no longer move even a little. Rumble. Suddenly, the inside of the whole world trembled. The power fluctuations that emerged from Sheen's body directly shook the whole world. If the Demon King or the Supreme God were here, or if the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons were on the scene, they would find that the power of the whole world inside was sucked to Sheen. No, that is not the power from the inside of the world, but the power of the Demon King that has been left here, in the distant ancient times. It was because of the power of the Demon King that the world left this wound and this gap. It is also because of the remnant of this power that the gods are suppressed here, and the Supreme God is also unable to repair the wound of this world. But at this moment, the power of the Demon King that remains here seems to be attracted by the power in Sheen, and comes to his side. Swish! A red gem appeared above Sheen's head, directly rolled up this power, absorbed it, leaving no trace. Then, the red gem re-entered Sheen's body. Rumble. The inside of the world suddenly trembled more violently. If someone looks down from a high altitude, they will find that the inside of the world is gradually shrinking. Yes, this world is disappearing. Chapter 929 Entering the Body. The border of the God realm. The sealed place. In the temple that only exists in this world, the goddess in charge of summoning has been staring at the light screen in front of her, watching everything happening on it. And her expression is getting more and more solemn, especially when she saw Sheen's holy sword pulsating. The goddess first showed an expression of surprise and joy. And then, when Sheen's body appeared with 3-color light, her face changed again. That power was actually awakened. Nian couldn't help but stand up. How could it be awakened so quickly? It shouldn't be. Nian showed a solemn and doubtful look on her face. She knew that although the power had been quietly awakened with Sheen's last entry into the magic pool and upgraded to the extreme level, it had already been awakened. However, it stands to reason that even if this power was awakened, with Sheen's current strength, he still couldn't awaken it and use it. The extreme level may be very strong in the human world, but compared to the power sleeping in Sheen's body, it is nothing. If Sheen wants to correctly recognize that power, he must at least reach the transcendent level. If he wants to start using it consciously, he may not even reach the transcendent level. In this case, how could Nian not be surprised that the power was awakened at this time? But in a blink of an eye, Nian figured it out. Because the holy sword showed signs of transformation. This power was affected and then awakened. Right? That's right. Just now, facing the adversity of the 2 former heroes of the transcendent level, the brave power in Sheen's body was stimulated, causing the holy sword to show signs of transformation. The pulsation that originated from the holy sword and resonated with Sheen was a sign of the transformation of the holy sword. So, just now, Nian was surprised, because, once the holy sword shows signs of transformation, it proves that Sheen is moving towards the realm of transcendence. As the only one who can naturally break through the limit and achieve transcendence in a normal way, the hero's path to transcendence begins when the holy sword shows signs of transformation. After reaching the limit level, the heroes of all generations have tried every means to break through to the transcendent level. But as the only one who can break through in a normal way, no one can tell them how to break through. The 3 goddesses and the 6 demons are all born to be transcendent. The goddess of justice is also born to be transcendent. But she has some defects. Elymas is a half-demon. It took him so long to find an evil way to complete himself. In the end, he also fulfilled his son, and was swallowed by his son. The princess also took a different approach and successfully transcended by relying on the secret treasure of the supreme god. None of these people transcended normally, grew up all the way, and finally promoted their strength through their own efforts. Therefore, the hero can only explore the path of transcendence by himself. In the end, only a few people successfully cross this barrier and reach transcendence. In view of this, even if Shin cannot transcend, it is very likely to happen. However, no matter which hero, once their holy sword shows signs of transformation, they will begin to take steps towards transcendence. Except for Mitra, who broke through to the transcendence level with the understanding of the inner hall in one step with the extreme level. The rest of the heroes who successfully transcended are the same. As long as the holy sword shows signs of transformation, they will officially begin to transcend. This time, Shin was stimulated by the 2 previous heroes and had a spiritual touch on the concept of the hero, which led to the successful induction of the transformation of the holy sword. At this point, it is only a matter of time for Shin to achieve transcendence. But it is because of this that the dormant power in Shin's body will be awakened as the holy sword shows signs of transformation. There is no way. The 2 powers were originally transferred to Shin along with the power of the hero. Moreover, the origin of the 2 powers and the power of the hero is deep and unbreakable. Now, the power of the hero in Shin is stimulated, and the holy sword shows signs of transformation, and the other 2 powers are naturally awakened. Therefore, Shin can awaken this power that should not be awakened now that he has officially triggered his path of transcendence. This is troublesome. Nian couldn't help biting her fingers, and the solemnity on her face gradually turned into anxiety, seeing that Shin, who was emitting 3-colored light that penetrated the sky and the earth, was immersed in the pulse of the holy sword and his own resonance, and had no idea what was happening. Nian waved her slender hand, and the picture of the light screen was twisted again and turned to the ground. There, the inner side of the world was gradually collapsing from the edge. The orcs and dwarves in the town have fallen into chaos and are at a loss. Some are shouting, and some are running away aimlessly, completely losing their previous solemnity and solemnity. Buildings are collapsing. The earth is breaking. In that doomsday-like scene, even the most powerful people are like the most fragile ants, unable to resist it all. Nian stared at this doomsday scene, feeling extremely anxious, attracted by the power of the devil on Shin. The remaining power of the devil in the crack has disappeared, and the inside of this world is about to disappear. They are completely desperate. With the disappearance of the remaining power of the devil, the world has begun to repair its own injuries and fill up the inside of this world. In this way, all life in the inside of the world will be assimilated by the world itself and directly transformed into magic in the atmosphere. How can people not feel anxious when even their existence disappears? Nian doesn't care about the others. Whether it's Gira, who wants to rebel against the gods, or the vixen who has improper thoughts about Shin. She doesn't care about their lives. She only cares about her hero, her last spiritual and spiritual sustenance. If this continues, that guy will definitely be assimilated by the world, even if he has the blessing of that abominable goddess and the protection of the world. It's useless. The world's favor to Shin will lead to Shin being forced into a dead end at this time. After all, this is not killing Shin, but assimilating with Shin and making Shin a part of himself. For the world that is close to Shin and favors Shin, this is definitely a great thing that cannot be asked for. In its view, being able to become one with Shin is the best shelter and the best favor, and it does not consider whether Shin can continue to live in the world. Seeing the world gradually collapse, Shin still has not come back to his senses. And Nian finally can't sit still. Can you hear it? Nian shouted to the sky. In this situation, do you still want me to sit here and watch? Do you want to see that person assimilated into the world you created? If you don't want to take action, then let me out. Nian's words seemed so indignant. She was really angry. Angry that this hateful goddess continued to lock herself up after waking up, and even restricted her power, not allowing herself to summon Shin here. If it weren't for her, Nian would have summoned Shin long ago and eaten him without saying a word. Last time, I was halfway to success. Just a little short of it. I was planning to take advantage of the victory and make him my own in one fell swoop. Who knew that this woman would wake up and try to mess up my good deeds? This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. She just can't bear to see me succeed. and can't bear to see me swallow her own family by the hero. But he is obviously my own. That's my hero. It's okay to be beaten by some coquettish Bexes on the ground. Anyway, I don't take those girls seriously. It's not unacceptable to let them be my hero's playmates or concubines. Now this woman who I dislike the most is actually trying to compete with me and obstruct my good deeds. This is simply unbearable. Let me out. Let me out. Nian was so angry that she stomped her feet. At this moment, Nian noticed that the light curtain in front of her had changed. Nian stared blankly at the scene appearing on the light screen. She was stunned at first. Then she was shocked. And finally turned into deep anger. You actually did such a thing? You? Ahoy? Nian was so angry that she fell into a violent state. At the same time, a dazzling blue light flashed in the light curtain in front of her. In an instant, it occupied the entire world inside. Clang! When this blue light, which was different from the blue light rising from Xian's body, appeared, the collapsing world inside was frozen. The fallen earth solidified there. The collapsed buildings also maintained the appearance of falling down, stagnating in midair. The people who fled in panic seemed to be stopped, standing there motionless, with terrified expressions on their faces. The world inside, which was like the end of the world a second ago, seemed to have turned into a fixed landscape painting in this moment. And everything was stopped, including time, including space. It's all the same. In this world, the only one who can move freely is Xin. He is still immersed in the pulse of himself and the holy sword, with three-color light lingering on his body, becoming the only living being in this frozen time and space. Under such circumstances, the blue light gathered and turned into a gem. A gem as blue as the sky and as blue as the ocean. As soon as this gem appeared, the whole world seemed to see its mother and trembled with joy. But the blue gem ignored it all, just revolved around Xin and began to rotate. Clang! The next second, a burst of crimson light shone on Xin's body. The red gem that appeared for a very short time before absorbed the power of the demon king in the world, and then returned to Xin's body, appeared again at this time. Its appearance made the blue gem stagnate for a while, and then continued to revolve around Xin. The red gem also seemed to want to chase it, and it kept spinning around Xin. The two gems, one blue and one red, flashed with the purest light, as if they were chasing, circling, and spinning around Xin. Not long after, the red gem seemed to warn the blue gem and sank back into Xin's body. Seeing this, the blue gem paused for a moment, and then it also sank into Xin's body. Then, for some reason, the holy sword in Xin's hand broke free from his hand, turned into a golden light, and sank into his body. The three rays of light on Xin's body became brighter and brighter as the holy sword and the gem entered his body. Finally, the light swept away all the people on the ground, and then wrapped Xin, breaking through time and space together and leaving here. After a while, the frozen time and space also returned to its original state. The inside of the world continued to collapse like the end of the world, and finally disappeared without a trace. Inside the temple of the sealed land at the border of the god realm, Nian watched all this happen, and her heart was mad. You actually put the jade on him? How can you be so shameless? You are going to snatch it from me no matter what. Right. Do you really think I can't snatch it from you? Nian spit out a fragrant mouth. And then she became ruthless. I don't believe that is your incarnation. I will be completely unable to resist your power. Since you have lost the jade, then it's my turn next. Wait for me. As she said, Nian's body was filled with amazing power. That power lasted for a long time. Chapter 930 beginning. Consciousness was gradually sinking and drifting away, and it was tirelessly moving towards the extremely distant distance, as if it was embarking on a journey to find the end of time. She had listened to the pulse coming from his body, and felt that his whole body was filled with amazing power, which fascinated him. That power was so strange and so familiar, as if it came from somewhere else, but it had lived in his body for a long time, and it had not been discovered before. But now it was gradually waking up. Under the traction of this power, Xian's consciousness sank, and suddenly he saw a scene. It was a story that happened in an endless sea of flowers. A girl and a goddess were confronting each other. Why? The girl shouted as if she was very dissatisfied. A closer look showed that the girl was holding a golden sword in her hand. Although her aura was very weak, the sacred fluctuations emitted by the sword in her hand were extremely powerful. Xian even had a feeling that the power of that sword was no less than his own holy sword. No, That's not right. That seems to be my holy sword. Right? Xian suddenly had such a feeling. While Xian had such a feeling, the girl who was confronting the goddess was still venting her dissatisfaction. Why don't you let me get close to that child? That child looks very lonely. The girl puffed up her face and protested to the goddess. But the goddess's expression was unusually calm. I said, that demon king is very dangerous. The goddess said this in a tone that could be called indifferent. Is it dangerous? The girl protested. Why don't I feel anything at all? Because you are ignorant. The goddess said in a tone without any ups and downs. I can tell you with certainty that it is a terrible existence that has destroyed the world I created countless times, hindered me countless times, and chased after me countless times, and has never been willing to let me go. If you get too close to her, sooner or later you will be hurt by the power in her that even I can't resist. The goddess's advice was very sincere. Even though her tone was cold and her face was too calm, she was not the type to talk so much to others. For her, everything in the world was created by her. Whether it was life or non-life, their values were equal. In other words, the importance of a person, in the eyes of this goddess, was the same as that of a stone on the roadside. Of course, if a stone moved around in front of her, she would also take a few glances. So, when facing a person, the omnipotent goddess did not pay much attention to him, but she would also pay attention to him. In other words, the goddess' attitude towards humans was just like this at best. The fact that she would say so many words to advise the girl was enough to show how much she valued the girl. Unfortunately, the girl is not omnipotent, can't read minds, and can't perform any strange miracles. She only has the protection brought by the holy sword in her hand. Such a girl, after hearing the goddess's advice, not only was she not persuaded, but she also seemed more and more dissatisfied. I don't believe that child would be such a vicious person. The girl has been looking at her cheeks, and speaking well for the demon king she has been friends with for a while. However, these words, falling into the ears of the goddess, have caused a lot of waves in her heart. Do you like being with her more than me? The goddess couldn't help whispering. What? The girl didn't seem to hear it, and showed a stunned expression. Nothing. The goddess restrained her emotions, and said lightly, in short, you can't get close to her anymore. Having said this, the goddess didn't give the girl a chance to refute, and made a straightforward statement. I created countless other worlds that do not intersect with this world, in order to use the environment of those worlds to breathe life with the concept of a hero. And you are the first hero born. I cannot defeat that demon king, but you as a hero can. So, the only thing you need to do is listen to me, and wait for the right time. At this time, the goddess has already begun to design races. In order to make the girl stronger, she has formulated relevant rules, and filled the concepts of level and skills into the reason of the world. In this way, when I have created all kinds of life races, I can start to cultivate the girl and help her become stronger. After that, when the girl reaches the limit that this world can allow, she will be able to have a power very close to her level by combining with the holy sword in her hand. At that time, I can join forces with her. Although I am not the opponent of the demon king, it is only because of the compatibility problem in strength that I am restrained by him. In essence, she was still at the same level as the other party. Even if she could not defeat him, she could still contain him. At that time, the girl would wait for an opportunity to move, and with her help, she would pierce the heart of the demon king with the holy sword and defeat him. It was definitely not impossible. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. She could not let her brave man come into contact with the dangerous and hateful demon king. Kiki. The girl seemed to find it difficult to let go. The demon king she knew seemed completely different from the demon king known by the goddess, who summoned her and even created the world she lived in. In the eyes of the girl, the child would feel lonely when she was not around, and would feel happy when she appeared beside her. He had never done anything that threatened herself or even the world. Was it because she didn't see through the child's true face? Or was the goddess who summoned her deceiving her? The girl felt confused. No matter which possibility it was not what she wanted to see. Can't the three of us live in harmony? The girl felt distressed. Although the demon king was her friend, the goddess in front of her, who was too strict with her, was also her friend. Therefore, she didn't want to see any of them get into trouble. And she didn't want to see any of the two possibilities she imagined. But the goddess said decisively, give up. That existence will never live in harmony with others. She is the disaster. She is the end. For countless years, she destroyed the world I created countless times. And she never let me go. To me, She is the only and biggest threat. In view of this, the goddess wants to eliminate the other party no matter what. Not only for herself, but also for the future to continue to create the world. You must come with me and kill her. Did you hear that? The goddess stared at the girl closely. The girl opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But in the end, she nodded helplessly under the goddess' unquestionable attitude. Although she didn't want to do anything to the child. With the goddess's attitude, it would be impossible to turn things around if she resisted her now. I'd better find a chance to have a good talk with her later. The girl thought so. However, the girl didn't know that in the distant horizon, the person she cared about was always watching this side. Seeing the girl nod, a tear flowed from the corner of the eyes of the end of existence. Xian, whose consciousness was gradually sinking, was suddenly awakened. What was that just now? His face was full of surprise, confusion, and thoughtfulness, as if he had guessed something, but was not sure. He frowned deeply, just as Xian was lost in the sea of thought. Suddenly, 3 rays of light appeared in the sea of consciousness that had made him sink. One was bright, one was azure, one was crimson. 3 rays of light of different colors, as if representing the truth of this world and this universe, appeared entangled with each other. That was. Xian came back to his senses and looked at the 3 rays of light. In the rays of light, things that were not unfamiliar to Xian gradually appeared. In the brilliant golden light, a holy sword slowly emerged. In the holy azure light, a blue gem also appeared. And in the last crimson light, a red gem appeared. A holy sword. 2 gems. 3 of the most supreme treasures in the universe appeared in Xian's sea of consciousness and slowly floated. Among them, 2 gems, one blue and one red, were constantly rotating around the holy sword. The holy sword kept pulsating and resonating with Xian's heartbeat, emitting a rich sacred breath. That breath was integrated into Xian's sea of consciousness and into Xian's whole body, allowing Xian to feel it. My body seems to be transforming? Yes. Xian's body is transforming. Or rather, the existence named Xian itself is undergoing a transformation. Not only Xian, but the holy sword itself is also gradually transforming by constantly resonating with Xian. Xian had a feeling. When this transformation is over, it will be the day when I enter transcendence. That's what happened. At the same time, the 3 rays of light that respectively wrapped the holy sword, the blue gem and the red gem, were also stimulated by the 3 supreme treasures and gradually merged into Xian's body. When Xian enters the state of transcendence, these 3 rays of light will also be completely awakened and become Xian's power. Xian felt all this, and his heart was mixed with surprise and confusion. Needless to say, the surprise was self-evident. He had accidentally crossed the gate of the state of transcendence, and it seemed that he was awakening a very amazing power. When this transformation was over, how strong he would become was imaginable. Originally, Xian was believed that once he transcended, he would definitely be stronger than the goddess of fate and the brave Mitra. Now, with this supreme power that was like the truth of the universe, he might even become a being on par with the devil and the supreme god after entering the state of transcendence. However, there was also confusion. Could this supreme power be the inexplicable mysterious unique skill that appeared after I reached the extreme level? Xian had some guesses about this. The only question was, what about those 2 gems? Xian stared at the 2 gems bathed in blue and red light, frowning deeply. What those 2 gems are, Xian still doesn't know. But he knows that they must be extraordinary things. After all, they are likely to be the things of the Demon King and the Supreme God. Thanks to them, his power and the transformation speed of the Holy Sword are accelerating. And even this dormant unique skill is being awakened at an accelerated speed. But why are they here? How did they come to him? What is the relationship between them and his unique skills? Why do they feel like they are of the same origin? Before such questions were solved, Xian's sea of consciousness roared. Xian's consciousness was expelled and disappeared here. Chapter 931 The Truth That Dare Not Touch. Cosmos. The platform of the orc camp. There were only corpses of orcs killed by the diffusion star ray here. There was nothing else except the red earth and the bloody silence. But at this moment, in addition to the corpses of the orcs who were killed, there were also people who had fainted. These people were almost lying in every corner of the platform. Some were orcs. Some were goddesses. Some were big. Some were small. Some were young. And some were old. They appeared here silently. And at a certain moment, they finally ushered in some movement. The first time Xian opened his eyes, he found that he was lying in the center of the platform and became one of the people who had fainted collectively. His head was a little confused, and he couldn't even react to what happened. Or rather, he didn't know what happened. How did I get out of the gap? Sheen looked at the familiar platform and the bloody orc camp, his head buzzing, and he was in a state of confusion. It was not until a while later that Sheen found out. My holy sword. He found that his holy sword was gone. But soon, he was relieved, because he clearly felt the existence of the holy sword. The holy sword entered his body without knowing when. Just as he saw in the sea of consciousness, bathed in golden light, surrounded by blue gems bathed in blue light, and red gems bathed in red light, constantly emitting sacred fluctuations, allowing the sacred power to blend into his whole body. Dong 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 dong. Similar pulsations came from the holy sword constantly, just in line with Sheen's heartbeat frequency. In this case, Sheen's body seemed to be undergoing some changes. It was like evolution, and it felt like a rebirth. This feeling made Sheen feel as if all the bones in his body were itching, and his flesh and blood were cheering. It was like he was re-entering the mother's womb and being conceived again. This made Sheen realize it clearly. I am really transcending. Sheen was surprised and happy. I just don't know how my transcendence as a brave man will go. Sheen could only suppress the joy in his heart and put this matter aside for the time being. Then, Sheen stood up and looked around. Many orcs and goddesses lay around him, surrounding him in the middle. It was as if Sheen had done something to these people, making them lie around him in a regular pattern. Even Nob was lying on the side covered in blood, along with the orc warriors from the enemy camp. The evidence was that Nob was also lying not far from Nob. He looked much better than Nob, but he was also injured. There was still a trace of fear between his eyebrows, which made it easy for Sheen to guess what the other party had experienced before he fainted. What on earth was going on? Sheen, who knew nothing about all this, could only frown. In his memory, at the very end, he was fighting with all his strength against the two heroes who were awakened as dead, and was touched when they fought desperately to turn the tables. At that time, he was touched by the existence of the same hero, and realized the true meaning of the existence of the hero. So he resonated with the holy sword in his hand. Sheen had no memory of everything that happened afterwards. He only knew that he was immersed in an extremely mysterious state, with an inexplicably powerful force flowing through his body, as if something in his body had been awakened. Apart from that, he was not very clear. On the contrary, Sheen still remembered everything he saw in the sea of consciousness. Goddess, Demon King, and the hero of the girl. Sheen's eyes fluctuated slightly. He knew that he might have glimpsed a distant history that no one could know. That might be the beginning of everything. That might be the source of everything. The reason why Omnipotence is now like this is all because of that time. Those three existences representing the supreme concepts were the beginning of everything. But why do I always feel that the hero of the girl looks familiar? With an inexplicable sense of intimacy and familiarity? Sheen was puzzled. Because of this inexplicable sense of intimacy and familiarity, when Sean saw the memory in the sea of consciousness, he even felt sad. It was as if everything that the young hero experienced made him feel distressed. Although, in the memory of the sea of consciousness, Sean only saw the innocence and childishness of the girl. And there were not many sad things. But when the young hero nodded helplessly because of the goddess's stubbornness, and the devil shed tears watching all this in the dark, his heart suddenly hurt so much that he wanted to rush over and change everything. Really? Sean could only touch his head, looking confused. But there is one thing that Sean can be sure of. So far, I have seen similar dreams several times. At the beginning, Sean didn't feel much about these dreams, and only regarded them as pure dreams. So after waking up, he basically didn't care about them. But now, these dreams obviously appear for a reason. Sheen once again sank his consciousness into his body, looking at the blue and red gems rotating around the holy sword. The two gems, one blue and one red, were just spinning there, looking like they were following the holy sword, and seemed to exist dependent on the holy sword. However, they were by no means inferior to the holy sword, and to some extent, they were the most supreme concept crystallization in the world. If everything in my dream was true, then these two gems must have a very deep connection with the Demon King and the Supreme God, and they were their property. Then, it was still the same question. How did these two things get to me? When did they enter my body? Is this the rhythm of preparing to live in me? Sheen felt very subtle, not to mention the holy sword, which suddenly ran into his body. He was confused. Now he found two gems in his body, and these two gems were not small, directly related to the Demon King and the Supreme God. This made Sheen always feel that there were two big guys living in his body. And two big guys who could not be driven away. Fortunately, these two big guys seemed to be not just lazy. They would pay rent. Thanks to their relationship, the transformation speed of the Holy Sword and himself seemed to be accelerated. And the time to enter transcendence seemed to be shortened a lot. His mysterious unique skills seemed to be gradually awakened because of their relationship, and would fall into his control as the transformation progressed. Sheen looked at his skill bar, and looked at the unique skill he got after entering the extreme level. Unique skills. The power of the culmination of the truth of the universe. A mixture of the three supreme concepts. Is currently awakening. Before, the status of this unique skill was displayed as currently unavailable. But now, its status has changed to currently awakening. This is enough to explain everything. A mixture of the three supreme concepts? Sheen's mood was a bit complicated. There was no way. The amount of information hidden in this sentence was not less at all. And it could even be said to be terrifying. Sheen didn't dare to think about it. He didn't dare to think about why such a unique skill suddenly appeared on him. The truth contained in it made him feel a little scared. And he didn't want to touch it. But he also knew that these things were probably very important to him. Forget it. If there are too many lice, I don't feel itchy. It doesn't matter if there are one or two more mysteries on me. It seems. Sheen started the mental comfort method. However, to some extent, his idea was not wrong. He has always been at the center of a vortex of mysteries. Now, one or two more mysteries seem to be nothing. Therefore, Sheen will not worry too much. Anyway, if you can't figure it out, you can't figure it out. It's useless to worry too much. Just remember not to put yourself in a pit. Work hard to improve your strength. And make yourself have the power to deal with everything. That's enough. Otherwise, if you get entangled one by one, you may not be able to make yourself happy in this life. I'm almost transcending and becoming the strongest existence in the world. By then, the mysteries will be solved one by one. Right? Of course. After returning, maybe I can find a way to explore it. Sheen had such an idea. Some problems may not be known to anyone until now. But some problems may be known to someone all the time. Sheen thought of two people. One is Nian. The other is Sarah. He felt that these two people must know something. And it is very likely that these two people have already met. After all, when they were in the demon world, Sheen was asked by Nian to bring some of her words to Sarah. At that time, Nian asked Sheen to explain that Sarah wanted to see her. Moreover, Nian also gave Sarah a method for this, asking Sarah to take the rainbow demon diamond to the Valley of Gods. Sheen still doesn't know where the Valley of Gods is, but the so-called rainbow demon diamond, according to Helimas, seems to be a demon treasure that is as famous as the demon pool and the demon roar chain. And one of the three treasures refined by the demon king himself. Taking this demon treasure to the Valley of Gods. It seems that there is a way to meet Nian. Sarah seems to know all this. In this case, the possibility that this demon supreme has met Nian is not small. What did these two talk about? Out of intuition, Sheen guessed that it might be something closely related to himself. The power in his body and the two gems. So, as long as he talked to these two people, he would probably understand something. Right? Sarah is now trapped in the demon world, and it is estimated that she will not be seen for a short time. It seems that I can only start with Nian. But the goddess seems to have disappeared again recently. Right? Sheen felt a little headache. Forget it. I will think about it later when I go back. Sheen decisively gave up thinking, and turned to face the reality in front of him. He first looked around and found Iris not far away from him. Iris! Iris! Sheen hurried to the little fox, picked her up, and gently patted her cheek while calling. Woo! The little fox responded to Sheen's actions and calls. His eyelids trembled slightly, and then slowly opened. Are you okay? Seeing this, Sheen breathed a sigh of relief and asked repeatedly. Ah? Iris seemed to have no reaction. She stared at Sheen blankly and looked around blankly. Her first sentence made Sheen ashamed. I am not dead? Or am I dead? The little fox looked confused and looked a little pitiful. Sheen wanted to laugh, but couldn't, because there was also a little fear in Iris's eyes. Obviously she had experienced something extremely terrible before she fell into a coma. Don't worry. You are not dead. Sheen could only comfort the little fox and said to the little fox, What happened? How did we get out of the inner side of the world? Hearing this, Iris still didn't react. We came out of the world? Iris didn't know whether she didn't believe it or didn't understand the situation. She looked trembling and hesitant. Yes, We came out of the world. She had affirmed her statement, and hoped that she could understand the current situation as soon as possible. After a while, Iris finally understood the current situation. While looking at the people lying on the ground around her and Xian holding her, she suddenly burst into tears. I thought I was dead this time. Iris cried with a wow. Xian's mouth twitched, revealing an expression of despair. Seeing the little fox throw himself into his arms again, tears flowed out like money, gradually soaking his clothes. Xian wanted to cry, but had no tears. Well, his clothes were in trouble again. It took a long time for Xian to comfort the little fox in his arms. The crying of the little fox seemed to have woken up the others, and they woke up one after another. Where am I? Is this HL? Are we still alive? Oh my god! There are so many corpses here. Mom. Lady Iris. Dad. Lady Xian. The orcs and goddesses began to wake up one after another, making noisy sounds all over the platform. The orc priests led by Oz and Muffy immediately gathered in the direction of Iris, and the goddesses also hurriedly ran to Xian. The rest of the people were reunited. Some cried like they had survived a disaster. Some cried with joy, and some still couldn't believe that they had come out of the world and were confused. What's worse, even the enemy orc warriors and dwarves who were brought out together were at a loss. How did we get out? Isn't it the end of the world? Have we escaped? That's great. The orc warriors and dwarves were also in great joy and sorrow. Only some people quickly reacted to the current situation. Their faces turned pale, and they were quietly preparing to slip away. Nod was one of them. After he woke up, he looked at Xian surrounded by countless orc priests and goddesses, and then looked around, and the fear in his eyes almost came out. He saw it with his own eyes. He saw how Xian burst out with terrifying power, causing the inside of the world to collapse. That power was simply not something that someone like him could resist, especially now. Gira was not here, and the two undead heroes who were regarded as trump cards also disappeared without a trace. While the hero appeared here, this situation was not good no matter how you looked at it. Nod could only change his expression constantly, and prepare to sneak away. What a pity. Wasn't he so proud just now? What? Are you afraid now, and want to run away? When such a voice appeared behind Nod, Nod's body froze, and his eyes twitched violently. He wanted to run, but his neck was directly strangled by a big hand, and he was twisted. Then, Nod saw his scarred brother. Do you have anything else to say? Norb stared at Nod and pronounced death. Spare my life. Nod was shocked. The next second, a scream came from here and lasted for a long time. Chapter 932. Where can you escape to? What? On the platform of the orc camp. Xian's surprised exclamation was so clear. At this time, everyone had gathered around Xian, including Nob, who came to Xian's side after reuniting with his wife and daughter and dealing with Nod. The enemy's orc warriors led by Nod and the blacksmiths of the dwarf tribe were all captured by the goddesses with binding magic without mercy, and were thrown aside, forming a mountain of people. Taking advantage of this time, Xian asked everyone about what happened in the inner side of the world. As a result, he got the fact that shocked him. You said that because of me, the inner side of the world was destroyed? Xian really couldn't imagine what he heard. But everyone looked at him seriously. Seriously, excitedly, in awe, or worshipfully. And one by one, they all nodded heavily. After 3 terrible rays of light rose from you, the inner side of the world began to collapse. Iris spoke with lingering fear. That was simply the end of the world. I thought I was dead this time. Iris' words were immediately recognized by everyone present. Even the goddesses looked lingering fear. If they were not mentally strong, they would definitely have nightmares at night. Then how did we escape death? Xian was a little confused, and could only continue to ask. But this question made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. Obviously, everyone present didn't know why they could still survive, and return to the outside in such a disaster. Could it be that it only looked dangerous? But in fact, everyone involved in the disaster would return to the present world. Then why didn't the enemy warriors who were involved in the collapse of the inner side of the world at the beginning seem to have come back? Everyone was puzzled. Okay. Seeing this, Xian rubbed his brows, and gave up the pursuit. It seems that it was the blessing of the Supreme God, so we should just treat it as escape. The reason Xian casually said made the goddesses nod in agreement. Indeed, the only existence that can save everyone silently in such a disaster is our mother goddess. It must be because Lord Xian, the blessing giver, encountered danger that the mother goddess would evoke miracles in the dark. Thank the Supreme God. Thank Lord Xian. Thank the Supreme God. Thank Lord Xian. The goddesses bowed their heads to Xian honestly, their eyes full of trust and love. This made Xian a little embarrassed. He was really just talking casually. At the moment, Xian quickly changed the subject. Are all our people here? Have they all come out from the inner world? Xian asked Iris and the others. The orc priests responded immediately. We have already counted the number of people. Oz said so. All of us orc priests and goddesses have come out without missing a single one and survived. Muffy followed up with a report. I have also seen that the captured people from almost all ethnic groups are present. Nob held his daughter and held his wife's hand, and spoke to Xian. As for the enemy orc warriors and dwarf blacksmiths led by Not, they looked bleak. They suffered heavy losses. I don't know if it's because of Xian's blessing that the world is favoring him, but all the people on Xian's side have survived without any danger, while the orcs and dwarves, who are his enemies, are not so lucky. They are either attacked by Xian and others or involved in the collapse of the inner side of the world. Now, only 1 in 10 orc warriors and dwarf blacksmiths can survive. That's right. Iris seemed to remember something and hurriedly said to Xian, Jula is gone too. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene changed slightly. Xian also put away his expression and narrowed his eyes. Could he have been involved in the collapse of the inner side of the world and died directly? Muffy guessed so. If this is true, it is definitely retribution. Oz snorted coldly, looking like it should be like this. That kind of fate is too easy for him. Nob's eyes flashed with ferocity. The chief of the tiger tribe hated Jula the most. If his strength did not allow it, he would definitely tear him apart with his own hands. However, Iris shook her head. Before I lost consciousness, I felt that the man's breath of life was still there. Everyone knew what Iris meant. The orc priests and goddesses started to make a fuss. Did he come out too? Where is he now? Did he escape? Don't be like this. I really don't want to admit that the criminal is still at large. That's right. Everyone couldn't help but make a noise. Only Xian closed his eyes slightly, as if he was feeling something. After a while, Xian opened his eyes and sneered. That guy is indeed still alive. When they heard what Xian said, everyone's faces changed. But then, they heard it. However, if they wanted to escape, it would not be so easy. Xian smiled faintly. In his hand, some magic was turning. Cosmos. Outside the city, on a remote trail, the one-eyed orc king rode the wind and rushed from the direction of Cosmos at high speed and landed here. Jula panted a little quickly, and it was obvious at a glance how hastily and anxiously he escaped. Sweat seeped out of the hair all over his body, soaking the ground under his feet. Jula looked at himself soaked in sweat and looked embarrassed. In the end, he couldn't help but hit the tree next to him heavily. The tree broke with a sound and turned into sawdust. But Jula was still not satisfied. How could this happen? Jula's voice was full of unwillingness. Obviously, they had moved into the gap between the worlds, set traps, and waited for the brave man to step in. Why did they fail in the end? Yura was really unwilling to accept this. You know, he was the one who wanted to see the hero die miserably the most. Seeing that Xian really came to the inner side of the world and came to him, no one knew how excited Yura was. He thought that this time, he could really eliminate this hero whom he had always disliked in one fell swoop, and also eliminate the most feared enemy for the new original demon. Who would have thought that in the face of 2 super-level heroes who had made the demons terrified in history, she not only survived, but also had the upper hand for a time, and finally even stimulated some power, resulting in the end that all his and the new original demon's plans disappeared. Thinking of the last scene he saw in the inner side of the world, Yura couldn't help but flash a trace of fear on his face. What exactly was that? Why did that damn hero still have such power? Could it be that he is so blessed that even at this point, is there something amazing hidden in him? Yura's face was distorted. This result was not only not what he wanted to see, but also what made him crazy. Yura was so jealous because the other party was more blessed than himself. Now he found that the other party's foundation was not completely exhausted. This feeling made Yura feel unimaginable hatred. Don't be complacent. Don't be complacent. Everything is not over yet. Driven by jealousy and hatred in his heart, Yura roared, almost roaring. Even if you escape this time, you will still die in front of me next time. Yura has made up his mind to meet up with Donis first, and then discuss with the other party to rearrange the game against Xian. I believe that when Donis knows what happened today, and knows the power hidden in Xian's body, he will be even more wary of Xian. By then, he will surely be as eager to eliminate Xian as he is. Just wait for me. After making up his mind, Yura took out a gem and crushed it. Buzz! The fragments of the gem flew up and turned into a layer of light curtain, appearing in front of Yura. In the light curtain, the familiar reflection appeared again. Seeing the reflection, Yura did not waste time. Or rather, he did not have the leisure to speak directly. The plan failed. You quickly send someone to pick me up to your side. Yura went straight to the point and explained the situation. In the light curtain, the reflection was motionless, and there was an indescribable silence. The silence was quite depressing and made Yura feel uneasy. What's wrong? Didn't you hear clearly? Driven by his mood, Yura said to the reflection in front of him in a bad tone. I said, send someone to pick me up quickly. Did you hear me? At this moment, Yura's tone inevitably became bad. It looked like he was giving instructions to the leader of the new original demon in front of him, as if he were his own subordinate. In response, Donis finally spoke up. He was not angry, nor did he blame, but just sighed, and then asked as gentle and elegant as always. How could it fail? Donis seemed to be confused from the bottom of his heart, and humbly asked Yura for advice. If it were normal times, at this time, Yura would give Donis some face no matter what he said, and would not be rude. After all, Donis is already a demon-level existence, far stronger than him. Even if the other party treated Yura with an equal attitude, Yura would not be so confused that he really thought he could speak ill of him at will. If he was so ignorant, Yura, the minister of the strongest tribe of the orcs, would be in vain. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yura was completely dominated by negative emotions. What unimaginable terrible things are hidden in that bastard hero? Even the gap between the worlds was destroyed by him. How could the plan succeed? Yura's tone was still bad, and he even gritted his teeth and said to Donis, in short, you quickly send someone to pick me up. We will replan, and we must kill him next time. Yura looked resentful. He didn't even notice that Donis's voice in the light screen had changed a little. Then, I'm sorry, Minister Yura, Donis said with pity. I think you will not be able to come back. What? Yura was stunned. Don't you understand? Donis said leisurely. Let me put it this way. Do you really think that after the plan fails, you can still wait leisurely for us to send someone to pick you up? What do you mean? A strong sense of uneasiness rose in Yura's heart. Looking at Yura like this, Donis smiled. Actually, I like you very much, Minister Yura, Donis said, as if he was talking to himself, although you are a bit self-righteous. Even self-righteous, and always think that you are a nobler existence than any other life, and you should be above everyone else. You are a poor guy who has neither self-knowledge nor a clear understanding of yourself. But guys like you are often easier to control. As long as you are given a little dignity, you will become a pawn that can be driven by others. There is really no chess piece more suitable for being used than you. In addition, you are ruthless. Ruthless and cruel. It is really the best to use you to deal with those difficult enemies. Unfortunately, your role is probably over here. Donis's self-talk made Yura involuntarily take a few steps back. What do you mean? What do you mean? Jula roared at Donis with fear and anger on his face. Donis ignored him and spoke to himself. With what you have done so far, everyone, including the hero, will hate you to the core. So, if the plan succeeds, it's fine. But if the plan fails, I don't think the hero will be so naive as to let you go. Right? At least, based on my understanding of the hero, he will definitely not let go of someone who is unhappy with him. You have been targeted, my poor friend. Donis shrugged his shoulders. However, let me thank you. At least you helped me collect very important intelligence. Next, I will start to move my position and completely sever my relationship with you to avoid being found by following the clues. You have worked hard all the time. Poor, hateful, stupid, ignorant orc king. As soon as the voice fell, the light curtain dissipated by itself. Donis disappeared without a trace in front of Yura, and lost contact with Yura completely. Hey! Wait for me, bastard. Yura almost subconsciously rushed over, but could only pounce on the dissipated powder. This time, no matter how stupid Yura was, he could understand that he was abandoned by Donis. I was abandoned? Yura stood there blankly at first, unable to believe it. After a long time, Yura went crazy. How dare you? How dare you? Ah! Yura's magic power completely ran wild, shaking everything around him. I am the king of the orcs. A noble hybrid? You mass-produced inferior life forms. How dare you do this to me? I will kill you. Kill you. Gyura was overwhelmed by hatred and anger. Fortunately, he knew that if he continued to make such a fuss, it would be equivalent to telling others where he was, and that he was here. Therefore, Gyura tried his best to suppress the anger and resentment in his heart and restrained his magic power. The most urgent thing was that he should not vent his anger here, but should evacuate quickly. Otherwise, once he was discovered, he would be finished. But Gyura also made a vow. I will remember you. Shion. Donna's. One day, you will die in my hands. Definitely. Leaving such words, Gyura prepared to flee at full speed. It's a pity. Betrayed the human race. Betrayed the god race. Then where can you escape to in this world? When such a half-smiley voice sounded from behind Gyura and reached Gyura's ears, Gyura's figure froze. His heartbeat began to speed up. His brain began to boil. And every part of his body seemed to be electrocuted. And while it was numb, it told him how dangerous it was now. Naturally, his whole body was trembling. And his heart was roaring. Escape! 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 This was the instinct of survival. So, without any hesitation, Gyura's whole body was filled with gusts of wind. And he rushed towards the sky hysterically. Boom! At this moment, an astonishing magic power rushed up into the sky. Chapter 933 Who the H.L. are you? Clatter. This is the sound of chains flying through the air. In the magic power that surged into the sky, dark chains suddenly emerged from it, like black lights, and rushed into the air. They swam freely in the air like dragons. They spread out quickly in the world like spider webs. When Gyura hysterically shot into the air, they had already spread out a circle in the air, turning the surrounding area into a cage. What? Gyura watched himself fall into the cage woven by chains. Watching the sky being wrapped up by chains, like a spider web. He was like a prey caught in this web, and instantly lost all his escape routes. Get out of my way! Gyura could only turn his anxiety into a roar, stretching his whole body and gushing out magic power. He wanted to use his unique skills to control the chains in front of him. But soon, Gyura was shocked to find that he could not control the chains at all. Instead, he was shaken away by the abyss-like magic fluctuations flowing on the chains. How is it possible? Gyura couldn't believe it. He didn't know that this chain was not an ordinary chain at all, but was made by the Demon King himself. And it was one of the 3 great treasures of the demon race. The Demon Roar Chain, which was as famous as the Rainbow Demon Diamond and the Magic Pool. Even if Gyura's unique skills were powerful, it would be impossible to forcibly control the treasure left by the Demon King. Of course, Gyura did not give up. Since there is no way to control it, then destroy it. Gyura was ruthless in his heart, and roared again, venting all the magic power in his body. The next second, the wind was howling, as if Gyura had manipulated the atmosphere of the entire world. The howling wind kept rolling up. Not long after, the wind turned into a storm, and the storm turned into a tornado, like a natural disaster that destroyed everything, and was blasted by Gyura towards the demonic roar chain that was spread out like a spider web above. Boom! The tornado landed on the demonic roar chain, and immediately aroused an astonishing roar. For a moment, the wind and waves were raging. The atmosphere was wailing, and the powerful tornado kept bombarding the spider web-like black chain. And the web woven by the black chain began to expand like an overinflated balloon. However, as the magic power on the demonic roar chain circulated, the tornado expanded the web woven by the demonic roar chain. But it could not destroy the demonic roar chain and open a gap. The demonic roar chain was like the toughest steel net, which firmly controlled the huge tornado in the net, allowing it to roar, bombard, and wail. No, it's impossible. Gyura opened his eyes wide and screamed, until the roaring chains around him suddenly began to move. Swoosh! The chains moved at high speed, making crisp sounds while flying through the air. A chain took advantage of Gyura's distraction and directly wrapped around his neck, strangling him. Gurgle. Gyura squeezed out a distressed cry from his throat, and subconsciously raised his hands, trying to grab the chain wrapped around his throat. However, as soon as his hands were raised, 2 chains came over and wrapped around his hands, pulling his hands apart tightly. Gradually, more and more chains came. Some wrapped around Gyura's abdomen, some wrapped around Gyura's feet, some wrapped around his chest, and some wrapped around his waist, gradually restraining him. Let me go! In panic, Gyura struggled desperately, and the magic power in his body was also desperately released, including his own unique skills. which were driven as if they were free, just to get rid of the shackles of these chains. However, the seemingly small chains were tougher than one another. No matter how Gura struggled, he completely endured it without any abnormality. This situation finally made Gura desperate. He understood that the chains wrapped around him were not ordinary chains. The fine steel chains carefully crafted by the dwarf blacksmiths were simply slag in front of these chains. This is a treasure of the highest level in the world, second only to the holy sword of the brave in terms of preciousness and performance power. And even some weaker holy swords of the brave are not as good as it. How is it? Does this roar chain taste good? A figure appeared in front of Gura, who was tied up and hanging in the air. He raised his eyes and looked at Gura, while continuing to speak with a smile. This was something that even I once found difficult. Even the magic weapon that even demons would regard as a treasure. Although it came into my hands inexplicably, it is just right to use it when the holy sword is not at hand. At this point, the smile turned into a sarcasm. Even though, rather than tying you up with chains, I would rather use my holy sword to chop off your head and use it as a chamber pot. The person who came was naturally Sheen. You? Gura's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Sheen looked at him with interest. You want to ask me how I know you are here and how I found you, right? Sheen seemed to understand what was in Gura's mind, and spoke with sarcasm. Don't you know that in the magic of granting, there is a characteristic called marking? This characteristic is not a high-level magic characteristic, but only a mid-level magic characteristic. However, once marked by this feature, the user of this magic can sense the location of the mark at any time. This was originally used to prevent getting lost, and to explore mazes and large-scale forests and canyons. But if the skill of magic give is high enough, the mark can be used on people. As long as this magic is used to plant a mark on a person, then unless the mark is erased, the user of the magic can sense its location at any time, and at least sense its direction. Generally speaking, as long as a person has a keen sense, is sensitive to magic power, and has some attainments in magic, it is not difficult to find this mark. Therefore, it is not easy to use this magic on a person and make it work. But you got it. Do you know why? Sheen smiled at Gura more and more ironically. Because you call yourself the king of the orcs? You have all the specialties of the orcs. You are too dependent and confident in your sense of smell and hearing. And you are used to using your 5 senses. Your reaction to magic and magic is much weaker than others. Sheen anticipated the mentality and condition of this self-esteemed orc king. So before he saw Gura and was ready to take action, he first cast a mark on Gura's body to prevent him from escaping later. In other words, from the moment you ran out and showed off in front of me, you were destined to not escape from my palm. Do you understand, Lord King of the Orcs? As he said, Sheen stretched out a hand and let a chain fall into his hand. Whoosh! The next moment, as Sheen threw the chain in his hand, the chain turned into a long whip, cutting through the air, and with a whistle, it hit Gura heavily. Bang! The heavy chain hit the flesh and made a collision sound. Gaw! Gura could not help but scream. Sheen did not stop, but swung the chain in his hand again and again, letting the chain hit Gura again and again. Suddenly, the dull collision sound continued to sound, accompanied by Gura's screams, echoing between the world. Sheen ravaged Gura without mercy, ruthlessness, pity, and hesitation, causing Gura's body to gradually become torn apart. Wait! Gura finally shouted this. Sheen did not ignore him, and finally stopped. Scared? Sheen said nonchalantly. How far have we come? Can't stand it anymore? Looking at Sheen's calm expression, Gura endured the severe pain in his body and the panic in his heart and shouted, Let's talk. What Jula asked for was the right to negotiate. Talk? Sheen glanced at him and chuckled. What else can we talk about now? Indeed, Sheen had already put Gura, the king of the orcs, on his death list. Gura wanted to kill Sheen as soon as possible. The two had already confronted each other when they were in the inner world, and confirmed that each other wanted to kill him. At that time in the palace, the murderous aura of the two was real, and there was no compromise. At least, it was like that at that time. Now, Gura naturally couldn't wait to die, and he would want to struggle no matter what, even though he was extremely humiliated and extremely hated. In order to survive, Gura still chose to lower his noble head. To you, I am still valuable. Gura tried hard to claim, I can provide you with information about the new original demon, including the hiding place of the current leader Donna's. This made Sheen's brows raise. Gura saw it, and immediately struck while the iron was hot. You want to end the war? Right? You want to defeat Donna's and his new original demon to restore world peace? I can give you information about them. Compared with my life, this kind of big thing should be more important. Right? Yura also tried his best. Originally, he was not such a good talker, let alone a person who would compromise for the safety of his life. But now, just to survive from Shin's hands, he endured it and did things that he could never dream of before. This made him very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. But it must be said that his words still have some value. Indeed, compared with your dog's life, the things on the side of the new original demon are undoubtedly more important. Shin admitted this openly. This made Yura feel very complicated, and he didn't know whether to be happy or angry. He was happy because he had convinced Shin. He was angry because his life was so degraded that it was not even as good as a piece of intelligence. How could Yura, who thought he was noble, not feel complicated? If he was not in a desperate situation, he would definitely not be able to resist an attack. Now, in order to survive, he could only endure it. Let me go! Let me go! And I will tell you the information. Yura begged in a low voice while hiding the violence and resentment in his eyes. In response, Shin kept glancing at Yura with a mocking look on his face. Do you think it is possible for me to let you go? Shin was still the same as before, not hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. It has been almost a year since I came to this world, and I have met quite a few annoying guys. But you are the one I hate the most among them. If I were in your hands, you would definitely not let me go. Right? Now, you want me to let you go. Do you think it's possible? The magic power on Shin gradually seeped out, filling the entire space with pressure. Me. Yura was terrified and just wanted to shout something. But Shin had moved in an instant and came in front of him. Puff! The next moment, Shin's hand, which was covered with magic power at some point, swung violently like a knife, and the tendons of one of Yura's hands were cut. Ah! Yura's shouting turned into a scream. Puff! 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 Shin's hand knife was like a sword light, and with a few extremely fast swings, he cut the remaining tendons of Yura's hands and feet. Yura's scream suddenly became violent, and his reason was completely lost, making him crazy. I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! In severe pain, Yura roared at Shin like crazy. Everything Shin did to him completely shattered Yura's self-esteem, causing his humiliation and resentment to burst out at once. Kill me? Shin looked at Yura as if he was looking at a clown. There is no way. I really don't know where you get the confidence to keep saying you want to kill me. Are you a transcendent existence? Or are you a demon king or a supreme god? Shin grabbed Yura's throat and said with extremely cold eyes, You are just a piece of trash who has not even reached the extreme level. Do you really think that you are a person just by giving yourself the title of the king of the orcs? And a hybrid? To put it bluntly, isn't it just a hybrid? Do you still feel superior because of this? Who gave you the mysterious confidence? In my eyes, you are not even a threat. You are just a buzzing fly flying around in front of me all day long. You are obviously not lethal, but you are extremely annoying. I said it during the 3-tribe meeting. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, you would have been killed by me at that time. You are lucky to be able to survive until now. Why do you threaten me? Who do you think you are? With a wave of his empty hand, the magic war chain that bound all parts of Yura's body loosened together, turned into light particles, and disappeared. Gwa! Yura was pinched by Shin and lifted in the air. His face flushed because of the difficulty in breathing. He wanted to resist and struggle, but his tendons in his hands and feet had been twitched, and he couldn't even move. How could he struggle and resist? He wanted to summon up his magic power and use his unique skills to fight Shin. But Shin's hand was holding his neck, and the magic power was fluctuating. So Gula couldn't summon up even an ounce of magic power or strength. Grant magic dispel. Shin used this magic. Therefore, Yura had no chance to use any magic power. In this situation, Shin's voice reached Yura's ears one by one. Do you really think you are an important figure in the new original demon, and can know the important information in the new original demon? A weak-minded orc hybrid, who is not even at the extreme level. Donna's must have used you as a pawn. Right? Only you can know where Donna's is hiding now. I'm afraid he has already moved his camp, and ran away now that you have failed? So, the so-called information you said is basically worthless in my eyes. Do you understand? Shin's hand on Yura's neck became stronger and stronger, making Yura's face redder and redder. Now, you will atone for everything you have done. Shin threw down the final words of judgment. Spare my life. Yura's face flushed. And he squeezed out the last words, which were these. Then, crack! With the sound of broken bones, Gyura was completely silent and breathless. She let go of his hand. The body of the former king of the orcs fell to the ground like a rag. Chapter 930 for the targeted girl. It seems that it's over there. A soft whisper sounded faintly from the abyss-like darkness. Donna seemed to sense something, raised his head, looked towards a certain direction in the sky, and sighed. I didn't expect that I would fail like this. Sure enough, the heroes are a group of tricky people. Donna kept sighing like this. It wasn't until a while later that Donna seemed to sense something again, came back to his senses, turned to the other side, and smiled. Are you back, Your Highness? Donna's words were naturally directed at the other person who appeared here. I saw that the girl with slightly dark-skinned and full of exotic charm quietly appeared from the darkness at the other end and came towards Donna's. It seems that you have failed there too. The girl called the princess sighed. Since you said so, it proves that you have failed as well. Right, Donna said without comment. I have said it before. Mitra was left with an old wound that could not be healed due to the counterattack of the power of the devil before his death, and eventually died inevitably. Even if you already have the branch of radiance and have achieved transcendence, you cannot use necromancy to awaken it. This is what Gyura once said. However, the girl called the princess seems to have not given up and has been trying. Donna's has no hope for this. But because of the princess's personal persistence, it is difficult to stop her. So she can only let her try. After all, unlike Gyura's self-esteem, the princess is truly equal to Donna's and is in a cooperative relationship with Donna's. Donna's treats everyone else as a chess piece. But for this princess, he really regards her as an equal partner and has been respecting her from the beginning. Perhaps it was because of this that the princess agreed to Donna's solicitation before he was freed, and protected him behind the scenes. Right? Therefore, both publicly and privately, Donna's would not put what he did to Gyura on the princess. Of course, Donna's would still say the words of advice. However, the princess still looked a little unwilling. I know what you mean, the princess whispered, but that guy sacrificed himself to the holy sword through a ritual before his death, and left the holy sword to his kingdom. In a sense, it can be regarded as another way of survival. If you can touch his holy sword, it may not be impossible to awaken him with necromancy. This is what the princess has always thought. But, in fact, this idea is contradictory. The premise is that you have to touch Mitra's holy sword. Donna spread his hands and said helplessly, but the evil power of necromancy will be purified instantly once it approaches the holy sword. How can it have an effect on the holy sword? In view of this, the princess's statement has always been nonsense. Please give up. Donna's advised gently. Being able to awaken other super-level heroes is already a blessing for us. We have also paid a lot of manpower and material resources, as well as the foundation of original demon. If we desire too much, even the supreme god may not be able to bear it. Right? To be honest, being able to awaken the two heroes is a huge surprise for Donna's. Although, for this purpose, Donna's has been secretly planning. After devouring Helimus and usurping the power of original demon, the first thing he did was to turn out Helimus's collection, find the bodies of the two heroes, and immediately prepare to awaken them. But he really didn't dare to guarantee whether the princess could succeed. Who knows? Perhaps because she knows the heroes too well, the princess succeeded at once. Such a result has made Donna's very satisfied. He was not a greedy person, so he stopped when he saw the good. But he did not ask the princess to do more. But the princess had a thought that she should not have. That is, to wake up the brave Mitra. Donna saw it, and although he was not anxious, he was helpless. Please allow me to remind you again. Your Highness. Donna said so. The dead are dead after all. Even if they can be awakened by necromancy, they have lost their memories, will and even souls before they died. They are just pure undead, pure weapons, and pure props. Even if you wake up that person, what wakes up is just a corpse puppet with only the power of the previous life, not the brave Mitra himself. If you want to pursue the ultimate of necromancy because you want to see that person, then forgive me for being frank. This is like a moth flying into a flame, and sooner or later you will be destroyed. Donna's didn't hesitate to say this. The princess was silent. Seeing this, Donna slowed down his tone and spoke softly. The premise of using necromancy to awaken the dead is that you must have a corpse, which you also know. The brave Mitra has already merged his existence with the holy sword through sacrifice, and there is no corpse left. so it is impossible to awaken him with necromancy. That person is indeed different from the two heroes we awakened. Having said this, Donna stopped talking. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. If he continues to talk, it will not be a good development for the relationship between the two. Donna's attaches great importance to the power of the princess. Not only her own power, but also the nature of her necromancy. As long as there is death energy in corpses, she can continuously create a large army of undead, which is undoubtedly extremely beneficial to the war. In addition, Donna's himself is also an existence that has reached the pinnacle in the creation of magic, so it is easy for him to create a large army of magical life. The two of them together can eliminate the difference in combat power between the three major races to the greatest extent. If he loses the princess, Donna's will not only lose a superclass necromancer, but also the army of undead under his command. Among them, even the two superclass heroes are included. This loss is unbearable for Donna's. Therefore, even if he persuades, he needs to stop at a certain point. Otherwise it will only backfire and leave a gap in the relationship between the two. Fortunately, the princess seems to have listened. Okay, I give up. The princess' tone is extremely helpless. There is a strong attachment and resignation in her voice, telling Donna's that she may still have an inseparable feeling for that person, even if the other person left her with endless disappointment and even despair when he was alive. It would be the same. Frankly speaking, Donna's had some indescribable complex feelings towards such a princess. At least, she still has someone to care about. Unlike me. This thought flashed through Donna's mind. And then, he was suddenly stunned. Am I envious? Donna's thought blankly, and then laughed at himself. Forget it. My origin has long determined that I will never have anyone worth caring about in my life. The only meaning of my existence may be to prove that I really exist in this world and have my own will, rather than being a puppet sacrificed by that stupid father. I still have things I can do. While thinking so, Donna said to the princess, in this case, please ask the princess to retrieve the two heroes. Donna's chuckled and said, those two should not be destroyed yet. Well, I can feel their existence, although their condition is not very good. The princess nodded, calmed down, and said, maybe the armor was destroyed. Without the things that restrain them, the death energy in them is probably leaking out to a large extent, and even out of control. They are really worthy of being a hero. Donna's admired, even if they are awakened as dead. They are still so difficult to control and use. Not only do they need to consume such a huge amount of death energy, but they also need to use the props made by necromancy magic to suppress them. After all, they are at the same level as me, or even stronger than me. It is a strange thing that they are so easy to control. The princess didn't care at all, but just sighed. I didn't expect that one day I could use the corpses of heroes to create undead spirits. I have a transcendent undead spirit. It seems that your father's ambition is really big. If not, how could he secretly hide the corpses of two transcendent heroes? He probably wants to use them for some experiment. Right? Donna said sarcastically, in order to become a complete demon. He has gone crazy a long time ago. Even his own children and offspring can be used to feed demon larvae, cultivate demon genes, and create the demon dragon major. What can't that person do? For Helimas, who dreams of becoming a complete demon and achieving true transcendence. The bodies of the two transcendental heroes are indeed worth studying and collecting. The princess would say that he is very ambitious, mainly because of the bodies of these two heroes. There is no way. When these two heroes were still there, the war between the gods and demons was far from over. As a result, the half-demon had already secretly collected these two bodies, proving that he had long been at odds with the demons and had other thoughts in secret. Right? The appearance of original demon may have a history of only 1,000 years, but if we really want to trace it back, I am afraid it can be traced back to a longer time ago. Long ago, Helimas had already developed a different mind and made preparations in secret. This led to original demon becoming the most mysterious, oldest, and most powerful old demon sect, which even the three major races found difficult. Even Donna's could not ignore his background, and even attached great importance to it. Then I will set out now to recover it. Leaving such a sentence, the princess turned around and walked back into the darkness. Donna's watched the princess leave, silently calculating what to do next in his heart. In short, let's move the position first. Although there is not much information revealed to Gira, even if it is questioned, it will not hurt. But as a man who has calculated everything, Donna's will naturally not leave any risks. even if it is just to be on the safe side. It is necessary to move the position. Then, next, it is time to contact that person. Thinking of that existence, Donna smiled unconsciously. He was quite looking forward to it. He was looking forward to what choice the other party would make after learning some truth from him. Donna's took out a piece of parchment. It was a wanted poster. The wanted poster showed a girl with black hair and red eyes, who looked exactly like the Demon King. Chapter 935 Angry Goddesses. Mitra Kingdom. The capital. Today, the capital is rarely seen with the same lively atmosphere as in the past. In the past month, during the period when the war was declared, this kind of atmosphere has not appeared even once. But today, the capital once again ushered in this long-lost lively atmosphere. The reason is very simple. Just because, on this day, the capital finally ushered in the first victory in the war of more than a month. After the heroic rescue of the brave Xian, the once captured orc priests and the goddesses of the gods were successfully rescued. Along with them were the important figures of various tribes who were captured by the orc hybrid Gira and used to threaten the orcs. The orc Gira has been successfully conquered, and the orcs have officially announced their return, abandoning the dark and joining the light, and rediscussing with the human race and the gods the great cause of resisting the newborn original demon. Such news spread throughout the capital on that day, restoring the lively atmosphere of the past. This was the first good news for the human race and the gods since the war began. In the past month or so, the human race and the gods have been manipulated by the newborn original demon, and their morale was very bleak. In addition, the demons were trapped in the demon world, and the gates to the gods were all destroyed. The forces on their side, who could not get effective support, were at various disadvantages in this war. Therefore, the rare victory news finally restored morale a lot, and the capital became lively again, especially when Xian returned to the capital with the orc priests, goddesses, and legions of the orc tribes. All the citizens of the capital were like welcoming a triumphant general. They gathered outside the city gate and cheered loudly, regardless of the threatening demons and demon larvae around them. Many important figures of the human race, including Anqi as the king, Leah as the heir to the throne, Luoxi as the princess, and the Pope of the temple, all took the lead at this moment to welcome the return of Xian and others. Of course, everyone from the Bostut family was also present. Most people don't know that Xian actually quietly left the capital and launched a covert action, quietly making such a great contribution. For this reason, Vivian and Lely each brought their own people here to welcome Xian together with everyone. Tyr, Melika, Lumia and others were also present. Only Laxia and Lilith were not here. The rest of the people, even Yulin, turned into a black dragon, roared when Xian came back, and the dragon roar went straight to the sky, and it was endless. From this, it can be seen how exciting the achievements of Xian's trip were. Perhaps, this is just an action, and it does not mean that the next war will become more favorable to the human race and the gods. However, since it was a rare victory, the kingdom would naturally publicize it to inspire people and boost morale, so that their camp would not lose sight of the dawn of victory and lose confidence in the human race and the gods. And people would panic. In view of this, under the deliberate publicity of the kingdom, Xian's feat of this trip directly became a grand triumph. The king wanted to make it lively, but it was impossible. Even the elves' hometown came to celebrate, and it was also grand, which greatly inspired people and morale. Under such circumstances, the orcs were accepted by the human race again and became a force that the human race and the gods, who had lost support for a long time, wanted. And under such circumstances, Xian was also received by the goddess of fate and the goddess of life together with Iris. This was also a deliberate propaganda statement, being able to be formally received by two of the three goddesses in public. Just the news that it was heard was enough to make many people feel uneasy for a long time. In the eyes of the people, the three goddesses are still the supreme existence, the pinnacle of the gods of their own faith. Being received by two of these beings together is a very honorable thing in the eyes of many people. The capital was immersed in such an atmosphere, and it was noisy for a long time, which made a lot of vitality recover. Afterwards, all the orcs were carefully received into the capital by the kingdom and joined the defense line of the capital. The goddesses also reunited with the tribesmen and excitedly promoted the process of this trip to them. In their mouths, what Xian did was almost deified, and was worshipped and admired. This made many goddesses feel like they were preached, as if they were fooled, and they were stunned. And finally, one by one, they all became Xian's little fans. Xian didn't know all this. He just went into the palace with Iris and met Lidas and Anima. Goddess Anima. As soon as she saw Anima, Iris threw herself into her arms like a wrong child. You have suffered, Iris. Anima embraced her well-wishers lovingly, like a gentle mother treating her baby daughter, touching Iris's head with heartache, patting her back, and comforting her softly. You have worked so hard. Lidas also came over, glanced at Iris, and then looked at Xian, and asked with a happy expression. It seems that your trip was not easy. Luoshi was also present, looking at Xian with a little fatigue on his forehead, sighing, and couldn't help holding his hand. There were only these three people present. Even Anqi, the king, and Leah, the heir to the throne, could not sit at the same table with the goddess of fate and the goddess of life at this moment. But they had already greeted him at the city gate, and they probably knew that this occasion did not belong to them. Right? Xian shrugged and said something. It was indeed not easy. Who would have thought that a rescue operation would involve so many things? Especially for Xian. This trip was an experience that could be regarded as a milestone in his life. The reason was simple. He took a crucial step towards achieving transcendence. Awakened the hidden power dormant in his body. Discovered the existence of red and blue gems. And discovered a distant history that no one knew about. Of course, Xian had not told anyone about these. Therefore, Xian's sigh, in the eyes of others, became a sigh for the experience of this trip. Lidas spoke up. I have almost understood the matter. Lidas said so. Before Xian and the others returned to the capital, the orc priests and the goddesses had already contacted this side and explained the whole process of the incident. Although I don't really want to believe that such a ridiculous thing happened. For the sake of being conservative, let me ask a question first. Lidas spoke in a deep voice. Did those guys who were reborn original demons really use necromancy to awaken the two former heroes? When this sentence came out of Lidas's mouth, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heavy. Everyone could hear the anger and uncontrollable sadness in Lida's voice. Anima was the same, with a gloomy face. You know, when the two first learned of this news, how unbelievable, angry and sad they were. Just because, since the hero was resurrected as a dead person, he was a partner who had received the blessing of the three goddesses and fought side by side with the three goddesses. Compared with ordinary goddesses, the three goddesses are undoubtedly closer to the former heroes. More like close comrades. Their blessings have been granted to the heroes again and again, and they have also guided the heroes at the closest distance, watching them all the time, watching them grow up little by little. Therefore, for Lidas and Anima, the heroes of the past generations are not only comrades, but also the children they have personally cultivated and even watched grow up. Now, the children have been blasphemed, and after death, they are manipulated as puppets by the evil enemies. It is conceivable how angry and sad the three goddesses will be. So much so that after returning, the first topic they brought up was about the awakened heroes, not other things. On the other hand, Xian, Roxy, Iris and others are not as angry and sad as Lidas and Anima. After all, the events of the two heroes were too far away from the time when the three lived. They might feel indignant, but it was difficult for them to resonate with Lidas and Anima and feel the same anger and grief. Xian looked at Lidas and Anima and nodded. I didn't see the holy sword, nor did I know them, so I couldn't confirm whether they were the heroes of the past. But they did show strength comparable to that of demons, and there was a strong aura of death around them. They were definitely the undead awakened by necromancy. Xian said this. As far as I know, there seems to be no other super powerful people who once died except the heroes of the past. Right? In this way, the identity of the other party can be basically regarded as almost certain. Damn! After getting the confirmation, Lidas couldn't help biting her lips, and her whole body was filled with amazing momentum. Those who actually blasphemed the dead, blasphemed the heroes, and reborn original demons deserve to die. Even Anima, who was always gentle, showed an angry expression, and the words she said were much more cruel than usual. The two goddesses, who were above 10,000 people, flew into a rage, causing the entire palace to tremble under their terrifying momentum. Ah! Goddess Anima, Iris said with some fear and worry. Goddess Lidas, Roxy didn't know how to comfort her main god. They could understand the anger in their main god's heart, so it was difficult for them to persuade and comfort him. The children who had grown up in the past, who were regarded as heroes and close comrades of Xian, were now used by the enemy in this way and became undead spirits that were neither human nor ghost. It was normal to lose one's mind, When the other goddesses saw the two heroes being resurrected as dead, they were also extremely angry. It can be seen that in the eyes of the goddesses of the gods, the status and influence of those deceased heroes were really what they thought. Only Xian could say a few more words in this situation. Since the incident has already happened, it is useless for us to be angry. Xian sighed and said this. The most urgent thing is that we must reevaluate the strength of the new original demon. This must be done, regardless of the process. The result is that the new original demon has indeed added 2 more super-level beings. Now, the high-end combat power over there is not much worse than ours. What should we do? Xian's question made the heavy atmosphere become more oppressive. Chapter 936 The Identities of the Two Heroes. For a moment, none of the many extraordinary beings present could say anything. It was clear that they had just achieved a victory, and it was a time of celebration. From time to time, cheers and various noises could be heard outside. But here, not only did everyone not feel a bit happy, but they were also in a very heavy mood. This was something that could not be helped. Compared with the return of the orcs, the captives were rescued and all brought back. The news brought back by Xian was undoubtedly worse. The enemy has added 2 transcendental strongmen, and they are not ordinary people, but brave men who have created various great deeds and miracles. Such an enemy should not be ignored. In addition to a mysterious demon and a large spirit that manipulates necromancy, the enemy now has 4 transcendental strongmen, all of whom are demon-level beings. This level of combat power is no weaker than the kingdom that has lost the support of the demons and most of the support of the gods. Before, the newly born original demon only had an absolute advantage in the bottom-level combat power, and the high-level combat power was still inferior to this side. But now, this disadvantage seems to have been made up. Is this their real trump card? The basis for daring to start a war? Luoshi murmured, expressing the heaviness in everyone's heart. Litas and Anima also temporarily suppressed the intense emotions in their hearts, looked at each other, and then looked at Xian. Tell us about the information of the two heroes first. Litas said, what is their fighting style? What are their unique skills? Let's judge the identities of the two. Anima also said, although we have already guessed that only those two can be awakened by the necromancy magic, it is better to confirm it again. Hearing this, she naturally had no reason to refuse. So, Xian told Litas and Anima the information about the two heroes who fought against him. Litas and Anima listened to Xian's explanation carefully, and finally nodded with unhappy expressions. Just as we guessed, it was them. Litas and Anima knew each other's identity. So what kind of two heroes are they? Goddess Litas? Goddess Anima? Roxy couldn't help asking. Iris also pricked up her ears and paid close attention. Xian was no exception, staring at the two goddesses, waiting for their explanation. Litas and Anima thought about it for a while, and then began to explain. First of all, we can tell you that if you don't count Xian, Omnipotensen has welcomed a total of 108 heroes as of Mitra 1,000 years ago. Litas said so. 108? Xian raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. So many? Of course. Anima nodded and said, when the first generation of heroes was summoned to Omnipotensen, there were only the Demon King and the Supreme God in this world. So the history of heroes can be traced back to a long, long time ago. At that time, even Litas had not been born yet. Litas, as the goddess of fate closest to omnipotence, is the strongest person besides the Demon King and the Supreme God. She is the first life born in the true sense in this world. The heroes came from another world, not the life born locally. The Demon King and the Supreme God were born from nothingness, earlier than the time when the world was born. Therefore, the first generation of heroes is the first life to appear in this world except the Demon King and the Supreme God, but not the life born in this world. Strictly speaking, Litas is the first life born in this world, the beginning of all native life. But when I was born, the first generation of heroes had passed away, and the second generation of heroes was summoned right after me. Litas said, after that, every few hundred years or so, Omnipotensen would welcome a hero, until Mitra appeared, defeated the Demon King, and the summoning ceremony was sealed by the Mother Goddess, and the hero completely became the history of Omnipotensen. And Mitra is the 108th generation of heroes, and the last hero in this world except Xian. Then, among the 108 heroes, including Mitra, only 7 successfully transcended, entered the realm of transcendence, and became transcendental beings. Anima's explanation made Xian and others mutter. 7? Roxy blinked. That's quite a lot. Iris was also a little surprised. In response, Litas and Anima both smiled bitterly. It must be said that the heroes are indeed very special. Not only can they transcend by themselves, but the number of heroes who have successfully transcended is not large compared to the total number of heroes born so far. There are only a few people. But even so, there are still 7 people who have successfully transcended. If all are added together, there are more than the transcendental strongmen of either the gods or the demons. Lita sighed so. This is the incredible part of the heroes. Anima also sighed. Roxy and Iris immediately looked at Sheen. Sheen touched his nose. As the current hero, he didn't know how to react. Litas and Anima ignored Sheen's embarrassment and continued to talk. It's a pity that the 7 powerful heroes eventually passed away. Yes. Litas and Anima were a little sad. In response, Sheen spoke. He has already reached the transcendent level. How can he die so easily? This is what Sheen has always been puzzled about. You know, after achieving transcendence, no matter how strong Litas is, or how weak Anima and Nadura are, they have never been in danger of life. Logically speaking, after reaching transcendence, even if you can't fight, you can escape. It is really difficult to be killed. So no matter whether it is the 3 goddesses or the 6 demons, none of them died, and they have survived for tens of thousands of years. As a result, it was the heroes who died one after another, which really made Sheen a little confused. If it was the heroes who did not transcend, it would be fine. They were not strong enough and died on the battlefield without being able to do it. There is no need for surprise. But 7 heroes who transcended the level died one after another. It is impossible for Sheen not to feel puzzled. Of course, under special circumstances, the existence of transcendence is not immune to death. For example, when Sheen was on the inner side of the world, if he was forced into a dead end by the 2 heroes, he would not be able to escape, because that was the gap between the worlds. And even if he escaped to the end, he would be easily caught up. There was also a situation like Elimus, who was surrounded and killed by multiple transcendent beings on a large scale. Even if he managed to escape in the end, he was still poisoned by Kamina and died. Transcendent beings are only difficult to kill, but they are not absolutely immortal. But all 7 heroes died, while the rest of the transcendent beings are still alive and well, which is outrageous. After reaching transcendence, even lifespan will increase. At worst, with goddesses who are good at using various miracles, it is also easy to increase lifespan and delay aging. Right? In other words, except for being killed, it is very difficult for transcendent heroes to die of old age. So, how did the 7 powerful heroes die? Sheen was very puzzled about this. In fact, Sheen subconsciously forgot. No matter how powerful the transcendental hero is, he is still very fragile in front of the Demon King. Anima was silent for a while, and then said this with a wry smile, and these words successfully made Sheen suddenly realize. By the way, the hero's mission is to defeat the Demon King and save the world. Since they have successfully transcended, they will definitely challenge the Demon King. Right? In other words, the heroes are killed by the Demon King. Even if they achieve transcendence, holding the transformed Holy Sword, they will still appear to be powerless when facing the Demon King who is out of specification. The former Mitra is proof of this. After transcendence, he directly became the strongest hero, who was on par with the Goddess of Fate. But he still needed the cooperation of the Supreme God Omnis to successfully use the Holy Sword to pierce the heart of the Demon King and kill the Demon King. But even so, Mitra was counterattacked by the power of the devil before his death, and was eventually seriously injured and incurable. When his death was approaching, he sacrificed himself to the Holy Sword, allowing the Holy Sword to remain in this world. Even Mithras is like this. So we can imagine what the fate of the other heroes who challenge the Demon King will be. Immortality is impossible. This is also true. Only the Demon King can still kill the hero after he transcends. But the power of the Demon King is a power that even the Supreme Mother Goddess like us are helpless against. And no miracle can work in front of this power. Lita said this suddenly. Just like Mithras in the past, he was injured by the power of the Demon King. And as a result, not to mention us, even the Mother Goddess could not heal his injuries. And he could only die in the end. In this way, the heroes killed by the power of the Demon King also have no way to reverse their deaths. Although the forbidden magic such as necromancy is magical, it is absolutely not stronger than the power of the Demon King to awaken the heroes killed by the Demon King. Unless the hero did not die in the hands of the Demon King. In history, There were 7 heroes who transcended their level, and 2 of them died at the hands of the Demon King. Letus finally mentioned this. 2? Sheen, Roxy, and Iris were all shocked. There is no doubt that the 2 heroes were awakened by the necromancy. Letus and Anima had guessed it long ago, but they did not reveal their identities until then. One of these 2 is the 18th generation hero, and the other is the 72nd generation hero. The 18th generation hero is named Reinhardt, and his unique skill Divine Power Penetration can penetrate all external matter and power, directly hurting the fragile body. Even if the demon is hit head-on, he will be seriously injured. The 72nd generation hero is named Philip, and his unique skill Randomization can transform himself into any flowing element, free from any environmental constraints, and not be hurt by any power. He can be called an immortal. Anima revealed the names of the 2 awakened heroes to Sheen. The abilities of these 2 people matched those of the 2 Death Knights in Sheen's memory. Of the 2 knights fighting with Sheen in the inner world, the attacks of the Black Knight kept shaking his internal organs, while the White Knight transformed into flowing elements such as wind, fire, rain, and clouds at will, avoiding Sheen's attacks again and again and leaving Sheen's sight. Now, the identities of these 2 people are revealed. Brave Reinhardt, brave Philip. These are the identities of the 2 awakened heroes. Chapter 937. Go meet that person again. It is obvious that Letus and Anima were very impressed by these 2 heroes. Not only because these 2 heroes have achieved transcendent existence, but also because of their deeds in their lifetime. In the era of the hero Reinhardt, the gods and humans have already multiplied, and the demons became vigilant about this, thus creating life forms called monsters. Although the demons are powerful, they are not as good at performing miracles as the gods. The monsters they created were originally intended to be used on the battlefield. However, it didn't take long for the monsters' generally low intelligence and ferocity to cause them to collectively lose control, and they multiplied in large numbers in a very short period of time, becoming a threat all over the world. Many of the monsters that existed at that time were even super ancient dangerous species that had become extinct now. And even the dragon species had not yet been taken in by the dragon demon AI, and they were raging brutally on the earth. Then, a terrible beast nest that swept across the entire omnipotence and appeared, causing chaos for both the gods and demons. The human race was directly attacked by the monsters as prey, and several large-scale human settlements became the targets of the huge monster groups. In that situation, the gods were too busy to protect the rear of the camp, and almost gave up those large-scale human settlements. Only the hero Reinhardt left the camp alone to rescue the human race. For this reason, he, who had reached transcendence, ate the dragon breath of a full 100 adult dragons in order to protect humans, and was seriously injured. In order to allow the human race to evacuate, he also blocked the front of the monster army alone, dragging his seriously injured body and fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. By the time we drove away the threats in the rear and rushed to the front line to support, the hero Reinhardt had already lost his trace. Letus explained what the 18th generation hero experienced before his death. Xian, Luoshi, and Iris were silent for a moment. They could imagine how much perseverance the hero had to make such a choice and fight so hard. He was already detached at that time, and even if he faced the army of dangerous monsters of the ancient times, he should have been able to protect himself. But in order to protect humans and many lives, he resolutely chose to stay there. In the minds of the 3 people, 100 adult dragons soared in the sky and collectively spewed hot dragon breath at the human group below. The hero holding the holy sword rushed out without hesitation, directly blocking the front of many lives, and was hit by the dragon breath that could ignore defense. And it was a scene of 100 adult dragons. Even with the protection of the holy sword, it is natural that the hero Reinhardt would be seriously injured after eating the dragon breath of 100 adult dragons. As a result, he dragged his body like this and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. One can imagine what the outcome was. A generation of transcendental heroes just died, leaving behind a legend and losing his life. At this time, Anima also mentioned the deeds of the 72nd generation of heroes. The hero Philip was feared by the demons before he fully grew up, because of his immortal ability, which allowed him to face millions of demons on the battlefield freely when he was at the legendary level. The demons also targeted him and attacked him once. But with his unique skills, the hero Philip still escaped smoothly, which shocked the 3 major races. In this way, he finally grew to the extreme level smoothly, took the step to step into the transcendent realm, and got the opportunity to transcend. The demons felt threatened by him and thought that if he achieved transcendence, he would become the most difficult enemy so far. Therefore, they decided to launch a general attack on the front line of the human race and the gods at the critical moment of the hero Philip's transcendence. Even 5 of the 6 great demons attacked together, holding us back and posing a huge threat to the front line. In order to save the front line that was on the verge of destruction, the hero Philip, who was at the critical moment of transcendence, ignored his own condition and forced himself to the battlefield. In the end, although he repelled the demon army, he left a huge hidden danger. In this way, the hero Philip fought on the front line for 10 years, until the very end, when the hidden dangers on his body broke out. His power stagnated, and he could not even use his unique skills. So he chose to fight for his life and detonated all his magic power in the center of the demon army, dragging hundreds of thousands of demon warriors to death together. And even his body could not be found. Anima's tone gradually became sad, making Sheen and others silent again. This is another amazing hero and great warrior who left countless legends. Sheen suddenly understood why Litas and Anima were so angry when they knew that these 2 people were awakened as dead. Their souls were desecrated, and their sleep was disturbed. Just because these 2 warriors really shouldn't have such an experience. They have made great contributions to the human race and the gods, to the peace of the world, saved many lives, and sacrificed themselves. In the eyes of the goddesses closest to them, they are undoubtedly the most dazzling, glorious, and proud comrades. They sacrificed for the future of the human race, the gods, and the world, but suffered such desecration after death. It is impossible not to feel angry. Even Sheen and the other 2, who had not resonated much before, had some empathy at this moment. A heavy mood rose with a little anger, leaving the 3 speechless for a long time. Only Luo Shi, in addition to being angry, had a complicated look in her eyes. Thinking of the necromancer who called herself a descendant, Luo Shi felt really heavy-hearted. Sure enough, she really was that person. What she did was really hard to forgive, especially for the royal family of the Kingdom of Mitra. Thinking of this, Rox's mood became more complicated. Unfortunately, no one found out. Now think carefully. The disappearance of the brave Reinhardt and the brave Philip may be caused by human manipulation. Anima's delicate face is not very good looking. Litas even raised her voice. It must be the half-demon Helimus who is behind it. Litas became a little angry. This is not a malicious speculation without principle. To use necromancy to awaken the once dead characters and turn them into the dead for their own use. In addition to consuming the dead air, the corpses of the dead are also needed. Now, the brave Reinhardt and the brave Philip are manipulated by the necromancy and become the dead, which can only prove that their corpses have always been in the hands of the enemy. And the only person who has the ability to do all this is Helimus, who almost became the 7th demon. Only he has such a long history that he can operate in secret and target the heroes Reinhardt and Philip. What's worse, the 2 heroes may have been killed by the half-demon when they were dying. If this unique skill Shadow Destruction is used for sneak attacks and assassinations, it may be the most powerful force in the world. If Helimus really targeted the heroes Reinhardt and Philip, then he could definitely take advantage of them. Thanks to this, the 2 heroes disappeared and even their bodies could not be found. The bodies were taken away by Helimus and became the collection of the later original demon. The new original demon may have obtained this trophy from the old original demon. Or, Donna's, the man who had calculated everything, had already targeted the 2 corpses and their uses before his father died. If this is the case, then it may not be accidental that the other party would contact Morua and the mysterious princess. He had long known about the existence of the necromancer through some channel, and finally contacted the corpses of the 2 heroes and made a plan to wake them up in the future. So he deliberately found Morua, contacted Morua, and then contacted the mysterious big spirit through Morua. Once this idea came into being, it could not be suppressed no matter what, making Sheen feel a little cold. If this is true, it proves that Donna's had already calculated everything and made plans for everything a long time ago, even replacing his father to become a complete demon, becoming the leader of the original demon, and raising the banner of war against the 3 major races, and blowing the horn of war may have been something he planned long ago. Such a person, no matter who comes facing him, will feel cold all over. Right? Compared with him, Helimus and Moro are not worth mentioning. Only such a person can shake the current peace, and make the 3 major races look humiliated in just over a month, suffer defeat after defeat, and be calculated again and again. What is such a man doing in the dark now? Sheen suddenly couldn't sit down. There is no way. It is too unwise to continue to let such a scheming person develop in secret. Helamus ignored him. And in the end all the achievements were made by him. And he took everything away. The kingdom and the gods ignored him. And finally suffered defeats. Even he himself was almost overturned in the world and jumped into the trap he set. Such a person can secretly prepare 2 super-level heroes' undead spirits as his trump card. So isn't it normal for him to come up with something else? She looked at Litas and Anima, who were in anger and sorrow. And knew that he couldn't let them go on like this. Although they were powerful. They were not the gods of war after all. The gods were like this. Each with their own strengths. And they had the pinnacle of attainment in their respective fields. Which others could not surpass. Although Litas and Anima were the goddesses of fate and life. They were only the goddesses of fate and life. Not the gods of war. And they could not win over the man who had calculated everything in this war without the support of the moon demon Sarah and the god of war. His intuition told Sheen that if he didn't take some unexpected actions, the war would end soon. Of course, the end was announced with the defeat of his own side. By then, the newly born original demon will have a good chance of winning against the isolated demons and the remaining goddesses in the god realm. Even if it is not easy. With such a step-by-step arrangement, it is only a matter of time for the newly born original demon to achieve the final victory. In this case, I have to think of a way. When Xian thought about it, the last thing he thought of was the goddess, who had been sleeping in the sea of flowers for a long time. Perhaps, he should think of a way to meet that person again. Chapter 938 Follow Your Heart. Afterwards, everyone talked about many things together. Mainly for the 2 awakened heroes. Litas and Anima were too concerned, causing the topic to revolve around them. This cannot be said to be bad. Litas and Anima had a very comprehensive understanding of the 2 heroes, and even pointed out many of their strengths and weaknesses, which was equivalent to telling Sheen and others their weaknesses, including the way, means and mode of fighting, etc. And the explanation was very specific. With such a specific explanation, the next time they face the 2 heroes, they probably won't be as flustered as this time. And they almost got turned over in the end. But if you want to say it's not good, there are indeed some bad things. Just as Sheen thought, Litas and Anima were not the gods of war after all. They discussed for a long time the impact of the enemy joining 2 super-level strongmen, and how to deal with them in the future. As a result, they could only come to the conclusion of taking some precautions, and they could not take the initiative at all. Of course, it is difficult to take the initiative now. Not to mention that the enemy's whereabouts are still unclear. At this moment, the kingdom and the gods still need to make arrangements for the orcs, and make full arrangements for the combat power of the returning orcs before they can launch the next step. Especially in terms of prisoners. This time, she not only brought back the orcs, but also captured the orc warriors of Yura, such as Not, who participated in the rebellion, and even the dwarf blacksmiths who made weapons in Cosmos. For these people, the kingdom and the gods also have follow-up arrangements. Whether it is trial and disposal or torture and interrogation, there are still many things to do. In the end, Litas and Anima also emphasized the rebellion of the dwarves. After all, the orcs have returned, and if the dwarves can be won back, it is naturally better to try to win them back. However, the situation of the dwarves is different from that of the dwarves. The orcs themselves are scattered all over the world in the form of tribes. So it is impossible to achieve unity among the whole tribe. Even if Jula stood up to lead the rebellion, those who would choose to follow him are still not the majority. Among the orcs, the vast majority do not agree with the rebellion. They are just threatened and have no choice but to be controlled by others. But the dwarves are different. The population of the dwarves is not as large as that of the orcs. Although it is much better than that of the elves, it is still much worse than that of humans and orcs, who are recognized to have excellent reproductive ability. Their population is estimated to be less than 1 million. Even if they are all concentrated together and live in a city, it can be more than enough. Therefore, the dwarves do not have many tribes, let alone many forces. There is only one country that is comparable to the size of an ordinary human small country located underground. And it is said to be a country. But in fact, the kingdom of the dwarves only has one main city, and scattered villages around the city. In this way, they all obey the orders of the dwarf king. Gnats. Even if the lower-level civilians have some complaints about gnats, and do not want to rebel against the human race and violate the teachings of the gods. As ordinary civilians, it is difficult for them to raise any opinions. Even if they raise them, the upper echelons can probably suppress them easily. Xian has heard that there are generally only 2 types of people in the dwarfs. One is the warrior, who is responsible for managing the tribe and the tribe, good at using a strong physique, and has good combat effectiveness. The other is the blacksmith, who uses the knowledge passed down by the goddess since ancient times to create excellent weapons and excellent magic props, and has extraordinary skills. Blacksmiths are the core technical personnel of the dwarfs. The dwarfs will be regarded as a gathering place for recognized technical masters in the three realms, and the weapons created by the dwarfs will be widely sought after by the outside world, all thanks to these blacksmiths. However, blacksmiths generally have little combat effectiveness, but the combat-effective dwarf warriors are basically all in the hands of the dwarfs' upper echelons. Among the high-level personnel, almost none of them are blacksmiths. That is natural. As you can imagine, if you are of noble status, you can't work as a blacksmith, right? Although the weapon masters with superb skills also have a good status in the dwarves and are bound to be respected by many people. Respect is respect, and whether they have actual rights is another matter. In view of this, the high-level personnel are the real decision-makers who decide the direction of the entire dwarf kingdom. Even if ordinary civilians and blacksmiths want to oppose, they have no ability to oppose. They may not even be able to march and protest, and they will definitely be easily suppressed. By then, people will not give these riders any human rights and dignity. This is a different world. A different world where the strong prey on the weak. A different world where strength is respected. Not a place in the 21st century where human rights and freedom can be talked about. If you do this here, it is possible to be exposed in the wilderness at any time. Even if thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people were buried alive, this world would not be condemned. At least not from a humanitarian perspective. In summary, the dwarves are much more united than the orcs. And even if there are any problems within them, they will never be as obvious and huge as those of the orcs. If you want such a dwarf to return, you must at least purge the entire dwarf high level. Lidas and Anima seem to be trying to collect intelligence to see if there are any factions in the dwarf high level who disagree with the rebellion, and they plan to start with them and subdue the dwarves. Unfortunately, Sheen has no interest in this matter. As for the orcs, it was only because of the presence of his acquaintances such as Iris, and he also wanted to solve Gura and break the current deadlock, that he decided to take action. But the decision to take action does not mean that Sheen wants to become a professional rescuer, saving here and liberating there, and recovering all the betrayed tribes. He does not object to doing so, but he is not interested in doing it himself. From his own point of view, if he keeps passively recovering what he has lost, by the time he reacts, he has already missed the perfect opportunity to fight back. Dawn has really aroused Sheen's vigilance, so he could no longer sit back and watch that person continue to develop in secret. So, Sheen decided on the spot. You decide this matter by yourselves. I have other things to deal with. Sheen directly withdrew from the discussion of Lidas and others. Although Lidas and Anima were a little stunned, they did not express any opinions on this. You should go back and have a good rest first. You must be very tired after encountering such a trap this time. Don't worry about the dwarves. We will handle it. Lidas and Anima spoke to Sheen in a gentle voice. Sean wanted to say that he had nothing to worry about. Anyway, he didn't care about the life and death of the dwarves. Even if they all died, Sean would not think there was any problem. Maybe I am not qualified as a hero. Thinking of the great deeds of the heroes Reinhardt and Philip, Sean sighed. Compared with those two great heroes, Sean is indeed not a hero. But, so what? I am who I am. Why should I worry about my position and identity? Do heroes have to be the ones who uphold justice? Do heroes have to worry about the country and the people and save the world? Why should I worry because I am not a purely righteous person? As long as I don't do anything to let others down, I can follow my heart as to what to do. Don't you agree? Sean unconsciously stretched out his hand and pressed his chest. There, the heartbeat and some mysterious pulses were rising and falling together. Shion looked at his body, the holy sword that was emitting sacred waves and the two gems rotating around it, muttering to himself as if he was talking to them. Then, Shion did not tell everyone about his current situation and just left the palace. His departure made Luoshi and Iris look over for a moment and stop discussing with the goddesses. Do you want to follow? Luoshi saw some hesitation and restlessness in Iris's eyes, pursed her lips, and said these words for some reason. No. No. Iris noticed Luoshi's somewhat subtle attitude and shrank back for a moment. The reason was nothing else. Just because the princess in front of her was not only the blessing of the three goddesses like her, but also because she was Shion's future wife who planned to marry in a formal way. A formal fiancé. This made Iris feel like she was facing the queen. Is that okay? But he said that he would let me marry him when I came back? In this case, isn't she facing the future queen now? Thinking of this, Iris couldn't help but imagine. Will she accept me? Will she acknowledge me? Will she treat me as a concubine competing with her for favor? Deliberately make things difficult for me? And bully me? The little fox became a little uneasy. Being a concubine is not impossible. Although, she is a saint of the orcs. A person who has received the blessing of the goddess of life. And she actually becomes a concubine for others. Which is really embarrassing. And even embarrassing for the orcs. But the queen is the treasure of the kingdom, and His Highness the dragon demon. Who dares to say that she has been wronged? Needless to say, the dragon demon was a much nobler person than her. The treasure of the kingdom in front of her was also a princess of one of the many countries of mankind. But she was the blessing of the goddess of fate and her successor. She was trusted and supported by the entire god clan. In addition, she was the successor of the Mitra Holy Sword. And her status was much higher than hers. What's wrong with being her concubine? But, if she was bullied, what should she do? Woohoo! I'm afraid of pain. The little fox seemed to have seen a future where she would be troubled by the main wife, and even domestic violence. She didn't know the little drama in Iris's mind at this moment. She just looked at Iris's fear, timidity, frustration, and resignation. And a question mark slowly appeared on her head. What's wrong with this child? Is she stupid? She muttered in her heart. Only Litas and Anima had no idea what their well-wishers, whom they regarded as their own children, were thinking, and they were discussing it enthusiastically. So, there is a reason for being single for tens of thousands of years. On the other side, after leaving the palace, Xian went directly back to Bastuda's house. After greeting his family and meeting Laxia and Lilith, Xian didn't say much and locked himself in the room. Sitting on the bed in his room, Xian thought for a while, suddenly raised his head and looked at the ceiling. Can you hear it? Nian, Xian spoke. Chapter 939, This is Love. Do you understand? The comfortable silence filled the room. And Xian's shouting that seemed like talking to himself just now gradually disappeared. Xian shouted to the ceiling. But no one responded. And he didn't get any reaction. Which was somewhat embarrassing. But Xian didn't show an embarrassed expression. But kept looking at the ceiling. Or looking through the ceiling at the distant space that he couldn't see. And said so. If you hear it, then call me over. I have something to ask you. Xian then put forward his request. Obviously, he was going to realize his previous idea. In this case, Xian's words still didn't get any response. Nor did they arouse any reaction. Xian didn't care. Just waited quietly, as if he was feeling something. Until a certain moment, Xian's heart moved and smiled. Here it comes. With his murmur, the surrounding space finally twisted. Suddenly, the scenery began to change. The space began to twist. The world turned upside down. And Xian was thrown into a whirlpool. And felt dizzy. The vision in front of him became like a kaleidoscope. Twisted and weird. I don't know how long this thing lasted. It seems to be a little longer than usual. Xian had such a feeling and frowned. If it were usual, the moment he was summoned, he would immediately arrive at the temple of the sealed land in the god realm and see the goddess who summoned him. But this time, the time he was summoned seemed a little too long. What on earth is this? Xian became a little suspicious. But the suspicion had just arisen. And the feeling of dizziness finally disappeared. The surrounding space turned into a solemn temple. The atmosphere in the air also became completely different from just now. Full of sacredness. Xian finally got down to earth, and was summoned from his room to a familiar temple. Then, it worked. A voice full of surprise, but exhausted and panting came into Xian's ears. Ah! However, just as Xian was about to look up, a small exclamation suddenly sounded and disappeared very abruptly. When Xian raised his head and looked forward, the scene he saw made him stunned. In front of Xian, the goddess stood there, as if she had existed forever. Familiar beautiful face. Familiar beautiful figure. Familiar white robes. Familiar sacred atmosphere. The goddess named Nian stood there quietly, looking at Xian. That look made Xian stunned for a long time. There was no way. You? Xian wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't even say a word. For some reason, he had a strange feeling about the familiar goddess standing in front of him. It was still the same face, and the same figure, but the goddess named Nian seemed to have something else. Specifically, the other party had a transcendent temperament and an extraordinary presence, like a very noble person. That temperament and presence would not appear on Yin in the past. But Xian didn't feel strange, but had a strange feeling. As if he had seen this temperament and presence somewhere, which made Xian feel a little subtle. What's even more subtle is that when Xian appeared in the past, the goddess always greeted him with a half smile and playful expression. But this time, she just stood there quietly, looking at Xian quietly. Her eyes were calm. Suddenly, a sense of silence appeared in the temple. Xian and the goddess looked at each other face to face, one with a look of doubt, and the other with a completely expressionless face. For a moment, no one spoke, just looking at each other. This situation lasted for no reason. Anyway, Xian felt more and more uncomfortable and unnatural. After a long time, he couldn't help but speak. I said, "Why don't you speak?" Xian finally broke the silence. The somewhat stiff tone to break the embarrassment made the goddess' eyes flutter slightly. But soon, the fluttering spirit disappeared again. After a while of silence, the goddess also spoke. "You have taken a crucial step towards transcendence." As soon as she opened her mouth, the goddess said this. The tone was calm and peaceful. Xian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. "What? So you reacted so strangely because I was about to transcend?" Xian breathed a sigh of relief and complained, "Don't scare me. Okay? And there's nothing to be surprised about. If this was spread out, Xian would probably be beaten to death. Right? Achieving transcendence, such an important thing, was said by Xian as nothing to be surprised about. This was simply too Versailles. Xian said this to stimulate Nian a little, as a trivial revenge. Who would have thought that the goddess in front of him actually nodded? Indeed, there was nothing to be surprised about. The goddess said this lightly, as if this was really a trivial matter, as if this achievement was nothing at all. And her tone was extremely calm. Fortunately, the goddess added another sentence. Achieving transcendence is certainly not a great thing. But you have not even been in this world for a year, and you have already successfully reached this step, which is quite rare. The goddess said this, but she still looked expressionless, and it didn't feel like she was praising Xian at all. Is that so? Xian was almost unable to react to this attitude, and his face was full of confusion. The goddess spoke to herself as if she didn't see anything. At least, among the heroes of all generations, and even the entire history of Omnipotent. Except for those who are born transcendent. You are undoubtedly the best, most special, and most powerful one. The goddess said this while lowering her eyes. Yes, no matter what. You are the successor of that person. And the power of the three supreme concepts is sleeping in your body. It is impossible for you not to be special, excellent, and powerful. This sentence caused a subtle change on the face of the goddess, who had been very calm and peaceful from the beginning. Unfortunately, the change was not only very subtle, but also fleeting. And even Xian could not hear it. What are you talking about? Xian just felt that Nian had become a little strange. Not only was she a little weird, but she also behaved very strangely. Not like her usual self at all. This guy did something like that last time. Xian couldn't help but think of the last time he saw Nian. That time, Nian explained something to him, and then took him aside with a charming look. It was that time that Xian saw the most exciting scene since he came to this world. Just when Xian couldn't help but start to recall the things at that time, and was overwhelmed by it, he suddenly found that the goddess in front of him was staring at him. For a moment, Xian felt that his heart was completely seen through by the other party. This is not surprising. In the past, Nian could also see through what Xian was thinking. With her own concept of hero summoning type and the connection with the hero, she could summon the hero to her side anytime and anywhere. And she could also peek into the world where the hero was, and what he was thinking. In a word, it was not surprising to be seen through by Nian. But this time, Xian always felt that he was seen through more thoroughly. Then, the other party said something in a tone as inertial as usual. So you like that kind of thing? As she said that, the goddess nodded. If this is what you expect, it's okay. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of light suddenly flashed on the goddess' body. The light disappeared very quickly. However, the goddess in the light was completely different. Oh! 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 She looked at the being that appeared in the light, and couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and made a very touching sound. A closer look revealed that a girl appeared in the light. She was a girl who looked inconspicuous at first glance. But if you look closely, you will find that her facial features are quite regular. The girl was neither short nor tall, and her skin was delicate. But she was not very beautiful. But she was very cute. The girl was wearing a white dress on her slender body, and a thin red coat on the outside of the dress. She wore a sailor hat on her head and a bag on her waist. She was dressed very fashionably, and with her short hair that only reached her shoulders, she created a youthful beauty. Such a girl, compared with the goddess, who was just the most beautiful in the world, is naturally not that outstanding. However, in Xian's eyes, the appearance of this girl is more exciting than any goddess appearing in front of him. Is this character called Kato Megumi? The goddess, who had completely changed, spoke to Xian in a plain tone. Although the tone was still so plain, the voice had changed, and even the language had changed, directly turning into the familiar wife Xingren Hui in Xian's impression. So you like this kind of woman who only exists in fantasy? The goddess who has completely become Xingren Hui herself neither despises nor despises, but just speaks out her thoughts as if she is explaining the facts. Xian instantly threw away all the unnaturalness and wrongness he had felt before, and the whole person fell into a state of excitement. How can you say that you like it? Xian said inexplicably excitedly. This is love. Love you. Do you understand? At this moment, Sean seemed to have transformed into the otakus of his previous life. He was so excited and happy. This was the biggest surprise that Nian gave Sean the last time he met her. Yes. Last time, Nian suddenly transformed Sean again and again, and directly transformed into those impressive two-dimensional beauties that Sean had seen before, giving Sean a big mental blow. The reason why Sean almost lost control was because the goddess used these looks, modeled their personalities, and their tone to tempt Sean to the greatest extent. That time, Sean almost threw away all his moral integrity since he came to this world. If he hadn't felt that the stimulation was too much, he would have really succumbed last time and been succeeded by Nian. Chapter 940 Make the Supreme God Interested? Perhaps only people of the same kind as him can understand the excitement in Xian's heart. The goddess, who transformed into a girl named Kato Megumi, didn't know if she understood. She glanced at Xian and thought about it. Love? This is undoubtedly a relatively unfamiliar word for her. However, she did not completely understand. Although there is only one, she also has an object that can be infused with love. Or rather, there was one before. The distant memory that was deeply rooted in her mind, and even in her soul, almost made the goddess relax her mouth. But at the same time, her heart was also aching. After all, she would never come back again. I will never see her again from now on. So, after the devil died, I would choose to enter an eternal sleep. Right? Because, in the dream, I can continue to repeat that memory and repeat the beautiful past. In this situation, I don't even want to wake up again. If the person she chose doesn't appear in this world, the goddess murmured in a low voice, then raised her head and looked at Xian. Some tenderness and gentleness began to appear in her calm eyes. Since you like it so much, I'll let you see another one. So saying, the goddess waved her hand in front of Xian, and her whole body bloomed with brilliance again. In the brilliance, the girl's appearance changed again, becoming another look. She was a girl who looked only about 13 or 14 years old, with fair skin, petite figure, and long golden hair to her waist. The girl had a lovely appearance, but her clothes were extremely bold and exposed. She was only wearing a fur coat with the front open, and there was only a leather coat covering the key parts of the coat, exposing more than 80% of her skin to the air, revealing a distinct astringent smell. The girl also looked childish, but she was wearing a witch-like hat with a wide brim and a protruding front. She also had an eye mask covering her right eye, giving off an incredible mysterious atmosphere. Most importantly, in one of her hands, she was holding a huge spear made of gold and designed like a tree. The aura emanating from the spear was very scary. Oh! Xian couldn't help but scream. That was because he was moved. If Xingren Hui was his favorite daily heroine, then the mysterious, astringent, and lovable girl in front of him was his favorite mysterious character. This is a one-eyed princess. Xian couldn't hide the excitement in his tone. Princess One-Eyed, this is undoubtedly just a nickname. Her real name should be Athenis. Right? The goddess said lightly. Although she looks like this, her true self has the power to immediately end human history. She is called the demon god. It is really interesting that such a child exists in the fantasy of humans in another world. With the power of the Lord's Spear, she should be comparable to Lita's. Right? Lita's, the goddess of fate, the goddess closest to omnipotence, also has the power of a demon god. If this world was not the product of the supreme god Omnis, and Lita's, a goddess born under the supreme god, could not control the fate of the world, It would be easy for her to end human history and reshape the world at will. Because the Demon King and the Supreme God are more foul existences above. And their power also seriously interferes with the relationship in this world. Leda's is the goddess closest to omnipotence. But not the omnipotent goddess. If it were in a world that had nothing to do with the devil and the Supreme God, Leda's would be able to exert her full power and become a truly almighty goddess. Of course, this is not what Sheen is considering now. Sheen just stared at the one-eyed princess in front of him and almost took out his mobile phone to take a picture. Unfortunately, there are no mobile phones in this world. And props that can take pictures are not something that people will carry with them. This made Sheen want to beat his chest and stamp his feet. And the goddess seemed to see through Sheen's thoughts. It seems that you really like it. The goddess nodded calmly and said, okay. After you have done everything you want to do in this world, I will create the world you imagine for you as a gift. Alas? Sheen was stunned. Did this goddess just say something that I couldn't pretend I hadn't heard? At this time, the goddess changed her tone. I know why you came here. The goddess looked at Sheen quietly and said, you want to see the Supreme God. Want to see Omnis. Right? The other party's plain words gradually cooled down Sheen's gradually heated mind and excited heart. This is indeed the reason why Sheen wants to see Nian and come here. Although Sheen also wants to have a good chat with Nian and talk about the memories he has seen in his dreams. The most urgent task is to solve the current crisis faced by Omnipotence and Donna's, the new original demon. These two beings can no longer be left alone. But the other party is indeed hiding very deeply. Even the goddess of fate, the goddess of life, and the goddess of nature can't find them. Proving that the other party has a similar method to Elimus's shadow and form, which can completely block others' prying eyes and not be discovered by anyone. In addition, Donna's, a guy who has calculated everything, wants the new original demon to easily reveal his feet, which is impossible. That's why Sean wanted to see Omnis. You sent me to the Holy Land before, right? Sean regained some composure, took a deep breath, and looked at the one-eyed demon in front of him. I want you to send me there again. This is the main purpose of coming to see Nian this time. The Holy Land is the sleeping place of the Supreme God. A holy place that no one in the God realm can invade or blaspheme. Omnis is sleeping there, and has completely hidden from the world. Not to mention others. Even the goddesses of the gods cannot enter the Holy Land and see the Supreme God. Only Nian has sent Sean there. Because Nian is the incarnation of the Supreme God Omnis, and the goddess in charge of summoning. She only needs to use the method of counter-summoning to send Sean, who is connected to her, to the Supreme God who also has a connection with her, so that Sean can enter the Holy Land. In other words, in today's world, only Nian has the method to let others see the Supreme God and let people enter the Holy Land. And the Supreme Omnipotent Goddess is undoubtedly the only one who can easily break the current deadlock. With her omniscient power, no matter how powerful Donna's is, it is estimated that it will be useless. Sheehan did not ask for anything else, but just hoped that the goddess could wake up once and help him once. At least help him find the enemy's base camp. That would be good. The only problem is, you should know that the existence named Omnis does not care about the future direction of this world. Right? The one-eyed demon declared in a cold voice. Although the world was created, it was like humans wanting to build a house for themselves, so that they could have a place to shelter from the wind and rain and rest, without any other emotions. That's it. For the Supreme God Omnis, the world is like the house she built for herself. If her house was destroyed by someone else, she might get angry, furious, or even hateful. So she would be hostile to the Demon King. But if it was just the pets in the backyard chasing each other and quarreling in front of her, she would just watch quietly and would not take any other actions. For the being called Omnis, creating a stone is as difficult as creating a life. And it can be easily created with a flick of the finger. So their value is also the same. The goddess said this to Sheen in a somewhat unacceptable cold tone. To her, everything in the world is equal. In this case, she would not care about war. The value of a stone is the same as the value of a human being. So does she care if a human being steps on a stone? In her opinion, whether it is the fratricide between life species or war and massacre, it is something that cannot be put into her vision. Just like humans never pay attention to the little bugs in nature hunting and biting each other in corners, dark places, and damp places. The same is true for the Supreme God Omnis. In this case, it is impossible for Sheen to ask her to save the world. This is just a fight between insignificant life races, not a disaster that will endanger the world. The only person who can threaten this world, destroy this world, and make Omnis lose her house is the Demon King. Now that the Demon King has passed away, she is not interested in the situation and direction of this world at all. Such things are naturally clear to Sheen. However, since this is just a trivial matter for those goddesses, if I can make her interested, it is not impossible for her to help me do this. Right? Sheen said this. This is Sheen's plan. Omnis may not care about the direction of this world, but this does not mean that she does not want to intervene. War was something very boring and unworthy of her attention. So as long as Sheen could interest her and ask her to help him, maybe he would help her with such a small matter? Sheen came for this reason. Hearing this, the goddess did not deny it. Indeed, if it is your request, it doesn't matter if I help you. As the goddess said this, she raised the weapon in her hand. The spear of the Lord God. She put the tip of the spear against Sheen's chest, which made Sheen's heartbeat inevitably faster. It's not that he is timid, but that this gun is too dangerous. The spear of the Lord God is the weapon of the demon god Othinus, which is used to control his demon god power. However, this gun itself also has great destructive power. Although it is essentially a javelin, once it is used, it will definitely hit the target, will not be shot down or destroyed on the way, and will definitely return to the holder's hands after penetrating the target. Its power is undoubtedly stronger than any weapon in this world, including the 3 treasures made by the Demon King and the holy swords in the hands of most heroes. Such a terrible weapon, even if a transcendent existence comes, I am afraid it will return in defeat. However, in Sheen's feeling, the dangerous atmosphere exuded by this gun does not seem to be a fake. This can't be real? Sheen couldn't help but feel uneasy. Until, unfortunately, in addition to you, she also became interested in a master and servant. The words of the goddess made Sheen stunned.